Chapter 1. Activation of the Sign-In System. 29. 30. After completing his final push-up, Chunluo approached the riverside, intending to wash his face before returning home. However, the reflection on the water's surface momentarily stunned him. A child, around 5 or 6 years of age, bore a face reminiscent of a porcelain doll, undeniably adorable. 3 days had passed. Chunluo still struggled to acclimatize to this new body. Each time he caught a glimpse of his own visage, he found himself lingering in contemplation. Originally, Chunluo was an ordinary young man from Blue Star, having recently graduated from university and preoccupied with job hunting on that fateful day. While en route to a job interview, he had heroically pulled a little girl from the path of a speeding truck, only to collapse in a pool of blood. When he awakened once more, he found himself in this world, endowed with a new body and a new identity, an orphan. Chunluo, I knew you would be here. As Chunluo washed his face and prepared to rise, a frail, hoarse voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he beheld an elderly man, hunched over with a cane. Tomorrow, someone from the spirit hall will come to our village's branch to awaken the spirits of our village's children. You should join us as well, the old man said, a warm smile illuminating his kind face. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief, Chunluo replied with a nod. Very well, I shall come to fetch you in the morning. Upon returning home, he entered a modest wooden house that appeared somewhat dilapidated from the outside, situated on the outskirts of the village. Inside, simple wooden furniture adorned the clean and tidy space. This was once the residence of the late village chief's son, who had tragically perished during a hunting expedition over a decade ago, leaving the house vacant ever since. About half a month ago, the old village chief stumbled upon a child, the original owner of Chunluo's body, in a pitiful state akin to that of a beggar, emaciated and suffering from a grave illness. Out of compassion, the village chief brought him back, providing food, clothing, and shelter in his son's former home, diligently striving to nurse the child back to health. This clearly demonstrated the old man's benevolence. Yet, whether due to the severity of the illness or other reasons, the child had lost all memory, even failing to recall his own name. Despite the village chief's utmost efforts to aid the child, his condition continued to deteriorate day by day. Just 3 days prior, the child had been on the brink of death, seemingly ready to depart from this world. In truth, the child had already passed away. Chunluo had arrived in this world, becoming the embodiment of that child. This world is known as Douluo continent, and the village where Chunluo resided was the humble Saogo village, adjacent to the Holy Spirit village. Tomorrow marks the awakening of my spirit, a chance to alter my destiny. I hope to acquire a powerful spirit. I do not wish to lead a mundane existence in this world. He seized a pancake from the table, ravenously chewing as he sat upon the bed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The following morning, Chunluo, your grandfather has come to fetch you. The old village chief called from outside the wooden house. Before long, Chunluo followed the village elder to the Soul Hall branch in the village. Though referred to as a branch, it was essentially a larger wooden hut. Chunluo felt no surprise upon entering. Inside the branch, he found that the other children from the village had already gathered 10 in total, all aged around 5 or 6. Besides these children, there was a young man in his 20s, sent by the Soul Hall to oversee the proceedings. The youth was strikingly handsome, clad in a white uniform with a black cloak cascading behind him. At the center of his chest was a soul character the size of a fist, and on his left side, he bore an emblem intricately carved with 3 intercrossed swords. Young, handsome, and a soul master of considerable rank, could he be the one? As all the other children appeared somewhat shy and even intimidated by the young man, Chunluo looked on with a hint of astonishment. The young man spoke. Children, line up. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master. Goodness, it truly was him. Among all the children, Chunluo was the smallest, and having arrived last, he naturally positioned himself at the end of the line. Even from his peripheral spot, he distinctly heard the name Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao is the one who awakened Tang San. Though Chunluo maintained a calm exterior, his heart raced with excitement. If given the chance, he yearned to approach Su Yuntao and inquire about Tang San. Douluo was the first novel Chunluo had ever read, and despite not having revisited it in many years, the characters remained vividly etched in his memory. Perhaps it was due to his remarkable recollection, or some other reason, but he could recall even the most inconspicuous minor characters and locations from the story. When Chunluo realized he had arrived in the world of Douluo, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Subsequently, discovering that his village, Dog Grass Village, was adjacent to Holy Soul Village intensified his excitement. Everything felt so serendipitous, and he naturally hoped for even more fortuitous events to unfold. If an answer to his hopes, an even more fortuitous occurrence did indeed present itself. Su Yuntao, who had awakened Tang San, was now in Doggrass Village, and in just a few minutes at most 10 he would be conducting the awakening for Chunluo. Given the remarkable coincidence, one could only wonder if Su Yuntao had just completed Tang San's awakening in Holy Soul Village before arriving at Doggrass Village, considering the proximity of the two villages. If that were the case, it would be absolutely perfect. Once the soul awakening was completed, Chen Luo was determined to ask. His keen interest in these details stemmed from an overwhelming desire to ascertain the current timeline of Douluo. Understanding the plot of Douluo was, at present, Chen Luo's sole advantage in navigating this world. Of course, he held another hope: the impending soul awakening. While Su Yuntao was conducting his brief introduction, he was simultaneously preparing for the soul awakenings of the children from Doggrass Village. 6 obsidian stones were arranged in a hexagonal formation upon the ground, and at the behest of Su Yuntao, a boy stepped into their midst. In that moment, Su Yuntao unleashed his martial soul, and 2 radiant halos, one white and one yellow, slowly rose from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, a remarkable transformation overtook his physique. He grew considerably larger, his body rippling with muscle. His once short black hair cascaded into long strands of silver, and tufts of the same hue adorned his hands. From his fingertips extended glistening claws, exuding a menacing glimmer, as if capable of rending anything asunder. The boy standing before Su Yuntao beheld this transformation up close, his legs quaking beneath him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tears welled in his eyes, suggesting that his very spirit had been paralyzed by fear, rendering him incapable of rational thought, even the most instinctual urge to flee eluding him. Not solely this child, but the others too exhibited similar states of dread, perfectly embodying the essence of profound terror. Among these children, however, Chunluo stood as an exception. Rather than succumbing to fear, his eyes sparkled with fervor, and his youthful visage radiated longing. Observing the reactions of the children, Su Yuntao displayed no surprise, his gaze lingering on Chunluo a moment longer, for the latter's demeanor was strikingly distinct among the group. With a voice imbued with gentleness, Su Yuntao skillfully comforted the children. Once their emotions stabilized, he commenced the awakening of their martial souls. Under his guidance, a verdant light emanated from his palm, penetrating each of the black stones. In response, each stone emitted a shimmering golden glow, ultimately coalescing into a golden barrier that enveloped the boy within. After a brief interlude, Su Yuntao's authoritative voice resonated. "Extend your right hand." Instinctively, the boy complied, and in an instant, all the luminous motes converged, forming a broad shoulder pole. What followed was the soul power assessment, a determinant of whether the boy could ascend to the rank of a soul master. The outcome: no soul power. Despondency washed over the boy's face, while Su Yuntao remained unperturbed. Next, the golden barrier reappeared time and again. Yet none of the children from Xiaogo village managed to conjure a miracle and bring glory to their village. Most of their martial souls were commonplace agricultural tools or widely known plants, such as blue silvergrass. Despite the presence of 10 children, not a single one possessed soul power, rendering them incapable of becoming soul masters. Finally, it was Chunluo's turn. Having witnessed the martial soul awakening of all the other children, he felt no weariness from the repetition. Rather, he was increasingly captivated by the spectacle. This first-hand experience far surpassed the thrill of reading novels or watching animations. Without needing a prompt from Su Yuntao, Chen Luo stepped into the circle of stones, silently awaiting the whims of fate. Su Yuntao, wearing a serene expression, uttered no superfluous words as he infused the remaining black stones with soul power. Thus, Chen Luo's martial soul awakening was officially set into motion. Golden rays of light continuously surged forth from the black stones, once again forming a golden light barrier. The entire process mirrored that of all the previous children's martial soul awakenings, exhibiting no discernible changes. However, the expression on Chen Luo's face, encased within the golden aura, starkly contrasted with those of the other children. While the others experienced their martial soul awakenings with a sense of relaxation and enjoyment, Chen Luo was engulfed in profound agony. As Su Yuntao also observed this shift, his gaze intently fixed on Chen Luo. A flicker of astonishment appeared on his previously indifferent visage, accompanied by a hint of anticipation. Cold. A bone-chilling cold. This was the most immediate sensation enveloping Chen Luo at that moment. He felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar, submerged in frigid waters. The icy tendrils assailed him from all directions, pushing him to the brink of despair. Time became a blur as the icy sensation gradually subsided, replaced by Su Yuntao's authoritative voice. "Extend your right hand." Instinctively, Chen Luo complied. In an instant, the chilling sensation surged back, but this time it lingered only briefly before converging into his palm. The sign-in system was activated. Sign-in successful in the Douluo world. Obtain the martial soul death god. A frigid, synthesized female voice resonated explosively in Chen Luo's mind. Simultaneously, a gray scythe manifested in his grasp. It bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary scythe, save for its elongated handle and blade. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Su Yuntao's eyes. I had hoped for a formidable martial soul, yet it appears to be merely a scythe. He offered the blue crystal ball to Chen Luo. "Let us test your soul power." Chen Luo hesitated, his gaze transfixed on the scythe in his hand, a swirl of fervor, surprise, excitement, and confusion playing across his features. Su Yuntao remarked calmly, "Even a scythe can serve as a martial soul, provided one possesses soul power." Su Yuntao. Chen Luo's complex expression seemed to convey disappointment and bewilderment, prompting him to offer customary consolation. At that moment, Chen Luo regained his composure, instinctively nodding before placing his hand upon the blue crystal ball. Can he not see it? The death god wielding the scythe. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at Su Yuntao, but his attention was swiftly drawn back to the blue crystal ball beneath his hand. His astonishment. The blue crystal ball did not undergo any extravagant transformation. Instead, it simply cracked open. P.S. It is essential to address the protagonist's level. If anyone comments without having read the book, I shall choose to ignore it. One that influenced by the martial soul and divine level cultivation method, the protagonist possesses a unique physique capable of accommodating vast amounts of soul power. He seeks quality over speed, solidifying his strength at every bottleneck to ensure future development. The level of soul power does not reflect the protagonist's true strength. He remains formidable and is the one who progresses the fastest in terms of power. This is a tale of invincibility, not one of tormenting the protagonist. Point 1. The protagonist's unique constitution and formidable soul power have, to a certain extent, laid the groundwork for absorbing higher soul rings. 2. Certain exceptional skills possessed by the protagonist necessitate vast reserves of soul power, which is not a mere contrivance by the author, but is intrinsically linked to the protagonist's ascension post 30th level. 3. It is crucial to clarify that the protagonist, Chen Luo, is not forcibly integrated into the main group. Rather, he has been specially arranged within Shrek Academy without being thrust into the ensemble of the 7 monsters. Those who suggest that a mere name change suffices fail to recognize that different individuals encountering similar circumstances experience them uniquely. Furthermore, in the early stages, the protagonist is relatively weak and will naturally develop in a familiar environment. Thus, his chapters at Shrek are limited, primarily revisiting classic scenes, often briefly narrated from the protagonist's perspective, leading swiftly to his independent development. Additionally, I would like to touch upon a simple romantic subplot. The female lead is indeed Xiao Wu, as disclosed here in advance. The soft-bone rabbit is not an ordinary rabbit, at least in the context of my narrative. This is the case. While humor is welcome, do not take marketing rhetoric as gospel. Enjoy the novel without burdening it with excessive gravitas. Xiao Wu's character will also undergo some changes due to the protagonist, rendering her less irksome, as individuality varies from person to person. Many may feel that this disrupts the so-called love triangle. Yet we can easily immerse ourselves in this scenario. If you were to traverse into the Douluo world and found yourself acquainted with Xiao Wu, would you choose to support their bond or pursue your own happiness? If you harbor no affection for Xiao Wu, consider this statement as unspoken. There are no absolute fits, only the timing of encounters matters. That if you like someone, pursue them. There is no wrongdoing in that. If you believe you can do better, why relinquish her to another? Failure is a different matter altogether. When an opportunity presents itself, it must be seized and pursued with vigor. Should Tang San and Xiao Wu already share a bond and emotional foundation, the protagonist's attempt to undermine that relationship would indeed raise moral questions. For those struggling to comprehend the dynamics involving Tang Hao, I urge you to revisit Chapter 138, where Xiao Wu, in Tang Hao's presence, serves as Tang San's soul ring and soul bone. With action only taken once, Tang San is capable of absorption. That if one believes that childhood love exists, and that even a titled Douluo refrains from intervening, consider this statement null. Later developments are a separate matter. Thus, the protagonist's presence or absence in the early stages bears little impact. Furthermore, I find it intriguing that many readers casually throw around the term simp, questioning whether they truly grasp its meaning. Simp is a contemporary colloquialism referring to an individual who, despite lacking reciprocity from the object of their affection, persistently debases themselves in pursuit of that person's approval. That it describes someone who, lacking dignity and boundaries, continues to cater to another, fully aware that their feelings are unreciprocated. It is not simply being kind to others that makes one a simp. If that were the case, then everyone in the world would fall under that label. That in this world, there are not as many sycophants as one might think. Occasionally jesting with this term is harmless, yet it is truly disheartening when individuals unwittingly propagate misunderstandings without grasping its true meaning. Hence, I felt compelled to address this matter explicitly. I hold each of my readers in the highest regard. I respond to every comment and feedback regarding this chapter. Any areas of concern will be rectified promptly, accompanied by my sincerest apologies. However, I also implore my readers to extend the same respect towards me. If you enjoy my work, I would greatly appreciate your support. If not, simply move on to the next book. There is no need to disseminate negativity that could potentially harm the author and mislead fellow readers. Such actions are utterly unnecessary. I find it most distasteful to introduce these issues into the narrative itself, and I am genuinely at a loss. My apologies. 002. Innate Level 17. The azure crystal sphere fractured, and in an instant, the entirety of its surface was marred by fissures, cascading into a multitude of shards upon the ground. Chen Luo's hand lingered in midair, an expression of bewilderment etched across his face. Su Tao exhibited little reaction, though a flicker of doubt ignited in his gaze. Swiftly transforming into realization, it appeared that the usage limit of this object had been reached. When your hand was placed upon it just now, did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Tao inquired, directing his attention towards Chunluo. Chunluo withdrew his hand and shook his head. No. This was not a deliberate falsehood to conceal something. He genuinely felt no particular sensation. If he had to articulate any feeling, it would be that the blue crystal ball was somewhat cool. Su Tao nodded in agreement, as he too had not sensed any fluctuation in Chunluo's soul power. It seemed that the soul power testing sphere had indeed reached its limit of usage. Even with innate full soul power, such a phenomenon could not occur. Furthermore, how could a scythe martial soul possibly possess innate full soul power? Su Tao retrieved another soul power testing sphere and gestured for Chen Luo to place his hand upon it. Chen Luo Zhao succeeded this time without any unforeseen incidents. As his hand made contact with the soul power testing orb, it trembled momentarily before radiating a brilliant light. At that moment, Chen Luo Zhao distinctly felt the lingering chill within him converge rapidly towards his palm, only to be absorbed by the azure crystal sphere. The profound cold he experienced during his martial spirit awakening left an indelible mark in his memory. Even after the awakening was complete and the chilling sensation faded, a remnant coldness continued to swirl within him, causing considerable discomfort. During the soul power testing, the coldness was drawn away, replaced by a soothing warmth that Chen Luo Zhao found quite pleasurable. After a brief interval, the testing concluded. Innate level 7 soul power. Su Tao's voice resonated throughout the wooden cabin. His former authority diminished, replaced by sheer excitement and fervor. It was astonishing to discover a child with innate level 7 soul power in this place, especially when his martial spirit was a scythe. After all the labor over the past few days, they finally received a delightful surprise rather than a fright. Is it merely level 7? In contrast to Su Tao's overwhelming excitement, Chen Luo Zhao appeared somewhat perplexed. Hearing Chen Luo Zhao's murmurs, Su Tao shot him an exasperated glare. What are you talking about, child? When I tested my soul power, I was only at innate level 2. You are already at innate level 7, and yet you still find it lacking. Moreover, your martial spirit is not a useless blue-silver grass, but a scythe with combat capability. You are destined to become an exceptional weapon spirit master. The more Su Tao spoke, the more animated he became, almost shaking Chen Luo Zhao's shoulders in his enthusiasm. You are already at innate level 7, and you still think it insufficient? In that case, I, with my innate level 2, might as well find a patch of land to cultivate. A faint smile graced Chen Luo's face as he mused inwardly. Is this the reaction to a 7th level innate soul power? If only they knew my innate soul power is actually at 17 levels. Before Chen Luo, a blue holographic panel hovered, visible only to him, displaying lines of information. Host, Chen Luo, martial soul, death god, current soul power level, 17. Upon witnessing the results of Chen Luo's soul power test, Su Tao's gaze shifted dramatically. Initially indifferent, it transformed into one of admiration and optimism. Just a moment ago, I even considered taking you as my disciple. How foolish I was to entertain such thoughts. I am not worthy of that. You deserve a far superior mentor. Siyutao grinned and said, I will report your situation truthfully. I am certain many elders will take an interest in you. Now, I must hurry to the next village for martial soul awakening. I am eager to complete all tasks and return to provide a report regarding you. Siyutao patted Chen Luo on the shoulder with a smile, assuring him, I believe we will meet again very soon. Having expressed his excitement, Su Yuntao swiftly began to gather his belongings. On the surface, Chen Luo appeared remarkably composed, yet within, his heart surged with boundless excitement and fervor. Just moments ago, he had acquired a sign-in system, through which he obtained the supreme martial soul, Death God. Such a fortune would exhilarate anyone, for it signifies the ability to seize one's own destiny. Little did anyone know the trepidation and unease that had gripped Chen Luo during his initial days in this world. With no background to rely upon, he could only depend on his knowledge of the Douluo realm and the martial soul he was on the verge of awakening. Should his martial soul prove to be subpar, or if his innate soul power were exceedingly low, even the most extensive knowledge of Douluo would likely lead to stagnation. One must possess the requisite strength and capital to forge alliances, for no matter how hard a weakling strives, they shall forever remain outside the circle of the powerful. However, now, with the essential system in place for a transmigrator and the acquisition of a top-tier martial soul right from the outset, his future gleamed with promise. Striving to maintain his composure, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before finally addressing Su Yuntao. Uncle, may I inquire if you have ever visited Holy Spirit Village? Chen Luo had always been attentive to every word spoken by Su Yuntao. Upon hearing the mention of the blue silvergrass and the term-waste martial soul, he immediately associated it with Tang San, though he had yet to find the opportunity to inquire about Tang San's circumstances. As soon as Chen Luo posed his question, Su Yuntao halted his actions, turned to Chen Luo, and replied with enthusiasm, I visited yesterday. What would you like to know? Chen Luo became instantly agitated and promptly inquired, May I ask, uncle, when you conducted the soul awakening for the children in Saint Soul Village, did you encounter a child named Tang San? How did his soul awakening transpire? After speaking, Chen Luo added, He is my friend. Siyutao smiled upon hearing this. Are you referring to that Tang San, who possesses innate full soul power yet awakened a seemingly useless martial soul, blue silvergrass? He must be the one. In my memory, he is the only Tang San. Indeed, that is him. Chen Luo's tone transformed into one of fervent excitement. It appeared that his arrival in the Douluo world coincided perfectly with Tang San's timeline. Had Chen Luo not acquired the sign-in system and the martial soul, Death God, he would have sought every possible means to ally himself with Tang San, albeit with the prerequisite of possessing a certain level of strength and resources. Otherwise, Tang San would undoubtedly disregard him. However, the situation was different now. He no longer needed to cling to Tang San, for he himself had become the pillar of strength. His keen interest in the timeline of Douluo and Tang San's circumstances stemmed from his desire to seize as many opportunities as possible that Tang San encountered. Su Yuntao, with a hint of regret, remarked, Your friend is truly unfortunate. Despite his innate full soul power, he awakened a worthless soul. No matter how blue silvergrass evolves, it will always remain blue silvergrass. A worthless soul is eternally a worthless soul. Even if he becomes a soul master, he might merely be a mediocre one. You, however, are different. Your future is exceedingly bright. Su Yuntao approached Chen Luo once more, patting him on the shoulder, his gaze shifting from mere approval and admiration to profound confidence and high regard. Chen Luo smiled gently, inwardly acknowledging his elder brother's discerning eye. After packing his belongings, Su Yuntao departed from Saogo village. Before his departure, Su Yuntao expressed numerous encouraging sentiments to Chen Luo. Had it not been for his pressing mission, he would have likely taken Chen Luo back to his esteemed spirit hall. The old village chief, who had been waiting outside the branch hall, was well aware of Chen Luo's soul awakening. Soon enough, with an innate soul power level of 7 and a scythe as his martial spirit, Chen Luo became a household name in Saogo village. In mere morning, he transformed from an overlooked orphan into the beacon of hope for the entire village. Throughout the day, the villagers engaged in fervent discussions about Chen Luo. I believed in this child since he was little. He is the hope for our Saogo village. The day the old village chief brought him back, I knew our village would gain recognition. While the villagers were engrossed in conversations centered around him, Chen Luo, the very subject of their admiration, lay in bed, delving into the intricacies of his system and martial spirit. System 003, the invincible sign-in system. The system that Chen Luo acquired is known as the Invincible Sign-In System. This system boasts an elegant simplicity, featuring only 3 interfaces: the personal interface, the task interface, and the lottery interface. Chen Luo had previously accessed the personal interface while testing his soul power, allowing him to clearly view his current strength metrics. At this moment, Chen Luo has opened the task interface. Main task: proceed to Nodding City to sign in and enter the Spirit Hall. Side task: head to the Black Forest to sign in. Simply reach the destination. The Black Forest lies to the east of the village, and it is rumored to be a treacherous place. Chen furrowed his brows momentarily, but soon a smile graced his face. After all, it was merely a matter of reaching that place. He pondered the nature of the rewards. They ought not to be disappointing, especially since the system had bestowed upon him a divine soul at the outset. Chen Luo, adhering to the principle of proximity, focused his attention on the side quests. He was determined to embark on the main quest to enter the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, but before that, he thought it prudent to complete the side quests. Closing the task interface, Chen Luo opened the lottery interface. The lottery interface resembled a colossal wheel, shrouded in a veil of black mist. When Chen Luo attempted to examine the contents of the wheel, he was met with a prompt stating, "Insufficient lottery points. Complete tasks to earn lottery points." At this moment, Chen Luo noticed a line of information above the lottery wheel, indicating the amount of his lottery points. Lottery points, 1. He was unsure how many points were required for a single draw, but it was clear that the minimum points needed for a lottery draw was 5. Now he understood. Chen Luo was instantly filled with vigor, preparing to set off for the dark woods located to the east of the village. Before embarking on this journey, however, he took a moment to examine his martial soul. Chen Luo extended his right hand, and a gray radiance blossomed, revealing a scythe that materialized in his grasp. This scythe appeared similar to an ordinary one, albeit larger in size, enveloped entirely in a hue of gray. Chen Luo is now merely 5 or 6 years old, and the scythe appears quite enormous in his small hands. Chen Luo's gaze did not rest upon the scythe, but rather lingered upon the figure that wielded it. To call it a person would be a misnomer. It resembled more of an ethereal shadow. Though it too grasped the scythe, its form was insubstantial, existing in a liminal state that oscillated between presence and absence. The face remained elusive, discernible only through a visceral intuition. At times, it appeared as a grotesque monster. At others, a faceless youth, and in fleeting moments, it mirrored Chen Luo himself. Whenever Chen Luo sought to examine it closely, the figure would hover before him. Yet when his attention shifted to the scythe, the two seemed to merge into one. The scythe and hands served as a bridge connecting them, regardless of the manifestation. That shadowy figure clutched the scythe with unwavering resolve. Thus, the embodiment of Chen Luo's martial spirit, the Grim Reaper, came to be. Others seemed oblivious to the presence of the Reaper, perceiving only the scythe it wielded. Chen Luo speculated this point based on Su Yuntao's reaction to his martial soul, which was indeed a fortunate circumstance for him, as he preferred not to draw excessive attention. The martial soul, Death God, imparted to Chen Luo an overwhelming sense of power. Even with the mere awakening of his martial soul, he distinctly felt a tremendous transformation within his body. Both his strength and perception had undergone significant enhancement. However, in the literature of Douluo, he had yet to witness anyone experiencing such an extraordinary increase in physical capabilities solely due to the awakening of their martial soul. While it is true that a martial soul awakening can elevate a soul master's physical attributes to a certain extent, such an exaggerated enhancement is far from typical. If one were to attribute such an augmentation to the martial soul, it would likely be reserved for exceptionally rare martial souls or the innate martial souls found in Do-air. Could it be that the martial soul, Death God, possesses a similarity to the innate martial souls? If it could indeed augment the strength and perception of my body in tandem with my rising power, then this martial soul would be truly remarkable. Chen Luo was struck by an intuitive feeling that his suspicions were indeed correct. Without acquiring a soul ring, merely gazing at his martial spirit yielded little insight. After admiring it for a brief moment, Chen Luo decided to retract his martial spirit. With ample time remaining, he resolved to embark on a side quest to the dark woods located to the east of the village. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, accompanied by the voice of the old village chief from outside. "Chen Luo, are you at home?" "Grandfather village chief, I am here." Chen Luo promptly composed himself and proceeded to open the door. As the door swung open, the old village chief stood there with an invigorated demeanor, his wrinkled face adorned with a joyful smile, subtly tinged with a sense of pride. Before Chen Luo could inquire about the old village chief's purpose for visiting, the chief spoke up directly. The news of your martial soul awakening has reached everyone in our village. Since I brought you back from outside, you have become a member of our Chaogo village. Each year, our village is entitled to one student who can attend a specialized Soul Master Academy to learn everything about Soul Masters. Everyone in the village has unanimously agreed to bestow this opportunity upon you. The old village chief chuckled and added, "It might amuse you to know that our village has not utilized this opportunity in many years, despite its rarity. It was only when we produced a Soul Emperor that we managed to secure it." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's lips instinctively twitched. The Sacred Soul Village has produced a Soul Saint, while the Grass Dog Village has birthed a Soul Emperor. It is no wonder these neighboring villages share such remarkable achievements. If all goes as expected, the Soul Emperor's martial spirit from Grass Dog Village should indeed be closely related to the very name of the village. Very well. Esteemed village elder, thank you. Chen Luo readily agreed. Even if he were to refrain from attending the Soul Master Academy, it would not be long before individuals from the Spirit Hall sought him out. Su Yuntao's fervent demeanor was no mere facade. For possessing innate 7th-level soul power carries considerable weight. Fortunately, the soul power testing orb did not reveal Chen Luo's true capabilities. Otherwise, his innate 17th-level soul power would undoubtedly stir a significant commotion in this world. In truth, the testing orb had indeed measured his soul power. Although he need not worry about his own development, Chen Luo still wished to attend the Soul Master Academy, not for any particular reason, but simply to forge friendships. Given the proximity of Grass Dog Village to Sacred Soul Village, it is highly likely they share the same designated Soul Master Academy. Excellent. With Chen Luo's affirmative response, the old village chief was filled with even greater joy. He chuckled and said, "I shall come to fetch you tomorrow." Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. Tomorrow? Is it not necessary to wait 3 months to attend the Nodding Soul Master Academy? The old village chief chuckled and replied, "Indeed. Tomorrow I shall take you on a tour of Nodding City to help you acclimate to the surroundings. Although there are still 3 months until the Nodding Soul Master Academy commences, we cannot afford to linger idly. Our village once produced a Soul Emperor. Yet the current villagers possess scant knowledge about Soul Masters. I wish to take you to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City to acquire some foundational knowledge about Soul Masters. At the very least, you must learn the methods of cultivating soul power, for time is of the essence for a Soul Master. And we cannot let it slip away in vain. If possible, we even hope you could begin your journey in Nodding City tomorrow. For our humble Grass Dog Village is far too small, and you are our beacon of hope. However, today is too late. And you have just completed your martial spirit awakening. You must rest well. It seems we can indeed advance to Nodding City and fulfill the main quest ahead of schedule." Chen Luo nodded vigorously, acknowledging, "Yes, I understand, Grandpa Village Chief." Upon hearing the words of the elderly village chief, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming warmth within his heart. While he was unaware of the circumstances of the other villagers, he recognized that this venerable chief was truly a kind-hearted individual, devoted to the well-being of others. Had it not been for this benevolent elder, the original owner of this body would likely have perished in some forgotten corner. And perhaps Chen Luo would have lost the chance to live another life. During his few days in this world, Chen Luo had consistently sensed the village chief's kindness and concern for him. He held a deep sense of gratitude towards the old man. "Let it be for now. What would you like to eat for lunch? Grandpa will prepare it for you," the village chief remarked before preparing to take his leave. Chen Luo chuckled. "I shall have fish for lunch. I intend to fish by the river on the eastern edge of the village." The old village chief, with a benevolent smile, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, be swift in your return, for upon your arrival, Grandfather shall prepare a feast for you. Then you must ready a larger pot. And perhaps also a sizable water bucket," Chen Luo added with a laugh. "Rest assured, Grandfather will make the necessary preparations, awaiting your return." Once the village chief departed, Chen Luo retreated to his home to gather his fishing gear. However, his true intention was not to fish, but rather to seek an excuse to venture into the dark woods on the eastern side of the village. Should time permit, he might also attempt to fish by the river for a brief while. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the riverbank, concealing his fishing paraphernalia, and then proceeded directly to the dark woods. As he walked along the path, he faintly heard the frantic cries of children, their voices tinged with urgency and fear. 004. The Hunt for Souls and Awakening. Chen Luo quickened his pace, as the cries of the children seemed to emanate from the dark woods. The sounds grew increasingly closer, and soon he arrived at his destination, precisely as he had anticipated, the dark woods. Although the woods were at least 3 miles from the riverbank, Chen Luo could distinctly hear the voices, demonstrating that his perceptive abilities had significantly heightened. Not far ahead, two children, around 10 years of age, clung to a tree trunk, while beneath them lay several bundles of firewood haphazardly discarded. In front of the tree stood a fierce tiger, clearly indicating that the two children, who had ventured out to gather firewood, had encountered this fearsome beast and, in their desperation, had climbed the tree. However, the situation was dire. The tiger was poised to pounce, seemingly ready to launch an attack on the children above. Perhaps due to the distance, Chen Luo's arrival did not capture the tiger's attention. Observing the scene before him, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Should he step forth as the hero to vanquish the tiger? He could not simply stand by and watch those two children perish. Without further hesitation, he extended his right hand, and with a flick of his mind, the scythe of death materialized in his grasp. Another hand grasped the scythe as well, perfectly overlapping with his own. It was the Grim Reaper. Upon summoning the soul weapon of the Grim Reaper, Chen Luo felt a surge of strength coursing through his body, instilling him with a sense of fearlessness in the face of the formidable tiger. Act now. If he delayed any longer, it would be too late. Chen Luo tightly gripped the scythe of death and took a step forward, poised to become a hero against the ferocious tiger. Just as he was about to embark on his mission, a peculiar sound caught his attention. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the dense thicket nearby, instantly piercing the skull of the tiger. Thud! The beast collapsed lifelessly, and the danger that loomed over the two children in the tree was averted. Rustling through the underbrush, a young man in his 20s emerged, his skin a deep shade of bronze. Clad in simple garments, he appeared quite ordinary. Yet his muscular physique and the longbow he wielded commanded attention. With a firm grip, the young man made the longbow vanish from sight. Undoubtedly a manifestation of his martial spirit. Quickly return. This place is perilous, teeming with ferocious beasts. You must not come here again. He called out to the two children perched in the tree. The children promptly replied, Understood, Uncle Dahe. They swiftly descended the tree, abandoning the firewood they had laboriously gathered, and fled without a moment's hesitation. After casting a final glance at the fallen tiger, the young man followed the two children, who were likely villagers from Tsaogo village. Chen Luo silently murmured to himself, having already retracted his martial spirit, yet he did not depart. He had arrived at the designated location, the Blackwoods, but had not received any notification of task completion, leaving him to continue his wait. After a considerable passage of time, impatience began to gnaw at Chen Luo, prompting him to prepare for his departure. However, as he turned to retrace his steps, a peculiar sensation surged through him. Whether it was a moment of madness or something else entirely, he found himself turning back once more, striding directly toward the carcass of the tiger. Standing before the lifeless form of the tiger, Chen Luo swallowed hard. The creature, at least 5 meters in length, was remarkably robust. From the vantage point atop the mountain, it had appeared smaller due to the distance, but now, standing so close, Chen Luo was struck by a sudden pang of trepidation. Striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, he extended his right hand and placed it upon the tiger's corpse. This motion felt instinctual, devoid of excessive contemplation. After a brief moment, he yanked his right hand upward, and a swirling mass of gray mist materialized above the tiger's remains. Was this the soul of the tiger? What was transpiring here? As confusion clouded Chen Luo's mind, he suddenly found an unexpected object in his grasp, the scythe of death. As the scythe made contact with the gray mist, it vanished instantaneously, as if absorbed by the very essence of the scythe itself. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Blackwood's sign in successful, acquire Soul Hunter and Awakening. At last, the task was complete. Chen Luo immediately examined the rewards for his tasks. Soul Harvest, reap souls to enhance strength. Awakening, command the inanimate for one's own purposes. These are 2 skills, seemingly crafted specifically for the martial spirit of the Grim Reaper. The methods of utilizing these abilities are already imprinted in Chen Luo's mind. He need not undertake any additional study. Whenever he wishes to employ them, he can do so with remarkable proficiency. I seem to have grown stronger. I can distinctly sense an increase in the soul power within me, which should be the effect of soul harvest. Chen Luo's gaze returned to the scythe of death in his hand, as excitement and exhilaration gradually illuminated his countenance. Now, let us attempt to awaken once more. Chen Luo raised the death god's scythe in his hand, without any superfluous movements, and directly brought it down upon the carcass of the ferocious tiger. The blade of the scythe penetrated the body of the tiger without leaving a trace of a cut or a splatter of blood. Suddenly, an immense suction emanated from the death god's scythe, and in an instant, All of Chen Luo's strength was drained away, leaving his soul power utterly depleted. Simultaneously, a gray light blossomed upon the lifeless form of the tiger, which slowly opened its eyes and rose to its feet. The tiger was resurrected. Yet it had lost its intellect, remaining a soulless entity capable of combat. Its eyes turned a lifeless gray, and its body underwent some transformations, appearing even more robust. Faintly, one could perceive gray wisps of energy swirling around the tiger. Was this what it meant to awaken? Truly formidable. After exhausting all his soul power, Chen Luo felt somewhat weakened, yet this did not diminish the excitement and exhilaration within him. He could distinctly sense that the combat prowess of the tiger before him surpassed its living state by more than double. Reviving a lifeless being and rendering it even more powerful for one's own use was indeed an extraordinary feat. Most astonishingly, the awakening seemed to lack any temporal constraints. How magnificent! The smile on Chen Luo's face had intensified to its utmost extent. It seemed there was no longer any cause for concern regarding his safety on the way back. He had not forgotten the words of caution that De He had imparted to those two children. Though he was currently engulfed in a state of extreme excitement, he remained acutely aware of the perilous environment surrounding him. Within this dark forest, ferocious tigers were not the only formidable beasts that lurked. Perhaps due to the differences in worlds, even the ordinary wild animals here were significantly larger than those in Chen Luo's original realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a massive tiger, and he fervently hoped he would not encounter any other colossal creatures on his journey home. Chen Luo did not linger excessively, guiding the ferocious tiger ahead to carve a path as he began his return journey. The scythe of death remained firmly gripped in his hand, his entire being alert and vigilant. Once he successfully emerged from the dark woods, he would allow the tiger to perish once more. He sought to avoid drawing undue attention, as being overly conspicuous would only invite unnecessary troubles. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Chen Luo's mind. A special mission has been detected. Do you wish to accept? Before he could fully comprehend, an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him. 005. The Death Technique. Sensing the imminent threat, Chen Luo's nerves instantly tensed, his grip on the scythe of death tightening involuntarily. The system was quite courteous. This special mission was one he could not decline. A wry smile crossed his mind as he promptly chose to accept the task. Special mission accepted. Completing this special mission grants a certain probability of obtaining exceptional rewards. Special mission: eliminate the giant python. A faint rustling sound, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the wind, reached his ears. Had he not been sufficiently perceptive, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. It was upon him. Chen Luo swallowed hard, instantly entering a state of combat readiness, while the fierce tiger before him had also readied itself for the impending clash. The presence of the hunter had been detected by the prey, and the concealed hunter no longer remained hidden, opting instead for a direct confrontation. The sound that Chen Luo had previously heard echoed once more, drawing ever closer to him. Chen Luoping held his breath, gazing intently ahead. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from the thicket, causing his eyes to widen involuntarily, cold sweat streaming down his brow. It was a serpent, as thick as a water barrel and over 10 meters in length, with its gaping maw tightly closed and a crimson tongue flickering in and out, strikingly conspicuous. The sheer size of this creature was utterly terrifying. What was even more chilling to contemplate was how such a massive being could lie and wade along the very path he had taken, without making a sound. Chen Luo took a deep breath, unleashing the full force of his being. The target had materialized. Retreat was no longer an option, leaving only the choice of a desperate fight. The colossal python before him did not appear to be a soul beast, as it emitted no aura of soul power. It was merely a massive wild creature. However, this did not signify good news, for soul beasts come in various ranks. And it was evident that this formidable creature surpassed even the typical low-ranking soul beast in strength. Chen Luo was acutely aware that he was far from a match for the colossal python, despite having undergone the awakening of his martial soul, which was indeed formidable. He could only be regarded as a soul master with a soul power of 17. Yet, in the presence of the giant serpent, he felt woefully inadequate. Even if this creature was not technically a soul beast, had he possessed a soul ring, the current predicament could have been swiftly transformed. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had an unwavering ally who feared not the specter of death. Chen Luo fixed his gaze intently upon the colossal python hurtling towards him. With a decisive flourish of his small hand, he commanded the ferocious tiger before him to engage in battle. Eliminated. The tiger sprang into action, displaying no fear of the imposing creature ahead, despite the immense disparity in their sizes. In that fleeting moment, however, their spirits seemed to converge. The python, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hesitated for an instant. It lifted its massive head and cast a swift glance at a towering tree to its left, before recklessly charging in Chen Luo's direction. This subtle detail did not escape Chen Luo's notice. Could it be that others were present here as well? Chen Luo was certain that the giant python's recent pause was not prompted by the fierce tiger. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the massive tree that had caught the python's attention. After a brief moment, his doubts and apprehensions dissipated, and his focus shifted back to the formidable python before him. The short distance of merely a dozen meters was swiftly closed by the two colossal beasts, devoid of any unnecessary standoff, as they plunged directly into a fierce battle. The python opened its gaping maw, its enormous fangs razor-sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through anything, and lunged at the tiger with incredible speed. The tiger, dwarfed by the python, resembled a mere kitten, yet this made it all the more agile. With a powerful thrust of its four limbs, it charged towards the python's neck like a cannonball. The tiger deftly evaded the python's assault and successfully sank its teeth into the python's neck, resulting in a spray of blood as the python let out a pained roar. With a resounding thud, the tiger brought the python crashing to the ground, its sharp teeth penetrating the python's scales, clenching tightly around its neck. In an instant, the ground was drenched with the python's blood. The python, however, quickly utilized its immensely robust body to encircle the tiger within moments, applying relentless pressure. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed, sending chills down the spine. In a short time, the tiger's body became severely contorted, yet it never relinquished its grip. Biting down harder, the python's blood staining the ground dark red. Originally intending to join the fray, Chen Luo had abandoned the thought of battle, having regained some strength. He sheathed his scythe, the worry and tension etched on his face having vanished, replaced by a demeanor of strategic contemplation. He had already foreseen the outcome. If the tiger were alive, it would be unaware of how many times it had already perished. Yet the pivotal fact was that it was dead, impervious to pain, and not easily slain again. What could the python possibly do to contend with it? Despite the python's massive size, with the tiger gripping its fatal spot, it could only await its demise. The tiger's attack retained its innate instinct, targeting the neck of its prey for a swift kill, which had ultimately led to the current predicament. Blood flowed profusely from the wound on the python's neck, rendering it increasingly feeble, and before long, the python was entirely lifeless. Even in death, the python remained coiled tightly around the tiger, which continued to gnaw at its neck, despite its body being beyond recognition. The conclusion unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated, though the scene was far more gruesome than he had envisioned. Chen Luo took a deep breath and stood still for quite some time before gradually making his way towards the lifeless bodies of the colossal python and the fierce tiger. Indeed, his cautious approach proved to be exceedingly wise. Merely 3 minutes after the python's demise, it abruptly convulsed, thrashing its tail violently, causing devastation across a vast area. Had Chen Luo ventured near the python's carcass at that moment, he would likely have met the same fate as a cold corpse. Despite the blood staining his shoes, Chen Luo remained unfazed and proceeded directly to the python's remains. Chen Luo extended his right hand and pressed it against the corpse of the giant python. With a swift motion, he lifted it upward, revealing a dense, gray mist that surpassed the earlier one emanating from the tiger's remains. In the next instant, the scythe of death materialized in Chen Luo's grasp, its blade mercilessly plunging into the gray vapor, which promptly vanished without a trace. The once weary and fatigued Chen Luo was instantly revitalized, his entire being brimming with newfound strength. Moreover, his soul power experienced a notable enhancement. After accomplishing this, Chen Luo departed without a backward glance. The fierce tiger had succumbed entirely, its eyes devoid of the gray hue, returning to lifeless orbs. On his way back, Chen Luo encountered no further dangers. Within that woodland, the tiger and the python had undoubtedly posed the greatest threats, both of which were now irrevocably deceased. Shortly after Chen Luo's departure, a figure leapt down from a nearby large tree. In his 20s, with a dark complexion, he held a longbow tightly in his grip. It was Dehei. At this moment, a white halo floated beneath Dehei's feet as he fixed his gaze intently upon the remains of the giant python and the fierce tiger, cautiously approaching them. Despite the relatively short distance, it took Dehei considerable time to reach the corpses, ensuring that these colossal beings were indeed lifeless. He then cast his eyes toward the direction from which Chen Luo had departed, his face a portrait of astonishment. The successful slaying of the giant python marked the completion of a special task, and congratulations were in order for the host for receiving the exceptional reward. the death god's secret technique. As Chen Luo stepped out of the shadowy woods, he promptly received a notification confirming the completion of a special mission. Upon hearing that he had been awarded an extraordinary prize, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he hastened to investigate further. In Nocturne City, he discovered the death god's technique, a divine-level cultivation method. A shimmering blue holographic panel materialized before him, displaying the details of the exceptional reward triggered by his successful mission. The introduction was succinct, devoid of superfluous embellishments. The term divine level alone sufficed to encapsulate its significance. At that moment, a profoundly enigmatic spell formula also manifested within his mind. There was no need for deliberate comprehension with merely a thought. He could activate the technique as effortlessly as if he had employed it countless times before. Chen Luo was overwhelmed with excitement. What he lacked most at this moment was a suitable cultivation technique. Once he ascertained that no one was around, he promptly settled himself down cross-legged and began to circulate the formula. There was not the slightest hint of obstruction. The execution of the technique proceeded with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any unfamiliarity one might expect from a first attempt. It felt to Chen Luo as if he were engaging in an activity he had performed countless times before with utmost proficiency. Before long, a series of invisible energy circles began to envelop him, continuously merging into his being. This energy, drawn from the very essence of the universe, was extraordinarily pure, free from any impurities. Chen Luo relished the process of cultivation, becoming instantaneously immersed in it. He could distinctly feel himself growing stronger, not merely in terms of soul power, but also in physical strength. Time was slipping away. It was time to return, with plans to continue his practice later that evening. Chen Luo reluctantly concluded his state of meditation and rose to continue his journey. He had entered the dark forest close to noon, and by the time he emerged, it was already dusk. Not long after, Chen Luo returned to the riverside, casually catching a fish to take back with him. "Grandfather, the fish is ready." A fire crackled in front of an old wooden cottage as Chen Luo presented the grilled fish to the village elder. The old villager, receiving the fish with a smile, exclaimed, "Such a large one. It seems that the two of us won't be able to finish it." He then placed the grilled fish into a large bowl on the table, continuing with a grin, "It smells delightful. I never knew you could grill fish, Chen Luo. Today, your grandfather is in for a treat." As he took a piece of the tender fish, its texture was just right, sweet and savory, offering an exquisite flavor. The elder couldn't help but continue eating, exclaiming between bites, "Delicious. Truly delicious. I have never tasted such delightful grilled fish." Although slightly charred, the flavor remained exceptional. Chen Luo savored a mouthful of the fish he had grilled, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As he indulged in the delicacy, the old village chief suddenly expressed his astonishment. "Chen Luo, my dear boy, it feels as if I am in a dream. Just a few days ago, you were on the brink of death, and now you are able to prepare grilled fish for me. Most remarkably, you have also undergone your martial spirit awakening, with an innate soul power of level 7. To be honest, I never even dared to dream of such a thing before." Chen Luo smiled faintly. He had never imagined that he would traverse into the world of Douluo. Even after several days in this realm, he still felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. "It is a pity that I do not know where your loved ones are. If they were to learn of your soul awakening, they would surely be filled with joy," the old village chief remarked. Chen Luo appeared remarkably composed. "I have no relatives and no recollection of those so-called kin. The past is equally elusive to me. The only thing I remember is my name." This was not an instance of deception on Chen Luo's part. Rather, this body bore no memories of the past for him. And even the name he used was simply his own original name. "It's all right. Your grandfather is your kin, if my little Chen Luo does not mind," the old village chief reassured him. Chen Luo immediately smiled and said, "How could I ever feel disdain? It is you, grandfather, who has bestowed this life upon me. Were it not for your efforts in bringing me back, I would likely have become nothing more than a heap of decayed bones and foul flesh." Chen Luo felt immense gratitude towards the kind elder before him, sensing a familial bond that was profound. This was not merely a matter of saving his life. It was also the meticulous care that he received, something that even some so-called relatives could not provide. "By the way, grandfather, is Dehei from our village?" Chen Luo inquired. The old village chief chuckled and nodded. "Indeed. Have you encountered him today?" Chen Luo remarked. "In the dense black forest to the east of the village, two children encountered a formidable tiger, yet it was Dehei who rescued them. I learned his name from those very children." "Have you ventured to the blackwoods east of the village today? I thought you were off fishing, as you hadn't returned for lunch." The old village chief's emotions surged. You foolish child, did I not warn you? That place is exceedingly perilous. It harbors not only a fierce tiger but also a colossal snake. Many years ago, my son sought to eliminate that serpent, and he never returned. Such creatures are truly ravenous. It is said that the snake measures several dozen meters in length, with a girth surpassing the combined width of 4 wooden tables, truly terrifying and utterly despicable. As the old chief spoke, his agitation grew, culminating in clenched fists and reddened eyes. I managed to slay that serpent. In truth, it was not as exaggerated as you portray. It was merely 17 or 18 meters long, at most 20. And as thick as a large water barrel, certainly not the size of 4 tables. Chen Luo responded nonchalantly. Chen Luo initially had no intention of revealing his encounter with the great serpent. However, upon hearing the old village chief lament that the serpent was the very cause of his son's absence, he felt compelled to share his story. Not for any other reason but to ease the elder's troubled heart. After Chen Luo finished recounting the tale, the village chief was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he regarded Chen Luo with a look of astonishment, followed by a dismissive chuckle. "Ah, Chen Luo," he said, "do not seek to amuse this old man. Even if you have awakened your martial spirit, how could one of your slight stature possibly vanquish such a formidable serpent?" Chen Luo smiled softly and chose not to continue the conversation. The old village chief then spoke of Dehe. Dehe was one of the few soul masters to emerge from our village. Upon awakening his martial soul, he possessed only a first-level innate soul power. Despite his relentless training, his talent proved insufficient, unable to graduate from the Soul Master Academy and unwilling to seek opportunities elsewhere. He returned to the village, stating that he wished to protect it. Alas, Dehe is a foolish child as a soul master. Any development elsewhere would surely surpass remaining in our quaint mountain village. Tomorrow, we shall travel to Nodding City, where Dehe will accompany us for our protection. In the inky sky hung a slender crescent moon, accompanied by a few twinkling stars casting a gentle glow. The nights in the village were perpetually serene, marked only by the sounds of insects, devoid of the vibrant nightlife found in larger towns. After enjoying roasted fish at the old village chief's home, Chen Luo returned early. Had he lingered, the chief would have had to escort him back with a torch. He remained perplexed by how swiftly night descended in this place. Upon arriving home, Chen Luo settled cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of meditation. The following morning, the old village chief arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep, accompanied by Dehe. Due to their journey into the city, the chief had donned a new outfit, albeit still of coarse fabric, appearing quite fresh. The deep blue attire paired with gray trousers accentuated his stooped, aged figure and bright, spirited eyes. Indeed, today the old man bore a certain charm. Dehe, however, remained clad in the same gray garb as the previous day, now stained and marred, with traces of blood faintly visible, though possessing a reasonably upright posture. His appearance was unremarkable. In his 20s, he exuded an air of maturity beyond his years. The old village chief leaned on his trusty cane, while Dehe carried a small pack. That Chen Luo is truly something. I specifically mentioned our trip to the city last night and urged him to rise early. Yet here he is, still indulging in slumber. The old chief chuckled with a hint of exasperation, though his words carried an undertone of reproach. His tone was devoid of any real admonishment. Dehe interjected, perhaps he was simply too fatigued yesterday. Allowing him to rest a bit longer is no issue, as it is still quite early. Even if we depart for Nodding City a tad later, it will not cause any delay. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile spread across the deeply wrinkled face of the old village chief, who nodded thoughtfully. Then, as if recalling something suddenly, he chuckled. It must be true. After all, he spent the entire day fishing yesterday. By the way, this child told me last night that he had slain the great serpent lurking in the blackwoods to the east of the village. At this revelation, Dehe's body trembled with astonishment. The vivid scenes he had witnessed in the blackwoods the previous afternoon replayed in his mind. The serpent, which had devoured countless villagers and had become the greatest threat to their community, had been vanquished by a mere 6-year-old child. Even if the child possessed some extraordinary abilities, it was simply too incredible to fathom. Ha ha ha, Dehe, you can't possibly believe that, can you? Clearly, Chen Luo was jesting. Even if Chen Luo has awakened his martial soul and possesses a soul power of level 7, given his small stature, he wouldn't even be able to manage stuffing the serpent's teeth. The old village chief remarked with a hearty laugh. While the old village chief conversed with Dehe, Chen Luo opened the door and emerged. He had already awakened before the chief spoke, and he tidied himself up briefly as he was about to venture into the city. Though, being a 6-year-old child, there was little to arrange. Grandfather, Brother Dehe, I truly apologize for keeping you waiting," Chen Luo expressed with genuine regret. The old village chief shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. We've only just arrived ourselves." Dehei's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Luo. And though he seemed to have much on his mind, he ultimately uttered only 2 words. "Let us go." Not far from Chaogo village. It took less than half a day for Chen Luo, under the guidance of Dehei and the old village chief, to reach their destination. After undergoing the soldier's inspection at the city entrance, the group entered the bustling city. In contrast to the remote village, Notting City exuded an urban atmosphere, with numerous pedestrians populating the streets and a plethora of shops lining both sides, barely qualifying it as vibrant. Upon their arrival in the city, Chen Luo and his companions did not linger at the shops lining the streets, but instead made their way directly to the Spirit Hall. 007, the coveted Chen Luo. You have yet to enroll in the Notting Soul Master Academy. During the academic term, the academy is inaccessible to outsiders, thus precluding any opportunity to acquire knowledge pertaining to Soul Masters. However, the Spirit Hall is quite different. It extends a warm welcome to all Soul Masters. As they traversed the bustling streets of Notting City, Dehei was elucidating the reasons for their direct journey to the Spirit Hall. Understood, Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. On his journey to Notting City, Chen Luo pondered how to find an excuse to visit the Spirit Hall and fulfill his main quest. However, it now seemed that such a hassle could be avoided, as events progressed smoothly. In Chen Luo's memory, the methods of cultivation for spirit masters appeared to be largely similar. At least, in the world of Douluo, there was no significant emphasis on the cultivation techniques of spirit masters, aside from Tang San, who possessed the mysterious heavenly treasure record. And a few exceptional cases like the unique cultivation method of the poison Douluo, there was little else mentioned. Given that Dehei was already a spirit master, he should inherently understand the cultivation methods. Yet, Dehei and his companions had gone to great lengths to bring him all the way to Notting City to learn about spirit master knowledge, particularly the cultivation techniques. "Brother Dehei, aren't all spirit masters' cultivation methods the same?" Chen Luo queried, unable to suppress his curiosity after holding it in for so long. "You are also a spirit master. You could easily impart your cultivation methods to me." Dehei chuckled. People are classified into different tiers, and naturally, the cultivation methods of spirit masters vary in quality. As an ordinary individual like myself, I can only learn the most basic cultivation techniques. With your innate spirit power at level 7 and a fine weapon spirit like the scythe, you should indeed pursue superior cultivation methods. I believe that upon our arrival at the Spirit Hall, the people there will make suitable arrangements for you. In addition to the cultivation methods, you can also acquire a wealth of knowledge about spirit masters at the Spirit Hall. My abilities are quite limited, and what I know is hardly comprehensive. Rather than sharing my fragmented knowledge with you, it would be far more beneficial for you to learn the most legitimate wisdom yourself, as you are fully qualified to do so. Indeed, Chen Luo, once you reach the Spirit Hall, make sure to study diligently." The old village chief chimed in with a smile. Chen Luo gently nodded, secretly contemplating. "I have already acquired the cultivation methods of Soul Masters, and they are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Once I arrive at the Spirit Hall, I shall have the opportunity to delve deeper into the knowledge pertaining to Soul Masters. We are on the brink of reaching the Spirit Hall, and I foresee no difficulties in completing the sign-in task. Should it require me to remain in the Spirit Hall for a while to be considered a successful sign-in, I shall take the opportunity to further immerse myself in the study of Soul Master knowledge." Chen Luo arrived at the Soul Hall in Notting City, primarily to fulfill his main quest of signing in. The Soul Hall stands as an iconic edifice in this world, and one could easily inquire with a passerby to ascertain its general direction. Shortly thereafter, Chen Luo, accompanied by the elderly village chief and Dehei, reached the entrance of the Soul Hall. The grand exterior of the Soul Hall exudes magnificence, stretching over 100 meters in width and soaring more than 20 meters high, featuring a domed structure with 3 levels, all adorned in shades of gray. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Upon noticing Chen Luo and his companions approach, the guards promptly inquired, "May we ask what brings you here?" Although the guards appeared somewhat stern, they maintained a polite demeanor. Dehei stepped forward with a smile and declared, "I am a Soul Master, and my brother has also become a Soul Master. I have brought him here today to learn about the cultivation methods of soul power." Upon hearing this, the guards did not impede their entry further and allowed them to pass. Dehei led Chen Luo into the Soul Hall while the village chief remained outside to wait. Cultivation methods of soul power? In the reception hall, a female soul master clad in a light-colored robe, possessing an unremarkable stature and appearance, regarded Dehei and Chen Luo with an expression akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. Lu Dehei, should I call you foolish or simply acknowledge your foolishness? Aren't the cultivation methods for soul power among soul masters virtually identical? There is hardly any difference. You could easily teach your brother how to cultivate soul power yourself. Yang Cui interjected. Could you please allow me to finish my thought? Chen Luo stood nearby, casting a glance at the female spirit master named Yang Cui, and then at Dehei. It turned out that Dehei's full name was Lu Dehei, and he seemed to have a good rapport with the spirit master before him. Upon entering the spirit hall, Chen Luo barely had time to admire the magnificent dome within, as he was promptly led to the reception hall by Lu Dehei. Naturally, Chen Luo harbored no thoughts regarding the cultivation methods of spirit masters. His death god technique was unparalleled, if not the absolute best, certainly the most suited for him. Within the spirit hall, Chen Luo's attention was primarily focused on the system notifications, eagerly awaiting the melodious chime indicating task completion. Yang Cui continued to regard Lu Dehei with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. Pray tell, I am curious to see what you can conjure up. You are merely seeking trivial excuses to visit me. Who asked you to come? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's gaze towards Lu Dehei and Yang Cui instantly transformed into one of intrigue. Before Lu Dehei could respond, Yang Cui spoke again. Don't tell me this little brat possesses innate soul power exceeding level 5. How could such talent possibly emerge from your decrepit village? Apologies, but indeed, it does. My innate soul power is at level 17. Chen Luo silently reveled in his cleverness. Lu Dehei nodded vigorously, confirming the statement with conviction. Indeed, his innate soul power is level 7. Our humble village has truly produced a prodigy. As he spoke, Lu Dehei's tone took on a more assertive quality, tinged with a hint of pride. Are you serious? Yang Cui furrowed her brow. Lu Dehei offered no further elaboration, merely nodding earnestly. Upon realizing that Lu Dehei was not lying, Yang Cui's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Ah, I have never encountered such an adorable younger brother before. Come. Sister will take you to seek cultivation methods. With a beaming smile directed at Chen Luo, she exuded warmth and enthusiasm, a stark contrast to her previous indifference. Lu Dehei, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and order from the finest restaurant in Notting City. Since it is a rare occasion for my brother to visit, he must be treated splendidly. She shot Lu Dehei a stern glance before turning back to Chen Luo, her face once again illuminated by an exuberant smile. Oh, I misspoke. It won't be long before we can see each other often. With your talents, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the Notting Spirit Master Junior Academy. Or perhaps you could come to the Spirit Hall. I am certain many old fellows will take a liking to you. As she spoke, Yang Cui moved closer to Chen Luo, gently taking his hand to lead him away. Before departing, she cast another admonishing look at Lu Dehei. Stop lingering here. Go find a restaurant. If you lack funds, just charge it to me. After all, what's mine is yours. Chen Luo was led away in a state of bewilderment by Yang Cui, making their way directly to the third floor. The third floor was filled with tightly closed rooms, and Yang Cui guided Chen Luo to the leftmost chamber. It appeared to be the library of the Spirit Hall, with only a single bookshelf that bore a meager collection of books, creating an impression of stark desolation. As soon as Yang Cui and Chen Luo entered, they were greeted by a frail voice asking, "What brings you here?" Yang Cui promptly replied with utmost respect, "Elder, this is my younger brother. He possesses innate soul power of level 7 and wishes to learn the methods of soul power cultivation." Innate soul power of level 7? The elderly voice suddenly brimmed with excitement, followed by a murmured reflection. Could it be that the individual mentioned by Su Yuntao is this child? Aha, they just left. And now the child has come on his own. The voice grew increasingly closer, having initially resonated within the library. It now seemed to materialize right behind Chen Luo and Yang Cui. Chen Luo turned his head and noticed that the room opposite the library had been opened. A frail, white-haired elder draped in a black robe emerged. Elder. Yang Cui had also turned around by this time, addressing him with utmost respect. However, the elder did not spare a glance at Yang Cui, his gaze fixated intently on Chen Luo, his eyes burning with fervor. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Chen Luo," came the reply. Chen Luo responded calmly, yet felt a slight unease within. He secretly pondered, what is it about this old man's gaze that feels so peculiar, sending shivers down my spine? At this moment, Chen Luo also noticed the emblem of the Spirit Hall on the old man's black robe, depicting 5 long swords, signifying that the elder was a battle spirit master. It was unexpected to find a soul master of such caliber in this remote branch of the spirit hall. It was no wonder he could hold the position of an elder. Chen Luo. Yes, that is a fine name, the elder remarked with a smile. Would you care to become my disciple? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, while Yang Tsuetsue, beside him, displayed no surprise, instead exuding excitement. The old man surveyed Chen Luo's astonished expression, stroked his scruffy white beard, and chuckled. Have I been too direct? Did I frighten you? It's only natural, after all. You are still but a child. You need only to know that if you are willing to become my disciple, I assure you that your path in cultivation will be unobstructed. I will take full responsibility for all the soul rings you require in the future. Your talent is quite remarkable. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly surpass my current achievements within 2 decades. However, the old man's attempts to extol the benefits of Chen Luo becoming his disciple were met with an unequivocal refusal. Though Chen Luo possessed the experiences of 2 lifetimes, he was still in his 20s, yet he was no mere child. A 6-year-old might have been easily swayed, but Chen Luo felt no need for a teacher. If he were to seek one, it would have to be an exceptionally powerful mentor. Initially, upon arriving in this world, he may have had no options. But now he possessed the means to choose. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's decisive rejection, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically. Humph, you young lad, ponder this well. My doors will always remain open for you. With that, the old man retreated into the adjacent room, firmly closing the door behind him. Chen Luo felt utterly unperturbed. Raising an eyebrow as he mused internally, why has the task sign-in not yet been completed? After the old man departed, Yang Tsuetsue cast a disbelieving glance at Chen Luo but chose to remain silent. She led him into the library and presented him with a unique scroll, saying, Attempt to attune yourself to it. It shall impart the cultivation method most suited to you. Chen Luo followed Chui's instructions, earnestly attuning himself to the scroll in his hands. Even though he had already acquired the Death God technique, that did not deter him from exploring alternative soul power cultivation methods. Before long, Chen Luo sensed a gentle warmth emanating from the scroll, and simultaneously, a plethora of information flooded his mind. However, just as he was about to delve into this newfound knowledge, he felt a sudden coolness in his brain, causing all the information to vanish along with the scroll's warmth. Must it be so tyrannical as to deny me the opportunity to explore other cultivation methods? Chen Luo paused momentarily in confusion, then suddenly felt an urge to laugh as he glanced down at the scroll in his hand, realizing that it was likely rendered useless. After Chen Luo completed the study of the soul power cultivation method, he promptly returned the scroll to Chui, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Chui, somewhat bewildered, took the scroll with a look of incredulity on her face. So soon? Chen Luo nodded, affirming that he hadn't even had the chance to peruse it before it was gone. Chui carefully placed the scroll back in its original position and then led Chen Luo away. As they descended the stairs, Chen Luo finally received the eagerly anticipated system notification, successfully checked in at the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City. Current main quest completed. Reward, Death Goddess Bracelet. In a restaurant in Notting City, Yang Chui, true to her word, treated Chen Luo and the others to a lavish meal. Having eaten their fill, they prepared to take their leave. Yang Chui, however, insisted, Old Village Chief, I believe that Chen Luo could truly thrive in Notting City for his training. The environment here is far superior, and he could acquire a wealth of knowledge about soul masters. If he so desires, he could even move into the Wuhuan Hall. I am certain that those old fellows inside would warmly welcome him. The old village chief chuckled with delight. If that is indeed possible, it would be splendid. However, this matter is not solely within my purview. It ultimately depends on Chen Luo. He continued, our village initially intended for Chen Luo to train in Notting City, but we were unable to afford the high living costs here. It seems that concern for that has dissipated, yet the final decision must rest with Chen Luo. Turning to Chen Luo, the old village chief inquired, what are your thoughts, Chen Luo? Chen Luo shrugged and said, let's head back. The city is too noisy. It is far better to return to the village. If he were to remain in Notting City, he would likely face constant disturbances, had it not been for witnessing the overwhelming excitement of the elder from the spirit hall. Chen Luo would never have believed that possessing innate spirit power at the 7th level could wield such considerable influence. The old village chief smiled at Yang Tsuetsue with a knowing expression and remarked, we respect your choice, Chen Luo. In that case, Yang Tsuetsue responded, Brother Chen Luo, is there anything you wish to eat or do? I shall treat you. Chen Luo gently shook his head. He had already completed the sign-in task in Notting City, and now wished to return promptly to devote himself to diligent cultivation. Were it not for Yang Tsuetsue's heartfelt hospitality and the consideration of the old village chief and Lu Dahe's feelings, Chen Luo likely would have skipped this lunch entirely and headed straight home. Yang Tsuetsue smiled and said, "Then I can only wish you a safe journey. After all, dear brother Chen Luo, you will soon arrive in Notting City, and at that time, your sister will treat you to a delightful feast." "Thank you, sister," Chen Luo replied politely with a smile. By the time Chen Luo and his companions returned to Doggrass Village, it was already evening. Chen Luo and Lu Dahe dined together at the home of the village elder before returning to their respective abodes. Upon arriving home, Chen Luo did not immediately engage in his cultivation but instead gazed at his left wrist. As he focused his attention, a band of black tattoo gradually emerged around his wrist, precisely 1 finger's width. The moment the tattoo took shape, a black bracelet manifested upon his hand. At first glance, the bracelet appeared unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern countless intricate and esoteric patterns, resembling a myriad of formations intricately intertwined in a unique equilibrium. This was indeed the reward for completing the main quest of signing in at the city of Nottingham, the Death Goddess Bracelet. The Death Goddess Bracelet possesses 2 primary functions. First, it serves as a storage space, the dimensions of which are contingent upon Chen Luo's strength. Should his power be sufficiently formidable, the storage could potentially be limitless. Currently, the storage space is comparable to that of a wardrobe. Second, it functions as a realm for the undead, aptly named the undead space, which is designed for housing the deceased. The entities that Chen Luo awakens and resurrects are classified as the undead, and he may subsequently store them within this realm, summoning them as needed. Similar to the storage space, the size of the undead space is also influenced by Chen Luo's prowess, and it has yet to be activated. He is determined to cultivate diligently, striving to unlock the undead space at the earliest opportunity, enabling him to harness a powerful undead being and secure a reliable safeguard within. Chen Luo gazed at the Death God Bracelet, its purpose being to inspire himself. It is only when one harbors hope that they strive relentlessly. After stowing the Death God Bracelet away, Chen Luo promptly embarked on his training. 3 months later, today marks the inaugural day of the Notting Soul Master Junior Academy. And early in the morning, the old village chief and Lu Dahe arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep. Chen Luo tidied up his belongings with simplicity before setting off with the old village chief and Lu Dahe. Throughout the past 3 months, Chen Luo dedicated himself to relentless training, exhibiting remarkable diligence. Having been granted a second chance at life along with the opportunity to strive, how could one not exert themselves? Chen Luo cherishes each day of his life here. He squandered much time in his previous existence, and in this life, he is determined not to drift aimlessly. Currently, his soul power approaches the 20th level, and with continued effort, he can soon acquire 2 soul rings simultaneously. However, Chen Luo plans to obtain his first soul ring only after entering the Notting Academy. While it is true that soul masters can progress in their soul power without acquiring soul rings, doing so would inevitably limit their combat capabilities. And Chen Luo has long desired to enhance his fighting strength. Moreover, there is a more significant reason, the refreshing of system tasks. After Chen Luo completed the main quest of signing in at Notting City, no new main quests appeared, and the same applies to side quests. The task interface displays but a single prompt: acquire the second soul ring to refresh all tasks. Chen Luo, you must study diligently at the Soul Master Academy. We believe you will succeed. As the hope of the entire village, upon his arrival in Notting City, the old village chief immediately began to impart heartfelt advice. Chen nodded. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will. The old village chief chuckled. Indeed, I have faith in you. We have always believed in you. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Oh. By the way, there is something I have been unable to tell you. What is it? Do you remember Master Su Yutao and the elder from the Spirit Hall who came to see you 3 months ago? Chen nodded, recalling the events. What is it? 3 months ago, precisely the day after Chun returned from the Soul Hall in Notting City, Su Yuntao and an elder from the Soul Hall had sought out Chun, their intentions mirroring those of the elder he encountered at the Soul Hall. Yet, Chen still declined their offer. The village chief remarked. They mentioned that should you require assistance in obtaining soul rings in the future, you are welcome to approach them at any time. They expressed that you would always be received with open arms. It is indeed fortunate to have someone willing to assist you. I understand your strong-willed nature. But there are times when adaptability is essential. Chen Luo nodded, acknowledging, yes, I understand, grandfather. At that moment, Lu Dahai interjected, if you require any assistance. You may also seek out Yang Tsuetsue at the Spirit Hall. All right, Chen replied, confident that he would soon find himself in need of their help. The old village chief and Lu Dahai escorted Chen Luo to the entrance of the Nodding Spirit Master Academy. The academy exuded an air of grandeur, featuring an enormous stone archway and imposing iron gates, likely making it the most striking edifice in Nodding City apart from the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper, a middle-aged man in his 30s, defied the stereotypes often depicted in literature. Instead of being disdainful, he greeted Chen Luo and his companions with utmost courtesy. Are you here to report to the Spirit Master Academy? The gatekeeper inquired with a warm smile, displaying a remarkable politeness. Chen Luo and the others nodded, and the gatekeeper promptly cleared the way, urging them to enter without delay. This unexpected courtesy left Chen Luo somewhat astonished. After exchanging brief farewells with the old village chief and Lu Dahai, Chen Luo proceeded into the Soul Master Academy. After walking a short distance, he overheard the gatekeeper's quiet murmurs, which swiftly dispelled his astonishment. So many work-study students this year? What is going on? A lad just went in, and now another has arrived. Regardless, I must restrain myself and treat everyone with politeness. If the master catches me misbehaving again, I fear for my position. Work-study students? The master? Chen Luo immediately thought of Tang San. Could it be that Tang San has just arrived as well? Chen Luo quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the Academic Affairs Office and successfully completed his enrollment with remarkable ease. With innate soul power at level 7, no primary academy for soul masters would refuse him. Upon presenting his information and the certificate from the Spirit Hall, the teachers ceased to concern themselves with whether Chen Luo was a work-study student. In fact, he was afforded special privileges. However, Chen Luo still wished to experience life as an ordinary student. These are your provisions, distributed by the academy free of charge. You have been assigned to room 7 in the dormitory building. Allow me to escort you there, a young teacher said with a warm smile. Thank you, teacher. I can manage on my own. There's no need to trouble you. Chen Luo received the items and politely inclined his body slightly towards the young teacher before departing. The young teacher chuckled. What a courteous child. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to approach me anytime. After Chen Luo left, Director Su could not help but shake his head with a smile, remarking, it seems this year, Nodding Academy is destined for fame. First, we had a student with innate full soul power, and now another with innate soul power at level 7. In my decades of service here, I have never encountered either. Yet today I have met both. The young teacher scoffed. Let us not even mention that innate full soul power. What potential can the blue-silver grass possibly have? To think it has a master to guide it is laughable. Enough of that. Don't look at me with such disdain. I have more faith in that child I just saw. Director Su shot a contemptuous glance at the young teacher, replying, you don't need to tell me. I noticed it as well. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had arrived at the foot of the dormitory building. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Soon he would meet Tang San. And if all went as expected, Xiaowu should also be arriving around this time. A smile unconsciously graced Chen Luo's face as he thought, I hope I have not arrived too late. Room 009, Xiaowu, let us share a bed. Room 7 was not difficult to find. It appeared the most dilapidated within the dormitory building. The residents of Room 7 were all work-study students, regardless of their grade or age. The academy, not being a charitable institution, naturally offered much less in terms of quality. Chen Luo originally possessed the opportunity and qualification to choose his dormitory, yet he relinquished that privilege, opting instead for the ordinary working student dormitory, Room 7, not for any other reason, but simply to experience life. Upon arriving at the entrance of Room 7, Chen Luo peered inside, where a lively scene unfolded. 8 or so children, aged between 8 and 12, gathered around, with a boy and a girl at the center, seemingly having just concluded a scuffle. The boy, 6 years of age, donned simple cloth attire, his sun-kissed complexion and tousled black hair, giving him an unremarkable appearance. The girl, of similar age and height, bore a rosy face and sparkling eyes, captivatingly beautiful and charming. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, and she wore a pristine pink outfit. According to the dormitory rules, should you triumph over me, you shall henceforth be the dormitory leader, the chief among our group, the boy proclaimed. The girl smiled gently, a hint of surprise in her expression. Leader? That sounds rather delightful. I shall be your leader from now on. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, capturing the attention of all present. Chen Luo stepped into the dormitory with a facade of tranquility, though his heart was ablaze with unparalleled excitement. Before him stood the boy and girl, undoubtedly Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San appeared rather ordinary, while Xiao Wu exuded a captivating beauty. Is this room 7? Chen Luo inquired, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Could it be another one? Exclaimed an older boy. Disbelief etched across his face. Last year, we had no work-study students at all, and now there are 3? As he spoke, the boy approached Chen Luo, forcing a strained smile. Hello, I am Wang Xing. My martial spirit is the battle tiger. I aspire to become a battle spirit master. Indeed, this is room 7. And I am the 3rd in command here. Are you also a new work-study student? Having witnessed Tang San's defeat and then seeing Xiao Wu triumph over him, Wang Xing no longer dared to underestimate the newcomers. Chen nodded. Indeed, I am a student worker from Doggrass Village. Doggrass Village? Wang Xing's lips curled in amusement, struggling to suppress a laugh, yet ultimately succumbing to it. The other children, upon hearing the village's name, wore expressions of barely contained mirth, with the exception of Tang San, who remained unfazed. Xiao Wu, however, burst into laughter. Ha! What an amusing name for a village. By the way, we have a rule in our dormitory. New student workers must demonstrate the prowess of their martial souls. As the leader, I shall not bully you. Tang San, you go and spar with him. With that, Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Tang San, who, though appearing resigned, eventually nodded in agreement. Chen Luo casually set aside his belongings and moved to a more spacious area, gazing at Tang San, who possessed the martial soul of the blue-silver grass. Tang San stepped forward as well. Xiao Wu, her face alight with anticipation, eagerly exclaimed, "Let us commence." Chen Luo and Tang San locked eyes, and thus the battle commenced in earnest. Tang San appeared quite cautious, refraining from making the first move, adopting a defensive stance. Chen Luo, without any hesitation, advanced and threw a punch, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Tang San cherished such a straightforward opponent, and in his mind, he had already devised a strategy to employ the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to secure victory. Chen Luo's punch speed was not particularly swift, and Tang San had ample time to react. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to redirect Chen Luo's fist using his technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. However, he ultimately failed. The power of Chen Luo far exceeded Tang San's expectations. The technique of controlling cranes and capturing dragons was utterly ineffective. Chen Luo's fist descended directly before Tang San's forehead, halting just short of contact. Tang San, taken aback, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his fist, and the look of shock on Tang San's face gradually diminished as he slowly uttered, "Well, I concede defeat. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques appear woefully inadequate. At present, Chen Luo possesses a soul power of level 19, which vastly surpasses that of Tang San. Moreover, under the influence of the death god martial soul, Chen Luo's strength greatly exceeds that of Tang San. Had Chen Luo not restrained himself just now and struck Tang San directly on the forehead, it is likely that Tang San would have perished on the spot." Wang Xing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this it?" The other children wore expressions of disbelief. They had all witnessed Tang San's formidable prowess, having seen him effortlessly overpower their former leader, Wang Xing, who had been completely powerless to retaliate. They had anticipated that the newly arrived Chen Luo would meet a similar fate. Yet it turned out that Tang San could not withstand even a single exchange before Chen Luo. Xiao Wu, equally astonished, glanced at Tang San and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Weren't you just very powerful? What happened now?" Tang San remained silent, casting a wary glance at Chen Luo. Pondering to himself, his strength is truly terrifying. Could it be that his soul power surpasses mine? Yet, judging by his age, he must have only recently awakened his martial soul. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu chose not to press further. She turned her attention to Chen Luo. Adopting a commanding demeanor, "It seems it is my turn. Come on." Chen Luo smiled faintly but shook her head, saying, "I cannot defeat you." Xiao Wu furrowed her brow slightly. "Have you given up without even trying?" Chen Luo smiled gently, carrying her belongings as she approached the bed. With a single glance, she discerned the spot chosen by Xiao Wu and opted for a bed adjacent to hers. "How dull?" Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo certainly was not incapable of defeating Xiao Wu. However, he found it difficult to lay a hand on such a delightful and charming girl. Glancing at his empty bed, he then turned his gaze toward Wang Xing and the others, who had neatly arranged their bedding. A slight frown crossed his brow as he silently lamented, "I can't believe I overlooked this detail. I should have brought 2 sets of bedding when I arrived." Just then, A teacher in his 30s with light green hair entered the dormitory, carrying 2 sets of bedding. All new work-study students, please step forward for a brief self-introduction. Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiaowu immediately stepped forward and introduced themselves. I am Mo Hen. You may address me as Teacher Mo. With a gentle smile. Mo Hen provided his introduction and handed a blanket to Chen Luo, saying, "This is prepared by the Academy for you. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the academic office." He then presented another blanket to Tang San, adding, "This is a gift from the master." Mo Hen assigned Tang San and Xiaowu the task of cleaning within the academy, urging them to adopt a proactive attitude, warning that failure to comply could result in expulsion. Turning to Chen Luo, he stated, "If you wish to join, you may also assist with cleaning at the academic office. If not, that is acceptable too, as you will receive 10 copper soul coins daily, similar to Tang San and Xiaowu." At that moment, Xiaowu could no longer contain her discontent and protested, "Why does he receive special treatment? Not only does he have a blanket, but he also doesn't he have to work for his money and doesn't he have to worry about expulsion? This is utterly unfair." Mo Hen regarded Xiaowu with a calm gaze and replied, "Do not question the arrangements of the academy." Although Xiaowu remained silent, her expression still conveyed her dissatisfaction. Chen Luo felt a pang of embarrassment within. Must one truly harbor such animosity towards me? In truth, Xiaowu could also receive special treatment, for she, like Tang San, possessed innate full soul power and was a genuine beast martial soul. However, it seemed the academy was unaware of this fact. Otherwise, Xiaowu would undoubtedly be a focal point of the institution's attention. Mo Hen subsequently provided a brief overview of the freshman enrollment arrangements before taking his leave. Xiaowu sat on her bed, casting a glance at the new bedding of Tang San and Chen Luo, feeling a twinge of envy. Chen Luo noticed Xiaowu's gaze and handed his quilt directly to her, saying, "Here, take it." Xiaowu instinctively replied, "What about you? I will find a way." Chen Luo responded, "This is rather embarrassing. Why don't we share the bed? After all, this quilt is quite large." Xiaowu chuckled. "All right." Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. Xiaowu was dissatisfied with the academy's arrangements, yet she held no animosity towards Chen Luo. In fact, Chen Luo's delicate appearance left a favorable first impression. Sharing a bed was not an option for them. Instead, they pushed their beds together. Xiaowu placed her bundle in the gap between the 2 beds. And Chen Luo sensibly did the same with his own. "From now on, this will be the boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being rude," Chen Luo calmly stated, preempting Xiaowu's forthcoming words. Xiaowu shot him a glare, assertively declaring, "I am the boss, your bed is my bed, and I will go wherever I please. But you cannot come over." "All right." Chen Luo once again reluctantly acquiesced. As Chen Luo and Xiaowu had just finished arranging the bed, Wang Sheng approached with a smile, saying, "It's time for lunch, boss." Chen Luo, Tang San, "Let us go together." Xiaowu furrowed her brow and replied, "Stop calling me boss. It makes me sound old. From now on, refer to me as Sister Xiaowu." "Understood, Sister Xiaowu." Wang Sheng promptly corrected himself with a grin, then pointed towards the doorway, "Let us be off." Xiaowu instantly brightened up, exclaiming, "Let us go. Let us see what delicious food awaits." The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite spacious, spanning 2 floors, ample enough to accommodate all the faculty and students for their meals. As Chen Luo and his companions made their way to the dining hall, they encountered a considerable number of students hurrying towards the same destination. Upon their arrival, they found a long queue forming at the service window. Initially, Tang San was reluctant to join them for a meal, primarily due to his lack of soul coins. He had squandered them all while his father indulged in drink back in Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, it was Wang Xing who stepped forward, inviting Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiaowu, the 3 newcomers, to dine together. Shortly after they entered the dining hall, they found themselves confronted by a group of senior students seeking to provoke them. "Look over there, brothers, it's Wang Xing and his band of paupers." One jeered. "Indeed, paupers will always be paupers, confined to dining on the 1st floor, forever barred from ascending to the 2nd. Upon encountering this familiar scene from Douluo, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, inwardly contemplating, "Surely Xiaowu was about to make her appearance." As expected, the formidable Xiaowu stepped forth, declaring, "Who do you think you are? What is so remarkable about the 2nd floor?" To everyone's surprise, a stunningly beautiful girl emerged, though regrettably, she was merely a work-study student. The male students, upon laying eyes on Xiaowu, were utterly captivated. After smacking their lips in astonishment, they cast a disdainful glance at Wang Xing, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." I'm off to have my meal. With that, the group of male students ascended to the second floor. Xiaowu, brimming with indignation, prepared to pursue them. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo immediately pursued them, unable to tolerate the indignity inflicted upon Xiaowu by that group. However, just as Xiaowu and Chen Luo had taken a couple of steps, a figure suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. It was Tang San. Let it go. We are here to dine, Tang San remarked. Xiaowu shot a disdainful glance at Tang San. Are you really so afraid of confrontation? With that, she turned to Chen Luo beside her. Look at others. Chen Luo? Humph. Tang San offered no further explanation and proceeded to queue for his meal. Chen Luo turned to Xiaowu and inquired, Shall we go up? I will accompany you. Xiaowu responded with a gentle smile, Never mind. Let us go for a meal instead. Wangxing immediately interjected, Sister Xiaowu, this way. In contrast to Tang San's more reserved demeanor, Wangxing favored the boldness exhibited by Xiaowu and Chen Luo. Following the recent incident, Wangxing's admiration for both of them had significantly increased. Under Wangxing's guidance, Chen Luo and the others proceeded to queue for their meal. At that moment, Tang San spotted an acquaintance and approached to greet them, instantly capturing the attention of Chen Luo and the others. It's the master, Wangxing murmured. Before them stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Clad in black attire with his dark hair styled in a side part. Though his appearance was rather unremarkable, he emanated a unique aura. Could this man truly be the master? Chen Luo pondered silently. Should I approach and greet him? Perhaps it is best to refrain, as the master likely has eyes only for Tang San at this moment. To intrude would seem rather peculiar. Tang San addressed the master as teacher. Their interaction was merely a brief exchange of pleasantries. The master inquired about the bedding, then prepared to escort Tang San to the second floor for a meal, which Tang San declined. After the master departed, Tang San returned to join Chen Luo and the others, continuing to wait in line for food. Wangxing cast an incredulous glance at Tang San and asked with concern, Tang San, is the master truly your teacher? Tang San nodded affirmatively. Wangxing replied, How did you come to choose the master? I have heard that his abilities are rather lacking. At nearly 50 years of age, he has yet to break through to the great soul master level. It seems unlikely he ever will. The only reason he is at our school is due to his close relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he is merely coasting along. Silence. Tang San interjected fiercely, his expression brimming with anger. I ask you not to make baseless judgments about my teacher. This is your first and final warning. Otherwise, do not expect my forbearance. With that, Tang San turned on his heel and walked away. Wangxing stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Tang San's retreating figure. His lips twitching. Is this kid out of his mind? I was merely trying to offer a word of caution. Indeed, I have never encountered such a petty individual. Xiaowu scoffed. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at Xiaowu. According to the narrative, Xiaowu should have felt that Tang San appeared considerably taller in that moment. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that Tang San's reaction was indeed somewhat excessive. He had only just become Master Yu's disciple that very day. How could such profound feelings have developed in less than 24 hours? The adage once a teacher, always a father presupposes a foundation of emotional connection. Furthermore, Wangxing had treated Tang San well, inviting him to dinner on their first day, and just now kindly reminding him of certain matters. Perhaps this is the essence of being a protagonist, standing apart from the rest. Tang San's departure did not in the least disrupt Chen Luo and the others as they enjoyed their lunch. After serving themselves, they gathered together in a spirit of harmony. Xiaowu, when I have money, I shall treat you to something splendid, Chen Luo said, lifting the only piece of meat in his bowl and placing it into Xiaowu's. With a smile, Xiaowu eagerly nodded in agreement. Sounds great. Wangxing and the others exchanged knowing glances with Chen Luo, each displaying expressions of encouragement before returning to their meals. After lunch, they returned to their dormitory. With the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day, and with no pressing engagements in the afternoon, they chatted for a while before each retreated to their respective beds to practice their cultivation. The opportunity to be a work-study student was rare, and each student was diligently committed to their studies. Although Xiaowu initially wished to play longer, seeing everyone immersed in their training, she decided to join in as well. It was not until evening that they gradually concluded their practice sessions. Chen Luo was the last to conclude his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a pair of sparkling, watery eyes, followed by an exquisitely delicate, rosy face. It was Xiaowu. She had come to Chen Luo's bedside, gazing intently at him. It's time for dinner, Xiaowu said with a smile. Yes, I understand. I suddenly feel that this is somewhat unfair, Chen Luo replied. What is unfair? Xiao Wu inquired. You can come to my bed, yet I cannot go to yours, Chen Luo said with utmost seriousness. Xiao Wu chuckled softly. Because I am your leader. Moreover, I am a girl. You must yield to me. Indeed, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Throughout the afternoon, Tang San did not return. It was only after Chen Luo and the others finished their dinner and returned to their dormitory that they found Tang San, who was peacefully asleep on his bed. Perhaps sensing the noise made by everyone, Tang San groggily awoke and sought out Xiao Wu to inform her of his plans to obtain a soul ring the next day. Xiao Wu immediately frowned. If you leave, won't I be left to handle the work-study duties all by myself? Before Tang San could respond, Chen Luo stepped forward. I will assist you. Hee, Chen Luo, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Wu beamed with joy. Chen Luo smiled gently and then turned to Tang San, saying, Acquiring soul rings is of utmost importance for soul masters. However, it is also fraught with peril, so one must exercise caution. Understood, thank you for your concern. Tang San replied, nodding. Come on, Chen Luo, let us go for a stroll. Little Wu exclaimed restlessly shortly after they had returned to their dormitory. Chen Luo readily agreed. All right, he had originally intended to cultivate, but such endeavors paled in comparison to spending time with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu led Chen Luo on a leisurely stroll around the school, eventually stopping at the playground, where they sat on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky. There are so many stars up there, they are truly beautiful, Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. Indeed, yet they pale in comparison to you, Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu turned her head, giving Chen Luo a playful glare. Have you coated your tongue in honey? Why are your words always so sweet? Chen Luo smiled broadly. It's all true. After gazing at the starry sky for a while, Xiao Wu found it somewhat tedious. We haven't sparred today. Shall we have a session now? Xiao Wu suggested with a smile. Chen nodded, unable to refuse any of Xiao Wu's earnest requests. The two rose to their feet, and the sparring commenced swiftly. Yet concluded just as quickly. Xiao Wu's graceful techniques were indeed formidable, yet they proved utterly ineffective against Chen's overwhelming strength. He had her firmly in his grasp. And had it not been for Chen's decision to ease his hold at the last moment, Xiao Wu would have had no chance of triumphing over him. Chen Luo pretentiously collapsed onto the ground, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly impressive. Humph. Of course. Xiao Wu was well aware that Chen Luo was deliberately letting her win, yet it still brought her great joy. Subsequently, Xiao Wu sought to spar with Chen Luo numerous times. Each occasion, Chen Luo would feign defeat, lying on the ground as if lifeless. In order to make the experience more enjoyable for Xiao Wu, Chen Luo intentionally prolonged each bout, allowing her to revel in the excitement. Eventually, Xiao Wu became utterly exhausted, and the sparring came to a halt. Chen Luo, though feigning fatigue, also felt drained. Xiao Wu, we should head back, he suggested after a moment of rest. However, Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. No way, I'm completely out of energy. I think I'll just sleep here tonight. That won't do. You might catch a chill. Chen Luo wore a serious expression as he reached out and lifted Xiao Wu into his arms, executing a perfect princess carry. The moment she was embraced, Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly, yet she quickly acclimated to the warmth. Exhausted, she nestled against Chen Luo's chest and succumbed to slumber. Chen Luo cast a gentle glance at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with tenderness, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He mused to himself, am I abducting a minor? Surely not, for she is 100,000 years old. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo carefully placed Xiao Wu on the bed and tucked her in with a blanket. The other roommates were either engrossed in their cultivation or had already succumbed to slumber. Chen Luo felt no inclination to sleep, nor did he engage in cultivation. Lying in bed, he cast a glance at the slumbering Xiao Wu beside him, a sense of profound contentment washing over him. Such scenes were once the stuff of dreams for him. He draped a portion of the blanket over himself, leaving most of it for Xiao Wu. With his eyes gently closed, he began to ponder his future plans. In the soul-hunting forest, the foremost priority remained obtaining the soul ring. Chen Luoming distinctly sensed that his cultivation speed was gradually diminishing, a circumstance likely attributable to his lack of a soul ring. He harbored a profound intuition that if he did not acquire his first soul ring, no amount of relentless training would permit his soul power to ascend beyond the 20th level, even if he were to train until his last breath. Achieving the 19th level of soul power without a soul ring was, in itself, a remarkable feat. The absence of a soul ring indeed does not impede one's ability to cultivate soul power. However, it imposes inherent limitations, rendering continuous advancement impossible. And the level of soul power attained remains inadequately manifest. Chen Luo had evidently transcended the limitations that once confined him. and he could genuinely sense the presence of soul power. His strength had indeed grown alongside the increase in his soul energy. Tomorrow, he would assist Xiaowu in completing her work as a student intern, after which he would begin planning to acquire a soul ring. Tang San had the support of his master, enabling him to set off directly to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for a soul beast and secure a soul ring. However, Chen Luo lacked a mentor and could not shamelessly request that the master include him in this endeavor, even if he were to plead with him. It remained uncertain whether the master would acquiesce. Thus, he was compelled to seek alternative methods. Relying solely on his own capabilities was evidently unattainable. Despite the uniqueness of his martial soul and the significant enhancement of his physique, along with the formidable skills of soul hunting and awakenings, embarking on a solitary quest to hunt a soul beast would be nothing short of foolish. Such an undertaking was inherently unrealistic, even if there existed a modicum of possibility. It was accompanied by dangers that were both incalculable and unbearable for Chen Luo. Unless he were to act irrationally, he would not choose to pursue a soul ring alone. Furthermore, Chen Luo was not lacking in resources, whether it was the teachers from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy or the elders from the Spirit Hall. They would all be more than willing to assist him should he merely express a need for help. 2 days later, as the sun set in the west, Xiaowu accompanied Chen Luo to the academy gate, parting with an expression of deep concern as she urged him, "Please be careful." Chen smiled brilliantly, reassuring, "Rest assured. I shall return." With a wave to Xiaowu, Chen departed from the academy. On the opposite street, the anticipated figure had already made an appearance. It was a frail old man with white hair, clad in a simple gray robe, appearing as delicate as any ordinary elder. Yet, those around him exhibited profound respect. "Master Pu, what brings you here? It is indeed a rare occasion." Greetings, Grandfather Pu." "Ah, it seems you have grown taller, young one." Passers-by, whether noble or child, greeted Master Pu with warmth and reverence. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "I had thought you were a modest individual, one who would shroud himself to avoid recognition. It seems I was mistaken." The old man retorted, "Ah, young lad, you fail to comprehend. After living for half a lifetime, is not all one's effort merely for a fleeting moment of vanity? Do I relish it? Indeed." With that, Pu Si hired a carriage for Chen Luo in the city of Nodding, their destination being the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles to the northeast. The old man continued, "You see, I was once merely a small thug in Nodding, little better than a rat. It has taken considerable effort to arrive at this point. And finally, I can hold my head high." Chen Luo replied, "I am beginning to understand you." To which Pu Si urged, "Then why not quickly pay homage as my disciple? Why must every conversation veer towards that subject?" Chen Luo mused, "Do you think I am accompanying you to hunt soul beasts out of sheer boredom? I am quite weary. I shall take a brief respite." Though the carriage swayed, it did not disturb Chen Luo's feigned slumber. Pu Si appeared to recognize the futility of rousing someone who pretended to sleep and ceased his attempts to disturb Chen Luo. With his eyes shut, Chen Luo reminisced about the moment 3 months prior when he first encountered Pu Si at the entrance of the library in the martial spirit hall of Nodding City. Vividly recalling the proud old man shutting the door, Chen Luo believed that he would never cross paths with Park Si again, yet unexpectedly, fate intervened. And they encountered each other once more yesterday. Chen Luo had visited the Soul Hall in Nodding City, intending to inquire with Yang Tsue about Su Yuntao's availability while also mentioning his plans to obtain a soul ring. To his surprise, Park Si happened to be passing by and overheard the entirety of their conversation. Subsequently, Park Si, with unabashed persistence, offered to assist Chen Luo in acquiring a soul ring, to which Chen Luo reluctantly acquiesced. After a brief period of interaction, Chen Luo discovered that Park Si, despite his age, was rather intriguing and not as rigid as he had initially imagined. Rather, he was somewhat tenacious, particularly regarding his desire to take Chen Luo as his disciple, a proposition Chen Luo firmly declined. As for Park Si's choice of the soul ring acquisition site being the soul hunting forest, it coincidentally aligned with the location the master had taken Tang San to, which was no mere coincidence. The remoteness of Nodding City limited the available soul beast forests, with the soul hunting forest being the primary option. Departing in the evening, Chun Luo and Park Si arrived at their destination by the following morning. The carriage chosen by the Soul Hall elder was indeed exceptional, not only operating through the night but also traveling at remarkable speed. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo was greeted by a bustling marketplace, where resources abound, commerce flourishes, amidst the merchants' cries and the calls of soul masters seeking companions. Chen Luo followed Park Si through the market until they reached the true entrance of the soul-hunting forest. A towering iron fence, over 10 meters high and adorned with sharp spikes, loomed towards the forest, seemingly capable of deterring anything, stretching from the main gate and encircling the entire forest. Through the fence, glimpses of ancient towering trees within the forest could be seen, evoking a profound sense of awe. Outside the gate, a regiment of armored soldiers patrolled, each clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, imparting an air of solemnity. Kid, I've shared quite a bit about soul beasts and soul rings with you along the way. Have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt? Park Si inquired. As he spoke, Park Si led Chen Luo to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Casually, he presented his Soul Hall Elder's token to the captain of the inspecting soldiers, who immediately granted them passage with respect. Stepping into the soul-hunting forest, the invigoratingly fresh air revitalized Chen Luo, making him feel that the so-called natural oxygen bars he had visited in his past life paled in comparison to this place. Your words imply that if I desire a particular soul beast, you can simply procure it for me, Chen Luo remarked with a smirk. Park Si shot him a glare. Do you still doubt my capabilities? Not at all, Chen Luo replied. With the strength of a soul zone, capturing soul beasts under 1,000 years old should be quite manageable. The primary concern is that we must have the fortune to encounter a soul beast suitable for me. Kid, isn't that just stating the obvious? Park Si cast a disapproving glance at Chen Luo and then remarked. A soul ring under 400 years is certainly within your grasp. Too small, Chen Luo shook his head. 420 years. Still too small. Are you being audacious or simply foolish? Park Si continued. The master resides within your academy. Make it a point to visit him often during your leisure time. Absorb as much knowledge about soul masters as you can from him. Though his prowess may be lacking, his understanding of martial spirits is unparalleled. He has stated that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Seems you hold him in high regard. Regard? Huh. Does he deserve it? Park Si chuckled. It is merely admiration. In any field, those who achieve greatness are worthy of respect. I never expected this old fellow to have such a sound perspective, Chen Luo replied. Park Si retorted, if I were like you, the grass on my grave would be 3 feet high by now. Truthfully, you could also attempt a soul ring around 420 years. I believe you are capable, Park Si stated earnestly. A soul master has but one opportunity to select each soul ring. Strive to choose the best available. Chen Luo dismissed it with indifference. It's been said. It's too small. You, young lad, are merely boasting again. In my youth, I too relished in grandiose claims, only to comprehend in my later years how foolish those who boast truly are. A millennium? What? I believe I can attempt to acquire a millennium soul ring, Chen Luo stated earnestly. 012, the faceless demon spider of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu awoke early, casting a glance at the adjacent bed, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia. It's only been a day. Abruptly, she seemed to recollect something, pouting her lips in displeasure. That big liar Chen Luo. He promised to assist me with my work-study tasks, yet he has fled. The work-study duties comprised merely tidying up the school, not arduous, but rather time-consuming. What was originally a task for two had now devolved into a solo endeavor for Xiao Wu. Consequently, she had to arrive at school early to prepare the work site arranged for her and Tang San, lest she miss the morning class. Upon arriving at the garden south of the playground, Xiao Wu was surprised to find it already impeccably clean. Just as her curiosity piqued, Wang Xing and others emerged from the nearby bushes, greeting her with cheerful smiles. Good morning, Sister Xiao Wu. We've completed all the tasks here. Let us go have breakfast. Xiao Wu felt a bit bewildered. What is this? Wang Xing chuckled. Don't overthink it, Sister Xiao Wu. It was Chen Luo who instructed us, and we've already been compensated. Xiao Wu paused momentarily, then gently nodded, the confusion on her delicate face gradually dissipating, and the little emotions within her heart evaporated, replaced by a charming smile. At the edge of the soul-hunting forest, a millennium soul ring? Have you lost your mind? Upon seeing Chen Luo's earnest expression, Pu Si realized that he was not joking, thus he too became serious. It seems that after assisting you in hunting soul beasts to acquire a soul ring, it is imperative to introduce you to the master. Your knowledge as a soul master is exceedingly lacking, Chen Luo declared confidently, I am certain. To which Pu Si retorted angrily, a millennium soul ring will undoubtedly shatter you. Previously, Pu Si had perceived Chen Luo as a rather mature child. Despite being merely 6 years old, he exhibited a commendable understanding in his speech and actions. However, it has now become evident that this perception was merely an illusion. A child remains a child, Their thoughts too naive. Old man, trust me, I truly can. Chen Luo was at a loss as to how to demonstrate his ability to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring, and could only strive to advocate verbally as much as possible. This matter was non-negotiable. I cannot gamble with your life. I hope you can take your own existence more seriously, for life is singular and irreplaceable, Park Si stated calmly. Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless. He truly did not know how to explain himself. His uncertainty regarding the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring for his first Soul Ring left him at a loss. The reason he stated that his goal was a Millennium Soul Ring was primarily due to the requirements of the system task. Upon entering the Soul Hunting Forest, Chen Luo received a notification from the system. A special mission has been detected. Would you like to accept it? Chen Luo naturally chose to accept. For each system task that emerged represented an opportunity for him to grow stronger. The special task has been accepted. Completing this unique task will grant a certain probability of obtaining exceptional rewards. Special task: acquire a soul ring of 1,000 years or above for the first soul ring. Chen Luo could never disclose the matters of the system to Park Si. In Chen Luo's perspective, the special tasks issued by the system, albeit perilous, still presented a viable chance of completion. After all, the system had indicated that his first soul ring could potentially be of the Millennium level or above. What reason did he have not to strive for it? A gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. If fate allowed. Chen Luo even wished for his first soul ring to be a vivid crimson. For now, he could only proceed step by step, secretly hoping for a reckless soul beast to wander into his path. Park Si guided Chen Luo along their journey, meticulously selecting suitable soul beasts for him, all of which were met with rejection. This 380-year-old netherwolf is quite fitting. How about it? Among 100-year soul beasts, the netherwolf's sharp claws are renowned. Absorbing its soul ring might render your scythe even sharper. No. Well then, this 420-year-old mandrake snake is also an option. The mandrake snake possesses potent venom. Absorbing its soul ring could perhaps imbue your scythe with a layer of toxicity. Forget it. Park Si presented numerous soul beasts, elaborating on the merits of each selection. Yet every proposition was dismissed by Chen Luo, which incited Park Si's irritation. After yet another beast was rejected, Park Si could no longer contain himself. What on earth are you up to, you little rascal? You refuse everything. Then you choose. Upon finishing, Park Si coldly reminded him. We are nearing the edge of the soul hunting forest. If we venture further, we will enter the territory of Millennium Soul Beasts. Understood, Chen Luo nodded. His tone markedly more spirited this time. Park Si cast a puzzled glance at Chen Luo, only to swiftly comprehend his intentions, demanding, You can't possibly be contemplating challenging a Millennium Soul Beast, can you? Can't you handle it? Chen Luo retorted. Park Si shot Chen Luo a fierce glare. Of course I can handle it. Then why all this discussion? Chen Luo smiled and remarked, It is evident that you possess a certain understanding of soul beasts. Which soul beast, approximately a millennium old, would be suitable for me? The faceless demon spider would be quite fitting, he continued, as it can imbue your scythe with potent venom. Any soul beast that can enhance your martial spirit is appropriate. There are two focal points, augmenting the strength, resilience, and sharpness of the scythe itself, and endowing it with additional attributes such as venom, ice, or fire. Pu Si, instinctively responding, exclaimed, and after finishing, he turned to Chen Luo with a serious expression. Are you truly considering pursuing a millennium-old soul beast? Chen Luo nodded vigorously. Indeed. Let us see what you can achieve. Perhaps you truly possess the ability to create miracles. Ultimately, Park Si opted for compromise, though we have not known each other for long. I can certainly discern your stubborn nature, you impudent brat. If I refuse your request, I suspect you would persist endlessly. Truly a case of not shedding tears until faced with the coffin. Your martial soul, the scythe, appears rather ordinary, however. Possessing innate soul power of level 7 indicates it is far from mundane. Yet, even if your martial soul is exceptional, it does not guarantee that your first soul ring can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, for such a precedent has never been established. Chen Luo declared with confidence. It will come soon, I am certain of it. He chuckled. I truly adore your unwavering confidence, albeit it is pitiably misplaced. Park Si replied. Let me be frank with you. The probability of successfully absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring is virtually nil. Yet, if you insist on pursuing this endeavor, I am powerless to dissuade you. I must forewarn you that I cannot guarantee your safety should I attempt to intervene during the absorption process. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by destiny. You need not bear an excessive psychological burden. The path I tread is of my own choosing. Observing Chun Luo's earnest demeanor, Parksy could not help but scoff. Indeed, you are quite the little lunatic. Chen Luo chuckled softly and then gestured ahead, urging, hurry and seek out a suitable soul beast target. Suddenly, Pussy smacked Chen Luo on the head, exclaiming in anger, you are the madman, not I. If I had not witnessed a fool attempt to forcibly absorb a Millennium Soul Ring during their first Soul Ring, resulting in their tragic demise, I would not hesitate to use you as a subject for experimentation. I truly cannot fathom why there are always imbeciles like you who dare to challenge life-tested theories with their own ignorance. Chen Luo. Chen Luo was just pondering in his heart why Pussy had suddenly become so agreeable, consenting to his request for the acquisition of the Millennium Soul Ring. It turned out that he had been overthinking the matter. From Pussy's recent remarks, it was evident that he shared similarities with the master. Both were fervent intellectuals with a profound understanding of the intricacies surrounding soul masters and soul beasts. Let us proceed in this direction, Pussy indicated to the left. His voice low. I can already detect the metallic scent of soul beast blood. There is likely a battle occurring nearby. Or perhaps other soul masters are engaged in the hunt for soul beasts. Let us join the fray. Chen nodded, reluctantly following Park. Along the way, Chen observed numerous corpses of soul beasts, encircled by rings of white soul energy, predominantly consisting of 10-year soul beasts, with the occasional sighting of a century-old beast. Were it not for Park's presence, Chen would have been tempted to test his soul hunting and awakening skills. It was likely the result of a battle among the soul beasts. Park merely glanced at the mangled remains of the soul beasts and swiftly reached a conclusion. It appeared that a soul beast of over 1,000 years had ventured to the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, likely in pursuit of prey. Park asserted, to ensure our safety, we must first eliminate that 1,000-year soul beast, lest it disrupt your acquisition of soul rings. I will not permit any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chunluo could not help but inquire, is it not said that soul beasts should not be indiscriminately slain? We must safeguard the resources of the soul beasts. It has overstepped its bounds. While ordinary hunting for sustenance may be acceptable, this act serves merely to satiate its own bloodlust. Slaying one such creature could allow many weaker soul beasts to thrive. Just then, Parksy's expression shifted dramatically. It is approaching us. At this moment, Chen Luo had already sensed some disturbances in the air, yet he was unable to ascertain the target. Even though his perceptive abilities had been enhanced to a certain extent due to the increase in his soul power, they could not be compared to the formidable strength of Pussy from the Soul Sect. Following Pussy's warning, a powerful aura manifested around Chen Luo. Turning his head, he beheld Pussy activating his martial soul. A pitch-black hammer appeared in Pussy's grasp, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 1 white and 3 yellow, encircling him, causing Pussy's presence to surge dramatically. Stay close to me, and do not stray beyond a 3-meter radius, Pussy commanded in a low voice. Chen nodded. A hint of tension surfaced in his heart, yet it was predominantly exhilaration that coursed through him as he activated his martial spirit. The scythe of death manifested in Chen's hand, merging seamlessly with his being. Even in the absence of soul rings, the awakening of his martial spirit doubled his combat prowess. However, in the face of formidable soul beasts, this surge in power was merely insufficient. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated, and a gigantic spider, exceeding 1 meter in length, burst forth from the underbrush. Before Chen Luo could fully discern the appearance of the spider, the voice of Pussy rang out. Be careful. It is a human-faced demon spider. The massive creature, with a body nearly 1 meter in length and an impressive span of at least 2.5 meters when including its 8 spear-like legs, was situated over 10 meters away from Chen Luo and Pussy. This was the first time Chen Luo had encountered such a colossal spider. Although he was aware that soul beasts tended to be larger than ordinary wild animals, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sight of the enormous arachnid before him. In addition to its sheer size, the spider possessed a strikingly distinctive appearance. Its black exoskeleton shimmered with a dark luster, and the 8 elongated, razor-sharp legs effortlessly pierced the ground. In that moment of its emergence, Chen Luo caught sight of its abdomen, which bore numerous white markings forming an exceedingly grotesque human visage. Against its inky body, this feature was particularly striking, complemented by 8 thumb-sized eyes that glimmered with a sinister purple hue. This unmistakable hallmark confirmed the creature's identity as a human-faced demon spider. Reflecting on the corpses of soul beasts he had encountered alongside Pussy, it was not surprising to consider that they might have fallen victim to this notorious creature, infamous for its reputation as a malevolent slayer. Chen Luo gazed intently at the human-faced demon spider ahead, his grip on the scythe of death instinctively tightening. With a hint of self-mockery, he remarked, Just as I mentioned the human-faced demon spider, here it appears. The young lad. Do not be overly anxious. This creature is merely a little over 1,000 years old. As long as you stay by my side, you shall not encounter any peril. In no more than 15 minutes, I shall vanquish it, Park Si declared with unwavering confidence. Chen Luo nodded vigorously. There was little time for confrontation. The moment the human-faced demon spider appeared, it was evident that battle was imminent. Before Park Si could make a move, the human-faced demon spider sprang into action, its malevolent, bloodthirsty nature propelling it forward with astonishing speed. The 8 spider legs maneuvered deftly, swiftly closing the distance between it and Park Si and Chen Luo. Park Si was not idle. He immediately retaliated, his white soul ring shimmering as he activated his first soul skill. Spinning hammer, he exclaimed. With a powerful throw, Park Si launched his dark hammer towards the human-faced demon spider, channeling an overwhelming force. The spider, quick in both speed and reflexes, charged directly at Park Si and Chen Luo. Upon spotting the impending trajectory of the dark hammer, it nimbly sidestepped the attack, effortlessly evading Park Si's strike while maintaining its forward momentum. The name spinning hammer aptly emphasizes the spinning motion. As the dark hammer flew past the human-faced demon spider, it traveled a considerable distance before reversing course with even greater velocity and force. This time, the spider was caught off guard, unable to react in time as the hammer struck it with tremendous impact. Bang! The sound of heavy collision and the cracking of bones reverberated simultaneously as Park Si's hammer shattered 3 of the spider's legs before soaring back into his grasp. The human-faced demon spider, reeling from the agony of its severed limbs, lost its balance and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. True combat is not turn-based. Park Si was not foolish enough to remain stationary while the human-faced demon spider recovered. The instant the hammer returned to his hand, he surged forward, having already anticipated the spider's eventual point of impact. Chen Luo reacted swiftly. The moment Park Si took action, he promptly followed suit. Mindful of Park Si's admonition to remain within a 3-meter radius, despite the favorable circumstances of the battle before him. As he advanced rapidly, Park Si gripped the obsidian hammer tightly, his second soul ring gleaming with a golden radiance, signaling the activation of his second soul skill. With a powerful strike, the hammer expanded significantly in size, imbuing Park Si with an enhanced sense of strength. He swung the obsidian hammer with vigor, bringing it down forcefully. In that brief moment, Park Si closed the distance between himself and the faceless demon spider, the hammer poised to strike. The faceless demon spider, however, was not idle. Its remaining 5 spider spears bent into a terrifying arc, propelling its entire body away. A resounding crash echoed as the obsidian hammer descended, creating a massive crater more than 3 meters in diameter upon impact. Yet, the faceless demon spider had already evaded the blow, retreating over 10 meters away. Park Si appeared to have anticipated this outcome, pursuing without hesitation, the obsidian hammer raised high. Chen Luo closely followed behind Park Si, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. Even though he did not engage in the battle, the thrill of witnessing the fight from such proximity exhilarated him. This was the essence of a soul master. Enchanting, potent, awe-inspiring. Park Si's prowess was beyond question. He was more than capable of dealing with the human-faced demon spider, which had existed for approximately a millennium. The reason Park Si mentioned needing a quarter of an hour to conclude the battle was that much of that time was spent pursuing the creature. The human-faced demon spider was exceedingly cunning, relishing the slaughter of the weak, yet it would flee without hesitation when confronted by a strong opponent. Despite having only 5 spider spears remaining, the speed of the demon spider was remarkable. Unfortunately for it, it could not outpace Park Si. Before long, Park Si caught up with the demon spider. Empowered by his third soul skill, Shatter, his dark hammer descended with tremendous force, instantly rendering the demon spider incapable of further combat, its body riddled with cracks and sunken into the earth. The battle was over. Park Si sheathed his dark hammer, casting a dispassionate glance at the demon spider. Such a malevolent soul beast deserved its demise. You little rascal, I didn't expect your speed to be quite impressive. Able to keep up with me, Park Si mused, a flicker of unexpected amusement breaking across his furrowed features as he slightly turned his head to look back. However, he received no response. Before he could react, a figure rushed past him, wielding a massive scythe imbued with murderous intent, none other than Chen Luo. With a swift motion, the scythe of death was raised high and then brought down with great precision, targeting the cracks on the body of the demon spider. The entire blade of the scythe penetrated deep into the creature's form. The once lifeless human-faced demon spider trembled violently, and the remaining 5 spider spears suddenly stiffened. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated this situation long before it unfolded. After executing his attack, he had already retreated in advance, narrowly evading the razor-sharp spider spear. Had he hesitated for even a moment, his body would have been pierced by the weapon of the faceless demon spider. The tremors of the creature's body were fleeting, vanishing within mere breaths, yet the taut spider spear remained unchanged. A circle of purple soul rings quietly rose from the corpse of the faceless demon spider, signifying the complete demise of an evil slayer's nefarious existence. You reckless boy, how could you dare engage in such perilous actions? If you hadn't retreated a step, you would have met your end here. Witnessing Chunluo's final conquest over the faceless demon spider, the suddenly aware Pu Si felt an immediate surge of anger. Within his aged, hoarse voice, alongside the ire, there lingered a hint of trepidation. This was my oversight. As I forgot that this vile creature was cunning enough to feign death, it was a close call indeed. Just as Pu Si was about to express further sentiments, he suddenly noticed something amiss with Chen Luo's actions. He exclaimed, "What are you doing? Surely you do not intend to absorb the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Do you? Have you lost your mind?" At this moment, Chen Luo had already seated himself in a meditative posture before the soul ring of the faceless spider. And indeed, as Pu Si had indicated, he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. This represented Chen Luo's most opportune moment, and he was certainly unwilling to let it slip away. Although the endeavor entailed considerable risk for him, the potential rewards outweighed the dangers. After all, how many chances does one encounter in a lifetime? With Pu Si standing guard nearby, there was no cause for concern regarding external disturbances during the absorption process. This was precisely why Chen Luo acted with such resolve. Chen Luo has commenced the absorption of the soul ring, and Park Si has discerned this fact. Once the process of soul ring absorption begins, there is no possibility of halting midway, unless one finds themselves in an irreversibly dire situation, which would force a cessation of the absorption. However, such an action would yield dire consequences. Park Si refrained from expressing his anger towards Chen Luo. Yet his exceedingly grim countenance revealed everything. He suppressed all his emotions within, striving to contain himself so as not to affect Chen Luo. His emaciated fists clenched tightly, the veins on his hands bulging prominently. This individual is truly unafraid of death. It is indeed a pity. During the recent battle, Park Si had taken note of Chen Luo's condition and was exceedingly pleased with his performance across various aspects. If it were an ordinary child, encountering such a terrifying soul master as the human-faced demon spider would have likely resulted in tears or loss of control. Yet Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, exhibiting only a slight tension. In terms of mentality, this child is already distinctly exceptional. In the subsequent skirmish, Chen Luo displayed a frightening speed and reflexes, managing to keep pace with the battle rhythm of the soul master, which underscored his extraordinary nature. Even though this soul master had deliberately slowed the pace and simplified the combat dynamics, initially Park Si held a favorable opinion of Chen Luo, particularly due to his innate level 7 soul power, which had significantly bolstered his evaluation. However, after the battle, Park Si's satisfaction with Chen Luo's abilities had only intensified. During the confrontation, Park Si had resolved that once the battle concluded, he would meticulously select a commendable soul ring for Chen Luo, and from that point onward, he would persistently strive to take Chen Luo as his disciple. It is evident to any discerning observer that this young man is destined for greatness. Alas, everything has transformed into a dream. The fact that Pu Si refrained from influencing Chen Luo does not signify his hope of forcibly absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. The very notion of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring with the first soul ring is utterly impossible. There is no room for hope in that regard. His reluctance to act upon Chen Luo stems from the realization that this moment is not the opportune time for intervention, even though Chen Luo has merely commenced the absorption of the soul ring. At this juncture, Chen Luo resembles an empty vessel, being filled with water at an uncontrollable rate. Should Pu Si act impulsively, the vessel may overflow or even shatter under the pressure. Only when the flow of water subsides will there be a chance for alteration. Naturally, even when the most favorable moment arrives and the situation is altered, the vessel will still endure substantial strain, and its destruction may very well be the best outcome, with explosion remaining an equally plausible eventuality. Pu Si silently observes Chen Luo, biding his time for the opportunity to interrupt the absorption of the soul ring. Having no alternatives left, even with foreknowledge of the outcome, he must proceed in this manner. In comparison to Chen Luo's life, this is the sole glimmer of hope. As the soul ring is absorbed, Chen Luo's complexion begins to darken, yet it appears to remain within his capacity to endure. Time passes inexorably, and Pusi fails to identify a fitting moment. His expression grows increasingly peculiar. It is amidst this very scenario that Pusi is astounded to discover that Chen Luo is on the verge of completing the absorption of the soul ring. The process of absorbing the soul ring is proving to be far less arduous than Chen Luo had anticipated, devoid of any significant suffering. Chen Luo felt as though he were incessantly utilizing the soul harvesting skill to reap souls and enhance his strength, acutely aware of his power augmenting at a terrifying pace. If one were to pinpoint a discomforting aspect, it would be the overwhelming sensation of fullness. Indeed, it was a sense of being excessively satiated, akin to overindulgence in food. Yet, this sensation did not emanate from his stomach. Rather, it pervaded his entire being. During the process of absorbing the soul rings, the meridians throughout Chen Luo's body expanded. And with each infinitesimal expansion, they were replenished with energy, only to continue expanding further. If one were to liken Chen Luo's body to a vessel, he had originally been a jar, now progressively transforming into a bucket. This transformation persisted for an indeterminate duration, only concluding when the sensation of fullness dissipated entirely, signifying the successful absorption of the soul rings. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Though he appeared to be merely a child, he exuded an undeniable aura of strength. Is this all there is? Chen Luo still felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. He opened his left hand, and the scythe of death materialized. Simultaneously, a radiant purple halo quietly ascended from beneath him, strikingly brilliant. From this moment onward, I too shall be a true soul master. Chen Luo tightly grasped the Grim Reaper's scythe, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, completing the special task at hand. Congratulations to the host for receiving a standard reward, Poison Flame. Poison Flame, an enhanced version of the Millennium Soul skill. The special task had a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards, yet it seemed that fortune had not favored him this time. Nevertheless, possessing an enhanced Millennium Soul skill was already quite commendable. Pusi silently observed Chen Luo, his gaze filled with astonishment, and his aged face etched with disbelief. He could hardly believe it had truly succeeded. When Pusi beheld the purple soul ring rising around Chen Luo, the emotions he had long suppressed finally erupted. A miracle. This is indeed a miracle. At this moment, Chen Luo finally became aware of Park Si's presence. He had been so immersed in his own joy that he had momentarily forgotten about Park Si. Old man, I have succeeded, Chen Luo said, a faint smile gracing his face, though his heart was overwhelmed with emotions too profound to articulate. Park Si nodded vigorously, yearning to reach out and touch Chen Luo. Yet he recoiled in fear of tarnishing the miracle before him, his entire body trembling in awe. It was truly astonishing. You are undoubtedly the first individual in history to absorb 1,000-year spirit ring as your very first spirit ring, and quite possibly the only one. From the moment Chen Luo defeated the faceless demon spider to the conclusion of his spirit ring absorption, Park Si had been a witness to it all. Throughout this process, he experienced a myriad of emotions, yet at this moment, he felt nothing but sheer astonishment. Chen Luo broke into a smile, saying, I cannot say whether I am the first, but I am certainly not the last. There are not so many unique beings. If Chen Luo's memory serves him right, many years hence, on the Douluo continent, there would be a lad by the surname of Hua, who would absorb a soul ring of 1,000,000 years. The shock on Pusi's face transformed into a radiant smile. His gaze upon Chen Luo resembled that of an art connoisseur admiring an exquisite masterpiece. What sensations accompany the absorption of a soul ring? Pusi inquired. Chen Luo Dao remarked, I have become significantly stronger. This is a purple Millennium Soul Ring, something I have never possessed. It is certain that I have grown more powerful. What is your current soul power level? What soul skill have you acquired? Pusi inquired with great excitement. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo paused for a moment before responding, My current soul power level is presumably 11th rank. As for my soul skill, it is Poison Flame. Only an 11th rank soul power level? Pusi furrowed his brow, for he was far more concerned about Chen Luo's soul power level than the soul skill. Chen Luo nodded, affirming, Indeed. It is inconceivable that my soul power level could merely be at 11. Prior to absorbing the soul ring, my soul power was already at 19. It stands to reason that it could not diminish. However, after the absorption of the soul ring, my soul power level remained unchanged, leading me to report it in accordance with the typical soul master's post-absorption level. It remains uncertain whether this is attributable to the uniqueness of my martial soul. But others are unable to perceive the true extent of my abilities, which conveniently enables me to conceal my prowess more effectively. It should not be the case. You have absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, even if the increase in soul power level is not as dramatic as 10 or 8 levels. An enhancement of at least 3 levels is undoubtedly plausible. It cannot possibly yield benefits akin to those provided by an ordinary ring. Pusi pondered thoughtfully. Chen Luo remarked, though my soul power level remains unchanged, the potency of the soul power within me has multiplied several times. Oh, is that truly the case? Pusi's spirits were instantly lifted, and the confusion on his face vanished in an instant. If that is indeed so, then it is quite understandable. Moreover, this enhancement surpasses the advantages conferred by a mere elevation in soul power level. Chen nodded, expressing his agreement. Although his soul power level remained unchanged, there had indeed been a monumental enhancement in his soul energy. In this regard, Chen was certainly not deceiving. While this may sound somewhat peculiar at first, an alternative analogy renders it particularly comprehensible. If we liken soul power to water, then, at the same soul power level, another individual's reservoir of soul energy resembles a mere basin, whereas Chen's reservoir resembles a vast pool. The soul power level symbolizes one's capacity to draw water. With equal capacity, others possess but a basin of water, while Chen boasts the entirety of a pool's worth. This is the advantage bestowed upon Chen following his absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring from the human-faced demon spider. Pusi's smile deepened with exuberance. I truly find it difficult to articulate my thoughts about you. You are nothing short of a marvel. Accomplishments that seem utterly unattainable. You have not only achieved but surpassed, creating even more impossibilities. Pusi appeared even more elated than Chen, and although merely a witness, he felt genuine joy for Chen from the bottom of his heart. Chen Luo's lips curled upwards, revealing a self-assured smile that he believed to be charming. Old man, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Parksy nodded promptly. Rest assured, I know you troublesome brat, prefer to avoid complications. Chen Luo and Parksy exchanged a knowing smile. Oh, by the way, do showcase your soul skill. I am eager to witness the manifestation of a millennium-old soul technique. Parksy suddenly recalled the existence of soul skills and promptly spoke. Chen Luo cast a puzzled glance at Parksy and inquired, Old man, why do you possess not a single 1,000-year soul ring? Am I to understand that your words are intended to mock me? Certainly not, Parksy replied. In my youth, I was ignorant and lacked guidance in this realm. Thus, I foolishly acquired soul rings without discretion, a decision I now deeply regret. So, you subsequently devoted yourself to the study of knowledge concerning soul masters and soul beasts? Indeed, although it was belated. Very well, old man. Let us not dwell on your sorrows. Allow me to demonstrate my soul skills. As Chunluo spoke, he gripped the scythe of death tightly, his voice resonating with intensity, poison flame. The purple soul ring hovering above him instantly radiated with brilliance. In the next moment, the scythe of death in Chen Luo's hands erupted with a dark luminescence, enveloped by a layer of black mist-like essence that clung to the blade of the scythe. Chen Luo exerted force in his legs, propelling himself towards the nearest grand tree. He swung the scythe of death, striking it fiercely. With a resounding hiss, the scythe effortlessly carved a massive gash into the tree, leaving behind tendrils of black flames that incessantly corroded the trunk. After executing this feat, Chen Luo sheathed the scythe of death and approached Parksy, simultaneously introducing his soul skill. Toxic flame, he declared, when activated. It allows my scythe to be imbued with a layer of that unique substance you just witnessed, which possesses formidable corrosive properties and is laced with potent venom. Parksy fixated on the gaping wound in the tree, where the black flames swiftly devoured the bark, soon enlarging the gash until the tree, unable to bear the strain, collapsed with a thunderous crash. After a considerable pause, Parksy finally spoke, truly astonishing. If this soul skill were not employed, would your scythe's blade still harbor toxins? Chen Luo remarked, Indeed, there exists a toxin, albeit not particularly potent. At most, it induces a state of paralysis. Parksy nodded in acknowledgement. That is already quite commendable. It has, at the very least, allowed your martial spirit to possess certain unique attributes. When you showcased your martial spirit scythe earlier, I observed no discernible changes in it, leading me to believe that such special attributes were non-existent. Chen Luo remarked, What exists is merely not discernible to the eye. Indeed, Pusi expressed his sentiments, stating, Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. It seems that my resolute decision to assist you in hunting spirit beasts to obtain soul rings was an exceedingly wise choice. Perhaps this is one of the very few correct decisions I have made in my lifetime. Chen Luo has successfully acquired his first soul ring, and the objective of this journey has been fulfilled. Pusi refrained from prolonging their stay in the soul-hunting forest with any unnecessary delays, and after a brief respite, they commenced their return. Intriguingly, on their way back, it is highly probable that Chen Luo and Pusi passed by the location where Tang San obtained his soul ring. Although the remains of the soul beast were somewhat fragmented, it was still unmistakably discernible as a mandala snake. Chen Luo and Park Si returned to Notting City, and it was already noon the following day. Their expedition to the soul-hunting forest had consumed several days, primarily dedicated to absorbing soul rings, yet fortunately, everything had proceeded remarkably smoothly. With the acquisition of his first soul ring, Chen Luo had officially entered the ranks of soul masters. Before returning to school, he accompanied Park Si to the Spirit Hall to complete his registration as a soul master and received a gold coin subsidy. Registering at the Spirit Hall and becoming a member of the Spirit Hall are two distinct concepts. Park Si naturally wished for Chen Luo to officially join the Spirit Hall, yet Chen Luo declined. In this matter, Park Si did not press further, and his desire to take Chen Luo as his disciple dissipated, not because Chen Luo was unworthy, but rather because Park Si felt himself unworthy. As for Chen Luo's first soul ring, a purple millennium soul ring, this secret was bound to be revealed eventually. However, all of Chen Luo's information was meticulously recorded by Park Si, who refrained from widely disseminating this information within the Spirit Hall, knowing that Chen Luo preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, thus opting to keep such details under wraps for a while longer. Upon returning to the Notting Primary Soul Master Academy, Chen Luo's first order of business was to return to the dormitory to find Xiaowu. However, the dormitory was deserted. He also found no trace of her in the cafeteria, and it seemed as though Wang Xing and the others had vanished into thin air. Chen Luo's ominous premonition grew increasingly intense, prompting him to hasten to the rear mountain of the academy. The rear mountain of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is not situated within the confines of the institution, but rather lies beyond the academy's back entrance. Chen Luo moved swiftly, soon arriving at the mountainside and entering the forest that lay beyond. From a distance, he could hear the raucous shouts of a group of students. "You worthless fool, do you think you can be a tiger? You're less than a cat. Wang Sheng, you really are foolish. Do you honestly believe that Lu Long's staff is just an ordinary stick? That is Lu Long's martial spirit. Little rabbit, your team has lost. No one else is stepping up, right? How about you take a turn? Who are you calling Little Rabbit? Address me as Sister Xiaowu. If I'm coming, I'm coming. Who is afraid?" It was the voice of Xiaowu. Chen Luo immediately exerted himself to the utmost, racing toward the source of the sound. Within moments, he arrived at a clearing. At that moment, two factions of students were poised for confrontation, one comprised of upperclassmen and the other of working study students. The upperclassmen, all in their early teens, were led by a tall and strikingly handsome individual whose demeanor was marred by an air of disdain that unsettled those who beheld him. In contrast, the leader of the working study students was a petite girl, charming and delicate in appearance, with her hair styled in a scorpion braid cascading down her back. She exuded a defiant spirit. It was none other than Xiaowu. Behind her stood Wang Sheng and the other working study students, though Tang San was notably absent. Judging by the scene, it appeared that Wang Sheng had recently engaged in a skirmish, leaving him battered and bruised, his body marred by numerous wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. The moment Chen Luo appeared, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Xiaowu's previously sulky demeanor transformed into a radiant smile. "Chen Luo, you have finally returned." Chen Luo smiled broadly. "Did you miss me?" "Hee, a little. I miss you too." Hey. Are you kidding? This is a battleground, not a venue for you to display your affection." Xiao Chenyu could no longer tolerate it and pointed forcefully at Chen Luo with his right hand. "Kid, you better be prepared for what's coming." Chen Luo's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Xiaowu, entirely disregarding the presence of Xiao Chenyu. Approaching Xiaowu, Chen Luo sighed in relief within his heart. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Ever since that incident in the cafeteria when Xiaowu had a verbal altercation with some upperclassmen, Chen Luo had anticipated that the day of a complete confrontation would inevitably come. Fortunately, he had made it. He would not permit anyone to bully Xiaowu. Now that he was present, there was no need for him to intervene further. He believed the matter could be resolved. Tang San returned to the dormitory after his time with the master, intending to greet his roommates, only to find that no one was there. He decided to search for them briefly. On the playground, He overheard a conversation among the upperclassmen and immediately understood that Xiao Wu and her companions had gone to settle a score. Originally, Tang San had planned to join them. But upon arriving at the back mountain and seeing that Chen Luo was already there, he dismissed the thought and opted to return to his training. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th grade student, possessed the martial spirit of a wolf. He was an 11th level, first-ring battle spirit master. The forest reverberated with Xiao Chenyu's voice, and behind him, his entourage lay incapacitated, some seated on the ground, others sprawled out, occasionally emitting groans of despair. In the brief span of mere minutes since Chen Luo's arrival, the scene had unfolded before them. None could stand against Chen Luo. Even among the upperclassmen, those who had acquired spirit rings proved utterly inadequate in his presence. Remarkably, throughout the encounter, Chen Luo had yet to even unleash his martial spirit. As the leader among the upperclassmen, Xiao Chenyu was the sole remaining force. And under the watchful eyes of his followers, he could not afford to lose face and was compelled to confront Chen Luo head-on. What manner of monster is this? He has not even activated his martial spirit, yet is already so formidable. What would happen if he did? The earlier arrogance and disdain that characterized Xiao Chenyu had vanished, replaced by a visage of anxiety, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Chen Luo, a first-year student, possessed the martial spirit of a scythe. He was an 11th level, first-ring tool spirit master. Chen Luo spoke calmly, offering a polite response, yet he still did not awaken his martial spirit. The battle commenced swiftly. At this moment, Xiao Chenyu felt a twinge of fear, but he had no choice. A throng of younger companions watched him, and he could not afford to retreat. Upon awakening his martial spirit, he charged at Chen Luo. With his martial spirit activated, Xiao Chenyu's muscles swelled with power, his eyes transformed into a pale green hue, and his nails elongated into sharp claws, exuding an aura of tremendous intensity. However, before Chen Luo, Xiao Chenyu appeared diminutive. The battle had not even begun, and Xiao Chenyu was already overwhelmed by fear. The outcome was all but predetermined. Xiao Chenyu moved swiftly, his strength formidable. In his martial spirit state, he had effortlessly crushed a stone, brimming with confidence. Yet now, despite the advantage of his martial spirit, he perceived Chen Luo as an insurmountable mountain. In mere moments, the distance between them was obliterated. Xiao Chenyu raised his right hand to strike at Chen Luo's forehead, his sharp claws glinting ominously, as if they could sever anything in their path. Bang! Before Xiao Chenyu's claws could descend, Chen Luo's foot had already connected with his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. More terrifyingly, Chen Luo managed to pursue him. In an instant, Chen Luo's seemingly modest hand seized Xiao Chenyu's throat, a suffocating sensation engulfing him, igniting panic within his very being. The looming specter of death gripped Xiao Chenyu, thrusting him into a state of sheer terror. Remember this feeling. Should you dare to trouble Xiao Wu again, my grip will tighten, and I will not hesitate to turn you into a lifeless corpse. The chilling voice echoed in Xiao Chenyu's ears, casting a long shadow over his future. A year later, today marked the holiday at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Most students busied themselves with preparations to return home, while only a select few chose to remain on campus. A semester felt like an eternity, and during the academic year, students could not return home. Only family members were permitted to visit. Throughout the year, the old village chief and Dahe had visited Chen Luo several times. Even though Chen Luo had reassured them that he could manage his return home during the holidays without their assistance, they still made the journey to the academy. Grandpa Village Chief, Brother Dahe, you have come. At the entrance of the academy, Xiao Wu greeted the old village chief and Lu Dahe with a bright smile. Although they had only met a few times, she appeared to be quite familiar with them, while Chen Luo quietly observed from the side. A month prior to the holiday, Xiao Wu had insisted on accompanying Chen Luo home, and he could only reluctantly agree. During the old village chief and Lu Dahe's visits to Chen Luo, Xiao Wu was always present. Her charming demeanor quickly endeared her to them, and they soon became acquainted. On their way back, Xiao Wu chattered incessantly with the old village chief and Lu Dahe, bringing immense joy to the former, while the usually taciturn Lu Dahe maintained a constant smile. In contrast, Chen Luo seemed like a mere passerby, trailing behind them as he silently reflected on the events of the past year at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Each day felt like a repetition of the last, filled with training, attending classes, and indulging in leisure activities with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was thriving. Ever since her victory over Xiao Chenyu on the academy's back mountain, she had become the leader of the academy, leading a carefree life. The responsibilities of the work-study students had been taken over by Xiao Chenyu and his peers, allowing her to attend classes infrequently and enjoy a leisurely existence. Regarding personal growth over the past year, Chen Luo had only made slight progress. A year ago, his soul power level was at 19, and it remained at that level. Though he was now closer to reaching 20, this was not due to laziness. Chen Luo was diligent, dedicating nearly all his time to training aside from moments spent with Xiao Wu. The slow advancement in his soul power level, in Chen Luo's view, was linked to his immense soul power capacity. The soul power within him was formidable, almost inexhaustible. This abundance of soul power manifested in the consolidation of his foundational skills. This was a process of gradual accumulation before an explosive release. Once it concluded, Chen Luo would once again find himself on the path of rapid soul power enhancement. Furthermore, beyond ordinary training, he possessed the method of soul hunting to bolster his strength. However, soul hunting was not something to be undertaken lightly. Seizing souls required the right circumstances, and not all souls were harvestable. One had to remain vigilant of other scrutiny, as indiscriminate soul harvesting could lead to being labeled as malevolent, which was an exceedingly perilous situation. Chen Luo sought to steadily and securely enhance his capabilities. In terms of his system, without acquiring a second soul ring, new tasks had yet to refresh, leaving him with no choice but to set them aside for now. As for romance, it was a relationship nurtured since childhood and progressing smoothly. Anyone would find Xiao Wu endearing. Who could resist such a beautiful and charming girl? While there were many enchanting women in Douluo, Chen Luo held a particular affection for Xiao Wu. Chen Luo originally believed he would be in a competitive relationship with Tang San. However, it now appears that Tang San does not even qualify for competition. Upon returning to the village of Caogo, it was already evening. Chen Luo returned to his quaint wooden cabin with Xiao Wu, where the two shared a bed, divided by a bundle that served as a makeshift boundary. Yet, for Xiao Wu, this division appeared to be non-existent. Her hand crossed the imaginary line, occasionally tugging at Chen Luo's attire. Chen Luo, I didn't realize your bed had such a splendid view. I can see the stars through the window, she remarked. Indeed, he replied. Tomorrow, we bought so many ingredients today. Could you prepare something delicious for me? She inquired. Of course, he assured her. I heard from Grandpa Village Chief and Brother Dehei that your culinary skills are exceptional. Naturally, Chen Luo responded. The two seemed to have an endless stream of conversation, sharing numerous plans for the holiday, until Xiao Wu gradually drifted off to sleep. Unaware of her slumber's approach, Chen Luo carefully covered Xiao Wu with a blanket, then gazed tenderly at her for a few moments, declaring, I will always protect you. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Luo turned to look out the window. The moon hung like a silver platter amidst a sky full of twinkling stars, promising another beautiful day ahead. With such an extended holiday, one must find something to occupy their time, if left to Xiao Wu's whims. Each day would consist solely of feasting. Perhaps, after some time, they could visit Shenhui village? Who knows, Tang San might be busy crafting hidden weapons. After all, they were roommates. It would be rather impolite for him not to offer some of his creations during their visit, wouldn't it? 5 years later, in the kingdom of Balak, Soto City, on the bustling streets, 3 young individuals were searching for a restaurant, 2 boys and a girl, all around 12 or 13 years of age. The girl walked alongside one of the boys, clad in a pink top and white long pants. Though her attire appeared simple, it accentuated her perfect figure, showcasing her slender waist and long, graceful legs, both of which exuded beauty. Her delicate face, adorned with a hint of youthful innocence, was captivating, with long, glossy black hair styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back to her calves. Beside her, one boy stood slightly taller, dressed in black athletic wear. His physique was well proportioned, and a black bracelet adorned his left wrist. With short black hair, he radiated a vibrant energy and possessed a strikingly handsome visage, making him appear like the perfect match for the girl. The third boy, walking ahead, donned simple attire of light blue athletic wear, with a belt embedded with 24 jade stones around his waist. His appearance was rather ordinary, and in contrast to his companions, he seemed somewhat out of place. These 3 were none other than Xiao Wu, Chen Luo, and Tang San, who had come from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I truly do not understand your thoughts. There are so many intermediate Soul Master Academies available to us, each offering incredibly generous conditions, yet you chose to enroll in this obscure, dilapidated academy. Xiao Wu lamented, pouting with a dissatisfied expression. Tang San smiled softly. The teacher only asked me to take the exam. He did not require you and Chen Luo to come. Humph. If it weren't for Chen Luo's decision to attend, I would never set foot in that wretched academy, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her pretty face displaying disdain as she turned to Chen Luo, her large, watery eyes filled with reproach. Chen Luo, I truly do not understand your reasoning. Do not dwell on it too much. Perhaps that academy will surprise us. Chen Luo replied. Seeing Xiao Wu still unhappy, Chen Luo suggested, we are making good time. There are 2 days left until the academy opens. How about spending these 2 days exploring Soto City together? It will soothe your tender heart. Instantly, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. A promise is a promise. It's hard to chase once spoken. You are the best, Chen Luo, she exclaimed with glee. Xiao Wu smiled as she linked her arm with Chen Luo's. Ahem. Tang San cleared his throat twice. Could you perhaps take my presence into account? I may be walking ahead, but I am not blind. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu is the reigning queen of Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years. Her heart is still tender. And the entire student body of Nodding Academy might as well cease to exist. Brother San, you talk too much. Xiao Wu made a face at Tang San. There's a restaurant just ahead. Let us head there. After consuming nothing but dry rations, it's time to elevate our dining experience. Chen Luo suggested, after we finish our meal. We should find a hotel to stay in. Sounds great. Brother San is treating us. He has been working at the blacksmith's for quite some time. He must have earned a substantial amount of money, yet he has never treated us to a proper meal. Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. Chen Luo smiled broadly. That is all the hard-earned money of third brother. How can you bear to do this? Tang San appeared quite generous. It's nothing. I will treat you all. Money is meant to be spent. Upon arriving at the restaurant, seemingly determined to treat Tang San to an extravagant meal, Xiao Wu ordered an array of dishes. Before all the food had even arrived, the 3 of them had already begun to indulge, relishing their feast with great delight. During the meal, Chen Luo briefly reminisced about his 6 years at Nodding Academy, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his face. Each day at the academy had been exceptionally fulfilling for Chen Luo. Aside from his dedicated training, he devoted the remainder of his time to Xiao Wu. Her companionship brought him immense joy day after day. Over the course of 6 years, the bond between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu deepened significantly, so much so that it could be described as inseparable. In addition to Xiao Wu, Chen Luo also cultivated a strong friendship with Tang San. While they may not be as close as brothers, they certainly shared a profound camaraderie. Both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu affectionately referred to Tang San as third brother, a testament to their relationship. In terms of power, Chen Luo's soul power level had now reached 29. P.S. A spoiler ahead, after reaching level 30, the protagonist will soar. Let us not dwell on the level discussion any longer. The journey from the 19th to the 20th level consumed more than half a year for Chen Luo. Upon entering the ranks of the 20th level and acquiring his second spirit ring, his spirit power experienced a remarkable surge. A year prior, Chen Luo had already attained the 29th level of spirit power. As with the transition from the 19th to the 20th level, he now faced a new period of stagnation, necessitating considerable time to further consolidate his foundation. However, his spirit power standstill did not imply a corresponding stagnation in his overall strength. Notably, Chen Luo's second spirit ring was that of a fire lizard, nearly 3,000 years old, and it too was of a purple hue. In his quest to obtain the second soul ring, Chen Luo nearly sacrificed his life, despite Pusi possessing the strength of a soul master. However, the quality of his soul ring was regrettably inferior, yet fortune smiled upon them in the end, and they emerged from the ordeal unscathed. After dining, Chen Luo and his companions commenced their search for a place to stay. Chen Luo and Tang San both intended to find an ordinary hotel for a 2-night stay. However, it so happened that Xiao Wu took a fancy to a rather unique establishment. Gazing at the 3-story hotel, adorned in a charming rose-red hue, a bitter smile crept across Chen Luo's lips as he silently mused. Some matters are inescapable. Rose Hotel, Chen Luo, Brother San, let us stay here. Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. Chen nodded, acknowledging the situation. Very well. What is meant to be will be. Some matters must be confronted. Tang San expressed no dissent and also nodded in agreement. Consequently, the trio entered the Rose Hotel. Upon stepping inside, Chen was immediately greeted by an enchanting fragrance of roses, elevating his spirits considerably. The hotel's decor was warm and distinctive, adorned solely in white, silver, and rose red, exuding an air of elegance. Approaching the reception desk, Chen inquired, "Could we please reserve 3 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter winked at Chen, asking, "Are you certain you require 3 rooms?" Chen Luo chose to pretend he had not seen it. "Certainly. Apologies, there are only 2 rooms remaining." Chen Luo turned to glance at Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu said, "That's enough. I'll share a room with you, and Sangu can have a room to himself." Tang San nodded in agreement. "That works." Chen Luo glanced at the counter and said, "Then I shall take 2 rooms." The attendant behind the counter cast an envious glance at Chen Luo before promptly responding, "Sir, please hold on for a moment." Subsequently, the attendant began processing the arrangements for Chen Luo and his companions. Just as the formalities were nearing completion, a resounding voice suddenly echoed, "My room is still available, isn't it?" As Chen Luo and his companions turned around, they noticed 3 figures had entered the hotel, making their way towards the front desk. A man accompanied by 2 women. The 2 girls appeared to be twins, their figures and appearances seemingly sculpted from the same mold. Adorned in vibrant attire, around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing graceful postures and exquisite features. However, Chen Luo and his companions' gazes did not linger on the 2 girls. Instead, they were fixated on the man positioned between them. Standing at least 6 feet tall, he seemed quite youthful, perhaps even younger than the 2 girls. His stature was tall and upright, his visage striking and resolute, with long golden hair cascading down his back. His eyes, a deep shade of blue, bore an enchanting and almost sinister quality. A shift in circumstances was apparent, yet what was destined to occur remained inevitable. Chen Luo mused silently to himself. 017, the monster. If Chen Luo could not recognize the man before him, then his journey through Douluo would have been in vain. However, he did not anticipate that the mesmerizing Bai Hu, Dai Mu Bai, would possess such striking handsomeness, although he felt that he still held a slight edge over him. Dai Mu Bai's gaze swept over Chen Luo and his companions, lingering momentarily on Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, while merely casting a cursory glance at Tang San. Cradling the twin sisters in each arm, Dai Mu Bai approached the counter, his eyes icy as he addressed the attendant. "Are you new here? Are you unaware of the rules?" Although the attendant was considerably older than Dai Mu Bai, an instinctive fear flickered across his face upon meeting Dai Mu Bai's gaze. As he stammered, "What rules?" Dai Mu Bai replied indifferently, "This hotel always reserves a room for me." The attendant stood momentarily dumbfounded, confusion etched on his features. With a chilling tone, Dai Mu Bai commanded, "Call your manager." "Of course, please hold on." The attendant quickly nodded in agreement before hastily retreating. Chen Luo gazed at the unfolding scene before him. Though it was his first encounter, it felt strikingly familiar. A sense of foreboding gripped him, surely trouble was brewing. "This elder brother appears to have arrived before us," Tang San remarked. "And so what?" Dai Mu Bai retorted, not even sparing a glance at Tang San. Xiao Wu, possessing far less patience than Tang San, stepped forward defiantly, declaring, "It matters not. We have already reserved our room, so you ought to leave at once." "Ah. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to utter such a word in my presence," Dai Mu Bai replied with a cold smile. "Given that my mood is quite pleasant today, if you perform a demonstration of leave for me, I shall consider this matter settled." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's large, tearful eyes widened in fury, her fists clenched, ready to strike. As the notorious big sister of Nodding City, her temper was as fiery as they come. She would not waste a breath on matters that could be settled with her fists. At that moment, the hotel manager approached, a rather portly middle-aged man, who was causing a disturbance in our establishment. Manager Wang shouted from a distance, having sensed the tension in the air, perhaps believing himself to be of considerable standing. He carried an air of arrogance. However, upon spotting Dai Mu Bai, his demeanor shifted instantly to one of obsequiousness. "Ah, it is you, young Master Dai," he exclaimed, showering Dai Mu Bai with flattery, uttering praises aplenty. "Rest assured, young Master Dai, I will personally handle the situation to your satisfaction. Today's room charges will be entirely waived." After finishing his sycophantic remarks, Manager Wang turned his attention to Chen Luo and his companions, his expression darkening considerably. "You lot should gather your belongings and leave at once. Our hotel does not welcome you. If you have already paid for your room, we shall refund you double. No paperwork necessary, simply collect your money and depart swiftly." With that, he shot a glare at the waiter. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and prepare a room for young Master Dai. Ensure both rooms are in impeccable condition, allowing young master to choose as he pleases." Xiao Wu, already seething with anger, erupted at Manager Wang's words. "On what grounds are we to leave? We have reserved our stay in this hotel." After reading, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly cursing. "I truly did not expect that the one desperately inciting hatred would be this so-called Manager Wang." Dai Mu Bai's voice resounded once more. "You cannot leave even if you wish to." Upon hearing this, Manager Wang instantly comprehended the situation and retreated a few steps. "In that case, young Master Dai, please feel free. Our hotel will cover all losses. Your satisfaction is all that matters." Such a contemptible creature. Xiao exclaimed angrily at Manager Wang, yet he appeared oblivious, maintaining a facade of professional courtesy. You must be a soul master as well. Come on, I shall strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. With that, Xiao prepared to take action. Chen Luo finally stepped forward, pulling Xiao behind him, declaring, if anyone is to face this, let it be me. Chen Luo merely found it troublesome, which does not imply that he is afraid of confrontation. When circumstances necessitate facing challenges head-on, he will undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. It is unreasonable to allow one's woman to take action. Xiao initially intended to interject, but at that moment, Tang San, who had been silent, spoke up. This matter belongs to men. You, as a girl, should simply observe from behind. Although Tang San initially considered stepping forward, he quickly retracted that thought upon witnessing Chen Luo's resolve. He could sense the formidable strength of the young man before him and realized that he might not stand a chance in a confrontation. Yet, Chen Luo could. Tang San held unwavering confidence in Chen Luo's prowess. Upon seeing Chen Luo advance, Dai Mubai wore a scornful smile. You three should come at me together, otherwise I might find this rather dull. I alone am sufficient. Chen Luo approached with calm composure. Come on. Dai Mubai, without uttering another word, advanced and launched a punch towards Chen Luo's forehead. Though it was a mere straightforward attack, it was imbued with an overwhelming presence. The force and speed reached their zenith in that fleeting moment, a feat achievable only through extensive combat experience. Just as Dai Mubai's fist was about to strike Chen Luo's head, a hand swiftly grasped Dai Mubai's fist, preventing it from advancing even a fraction further. No one could discern when Chen Luo had made his move. Chen Luo's gaze remained serene, his eyelids not even fluttering. Is that all? Chen Luo spoke calmly. Upon finishing his words, his figure shifted with a speed that could only be described as terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo appeared before Dai Mubai, suddenly raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick to Dai Mubai's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, Dai Mubai was sent flying, retreating 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. The speed of Chen Luo was truly astonishing, leaving Dai Mubai no time to react. Once he steadied himself, a look of alarm swiftly appeared on Dai Mubai's face, dispelling any earlier disdain. White Tiger, possession. With a low shout, Dai Mubai summoned his martial soul. A brilliant pale light erupted from his body, transforming him rapidly. His bones cracked audibly, and his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. His golden hair morphed into a striking blend of black and white, predominantly white, with a few notable strands of black. For faint lines gradually emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands grew more than twice their previous size, covered in white fur, and razor-sharp claws extended from between his fingers, glinting ominously as if capable of slicing through anything. His eyes transformed into a deep, mesmerizing blue, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose slowly from beneath him, enhancing his already formidable presence to an apex in an instant. Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, soul respect at level 37. Please enlighten me. Dai Mubai declared his martial soul and rank, formally challenging Chen Luo. Observing the scene, Xiao and Tang San exchanged looks of astonishment. To possess a 1,000-year soul ring, and at the soul respect level, I stand no chance against him. Tang San mused internally, then turned his gaze to Chen Luo. Maintaining his confidence despite the formidable opponent, Chen Luo appeared somewhat taken aback, not due to the soul ring or the level of Dai Mubai, but rather by the seriousness with which Dai Mubai approached the confrontation. He couldn't help but silently ponder, has he already unleashed his martial soul after just one exchange? Chen Luo was oblivious to the astonishing power and speed he had just displayed, which left Dai Mubai in awe. While he could barely manage to hold his own without activating his martial spirit, it was undeniably exhausting. It would be far more efficient to unleash his martial spirit and swiftly conclude the battle. Chen Luo gazed calmly at Dai Mubai and slowly spoke. Chen Luo, Wuhuan, Scythe. 29th level weapon soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. Is your level merely 29? Chen Luo had just reported his martial soul and level, yet had not yet activated his martial soul when Dai Mubai incredulously spoke up. You're at level 29. Is there something wrong? As Chen Luo responded, he summoned his martial soul. A flicker of ethereal light illuminated the scene as a colossal scythe materialized in his grasp. In that instant, Chen Luo's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. 2 violet soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, and his aura surged to its zenith. Although he possessed 1 less soul ring than Dai Mubai, his presence was no less formidable. Dai Mubai, who had intended to utter a few words, was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul rings, his expression resembling that of a ghost in shock. How is this even possible? A monster? There is no need for such astonishment. In this world, anything is conceivable. Chen Luo casually rested the scythe on his shoulder and declared, "Come on. 018, crush? What an intriguing notion that everything is possible. Allow me to experience the prowess of a being endowed with 2 millennium soul rings." Dai Mubai was indeed astounded by Chen Luo's soul rings, yet this revelation ignited his fighting spirit. With that, Dai Mubai launched himself at Chen Luo, his feet pounding the floor with such force that it buckled beneath him. He shot forward like a cannonball, his speed astonishingly swift. This is the essence of a soul master. Once one utilizes their martial soul, their strength is exponentially amplified. Dai Mubai's martial soul was particularly unique. Upon its activation, his power and velocity increased manifold. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, upon awakening his martial soul, experienced a profound transformation in his capabilities. As he observed Dai Mubai charging towards him, Chen Luo remained unfazed. In his perception, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion. He could manipulate the very fabric of time, rendering all actions before him as if they were occurring in a leisurely pace. In an instant, Dai Mubai reached Chen Luo, claws poised to strike with remarkable swiftness. Yet, his talons collided with the Grim Reaper's scythe, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Unwilling to concede, Dai Mubai continued to swipe at Chen Luo with his claws. But each attack was deftly parried by the scythe in Chen Luo's grasp. After yet another thwarted assault, Dai Mubai retreated. The astonishment that had previously left his face resurfacing. This speed is utterly astonishing. It feels as if he had anticipated my every move. Wait. What is even more terrifying is his strength. He is merely a weapon soul master. Dai Mubai then realized that Chen Luo's strength was on par with his own, if not superior, both before and after the awakening of his martial soul. Were Chen Luo's martial soul a formidable beast type, Dai Mubai might have reconciled with the disparity. However, the fact remained that Chen Luo wielded a weapon-type martial soul, which typically could not compete with a beast type, particularly in terms of raw power. Yet, against all odds, Dai Mubai found himself at a disadvantage. With the first and second soul rings already being millennium rings, what else was beyond his grasp? In an instant, Dai Mubai composed himself, fully immersing in the state of battle. Why have you stopped fighting? Chen Luo gazed at Dai Mubai, who had distanced himself from him, a faint smile gracing his face. Thus, the warm-up has concluded prematurely. Before Chen Luo's voice could fade, his figure had vanished, leaving behind only a series of phantoms. A sense of impending danger enveloped Dai Mubai, prompting an immediate response. Radiance erupted from his form, transforming his sinister gaze to a brilliant white. Simultaneously, the first of his 3 soul rings shone with resplendent light, enveloping him in a protective sphere. In the next instant, Chen Luo reappeared, wielding the scythe of death with fervor, aiming a fierce strike at Dai Mubai. Clang! The scythe halted mere inches from Dai Mubai, unable to advance further. Clearly, Dai Mubai's first soul skill had taken effect, safeguarding him from harm, though he was still forced to retreat several steps. The power of Chen Luo is indeed terrifying. After being forced back, Dai Mubai swiftly adjusted his stance and launched an aggressive assault towards Chen Luo with remarkable speed. However, Chen Luo's reactions and movements were even quicker. Clang! 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 With the sound of metal clashing, Dai Mubai's attacks were once again completely thwarted by Chen Luo. Following Dai Mubai's final strike being blocked, Chen Luo seized the opportunity, lifting his foot to deliver a fierce kick to Dai Mubai. Bang! With a muffled thud, Dai Mubai was sent flying, only coming to a halt 10 meters away. Before he could regain his balance, a groan escaped Dai Mubai's lips. When he looked back at Chen Luo, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He had yet to utilize his soul skills, and he was already beginning to feel a sense of defeat. Was that person even human? At that moment, Dai Mubai cast aside his reservations, eager for a genuine confrontation. Curious to discover the extent of the formidable power possessed by the individual before him. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai exclaimed in a low voice, as the purple third soul ring around him erupted in a blinding radiance. Simultaneously, he initiated his second transformation. The air surrounding Dai Mubai appeared to twist. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, and his already considerable physique swelled even further, tearing his garments apart to reveal terrifying muscle contours. His large hands expanded once more. The blades springing from his fingertips transformed into gleaming silver, seemingly sharper than ever. Dark stripes appeared across his skin, enveloping him in a brilliant golden aura. In that moment, devoid of fur, Dai Mubai resembled a resplendent golden tiger. To directly employ his third soul skill, Dai Mubai must hold me in high regard. Upon activating the White Tiger Diamond transformation, Chen Luo finally sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Dai Mubai. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Without a moment's pause after the transformation, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill. He opened his mouth wide, and countless rays of white light coalesced before him into a colossal white wave. With Chen Luo's roar of fury, the wave surged forth, embodying tremendous power. It seemed that Dai Mubai was entirely serious now, and perhaps it was time for me to match his resolve. As the white wave charged toward him, Chen Luo's expression remained relatively unchanged, though a few more traces of seriousness graced his handsome visage. First soul skill, Toxic Flame. Chen Luo grasped the Grim Reaper's scythe tightly, and the first purple soul ring immediately radiated with brilliance. The blade of the scythe shimmered with a dark glow. As a layer of black, mist-like essence enveloped its edge. At this moment, Chen Luo had already assumed an offensive stance. In the face of the terrifying white wave of light, he not only did not retreat but instead charged forward with determination. The entire process unfolding in the blink of an eye. As Chen Luo collided with the white wave, the scythe of death struck against it, rather than exploding instantaneously. The white wave was consumed and corroded by the toxic flames emanating from the blade of the scythe at an astonishingly dreadful speed, swiftly returning to tranquility. Had it not been for the immense fluctuations of energy permeating the hotel, one might have believed that nothing had transpired at all. The white wave had vanished without a trace, yet the toxic flames still clung to the blade of the scythe of death in Chen Luo's grasp. After Chen Luo shattered the white light wave, he immediately charged towards Dai Mubai, wielding the death goddess scythe in a direct and unadorned assault. There was no embellishment in his attack. It was straightforward yet infused with tremendous power and velocity. This time, Dai Mubai managed to react just in time, leaning aside to narrowly evade Chen Luo's strike. However, Chen Luo's relentless onslaught followed swiftly, and after a series of exchanges, Dai Mubai soon found himself overwhelmed. Resorting to sheer endurance. Clang! The blade of the death god's scythe came to a halt merely 3 inches from Dai Mubai's torso. Yet this time it was laced with venomous flames, visibly corroding Dai Mubai's defenses at an alarming rate. Before long, several wounds marred Dai Mubai's body. Though shallow, the edges of the wounds exhibited a faint blackening, indicating he had been poisoned. Nonetheless, as a soul master of considerable strength and with a unique martial spirit, Dai Mubai possessed a degree of resilience against toxins. The venomous flames that clung to him extinguished almost instantaneously, but he endured significant torment nonetheless. This was under the circumstance that Chen Luo had held back. Had he unleashed his full might, Dai Mubai would have already succumbed. Moreover, Chen Luo had yet to employ his second soul skill. Ultimately, burdened beyond his limits, Dai Mubai conceded defeat. You truly are a monster, was the heartfelt assessment Dai Mubai offered Chen Luo. Presently, Dai Mubai found himself in a disheveled state. His clothing was torn and tattered, his body marked with numerous injuries. A stark contrast to his earlier appearance. We shall meet again soon. You are welcome to visit Shrek Academy. Should you encounter any trouble there, mention my name. Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, though I doubt you will need it. With that, Dai Mubai departed alongside the pair of beautiful twins. Chen Luo, you are truly remarkable, Xiao Wu exclaimed, racing to Chen Luo's side with palpable excitement. I have rarely seen you fight before. I never imagined you would be so formidable, able to defeat even a soul master. Oh, by the way, how did that fellow know we were headed to Shrek Academy? He must be a student there. At this moment, Chen Luo had already retracted his martial soul and was leading Xiao Wu towards the counter. Manager Wang and the attendant stood at the counter. At this point, Manager Wang was drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly, while the attendant appeared somewhat better but wore a face marked by fear. I apologize. I was wrong. I underestimated you, and everything is my fault. Upon noticing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu approaching, Manager Wang immediately took the initiative to admit his mistake. Vigorously slapping his own face, his voice quivering, I hope you will be magnanimous and spare me. Chen Luo did not spare a glance at Manager Wang. His gaze fixed upon the waiter. Please proceed with the necessary formalities. Oh, and regarding the damages incurred during the recent altercation, tally the costs. I shall cover it all. The waiter hesitated, casting a glance at Manager Wang, who promptly interjected, Such matters are trivial. There is no need for you to concern yourselves. It is our honor to have you as guests at our hotel. Everything shall be complimentary. Stay for as long as you wish. Should you require additional rooms, I can arrange that for you at once. Chen Luo paid no heed to Manager Wang. He brushed his fingers against the death god bracelet on his wrist, and a gold coin materialized in his hand. Placing the coin upon the counter, he naturally took Xiao Wu's hand and strode out. Tang San hesitated for a moment before promptly following. "Let us take a stroll. I hope everything will be arranged by the time we return." As they stepped outside the hotel, Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement, "Chen Luo, I truly did not anticipate your remarkable prowess." During their years at Notting Academy, Chen Luo rarely revealed his strength, and even when he did, he never activated his martial soul. Xiao Wu had always been curious about Chen Luo's abilities, but witnessing his battle against Dai Mubai today profoundly altered her perception of his capabilities. Chen Luo maintained a serene demeanor, smiling gently as he remarked, "If I weren't formidable, how could I protect you?" Indeed, Xiao Wu beamed with delight, directly linking her arm with Chen Luo's, the two exhibiting a close camaraderie. This time, Tang San, who walked behind, refrained from coughing. His mind was consumed by the recent scene of Chen Luo battling Dai Mubai in the hotel. In stark contrast to Xiao Wu's exuberance, Tang San was profoundly astonished by Chen Luo's prowess. Having shared 6 years of life together, Tang San harbored a deeper curiosity about Chen Luo's true capabilities than Xiao Wu did. Today, he finally witnessed Chen Luo's combat skills. And although Chen Luo did not fully unleash his strength, the impact on Tang San was immense. 6 years prior, during the 7th room competition at Notting Academy, Tang San had sensed Chen Luo's distinctiveness. When he learned that Chen Luo's first spirit ring was a Millennium Spirit Ring, he was already left in awe. The second soul ring acquired by Chen Luo is also a Millennium Soul Ring. Even though Tang San had prepared himself to some extent, he was still taken aback upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul ring. Considering the recent battle between Chen Luo and Dai Mubai, Tang San had lost count of how many times Chen Luo had astonished him. The terrifying strength and speed, the extraordinarily exaggerated pace of cultivation, and the astonishing age of the soul ring were simply beyond belief. Every aspect of Chen Luo struck Tang San's heart like a heavy hammer. The chasm between individuals is indeed challenging to bridge through mere effort. Tang San had always regarded Chen Luo as his aspiration, believing that with sufficient diligence, he could eventually catch up to him, and he did manage to reach the same level of soul power as Chen Luo. He naively thought that the gap between them was steadily narrowing. It is only now that he has come to a profound realization of reality. Chen Luo and he exist in entirely different realms, forever unattainable. Fortunately, Chen Luo is his friend. 5 years ago, during the holiday following his father's passing, Tang San found himself engulfed in a state of profound sorrow for several days. It was Chen Luo's presence that helped him emerge from that despondency. Although Chen Luo is still young, he possesses a remarkable maturity, and Tang San always finds their interactions to be remarkably pleasant and effortless. Tang San can genuinely perceive that Chen Luo regards him as a true friend and brother. While Chen Luo has adeptly concealed the fact that he possesses 2 Millennium Soul Rings, he has candidly shared this with Tang San, asserting that between friends, there should be no excessive secrets. In the realm of crafting hidden weapons, Chen Luo has provided considerable assistance, not only in terms of moral encouragement but also through financial support, occasionally offering some exceptionally brilliant ideas. To have such a friend is indeed a blessing. With such impressive capabilities, I should genuinely feel happy for him. Tang San reflected briefly on the past, allowing a smile to finally grace his face. I must also strive to improve. As they strolled down the street, accompanying Xiao Wu on her shopping excursion, fragments of his recent battle with Dai Mubai at the hotel occasionally flickered through Chen Luo's mind. It dawned on him how strong he had become. With this newfound realization, a subtle smile unconsciously curved his lips. Chen Luo had never been particularly aware of his own strength, only knowing that he was formidable. Over the past few years, he had maintained a remarkably low profile. The matter of Chen Luo acquiring 2 Millennial Soul Rings is known only to Pasi, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Even the instructors at the academy remain oblivious to the circumstances. The remarkable concealment of this information is largely attributed to Pasi, for whom Chen Luo harbors a deep sense of gratitude. Although they could not establish a formal mentor-student relationship, they have nonetheless forged a friendship that transcends age. It is precisely due to Chen Luo's consistent modesty and his efforts to veil his true capabilities that he has lost sight of his own authentic strength. Chen Luo was acutely aware that his prowess could not be measured by ordinary soul power levels, yet he was still taken aback by the extent of his strength, effortlessly subduing the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. The recent skirmish in the hotel proved to be even easier than he had anticipated. The enhancement brought by his martial soul, the god of death, was extraordinarily formidable, akin to wielding a divine artifact in conjunction with a complete, innate martial soul. Although the scythe of death appeared rather unremarkable on the surface, it was undeniably a weapon of divine caliber, among the very best of its kind. The boost provided by the ethereal visage of the god of death was nothing short of remarkable, endowing him with unparalleled strength and speed, alongside a robust physique capable of withstanding immense energy. He contemplated how splendid it would be to have the opportunity to unleash his full potential in a battle. But that time would come soon enough. He was on the verge of arriving at Shrek Academy. For now, it was prudent to remain low-key, to develop in a discreet manner, and to continually grow stronger. Chen Luo mused inwardly, fully understanding the adage that great trees attract the wind. And thus he endeavored to conceal his true capabilities. It must be said that Soto City was indeed thriving. The streets were bustling with a constant flow of people, far surpassing even 10 cities like Notting. The rapid pace of life in this prosperous metropolis was palpable as the denizens rushed about, exuding an air of urgency in all their endeavors. After wandering through 2 streets, Xiao managed to purchase only a single inexpensive garment, her frugality striking Chen Luo as somewhat painful to witness. In truth, they were not devoid of funds. They had been diligently saving the subsidies provided to soul masters, amassing several hundred gold coins. Chen Luo wished to purchase several exquisite garments for Xiao, but she persistently declined, expressing her reluctance to squander money. Such a considerate and sensible girl is truly hard to find. After wandering for quite some time, under Chen Luo's firm insistence, Xiao finally acquiesced and selected a few quality outfits. After all, the boy works tirelessly to earn money primarily for the pleasure of the girl. When it came to dining, Xiao was rather generous. They indulged in numerous delicacies along the way, having already consumed a substantial amount before dinner. As evening approached, although Chen Luo showed no signs of fatigue, Xiao began to feel concern for him. Today was truly delightful. Let us return, for I fear you have exhausted yourself. Chen Luo gently shook her head, saying, "It's all right. As long as you are happy, we can stroll for as long as you desire." "Hee, you are truly wonderful." Xiao Wu grasped Chen Luo's hand as they made their way back, while her other hand carried an assortment of bags, most of which were filled with delectable treats. Sangu has been remarkably diligent. It is rare for him to suggest taking a break, yet after only a short while of shopping, he returned to the hotel early. Let us also devote some time to our cultivation upon our return. Not long after leaving, Tang San retreated to the hotel. Shopping can indeed be a form of torment for men, particularly when one is alone. With 2 individuals ahead, the experience becomes doubly taxing. Rather than squander time in self-inflicted anguish, it is far more prudent to return and engage in our training. Xiao Wu, let us explore this shop. Chen Luo suddenly halted in his tracks. Beside him stood a modestly sized shop, seemingly ordinary amidst the dazzling array of Soto City. Distinguished only by its unique sign, a circular emblem featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue Tyrannosaurus Rex intertwined. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. All right. Throughout the afternoon, it had been Xiao Wu who animatedly spoke of various places to visit, while Chen Luo remained largely silent. It was a rare occasion for him to express himself, piquing Xiao Wu's curiosity about what could possibly attract Chen Luo to this shop. Upon entering, the shop's interior was strikingly simplistic. There was no counter. Only a few items hanging from 3 walls, most of which appeared quite antiquated and seemingly of little value. In a corner of the shop, a middle-aged man in his 50s reclined in a wooden chair, eyes closed as he swayed gently with the rocking chair. Despite his age, the man retained a robust physique, causing the chair to creak intermittently. His features were distinctive. His chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were prominent, his face flat, and he bore a hooked nose, all framed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of cunning eccentricity. Chen Luo did not awaken him and gestured for Xiao Wu to lower her voice if she wished to speak. "Chen Luo, there is nothing particularly intriguing in this shop. It seems to possess a few soul-guiding devices, yet they all appear rather antiquated. Merely a sight to behold." Chen Luo spoke as his gaze swept across the entire shop, leaving no corner overlooked. Ultimately, he discovered a crystal the size of a human head nestled inconspicuously in a corner. The crystal itself was transparent, yet it contained large swathes of dark yellow impurities. At last, he had found it. 020, Shrek Academy. If Chen Luo's memory served him correctly, that seemingly ordinary and even inferior crystal was the bored crystal with golden dragon whiskers, precisely what Tang San required. The middle-aged man, who lay there in slumber, was none other than the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, a soul sage of level 78. Boss, is that crystal available for a gold soul coin? Chen Luo inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu grew anxious and whispered urgently in Chen Luo's ear. Chen Luo, why on earth would you want to purchase that worthless trinket? Although it appears to be a crystal, it is undoubtedly of the lowest quality. If you're seeking a true crystal, amethyst would be far more precious. Moreover, do you even know how to haggle? That thing is worth at most a silver soul coin. Chen Luo nodded gently and promptly changed her words. Boss, does that crystal sell for 1 silver coin? 1 gold coin. Why don't you go rob it? Xiaowu immediately retorted. 2 gold coins. 5 silver coins. Sell it if you like, and if not, then forget it. With that, Xiaowu grasped Chen Luo's hand, urging her to leave. Chen Luo displayed little sentimentality or reluctance as he followed Xiaowu out. Just as they reached the doorway, a sudden voice interrupted them. 1 gold soul coin, please. Xiaowu glanced at Chen Luo, who nodded slightly in response, prompting the pair to return. After paying a gold soul coin, Chen Luo carefully stowed the crystal within the death goddess ring. Boss, we are leaving, he courteously announced before departing with Xiaowu. On their journey back, Xiaowu could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired, Chen Luo, does that item possess any special significance? I believe third brother might find it useful. Chen Luo replied with a nod. Xiaowu pouted slightly, so it's a gift for him? I thought it was something you desired for yourself. It's rare to see you wanting to purchase something. Upon their return to the hotel, their room had already been prepared. Chen Luo and Xiaowu resided in the Crimson Ocean, while Tang San dwelled in the Verdant Separation. Upon entering Tang San's chamber, Chen Luo produced the crystal he had just acquired from a quaint shop. I believe you might find this useful, he remarked. Tang San's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the crystal, and he exclaimed, where did you procure this? With a slight smile, Xiaowu replied, from a shabby little store, for a mere gold soul coin. On the way back, I felt I may have overpaid, but it seems it was worth it after all. This was specially bought for you by Chen Luo. 1 gold soul coin? It's worth even 1,000. Tang San, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed forward to embrace Chen Luo, vigorously patting him on the back. Chen Luo, you truly are a remarkable brother. Is there any more of this crystal? Alas, this is the only one, came the reply. Ah, that's understandable, considering its rarity, Tang San mused. Xiaowu, observing silently, could no longer contain her curiosity. Is it merely a piece of broken crystal? What makes it so extraordinary? Though Chen Luo was aware of the nature of the crystal, he feigned curiosity as he gazed at Tang San. With palpable excitement, Tang San exclaimed, this is indeed a bored crystal golden dragon whisker needle. Brother Chen Luo, it seems there is a small village ahead. That should be Shrek Academy. At last, we have arrived. I am utterly exhausted, Xiaowu said, resting on Chen Luo's back and pointing towards a small settlement a mile away. Tang San remarked nonchalantly, the one who is truly weary is Chen Luo. Xiaowu playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang San, retorting, It was brother Chen Luo who insisted on carrying me. Tang San replied with an impassive expression, I only saw you leap onto his back. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us hasten our pace. We shall arrive shortly. Xiaowu only referred to him as brother Chen Luo when he carried her on his back, and each tender utterance melted his heart. As long as Xiaowu wished it, he would gladly bear her weight indefinitely. From a distance, a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the village. As they approached, it became evident that most were youths of similar age, accompanied by their parents. Could it be that the Shrek Academy was so unimpressive, merely a small village? Xiaowu had already spotted the signboard of Shrek Academy, constructed of timber, arching gracefully at the entrance. Above the 5 characters spelling out Shrek Academy, there was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature. Initially skeptical of Shrek Academy, Xiaowu could not help but express her disdain upon witnessing its appearance. It is even inferior to Nodding Academy. It likely does not even measure up to 1/3 of its size. Turning to Tang San, she inquired, Brother San, you weren't deceived by the master, were you? Chen Luo Dao said, Xiaowu, please be quiet. Xiaowu promptly fell silent, appearing quite obedient. Chen Luo pointed at the youths in line and remarked, if this were truly a subpar academy, there wouldn't be so many individuals here to enroll. Let us join the queue. What a dismal institution this is. Only accepting students under the age of 12 who possess a spirit power of level 20. This clearly reeks of a money-making scheme. I've already paid 10 gold soul coins as my registration fee. Indeed, only extraordinary talents could meet both criteria. If such opportunities truly existed, one would undoubtedly seek admission into a superior academy rather than this lackluster establishment. which pales in comparison to even the most ordinary junior soul master academies. Gradually, individuals began to depart, most grumbling as they left. Originally, over 100 had come to register, but within a few minutes, only a mere dozen remained. This exodus occurred because Shrek Academy had announced its stringent admission requirements. Candidates must be under the age of 12 and possess spirit power exceeding level 20, with neither condition being negotiable. Those who had been unaware of these prerequisites foolishly paid their registration fees, only to find themselves ineligible for enrollment, ultimately losing their fees without recourse. Some attempted to reclaim their fees through forceful means, but a youth of around 16 or 17 appeared, unleashing his martial spirit, 2 yellow and 1 purple battle soul. His mere presence silenced any dissent, leaving only a few grumbles before the rest departed. That enforcer was none other than Dai Mubai. The registration continued, and those who remained largely met the Academy's admission standards, while others hoping to slip through the cracks were mercilessly turned away, perhaps due to their early or late arrival. Chen Luo did not encounter the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters. If memory served him correctly, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were supposed to register today. Yet he found no trace of them. The registration of Chen Luo and the 2 others proceeded remarkably smoothly. It was only Tang San who experienced a slight delay, as the elder in charge of the registration was unable to ascertain Tang San's age through the usual method of examining his hand bones due to his cultivation of the mystic jade hand. The elder even took the liberty of feeling Tang San's calf. When it came time for Chen Luo to demonstrate his prowess, he inevitably attracted a multitude of astonished gazes. To everyone's astonishment, he possessed 2,000-year spirit rings. The elder exclaimed, "Our academy is about to welcome a true prodigy." Chen Luo intentionally positioned himself last for the entrance qualification assessment, wishing to avoid excessive flamboyance and undue attention. However, the presence of 2,000-year soul rings was undeniable. Anyone who beheld those resplendent purple rings was left profoundly astonished. Even the elderly, who had spent years at Shrek Academy and witnessed countless prodigies, were taken aback. The elder scrutinized Chen Luo for an extended period until Chen Luo finally broke the silence. "I should qualify, right?" "Indeed, you undoubtedly qualify. It is imperative." The elder promptly responded. "Mubai, quickly escort them inside, especially this student. His subsequent tests are unnecessary. He is already one of us at Shrek Academy." I am confident that the dean would make the same decision without hesitation. In light of the elder's directive, Dai Mubai felt no surprise. Rather, it would have been peculiar had the elder displayed a demeanor of indifference. Even after having witnessed Chen Luo's 2,000-year soul rings previously, Dai Mubai was still astounded upon seeing him again. Once, Dai Mubai held great confidence, believing himself to be an exceptional talent, a monster among monsters at Shrek Academy. It was only after encountering Chen Luo that he comprehended the true essence of monstrosity. Dai Mubai promptly led Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu into the academy. As they walked, he explained the forthcoming arrangements, which were solely directed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Chen Luo excluded. "You shall undertake the second assessment here. The instructors will guide you on what to do." Dai Mubai finally brought them to an open area surrounded by wooden cabins, seemingly the very heart of Shrek Academy. All the candidates who had passed the preliminary test were present, with occasional fluctuations of soul power emanating from the front. Dai Mubai appeared quite anxious. After delivering his message, he left Chen Luo and the others behind, casually remarking to Chen Luo, "You need not participate in any further examinations. Feel free to explore the academy. Later, arrangements will be made for your accommodation, if you wish to stay with your companions." "That is perfectly fine." With that, Dai Mubai turned to leave, just as a soft, dulcet voice broke the air. "Sausages for sale. Sausages for sale." It was Oscar. Upon hearing that familiar phrase, Chen Luo immediately thought of Oscar. Turning around, he saw a man pushing a cart and calling out, blocking Dai Mubai's path. The man was clad in simple gray garb, his hair neatly cropped, adorned with a beard, and possessing large, expressive peach blossom eyes, making it hard to believe that such a soft voice emanated from him. "Big Dai, where are you rushing off to? Come buy a sausage," Oscar said with a beaming smile. "Get lost," Dai Mubai retorted. "Well, if you don't want one, there is no need to be so irritable." Oscar swiftly stepped aside, clearing the path, his face still adorned with a smile. "Just now, I believe I caught sight of a remarkably beautiful girl, her figure equally stunning. If I am not mistaken, big brother Dai, you must be on your way to seek her out. Am I right?" Dai Mubai, however, chose to ignore Oscar and continued on his way without a word. Chunluo clearly heard the conversation between Oscar and Dai Mubai. and instantly realized that the person Dai Mubai went to find was likely Zhu Qing. To his surprise, Zhu Qing had arrived even earlier than they did. Chen Luo. I want to eat sausages, Xiao Wu exclaimed, having already caught a whiff of the aroma, and she immediately turned to Chen Luo with a cheerful smile. Chen Luo shook his head and remarked, just look at that man. He bears an utterly unsavory appearance. Would you dare to consume the sausages he sells? Hey, can't you choose your words more wisely? Who are you calling an old man? Who's being described as unsavory? Oscar, with keen ears, caught wind of Chen Luo's remarks and, feeling quite displeased, stepped forward to defend himself, proclaiming, I am but 14 years old. Chen Luo, do not be overly excited. Please bring me 10 sausages. The freshly roasted kind. Oscar's demeanor underwent a complete turnaround. Certainly. However, after a moment, Oscar seemed to regain his composure and cast an awkward glance at Chen Luo and the others. Perhaps you should cover your ears first? Why? Xiao Wu asked innocently. Oscar replied, I fear it may affect your appetite. Upon speaking, Oscar extended his right hand and proclaimed with a low voice, Behold, I possess a grand sausage. A radiant yellow glow instantly coalesced in Oscar's hand, and simultaneously, 2 golden halos rose from beneath his feet, revealing a sausage that perfectly matched the one from the cart. Xiao Wu, go away. Oscar, Dai Mubai soon returned, accompanied by a girl clad in black. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, her figure strikingly voluptuous, creating a stark contrast with her youthful visage. At first glance, Chen Luo's eyes were somewhat vacant until Xiao Wu suddenly pinched him at the waist, bringing him back to reality. Zhu Qing was indeed stunning. Chen Luo could not help but marvel inwardly. Her beauty transcended mere appearance. Haven't you all had your turn yet? Dai Mubai remarked. Never mind. I will inform the teacher. You need not queue and can proceed directly to the 4th round. Dai Mubai stepped forward and whispered a few words to the teacher, who nodded in response. Consequently, Dai Mubai intended to lead Chen Luo and the others away. At that moment, someone could not restrain their discontent. Why should this be the case? Their soul power exceeds level 25. If yours is the same, you need not wait and can join them, the teacher in charge of the assessment replied calmly. After speaking, the teacher's gaze lingered on Chen Luo. Mubai. You only mentioned those 2. What about this student? Dai Mubai smiled gently. He is already a member of Shrek Academy. Oh. The teacher appeared somewhat surprised but quickly regained composure, waving them off, indicating they could leave. Each year, a few prodigies could bypass the assessment and enter the academy directly, though such occurrences had become rare. Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds. A clear and melodious voice suddenly interjected. A girl dressed in a white dress, exuding an exceptional grace, stepped forward. Her beauty was on par with Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Yet she possessed a noble aura they lacked. Ning Rongrong. Finally, they were gathered together, ready to embark on the boss battle phase. Chen Luo mused to himself. Chen Luo was uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to join in the battle against the boss, especially since he had already received an exemption and directly become a student of Shrek Academy. However, if given the chance, he would not mind trying. Dai Mubai, noticing Chen Luo's presence, smiled and said, The 4th round is a practical test. Chen Luo, do you have any thoughts on this? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Dai Mubai beamed. It seems we are in for a spectacle today. Before long, Dai Mubai led Chen Luo and the others to another open area. There, a middle-aged man in his 50s was lazily basking in the sun while seated. Upon seeing this individual, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Luo's face. The boss has appeared, the unmoved king, Zhao Wujie. 022, let the battle commence. Dai Mubai approached Zhao Wujie for a brief discussion, allowing Chen Luo and the others to see Zhao Wujie's full appearance. Zhao Wujie was not particularly tall. In fact, he was even half a head shorter than Tang San. Yet, he was extraordinarily robust, with muscles so pronounced that one might describe them as exaggerated. His body was a testament to sheer strength, devoid of any excess fat, with bulging muscles straining against his clothing. Although Zhao Wujie bore the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, he possessed a unique charm. 5 of you have surpassed level 25. This year's batch of little monsters is quite abundant. Is our academy on the verge of resurgence? After listening to Dai Mubai's introduction, Zhao Wujie's gaze towards Chen Luo and the others shifted noticeably. Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Wujie. Since you have arrived here, it indicates that you have met the academy's requirements in terms of soul power. However, our academy does not accept mere practitioners without practical skill. All students must undergo a combat assessment. The fourth round of the exam is quite simple. You must work together to withstand my attacks for the duration of a stick of incense. If you can manage that, you will pass the assessment. I will now give you a stick of incense to prepare and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. He had already anticipated the current situation on their way. Teacher Zhao, actually, Chen Luo is already considered one of our academy's members. But he still wishes to participate in the fourth round of the exam. Dai Mubai suddenly recalled and immediately informed Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat taken aback. What qualifies him to join? Dai Mubai leaned in to whisper an explanation, and after a moment, Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good, good, good. After repeating the word thrice, Zhao Wujie chuckled. It seems our academy is truly on the path to resurgence. Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare. The time of a stick of incense is fleeting, so engage with Chen Luo. He will be the key to your success in the exam. After finishing, Zhao Wujie smirked and added, I believe it might not have been wise to allow this kid to join. It could very well raise the difficulty for everyone. But then again, he has already expressed his desire to take the exam. It would be unreasonable to turn him away now. Zhao Wujie spoke to himself and then turned to Dai Mubai. Xiao Bai, please convey my strengths to them so that they can better prepare. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai nodded and approached Chen Luo and the others, smiling as he said, Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul. The battle soul sage. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. How can we fight? We are not even in the same league. Dai Mubai chuckled. Originally, you were supposed to face me, with Teacher Zhao as merely the proctor. However, I suspected that such a situation would arise on our way here, so I can only cheer you on. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful golden bear, a remarkably strong beast martial soul. His greatest strengths lie in his power and defense, while his weakness is speed. Yet, given the substantial disparity in soul power between you and Teacher Zhao, it is unlikely that you will have any advantage in speed either. Nevertheless, do not be overly concerned. Simply fight with all your might. Teacher Zhao is not impulsive and will certainly spare your lives. Spare our lives? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly. Ning Rongrong remarked. I know who he is now. He is the unmovable king, Zhao Wujie, right? Dai Mubai nodded. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong sighed. Let us just go home. We are definitely no match for him. If even the spirit hall could not capture him, how could we possibly defeat him? Do you know him? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Ning Rongrong then recounted Zhao Wujie's heroic tale of breaking free from an ambush by 16 bishops of the spirit hall. Followed by another sigh. There's no hope for us. We have no hope. How can we know if we don't at least try? Chen Luo stepped forward. He was not surprised by Ning Rongrong and the others' reactions. After all, they were about to face a formidable soul sage, and at their age, it was only natural for anyone to feel apprehensive. Chen Luo spoke, instantly capturing everyone's attention. There is hope in effort. Without effort, hope is utterly extinguished. Chen Luo encouraged the crowd with a few words, and then proclaimed his martial soul and strength, demonstrating his resolve. Chen Luo, wielding the scythe as his martial soul, is a level 29 powerful assault-type soul master. Upon witnessing Chen Luo step forward, Xiao Wu hesitated not for a moment and immediately declared, Xiao Wu, possessing the rabbit as her beast martial soul, is also a level 29 powerful assault-type soul master. Subsequently, Tang San spoke up, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong and the others followed suit. Tang San, with the blue silver grass as his martial soul, is a level 29 control-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasure glaze tile as her martial soul, is a level 26 support-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with the phantom cat as her martial soul, is a level 27 agility-type soul master. This is the formidable lineup consisting of all of Chen Luo's companions. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, he promptly articulated the strategy. Xiao Wu and I shall spearhead the offensive, while Tang San will focus on control. Zhu Zhuqing, leverage your speed to the utmost to create distractions, and Ning Rongrong, your role will be to provide support. Tang San, you are the sole control-type soul master in our team. Your task is of paramount importance, as the rhythm of our battles hinges upon your orchestration. Tang San nodded vigorously, affirming, rest assured, I shall give it my all. Following a brief discussion to familiarize themselves with each other's martial souls and soul skills, the fleeting moments of incense burning passed swiftly. Zhao Wujie's resonant voice rang out punctually. Time is up, let us commence. If anyone feels apprehensive, now is the moment to withdraw. Chen Luo stepped forward, calmly gazing at Zhao Wujie. Teacher, let us begin. Behind Chen Luo, Tang San and his companions brimmed with determination. When an individual exerts relentless effort and demonstrates unwavering resolve, others are inevitably inspired. Tang San and his peers were not ordinary individuals. They required no excessive words of encouragement, as their own competitive spirits would naturally ignite. Zhao Wujie performed a simple warm-up, and the disconcerting sound of cracking joints echoed, generating a palpable pressure upon Chen Luo and his companions even before the match commenced. A fragrant stick was placed at a distance, yet to be lit. Chen Luo and his team began to unleash their martial souls, preparing meticulously, as the true test was about to unfold. They could not be certain of the time Zhao Wujie would allow them, thus they resolved not to overlook any opportunity or detail within their grasp. Chen Luo and all of them unleashed their martial spirits. The first to do so was Ning Rongrong. When her 7-treasure glazed tile appeared, Zhao Wujie could not help but express his astonishment. Well, what a surprise. There is even a member of the 7-treasure glazed sect here. Has Flender been doing a lot of good deeds lately? It seems the academy is beginning to flourish. After saying this, Zhao Wujie lit an incense stick, tossed it aside, and assumed a combat stance. Once Ning Rongrong activated her martial spirit, she immediately utilized all her auxiliary skills without the slightest reservation, particularly when she noticed Zhao Wujie preparing to strike. She desperately wished that her skills could be unleashed instantaneously. The 7 treasures are renowned for 2 things. First, strength. Second, speed. Just as Ning Rongrong employed her soul skills and had not yet caught her breath, Zhao Wujie had already made his move. He crouched slightly. Then with a mighty force, he slammed his fist into the ground. Tang San, maintain the rhythm of the battle. Let us engage. With a low shout, Chen Luo unleashed his martial spirit, and 2 violet rings rose from beneath his feet, revealing a massive scythe in his hand. For a brief moment, everyone, including Zhao Wujie, who was preparing to unleash his soul skill, stood in stunned silence. But it was only for a fleeting moment. The battle officially commenced. A flurry of black vines suddenly erupted from Tang San's hands, swiftly entwining around Ning Rongrong's body. With that, Tang San leapt into the air, carrying Ning Rongrong with him. At Chen Luo's command, Tang San reacted instantly, while the others sensed the impending danger and leapt into action as well. In that very instant, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled violently, sending waves of earthy brown rippling toward Chen Luo and his companions. Thanks to their foresight, none of them were affected and landed safely. Immediately launching a fierce offensive, Xiao Wu took the lead, aided by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, her speed allowing her to reach Zhao Wujie in an instant. Without hesitation, she executed her most proficient soft skill. As her body made contact with Zhao Wujie, Tang San's parasitic soul skill activated. With countless blue-silver grasses wrapping around Zhao Wujie's form, the barbed tendrils penetrated his body, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin that swiftly took hold of him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu stepped onto Zhao Wujie's shoulder, initiating her soft skill, while the multitude of blue-silver grasses lifted Zhao Wujie's feet off the ground, suspending him in midair and providing Xiao Wu with an even better opportunity to execute her technique. Alas, Zhao Wujie's strength was overwhelming. Just as he was propelled into the air by Xiao Wu's feet, the blue-silver grasses binding him suddenly exploded. Xiao Wu's body froze in place, and Zhao Wujie landed back on solid ground. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Xiao Wu quickly retreated, yet Zhao Wujie chose not to strike at that moment, seemingly allowing her to escape. Intriguing, he thought. If it were an ordinary person, they might have had their necks snapped by your little maneuver. But unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. In the face of absolute power, all techniques appear rather extravagant. Zhao Wujing exuded an air of calm and composure as he spoke, already awakening his martial soul. Suddenly, his stature surged by a meter, his muscles becoming increasingly exaggerated, standing like a small mountain. His entire body was cloaked in a thick layer of brown fur, his eyes transformed into a rich amber hue, and his large hands appeared exceptionally formidable, reminiscent of oversized fans. The 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, radiated a dazzling array of colors, slowly ascending from beneath his feet. A series of metallic clangs echoed from behind Zhao Wujing, signaling the initiation of an attack by Zhu Zhuqing. Upon activating her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's speed had more than doubled, and she possessed claws akin to those of Dai Mubai post-transformation. This presented an opportune moment for a surprise attack. After Xiao Wu launched her offensive against Zhao Wujing, Zhu Zhuqing aimed to strike while he was momentarily unguarded, with a success rate of at least 90%. However, Zhao Wujing's strength was insurmountable. Everything was under his control. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attack landed, it inflicted no damage whatsoever upon him. Your speed is commendable, yet it falls short. Had you been a fraction swifter, perhaps you might have succeeded in wounding me before I activated my martial soul, Zhao Wujing remarked with an unwavering calmness. With the awakening of his martial soul, an aura befitting a true powerhouse erupted, exerting immense pressure upon Chen Luo and the others. The disparity in strength was glaring. Zhao Wujing had been holding back, for had he not, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing would have already succumbed. As a level 76 soul saint, the immovable king could effortlessly see through the tricks of mere children. He had deliberately refrained from countering, wishing to gauge their capabilities while offering guidance in the process. After their futile assault, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing swiftly retreated, with Zhao Wujing's martial soul now active. Approaching a being of nearly invincible power for the sake of testing their so-called skills was akin to a foolhardy endeavor. Your coordination in such a short span is quite impressive. I truly admire it. Zhao Wujing praised them generously. Yet, soon after, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly turned, adopting a defensive stance with both hands, just as a massive scythe, wreathed in black flames, slashed against his arm. Clang! Zhao Wujing's body only shifted slightly, while the assailant was instantly forced to retreat. The weapon, despite being a scythe, moved with astonishing speed, faster than that of the agile young girl, and the force was rather extraordinary. Instead of anger following the ambush, Zhao Wujing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chunluo's assault was undoubtedly within Zhao Wujing's control. It could be said that nothing in the surrounding environment could elude Zhao Wujing's grasp. It would indeed be absurd if a soul sage of level 76 could not command the situation against a group of mere children below level 30. However, Zhao Wuji had not anticipated that Chen Luo's speed would be so astonishingly swift, nor could he overlook the ferocity of the attack. The power contained within it leaving him somewhat astonished, although Chen Luo had merely caused Zhao Wujing to shift slightly and had himself been sent flying. One must understand that Zhao Wujing is a formidable soul sage of level 76, specializing in both strength and defense, and has activated his martial spirit in preparation for combat. For such a being to have his body moved, even slightly, is indeed an extraordinary feat. This young man has been keenly searching for opportunities from the very onset of the battle, demonstrating exceptional timing in his assaults. Truly, he is a remarkable prodigy. No, rather, all these youngsters are prodigious, yet he is the most extraordinary among them. Zhao Wujing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a faint smile unconsciously graced his face. He glanced at his arm, where black poisonous flames clung tenaciously, busily corroding his flesh and seemingly possessing a certain degree of toxicity. Excellent! Excellent! With a swift motion, Zhao Wujing brushed away the poisonous flames effortlessly, then flexed his muscles, readying himself for battle. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Zhao Wujing slightly bent his body and then launched himself forward like a cannonball. While speed is a relative concept and, within his level, it may be considered a shortcoming, he now faced only a group of youths below level 30. What was once a disadvantage could easily transform into an advantage. Zhao Wujing set his sights on none other than Chen Luo, the very individual who had dared to attack him last. Chen Luo would certainly not foolishly wait for Zhao Wuji to strike him, even when confronted with the formidable soul saint of the 76th level. Chen Luo remained composed and commanded, I will hold him off. You all seize the opportunity. What a confident young man. Zhao Wuji's figure had already appeared close to Chen Luo, and his colossal fist surged forward with a fierce whoosh. Mind your own business. Whoosh. Chen Luoming was tantalizingly close. Yet Zhao Wuji's fist still struck nothing but air, even though Zhao Wuji exerted a measure of restraint in his strength. The force of his punch colliding with emptiness caused his massive form to stagger slightly, prompting him to take a few steps forward. Chen Luo's speed was indeed remarkable. His reflexes even more so. In that fleeting moment, he deftly evaded Zhao Wuji's assault and counterattacked with remarkable agility. The massive scythe once again swept towards Zhao Wuji, but this time he had no opportunity to evade, instinctively raising his hand to block the strike. Clang! The sharp blade sliced through Zhao Wuji's skin, and the venomous flames surged forth, yet it was merely a superficial wound. Zhao Wuji's body was as resilient as steel. The Grim Reaper's scythe could advance not a fraction further. Following his successful strike, Chen Luo showed no inclination to linger or launch another attack. He immediately began to retreat. In the face of such a formidable opponent, retreat was the only prudent strategy. Direct confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. During the time Chen Luo occupied Zhao Wuji, Tang San and his companions were not idle. Zhu Shiqing stealthily approached Zhao Wuji's rear, her claws slashing down. Although her attack failed to inflict significant damage, she successfully deposited the seeds of blue-silver grass onto Zhao Wujie. In the next instant, countless tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted, ensnaring Zhao Wujie tightly and lifting him off the ground once more. Xiao Wu made her appearance, attempting her grappling technique once again, and this time, she succeeded. Boom. Zhao Wujie crashed to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Seizing the opportunity created by Chen Luo, Tang San and his cohorts executed a flawless cooperative assault, catching Zhao Wujie off guard and achieving commendable results. Positioned at the fringes, Ning Rongrong, behind Tang San, also played a crucial role in the recent endeavor. Without her speed enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would not have been able to close in on Zhao Wujie so swiftly. Indeed, quite impressive. The blue-silver grass erupted once more. What appeared to be formidable restraints were mere child's play before Zhao Wujie. Had he not focused all his attention on Chen Luo, he would never have afforded Tang San and the others such an opportunity. It was likely that the moment the blue-silver grass ensnared him, he would have effortlessly broken free. Zhao Wujie rose, still wearing a broad smile, even applauding their performance. I am thoroughly pleased with your display. With a decisive wave of his hand, he reduced the half-burnt incense to ash. How could such a thing limit you? Welcome to Shrek Academy. Tang San and his companions exhaled in relief, yet their hearts remained uneasy. Zhao Wujie's voice rang out again. The examination has concluded, but the battle must continue. You must remain vigilant. Chen Luo's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed at this moment. I told you, Zhao Wujie would never let us off so easily. The Zhao Wujie before him felt far more tangible than the one depicted in books, embodying the essence of a competent teacher. However, there were discrepancies between this reality and Chen Luo's memories. Yet, the course must continue, particularly with regard to this battle of unimaginable disparity in strength. 024. Unleash. Everyone. Focus your attention. We must exercise caution from here on. Chen Luo wore a serious expression, showing no sign of relaxation despite Zhao Wujie's words. Tang San and the others shared the same demeanor, including the seemingly delicate girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The more talented individuals are, the more competitive they become. Not to mention this extraordinary group. Passing the examination was an inevitability for them. Even after achieving this goal, they eagerly welcomed new challenges, allowing themselves to unleash their full potential without any lingering concerns. For ordinary students, withstanding the pressure from Zhao Wujie, a formidable 76th level soul sage, would be unthinkable. Upon receiving the notification of passing, they would likely abandon any thoughts of further combat. Indeed, it is conceivable that the mediocre would lack even the courage to face Zhao Wujie. The time for preparation and rest was exceedingly brief, and the battle soon commenced again, with Chen Luo and his team taking the initiative. As before, the rhythm of the fight was orchestrated by Tang San, the soul control-type soul master in the team. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing served as the primary offensive force, seeking opportunities for Chen Luo, while Ning Rongrong remained in a supportive role. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched their assault first, swiftly approaching Zhao Wujie with Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement. Zhao Wujie maintained a stance of allowing their attacks, steadfast and unmoving. Zhu Zhuqing successfully closed the distance, her claws striking Zhao Wujie with a jarring metallic screech. However, Zhao Wujie's defense was formidable. Zhu Zhuqing's current strength could hardly inflict any substantial damage. She could only plant the blue-silver grass seeds to parasitize Zhao Wujie. In the next moment, the blue-silver grass erupted in growth, binding Zhao Wujie like a rice dumpling once more. Xiao Wu then launched her technique. Just then, Zhao Wujie's voice resonated. Using the same trick again? I advise you never to employ such foolish tactics against a true enemy. A surprise attack is sufficient. Boom. A vast surge of soul power erupted, shattering all the blue-silver grass in an instant. This time, the bind lasted less than a breath, and the thorns on the vines left not a single mark on Zhao Wujie, as if they had been tethered to iron. Xiao Wu, who had been preparing to execute her technique, was propelled backward by the overwhelming force of Zhao Wujie's soul power. No, she should be retreating with the momentum. Xiao Wu had not intended to use her technique again. A new strategy? Zhao Wujie sensed the intense heat approaching from his side and immediately raised his hand to block. Clang! A massive scythe struck Zhao Wujie's arm. Its blade now adorned with crimson flames instead of the previous black poison flames. Boom! At the moment the scythe of death made contact with Zhao Wujie's arm, Chen Luo's second soul ring suddenly radiated a brilliant purple light. Flames erupted violently, engulfing Zhao Wujie entirely in an instant. The blaze quickly dissipated, revealing Zhao Wujie enveloped in a wave of earthen-hued light, sustaining only minor injuries, although numerous charred marks were visible upon his body. Goodness. It appears you have developed quite the penchant for underhanded tactics. The earthen light surrounding Zhao Wujie surged forth, and Chen Luo was caught in its wake, letting out a muffled groan as he was propelled backward for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. The distance between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and Zhao Wujie was insufficient to shield them from the impact of the earthen wave. The two were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths and swirling through the air, both losing consciousness in an instant. Tang San, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's injury, Chen Luo, who had remained remarkably composed until that moment, was suddenly overwhelmed with agitation. Tang San, hearing Chen Luo's roar, snapped out of his daze and immediately unleashed his blue-silver grass, catching both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and pulling them back to safety. It was understandable that Tang San had not been fully aware of the battle's dynamics. He had just sustained a grievous injury and had yet to recover. The connection between a martial soul and its soul master is profound, and after enduring multiple assaults on his blue-silver grass by Zhao Wujie, Tang San's ability to persist until now was commendable. After the recent explosion of his blue-silver grass, he could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was soon followed by Zhao Wujie's aggressive advance. Once Tang San had secured Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai rushed over and promptly lifted Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, while Ning Rongrong took Xiao Wu. "Oscar, get over here now," Dai Mubai shouted. The battle seemed to have reached its conclusion. Among the 5 participants, 2 lay unconscious, 1 was gravely injured, and there remained a support soul master. Was there an expectation for the support soul master to alter fate? And there was still 1 combatant left, though he too appeared unable to change the outcome. Returning to the battlefield's epicenter, Zhao Wujie regarded Chen Luo with a bewildered expression. "You, of all people, can withstand this much?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed, incredulous. He had intentionally exerted additional strength earlier, aiming to conclude the fight swiftly and impart a lesson to these young prodigies, emphasizing the undeniable disparity in power. Only through relentless effort could one truly ascend to the ranks of the strong. However, Zhao Wujie was taken aback to find that Chen Luo, despite being sent flying, had not suffered severe harm, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were positioned further away, had both spat blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. One was remarkably resilient, yet the others were not so fragile. The fault lay with Zhao Wujie, who had mismanaged his strength. Regret gnawed at him as he worried about the potential severity of the injuries he had inflicted on Xiao Wu and the others. Having gleaned all necessary insights from the earlier skirmish, he recognized that these young combatants had yet to reach level 30 and could only utilize 2 soul skills, both of which had been exhausted. The primary objective had been to evaluate their teamwork and individual combat prowess. The little girl with the rabbit martial soul had seemingly refrained from using her second soul skill, likely due to some hesitation, though it was of little consequence. Zhao Wujie felt a profound satisfaction towards their performance. Yet, unexpected occurrences are a staple of life. Zhao Wujie, feeling somewhat weary of further explanations, even omitted his final words of guidance as he began to feel that educating these young prodigies might be a touch presumptuous. He waved his hand toward Chen Luo, saying, "That will suffice. You should check on them promptly." However, Chen Luo merely cast a glance in their direction. "Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you to a duel," Chen Luo declared, his gaze devoid of emotion. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, filled with curiosity as he looked at Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained silent. Yet his action spoke volumes. With a firm grasp on the scythe of death, he swung it to the side, and in the next moment, the crimson flames enveloping the blade transformed into an inky black. It bore a resemblance to his first soul skill, Poison Flame, but it was distinctly different, more akin to a fusion of Poison Flame and Inferno. Instantly, the black fire surged from the blade of the scythe of death, rapidly engulfing the entire weapon, subsequently enveloping Chen Luo himself. At that moment, his aura surged dramatically. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow slightly, questioning the unfolding situation. "You better not act recklessly. Any forceful attempt to enhance your power will irreversibly damage your body, perhaps even your life." Zhao Wujie sensed the impending danger and immediately shouted at Chen Luo. Chen Luo responded with tranquility, assuring, "Rest assured, there will be no adverse effects." At this moment, Chen Luo's strength had ascended to approximately level 40 Soul Master, seemingly reaching its zenith, and his aura no longer surged. This was an extraordinarily terrifying phenomenon. Such a sudden and formidable enhancement of power was unprecedented, even for Zhao Wujie, who was witnessing the spectacle for the first time. Upon sensing something amiss, Zhao Wujie immediately deduced that Chen Luo must have paid an exceedingly grievous price to achieve this, prompting him to intervene without hesitation. However, Chen Luo's response left Zhao Wujie even more astonished, yet it also alleviated his concerns. Ultimately, as long as Chen Luo's health remained intact, the specifics of the enhancement became less significant. Truly, a monster among monsters. Zhao Wujie couldn't help but marvel internally, filled with curiosity about the hidden depths and secrets Chen Luo possessed. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wujie, this was indeed Chen Luo's ultimate trump card, one that he had recently acquired. Since obtaining his second spirit ring, Chen Luo's sign-in task had refreshed, with the new location being Shrek Academy. Just moments ago, he had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy, receiving the reward of immortality. Immortality temporarily enhances one's strength, with the duration and degree of enhancement determined by current capabilities. The maximum enhancement attainable at present, Soul Master. The time available for enhancement, 10 minutes. At the moment he obtained immortality, Chen Luo happened to witness Xiao being rendered unconscious by Zhao Wujie. In that instant, his heart ached as if bleeding. Although Chen Luo understood that Zhao Wujie likely did not act with malice, he felt compelled to take action, and the recently acquired immortality provided him the means to do so. Chen Luo was enveloped entirely in black flames, wielding the scythe of death in his hand. For a fleeting moment, he truly resembled the Grim Reaper. "Come on, be careful later," Zhao Wujie remarked. After so many years of teaching, Zhao Wujie could hardly fail to perceive that Chen Luo was in dire need of release. He could only choose to acquiesce. Yet he harbored concerns that Chen Luo might act recklessly, making it difficult for him to fully regulate his own strength, thus risking another unintentional injury. Chen nodded and accelerated towards Zhao Wujie, ultimately transforming into a mere wisp of shadow. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie's expression was further tinged with astonishment. It seemed that not only his strength had been enhanced, but also his agility, beyond mere surprise. Zhao Wujie felt a surge of anticipation as he fully embraced the state of combat. Here it comes. The figure of Chen Luo suddenly emerged, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe with formidable force. Zhao Wujie instinctively reached out to block the strike, yet unexpectedly, Chen Luo altered the direction of the scythe, which ultimately landed upon Zhao Wujie's shoulder. The moment the scythe made contact, it was the ebony flames enveloping it that first touched Zhao Wujie's body. These black flames seemed to embody the characteristics of both venomous and fierce fire soul skills, possessing an exceptionally corrosive nature while also capable of instantaneous detonation. In an instant, the black flames surged forth, infused with intense corrosiveness and toxicity. Although Zhao Wujie's defenses were robust, he could not entirely evade the harm. Once the black flames subsided, his shoulder, left cheek, and chin bore the marks of charred skin, with faint tendrils of black flame still writhing. "Impressive," Zhao Wujie remarked. "The corrosive potency is remarkable. The explosive force is substantial, and it even carries a paralyzing toxin. Truly formidable." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie's first soul ring shimmered, and a golden radiance coalesced around him before erupting violently. However, Chen Luo appeared to have anticipated this, already distancing himself from Zhao Wujie to evade any collateral damage. Has his reaction speed increased as well? Is he still merely human? Zhao Wujie chuckled wryly. "I wonder if you can still maintain your swiftness under these conditions." With a flicker of his third soul skill, a vast area surrounding Zhao Wujie became subject to immense gravitational pressure, causing Chunluo's speed to diminish dramatically. This was Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, designed to minimize any speed advantage. Chen pondered silently to himself that although his strength had significantly increased after employing the indestructible technique, he was still far from the level of the 76th rank soul sage, Zhao Wujie. It was impossible for him to be immune to Zhao Wujie's gravity-enhancing soul skill. He could only hope to mitigate its effects slightly. At this moment, Chen Luo also realized that after employing the indestructible technique, his strength had significantly surged. Simultaneously, his soul force was depleting at an alarming rate, akin to using his soul energy as fuel to grant him power that he otherwise lacked. Fortunately, his reservoir of soul force was ample. Had he still been at the 29th level, even with an inexhaustible supply of soul energy, he would likely find it exceedingly challenging to move at this juncture. Chen Luo remained unaware that the diminishment he felt within himself was, in Zhao Wujie's eyes, already alarmingly formidable. His physical prowess had also augmented. Even if his strength had ascended to the soul sect level, it was unlikely he would still maintain such swiftness. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow slightly, only to be replaced soon by an exhilarated smile. This individual continued to astonish him more and more. Under the debilitating influence of Zhao Wujia's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, Chen Luo's speed has been rendered ineffective, causing his attacks to be easily parried by Zhao Wujia, who is actively seeking opportunities to counterattack. After several fruitless attempts to strike, Chen Luo finds himself perilously close to exposing a weakness. Just a hair's breadth away from being captured and forcefully subdued by Zhao Wujia. With a heavy sigh, he realizes that the odds are no longer in his favor. The disparity in their strengths is too great. Lacking the multitude of hidden weapons possessed by Tang San, and without his exceptional finesse, Chen Luo laments that he could have continued the fight a while longer had he been better equipped. Although Chen Luo has always possessed an unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he is nonetheless self-aware, recognizing that certain realities are immutable and must be accepted. Over the past few years, Chen Luo maintained a fairly amicable relationship with Tang San, who had even prepared some concealed weapons for him. However, at present, these weapons do not afford Chen Luo significant advantages, as they are not his forte. I concede. Chen Luo voluntarily chose to forfeit, bringing an end to the unyielding contest. Zhao Wujing promptly retracted his martial spirit and laughed heartily. I thought you were going to continue fighting. If it went on any longer, I would have had to unveil my true martial spirit. You have performed remarkably well. You are the most exceptional student I have encountered during my time at Shrek Academy. You flatter me, teacher. Chen Luo replied with a smile. The Zhao Wujing before him was far more attentive and considerate than Chen Luo had anticipated. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed a meticulous heart and demonstrated a commendable sense of professional ethics as an instructor. Oscar, where are you? Are you itching for a punch? After concluding his conversation with Chen Luo, Zhao Wujing bellowed. Chen Luo could not help but smile, just as he had imagined, yet distinctly different. Zhao Wujia's current appearance was indeed somewhat disheveled, his body largely charred, yet he did not utter a sound. There was no sign of anger. Even when it seemed he was nearly toppled by his own student, as long as the student proved sufficiently exceptional, he appeared willing to accommodate any demands. Oscar had finally arrived. Upon his arrival, he was immediately met with a barrage of scathing rebukes. First, it was Zhao Wujia who unleashed his wrath, followed by Dai Mubai's scolding. Are you looking to get punched? How dare you show up now? Zhao Wujia bellowed. Hurry and bring me 2 sausages. One of each? Oscar appeared quite humble. Zhao Wujia retorted, nonsense. Chen Luo absorbed the scenes around him as he approached Ning Rongrong, taking Xiao Wu into his arms. I am now a member of Shrek Academy, he said with a gentle smile. Despite Chen Luo being unscathed, Oscar still handed him a sausage without asking for payment. The large sausage not only healed injuries but also replenished a portion of soul power, Oscar explained. The sudden warmth from Oscar towards Chen Luo stemmed from having just heard Dai Mubai recount Chen Luo's recent exploits. After all, everyone aspires to cultivate relationships with the formidable. Mubai, please arrange for their accommodation. Classes commence tomorrow. Zhao Wujia declared before departing, having requested 2 sausages from Oscar on his way out. Although Chen Luo's poisonous flames had not inflicted severe damage on Zhao Wujia, they certainly caused him discomfort, particularly the corrosive and paralyzing effects of the toxic fire. Oscar's small hunting sausages possessed the ability to dispel foreign substances, yet they could not fully alleviate the pain. Chen Luo, you truly are impressive, Dai Mubai remarked for the 3rd time. At that moment, Dai Mubai was carrying Zhu Zhuqing while guiding Chen Luo towards the dormitory. Chen Luo held Xiao Wu close, with Tang San and Ning Rongrong following behind, and Oscar inexplicably trailed along. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I must continue to strive. Ever since I met you, I have suddenly discovered a renewed purpose in my endeavors. With you advocating for diligence, what grounds do we have to refrain from exerting ourselves? Dai Mubai replied with a chuckle. You flatter me. Chen Luo briefly reflected on the recent battle with Zhao Wuji's, and then recalled the outcome of Tang San's duel with Zhao Wuji's in the book, which solidified his resolve. He must strive harder. Even though the Zhao Wuji's he had just fought was a true 76th level soul sage, possessing absolute control over a group of soul masters below the 30th level. Casting a glance at the petite figure of Xiao Wu beside him, Chen Luo silently vowed, only through relentless effort can one attain strength swiftly. And only by becoming sufficiently powerful can he protect you. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, Chen Luo and his companions soon arrived at their dormitory. On the way, the arrangements for the accommodations were made. Chen Luo would share a room with Xiao Wu, Tang San with Oscar, and Ning Rongrong with Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo had proactively requested to room with Xiao Wu, Otherwise, the arrangement of mixed-gender living quarters would not have occurred. He feared that he might not be able to sleep well if separated from Xiaowu, so he decided it was best to continue sharing a space with her. Dai Mubai had no objections to this arrangement, fully capable of making such decisions, and he believed that even the Academy's dean would have no issues with it. After all, geniuses often enjoy certain privileges. The others had no objections either. The so-called dormitory was merely a larger wooden cabin, and Chen Luo felt that it was even smaller than the wooden house he had once resided in at Grass Dog Village. It must be said that the conditions at Shrek Academy were indeed quite limited. Inside the cabin were 2 wooden beds, and Chen Luo could not bear the thought of sleeping apart from Xiaowu. What if she did not cover herself well at night and caught a chill? What if she felt cold in the middle of the night and sought warmth by slipping her feet into his blanket? After much deliberation, Chen Luo decided to push the 2 beds together. Xiaowu's injuries were not overly severe. After consuming some sausages and resting for a night, she would be just fine. As for why Xiaowu had not employed her second soul skill, charm, during the battle with Zhao Wujis, it was primarily due to Chen Luo's advice. Had she used charm on Zhao Wujis, the consequences might have been far more serious. After gently placing Xiaowu on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Chen Luo settled down beside her and activated the system. He had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy and was eager to check for any new tasks that might have refreshed. Currently, there were no tasks available. Obtaining the 3rd soul ring was a prerequisite for refreshing the tasks. Chen Luo felt a twinge of helplessness as he closed the task interface. He had gradually unraveled some of the patterns associated with the system tasks. Ordinary sign-in tasks often came with specific conditions, such as the requirement to become a student of Shrek Academy for this particular sign-in task. Additionally, acquiring ordinary sign-in tasks necessitated certain thresholds, like obtaining a specific number of soul rings to refresh new sign-in tasks. As for special tasks, their variability was vast, yet they fundamentally revolved around life and death, often carrying considerable peril, leaving one to ponder whether they were willing to wager their life. Moreover, there was a lottery point system. Completing a task awarded 1 lottery point. Including special tasks, Chen Luo had accumulated 5 points, meeting the minimum requirement for the system lottery. Should he wait a while longer or proceed to draw directly? Chen hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to wait a little longer. He did not feel an urgent need to enhance his abilities through a lottery. At times, acquiring strength too rapidly through external means may not be entirely beneficial. Even in the absence of adverse effects, it can still have psychological repercussions. To continuously improve one's strength, one must ultimately rely on personal diligence and rigorous training. Chen Luo seated himself upon his bed, ready to cultivate the death goddess art. Today, he had remarkably expended a substantial portion of his soul power, making the prospect of his training considerably swifter. Yet, just before he commenced his practice, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Zhao Wujie had not been particularly harsh with Tang San. He wondered if Tang Hao would still impart his lessons. The following morning, as Chen Luo concluded his training, Xiaowu awakened just in time. "Brother Chen Luo, what is it?" she inquired. "There is a delightful feeling in being greeted by your presence upon waking." Xiaowu smiled, her large, glistening eyes blinking playfully. Chen nodded in agreement. "So am I." "Chen Luo, dear brother." I am feeling hungry." Chen Luo remarked. "Let us go and seek sustenance. This academy is rather inadequate. Could it possibly lack a cafeteria?" Xiaowu pouted her lips. Chen Luo gazed upon the adorable visage of Xiaowu, unable to resist the temptation to pinch her rosy cheeks. "The absence of a cafeteria is not a major concern. The academy is nestled within the village, and we can simply procure some food from the villagers," he remarked. "Let us be on our way," Xiaowu exclaimed with enthusiasm. As they traversed the path, Chen Luo and Xiaowu relinquished their quest for the academy's cafeteria, opting instead to seek sustenance from the villagers. At that moment, a cacophony of voices suddenly reached their ears. "Sui Hua, have I not treated you well? Why must you break up with me?" The small plump boy pleaded. "Your kindness is noted, yet." Driven by curiosity, Xiaowu momentarily set aside her hunger, tugging at Chen Luo to witness the unfolding drama. In no time, they arrived at a narrow pathway where a rotund boy, no older than 10, was entangled with a girl of about 14 or 15. "This is the last time. Otherwise, you shall not escape my grasp," the boy declared. "Please, just let me go. I can no longer endure this," Sui Hua cried, attempting to walk away. Observing this, the plump boy made an effort to forcibly retain her presence. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Is this rotund fellow the nefarious fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun? It must be him. His lewd demeanor makes it quite evident. The scene before him closely resembled the descriptions in the book, and Chen Luo swiftly concluded Ma Hongjuan's identity. Stop. Just as Chen Luo was lost in thought, Xiaowu suddenly stepped forward. Accustomed to her role as the leader, how could she tolerate Ma Hongjuan's bullying behavior? Without hesitation, she resolved to intervene. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the decisiveness exhibited by Xiaowu. It seemed inevitable that he would soon cross paths with Ma Hongjuan once more. Xiaowu's appearance instantly captivated the attention of both Ma Hongjuan and Sui Hua, particularly Ma Hongjuan, whose eyes widened in astonishment, with saliva trickling down his chin. He chuckled and remarked, "Little beauty, do you wish to be my girlfriend? Get lost." Xiaowu retorted with a fierce shout, forcefully kicking Ma Hongjuan's hand away from Sui Hua and drawing Sui Hua close to her side. Ma Hongjuan, infuriated, exclaimed, "Are you that intent on meddling, you little brat? You really think you're something special, don't you? If you provoke me, you'll regret it. Whether you want to be my girlfriend or not, you will be." As he spoke, he reached out with his lecherous hand towards Xiaowu. In that instant, her fury intensified, and she prepared to retaliate against Ma Hongjuan. However, the tardy Chen Luo acted with swiftness, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ma Hongjuan sprawling across the ground, leaving him no time to react. "Who the hell dares to ambush me?" Ma Hongjuan grumbled as he clambered up from the grass, several dried blades clinging to his head. Chen Luo cast an indifferent glance at Ma Hongjuan, whose previously arrogant demeanor immediately diminished. His voice unconsciously softened as he spoke. "This is a matter between me and Tsuowa. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Ma Hongjuan still appeared quite irate, though his earlier bravado had significantly waned. At that moment, Sui Hua interjected, visibly upset as well, but her ire was directed not at Ma Hongjuan, but rather at Chen Luo and Xiaowu. "I do not require your intervention. Please leave at once. I am fully capable of handling my own affairs." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt a wave of discontent wash over her. "We only chose to help you out of pity, yet you would treat us in such a manner? Very well, do as you wish. Chen Luo, let us depart and disregard them." From the very beginning, Chen Luo was aware that this was a case of unnecessary meddling. Had it not been for that rascal Ma Hongjuan attempting to lay hands on Xiaowu, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. To his surprise, Ma Hongjuan capitulated rather swiftly. Wasn't this character supposed to be notoriously irascible and arrogant according to the narrative? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Chen Luo, Xiaowu. What are you doing here?" The towering figure of Dai Mubai appeared. "Oh, the fat one is here too? Look, fatty, this is my brother Chen Luo." A veritable monster capable of holding his own against Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjuan cast a wary glance at Chen Luo. "You need not say, I can guess as much. This rotund fellow is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjuan, a fellow student of our academy." Dai Mubai glanced at Chen Luo and Xiaowu, then surveyed Ma Hongjuan and Sui Hua, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I seem to have an inkling of what transpired just now. Fatty, would you like to disclose your little predicament, or shall I?" Ma Hongjuan fell silent, his plump face flushed with embarrassment. Prompting Dai Mubai to disclose Ma Hongjuan's troubles, the mutated martial soul and the issues with the evil fire, all of which aligned closely with Chen Luo's recollections. To put it plainly, Fatty possessed a mutated variant of a mere paltry martial soul, slightly more formidable than the ordinary, yet undeniably troublesome. Dai Mubai laughed. Ma Hongjuan, feeling affronted, retorted, "You are the paltry martial soul. Your entire family embodies paltry martial souls. Mine is a phoenix, do you understand?" Dai Mubai shot him a disapproving look, causing Ma Hongjuan's voice to diminish in volume. "I can't be bothered to converse with you further. It's a waste of time. I shall go and nurture my relationship with Sui Hua." Where's my Sui Hua?" Ma Hongjuan looked around, yet failed to spot her. Dai Mubai chuckled. "Sui Hua departed long ago. You fat fool, should cease pursuing others. Where are your principles?" "My principles remain intact. Not everyone is like you, Dai Laoda, juggling multiple dates in a single day." Ma Hongjuan shot back. "I can tolerate being called fatty, but don't call me dead fatso. That term is excessively harsh." "Dead fatso?" Dai Mubai glared at him. "I advise you, dead fatso, to watch your words. You may indulge in reckless eating, but not in reckless speech. Beware your poultry head." Ma Hongjuan quickly discerned Dai Mubai's intentions. "Has the academy welcomed more lovely maidens? Wasn't your past conquest a source of your pride? Why act innocent now? Surely, something is amiss." Cough, cough. Dai Mubai cleared his throat emphatically. However, Ma Hongjuan, as if in a jovial mood, disregarded Dai Mubai's caution and continued. "It must be that beautiful maidens have arrived. and certainly not this fierce little lady. This Chen Luo fellow stands no chance against you. Dead fatso. Whom do you deem fierce? With her hands firmly placed on her hips, Xiao Wu exclaimed in anger. Although Ma Hongjun was on the verge of retaliating, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Chen Luo, leading him to concede. I misspoke. You are not a fierce little girl, but a lovely young lady. He sighed. This place is too much for me. I shall take my leave. See you at the cafeteria, boss Dai? With that, Ma Hongjun swiftly departed. That rotund fellow is just like that. Do not take his words to heart, Dai Mubai remarked. I presume you have yet to have breakfast. Follow me. Everyone else should already be there. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they had a modest meal, and nearly all the academy's students were present, save for Oscar. Dai Mubai briefly introduced everyone, but when it came to Zhu Xing, she coldly walked away, leaving Dai Mubai in an awkward predicament. Ma Hongjun, ever the instigator, teased Dai Mubai a few times, and had there not been so many witnesses, Dai Mubai might have retaliated against him. Subsequently, Dai Mubai provided a succinct overview of Shrek Academy, which closely aligned with Chen Luo's memories. The only difference was that he had previously observed it from afar, whereas now he was experiencing it firsthand. Before long, the bell tolled, prompting Dai Mubai to lead the group to the playground for assembly. Brother, you must be around level 30 as well. How is it that you can hold your own against Teacher Zhao? Ma Hongjun finally posed the question he had long wished to ask during their walk to the playground. Chen Luo smiled politely, remarking that Dai was exaggerating. I thought so. Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply, then added with a grin. Even if it were an exaggeration, you undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Had I not recognized you just now, you might have given me a thorough beating. Ah, I am quite easy to get along with, Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Upon arriving at the playground, the entire Shrek 7 monsters were gathered, and with Chen Luo included, they became the Shrek 8 monsters. Oscar had shaved, making it difficult for Chen Luo and Xiao to recognize him. It must be said that with just a little grooming, Oscar transformed remarkably, appearing strikingly handsome, though still slightly less so than Chen Luo. Once everyone had assembled, the principal of Shrek Academy made his entrance, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. This is our academy's principal and the founder of Shrek Academy, Flinder, a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. As Flinder appeared, Oscar promptly introduced him to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. The principal possessed a rather rare flying-type beast martial soul, and the fatty was his direct disciple. Flinder maintained his distinctive appearance, a hooked nose that gave him a sly demeanor, adorned with black-framed glasses and dressed in a gray long coat. After reaching the playground, Flinder's gaze swept over the crowd and lingered briefly on Chen Luo before he shifted his focus, stating, a warm welcome to our 5 new little monsters. You will soon visit Teacher Li, who handles the finances, to pay your tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins. Mubai, please take them. Explain the academy's rules to the new students, show them around the academy, and then everyone can return to rest. The first class after enrollment will begin tonight. Yes, Principal. Dai Mubai replied respectfully. He then turned to Chen Luo and the others, waving them to follow. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained aloof and walked away without a word. Just as Oscar sighed in relief, preparing to join the main group, Flinder's raspy voice echoed once more. Oscar, Ningrongrong, you two stay behind. Oscar rubbed his forehead, looking quite pained, yet he halted and forced a smile, asking, Principal, what is your command? Flinder replied, expressionless. You need to discuss the knowledge regarding support soul masters with Ningrongrong, then run 20 laps around the village. You may utilize your martial soul abilities to assist each other, and you must complete the laps before noon, or you shall forfeit lunch. Understood. Oscar and Ningrongrong promptly agreed, knowing that refusing was not an option. Oscar pulled Ningrongrong aside and briefly explained the special physical training arrangements for support soul masters at the academy before they embarked on their lengthy run. As Flander was about to depart, a sudden voice called out to him. Turning around, he discovered it was Tang San. Flander immediately noticed the 24 bridges on a moonlit night hanging at Tang San's waist. After a brief pause, without waiting for Tang San to speak, he remarked, Follow me. Everything was much as Chen Luo remembered, the only difference being his own presence. In the morning, he had accompanied Dai Mubai on a tour of the academy, familiarizing himself with its environment. After enjoying lunch, Chen Luo returned to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. Brother Chen Luo, I still feel this academy is rather dark. Xiao Wu said earnestly, sitting cross-legged on her bed. What is the matter? This wretched academy actually charges us 100 gold soul coins in tuition. Moreover, We also paid a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "This academy may appear shabby at first glance. Yet its faculty resources far surpass those of ordinary institutions. First, there's Teacher Zhao, a soul sage, and then the dean, also a soul sage. I suspect the instructor in charge of admissions is not to be underestimated either. The tuition may be somewhat steep, but that hardly matters. Humph. I still think this academy is dubious." Xiao Wu pouted in response. Chen Luo chuckled. All right, whatever my sister Xiao Wu says goes. This academy is indeed quite harsh. A soft laugh escaped Xiao Wu, but she soon composed herself, saying, "Brother Chen Luo, let us practice. It seems the students here are quite formidable, and we must strive to improve ourselves. Certainly, it's rare for my sister Xiao Wu to take the initiative to train." The afternoon was thus dedicated to their cultivation. As evening fell, under the guidance of Dai Mubai, everyone gathered on the playground, where Dean Flanders was already waiting. Oscar and Ning Rongrong appeared rather pale, both looking exceedingly weak, particularly Ning Rongrong, who seemed utterly exhausted, as if she might collapse at any moment. "Oscar, take Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory to rest. The rest of you, follow me," Flanders instructed, his gaze resting on Oscar and Ning Rongrong, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Oscar nodded, but Ning Rongrong suddenly protested. "I'm fine, let me join." Flanders maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "You have completed today's lessons admirably, and I am pleased. Your task for the night is to ensure you rest well. If you are hungry, go to the cafeteria and have them prepare something for you. I can do it." Ning Rongrong insisted once more, her pale face exhibiting a stubborn determination. "Even though I am a support-type soul master, I should not be treated differently. I, Ning Rongrong, am not inferior to anyone." "Ha!" Flanders chuckled. "For today, adapt. You shall begin tomorrow." Only then did Ning Rongrong relent, departing toward the dormitory with Oscar's assistance. Observing the scene before him, Chen Luo felt a twinge of surprise. According to the narrative in the book, Ning Rongrong had not completed the physical training and had unreservedly displayed her witch-like essence. Yet the Ning Rongrong before him seemed quite different. She must have completed the physical training, likely not having eaten since before noon due to her fierce determination. There was a discrepancy. This Ning Rongrong was devoid of the princess syndrome, embodying instead a truly strong-willed little princess. Chen Luo gazed at Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, reflecting on her circumstances. As the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had not indulged in a life of luxury. Despite her outwardly delicate appearance, she likely harbored an unwavering resolve to uphold the future of her sect. "Stop looking. Do you also wish to return to the dormitory?" Flanders' voice suddenly rang out. "I initially thought she would be incapable, yet she has proven me wrong, surpassing my expectations. I hope you all will follow suit." With a wave of his hand, Flanders urged, "Let us proceed to the classroom." Having spoken, he swiftly moved off with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo and his companions immediately pursued. The surroundings rapidly receded, and in a matter of moments, the disparity in speed among them became evident. Surprisingly, it was not the immensely powerful Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai, who trailed closely behind Flander, but rather Chen Luo himself. Following Chen Luo were the formidable Dai Mubai, renowned for his strength, the swift Zhu Zhuqing, the elusive Tang San, and finally, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun bringing up the rear. Chen Luo's speed was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Yet Dai Mubai and the others were not surprised, as they had already witnessed his prowess and were mentally prepared. Conversely, Flander was the most astonished among them. During the journey, he even deliberately accelerated, seemingly testing Chen Luo's limits, but ultimately failed to do so, as he had to consider whether the other students could keep up. In silence, with Flander leading the way, the group finally arrived at Soto City. After each indulged in a cup of cheap, unpalatable tea, they set off towards the Soto Great Soul Arena, which lay not far from the tea shop. 029. Do you wish to dance as well? The Soto Great Soul Arena was far grander than Chen Luo had envisioned. Previously, while accompanying Xiao Wu on a shopping excursion, he had not glimpsed the arena, making this his first encounter. The arena boasted an oval shape and soared approximately 120 meters high, exuding a commanding presence and serving as a notable landmark in the region. Upon entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, one was immediately greeted by an opulent decor. At that moment, Dai Mubai's voice resonated as he provided a brief introduction. Inside, the arena featured a main battle arena along with 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, complete with over 100 VIP boxes. This venue not only represented the strength of soul masters, but also showcased the might of various factions. As they moved inward, Dai Mubai continued his narration. Before long, they reached the registration area. After paying 10 gold soul coins, they completed their registration and were assigned to a spacious room to rest while awaiting the upcoming matches. During this time, Xiaowu suggested that she team up with Chen Luo to participate in more competitions and expedite their accumulation of points for advancement. To which Chen Luo readily agreed. Just moments ago, Dean Flander had mentioned that the basic requirement for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain a silver soul badge. The badge levels were as follows: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Transitioning from iron to copper required 100 points, with 1 point gained for a victory and 1 point deducted for a defeat. Achieving 5 consecutive victories awarded an additional 10 points, and 10 consecutive victories granted a bonus of 100 points. Subsequent badge level advancements required points multiplied by 10. For instance, progressing from copper to silver necessitated 1,000 points, with 10 points gained for a win and 10 points lost for a defeat, mirroring the consecutive victory rules. While this point multiplication may seem trivial at first glance, it effectively prevents malicious point farming, where individuals might deliberately lose or alternate wins and losses before embarking on a winning streak, resulting in a drastic point increase. For example, an individual might intentionally keep their points at 45, then win 11 consecutive matches, thus accumulating 155 points. Since all badge upgrades required 100 points, this mechanism could allow a leap of 2 levels. However, the point multiplication system effectively mitigates such scenarios. There are 3 formats for the matches: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Each individual is permitted to engage in only 1 battle of each format per day, which is precisely why Xiaowu wished to team up with Chen Luo. Please give your duo a name. After Chen Luo and Xiaowu paid 10 gold soul coins, the staff promptly assisted them in completing the registration, leaving only the final name to be decided. How about the duo name Luo Wu? Xiaowu inquired. Chen Luo gently shook her head. Luo Wu sounds rather unappealing. Let us call it the dance ensemble instead. I will heed your suggestion. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Do you wish to dance as well? Very well. The dance ensemble has been registered. Perhaps it was fortunate that the staff member encountered by Chen Luo and Xiaowu was reliable, ensuring the name was not mistakenly recorded. It would have been amusing if dance had been miswritten as 5. As soon as the dance ensemble was established, Dai Mubai's voice resonated. Xiaowu, your one-on-one soul duel is about to commence. Opposing Xiaowu was a towering figure, a muscular man exceeding 2 meters in height. The moment they took the stage, the stark contrast between the burly giant and the petite girl was evident. Whispers circulated among the audience, and even Ma Hongjun expressed some doubts regarding Xiaowu's capabilities. The outcome, however, was unmistakable. In less than 10 seconds, Xiaowu concluded the battle, skillfully employing a waistbout technique that sent the clumsy soul master named Qingbao tumbling off the stage. Despite the significant disparity in strength, Xiaowu could adeptly subdue most power-type soul masters when their strength was comparable. The second battle featured an internal match, with Tang San pitted against Zhu Shiqing. Prior to the bout, Dai Mubai earnestly advised Tang San to temper his approach, having witnessed Tang San's prowess. Moreover, control-type soul masters naturally countered agility-type ones. The final result was devoid of suspense. Tang San emerged victorious. It was not until the 5th battle that it was Chen Luo's turn. Chen Luo's opponent was a girl in her early 20s, sporting shoulder-length hair. She possessed a modest beauty and an impressive figure, clad in a black leather jacket that accentuated her alluring physique, rivaling even Zhu Shiqing. However, in terms of looks and demeanor, she fell considerably short of Zhu Shiqing's elegance. Wu Jingbai, with a martial soul of a flying wheel, boasted a soul power level of 28. Little brother, could you perhaps let your sister win this time? I'm on the verge of advancing to the silver badge, and afterwards, I promise to reward you generously. As she stepped onto the stage, Wu Jingbai cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo, uttering rather brazen remarks. To her astonishment, little brother, you are quite handsome. Forget the silver badge. How about I allow you to win a round instead? You could treat me well afterwards. What do you say? Wu Jingbai's tone shifted to a playful tone upon noticing Chen Luo's appearance. Chen Luo paid no heed to Wu Jingbai, yet the audience member, Xiaowu, could hardly contain her frustration, yearning to rush onto the stage and deliver a couple of resounding slaps to that shameless woman. Chen Luo, finish this battle swiftly, or you shall face dire consequences. Xiaowu finally shouted towards the stage, unable to restrain herself any longer. Chen Luo revealed a faint, bitter smile and nodded gently. With the host's command, the battle commenced. Wu Jingbai spoke eloquently, yet deep down, her yearning for victory surpassed that of anyone else. She swiftly activated her martial soul, summoning 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rising from beneath her feet. In her grasp appeared a colossal circular blade, its edges extraordinarily sharp. Before Chen Luo could unleash his martial soul, Wu Jingbai seized the initiative, her second soul ring glowing with a brilliant yellow light. She hurled the spinning blade toward Chen Luo with great force, its velocity astonishing, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. For an ordinary individual, there would be no time to react. They would be struck, sustaining severe injuries or worse. However, Chen Luo was no ordinary person, and he required no martial soul to contend with Wu Jingbai. Under the gaze of the spectators, the blade passed through Chen Luo's form, and they soon realized something was amiss. It was merely an illusion. Bang! The figure of Chen Luo reemerged, and simultaneously, his left foot was raised high before forcefully descending, sending Wu Jingbai tumbling off the stage. The battle concluded. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The first to respond were naturally the other members of Shrek Academy. Xiaowu and Tang San remained composed, having long been accustomed to Chen Luo's formidable maneuvers. Following them was Daimu Bai, who had previously battled Chen Luo and was well aware of his terrifying prowess. The others had witnessed Chen Luo's confrontation with Zhao Wudre and were astonished to discover that he was equally formidable even without activating his martial spirit. After a prolonged moment, the host finally regained his composure and, with a quivering voice, announced, Master Chen Luo of the Battle Soul has emerged victorious, boasting a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Wu Jingbai's record stands at 52 wins and 11 losses. Master Chen Luo, please proceed to the stage for score registration. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, followed by exuberant cheers and thunderous applause. Although the battle concluded swiftly, the impact it left was profound, and no one felt their ticket was unworthy. After this evening, they would have ample conversation material to share. Chen Luo quietly stepped off the stage, remaining low-key throughout the entire process, save for that one moment of brilliance. No sooner had he descended than, before he could savor the enthusiastic cheers of his teammates, Xiaowu whisked him aside. Well done. Chen Luo smiled gently and said, everyone is watching. Xiaowu appeared unfazed, her cheeks slightly flushed, and boldly declared, let them watch. I want everyone to know that you belong to me. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Ahem. Daimu Bai cleared his throat twice and said, you two have had enough. Prepare yourselves. The battle of the duo is about to commence. 030. The disparity. The eagerly anticipated 2-on-2 soul duel between Chen Luo and Xiaowu is set to commence, yet there remains a considerable wait ahead. The organization of the Soul Arena is, on the whole, quite reasonable, allowing participants ample time to recuperate their spirit energy. In Xiaowu's previous one-on-one duel, she utilized her first spirit skill, and her spirit energy has long been replenished. As for Chen Luo, he has yet to even awaken his martial soul, thus rendering the restoration of his spirit energy a moot point. When it was finally their turn to ascend the stage, both Chen Luo and Xiaowu found themselves in peak condition. In the 5th match of the 2-on-2 battles, the Iron Blood duo faced off against the Dance duo. With the announcer's booming voice, the crowd erupted into cheers. Compared to the one-on-one duels, the atmosphere of the 2-on-2 match is significantly more vibrant, and the 2-on-2 arena itself is at least twice the size of its one-on-one counterpart, accommodating the increased number of spirit masters and allowing for a more dynamic display of their martial prowess. Opposite Chen Luo and Xiaowu, their adversaries had also arrived at the Soul Duel platform. They appeared to be twins, their resemblance striking, as if sculpted from the same mold. Both were around 18 or 19 years of age, tall and robust, standing at least 6 feet tall, with fierce eyes and a strong physique. How could they be mere children? Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiaowu, the Iron Blood brothers instinctively frowned. The one on the right, Iron Tiger, could not help but mutter a remark. The one on the left, Iron Dragon, quickly regained his composure. Those who stand here cannot possibly be ordinary children, Iron Tiger. Focus. Yes, brother. Iron Tiger nodded in acknowledgement. The host, surprised by the youthful appearance of Chen Luo and Xiaowu, momentarily paused. Yet his professionalism allowed him to regain his composure without anyone noticing. The match commenced. The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers immediately stepped forward, growling in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. A gray luminescence erupted as 2 identical forged iron hammers materialized in their hands. Simultaneously, beneath their feet, 2 yellow century-old spirit rings slowly ascended. And under the glow of these rings, intricate patterns on their hammers became vaguely visible. Iron Dragon, Iron Tiger. After a straightforward self-introduction, the brothers wore serious expressions, showing no sign of underestimating their younger opponents. Be careful. A courteous warning was offered, and the Iron Brothers surged toward Chen Luo and Xiaowu. At that moment, Xiaowu had already activated her martial spirit, while Chen Luo remained still, showing no signs of action. This was not merely an act of bravado. Although it could be perceived as such, the reason for his restraint was that Chen Luo wished to remain inconspicuous, concealing his true abilities. Yet he possessed absolute confidence in dealing with the two before him. The enhancement provided by his martial spirit, the god of death, along with the death god's incantation, significantly augmented Chen Luo's physical prowess, almost equivalent to wielding a true martial spirit, perhaps even more formidable. As long as he did not encounter an opponent whose strength vastly exceeded his own, he could confidently engage without activating his martial spirit. One each? Xiaowu inquired. Agreed. Chen Luo nodded. In the face of the Iron Blood brothers' fierce advance, both Xiaowu and Chen Luo remained remarkably calm, displaying not a trace of fear. As if they were assigned a simple task, approaching the confrontation with a serene demeanor. Chen Luo and Xiaowu also sprang into action, their intentions unwavering as they charged directly towards the Iron Blood brothers. Their targets were distinctly defined. Chen Luo faced Iron Dragon, while Xiaowu confronted Iron Tiger. The initial clash between both parties erupted swiftly, right in the center of the soul fighting platform. Iron Dragon swung his colossal hammer towards Chen Luo. Yet Chen Luo's swiftness was astonishingly remarkable. He effortlessly evaded the strike and instantly closed the distance to Iron Dragon, delivering a powerful punch devoid of any unnecessary flourish. Bang! Chen Luo's fist struck Iron Dragon's shoulder with a terrifying force, sending him tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Iron Tiger swung his massive hammer toward Xiaowu, who deftly leaped backward, evading the blow with ease. In that instant, Xiaowu's second spirit ring radiated brilliance, activating her enchanting skill. Her eyes took on a pink hue. And upon seeing this, Iron Tiger's body froze, losing all control. Xiaowu seized the opportunity, leaping gracefully onto Iron Tiger's shoulders, and executed a fluid maneuver that sent him crashing violently to the arena floor. Both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were swiftly overwhelmed. One was flung away, gritting his teeth in pain, while the other lay dazed, his expression contorted by the intense agony. The audience was left in stunned silence, and the host was equally dumbfounded, unable to fathom how the battle, which had only just begun, could reach such a swift conclusion. Just as Chen Luo and Xiaowu believed the fight was over, to their astonishment, the Iron Blood brothers rose again. Their resilience surpassed all expectations. They could still get back up? Had they known, Xiaowu mused, they would have employed every tactic at their disposal. Chen Luo Dao remarked, although they are all weapon spirit masters, their physiques are considerably more robust than those of ordinary soul masters, making them more resilient to blows. No worries, let us try again. I wonder how long they can endure, Xiaowu declared confidently. In a battle between strength-type soul masters of comparable abilities, Xiaowu possessed unwavering confidence. Chen Luo smiled gently. No need, they have already exhausted their strength. Although the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers managed to rise, their bodies trembled slightly, revealing their struggle. Eldest brother. They are truly formidable, Iron Tiger stammered. Let us make one final stand. Iron Dragon sighed. Iron Tiger nodded vigorously. The two brothers gripped their massive hammers tightly, then swiftly spun around. In that instant, their second soul rings erupted with brilliance, and the hammers flew from their hands, hurtling towards Chen Luo and Xiaowu at an astonishing speed. The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger unleashed their second soul skill as a last resort. Could they still employ their second soul skill? Was that earlier display merely a facade? Chen Luo furrowed her brow slightly, swiftly drawing Xiaowu into her embrace. In an instant, she unleashed her speed, attempting to evade the assaults of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. However, it was rather unfortunate. The all-or-nothing attack possessed a tracking effect, leaving Chen Luo unable to shake it off. Withstanding the blows head-on was certainly not an option. Without hesitation, Chen Luo immediately activated his martial soul. A colossal scythe materialized in his grasp, while simultaneously, 2 purple soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, causing his aura to surge to its zenith. Clang! The 2 mighty hammers, upon striking the Reaper's scythe, came to an abrupt halt. Chen Luo was merely forced back a few steps, suffering no injuries. His left hand remained firmly wrapped around Xiaowu. The two heavy hammers fell to the ground, and in an instant, Chen Luo retracted his martial soul. Unfazed by the astonished and peculiar gazes of those around him, he immediately turned his head to look at the Xiaowu in his embrace, inquiring with concern. "Are you all right?" Xiaowu's delicate face was tinged with a slight blush as she gently shook her head. Meanwhile, on the other side, the brothers Tai Long and Tai Hu simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. The connection between martial souls and soul masters is profound. When their all-out efforts were thwarted by Chen Luo, they were met with immediate backlash. Before the host could declare the results, the brothers proactively exclaimed, "We concede." 031. Setting off to the Stardow Forest. Many spectators had not clearly discerned what had transpired moments ago and, upon realization, wore expressions of disbelief. How could both soul rings be purple? It's inconceivable. I too find it hard to believe, yet I truly witnessed it. It must have been an illusion. The majority of the audience, including the host, sought to reassure themselves, convinced that it was merely a trick of the eye. Surely it was an illusion. How could a great soul master possess two purple thousand-year soul rings? It is already astonishing that someone of his age could attain the level of a great soul master. Regardless, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, a complete and overwhelming domination. While the spectacle was exhilarating, there lingered a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Chunluo and Xiaowu had just left the arena, while the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers lay on the battle stage, taking a moment to recuperate before helping each other down. Even after departing from the arena and walking along the Spirit Master corridor, a trace of fear lingered on the faces of the Iron brothers. He possesses not one, but 2,000-year spirit rings. As they stepped off the battle stage, Chen Luo immediately remarked, "I was careless. I should have decisively concluded the battle at the first opportunity, nearly allowing you to come to harm." Xiaowu shook her head, smiling gently as she replied, "I am perfectly fine." Chen Luo swiftly reviewed the recent battle in his mind, genuinely astonished that the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers had employed tactics. When Chen Luo knocked Iron Dragon to the ground with a single punch, he began to suspect that Iron Dragon and his companions were merely feigning defeat, albeit he did not anticipate that their act would be so convincingly executed. By the time Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger unleashed their second soul skill, it was already too late for him to intervene. He vowed silently to himself that he would not make such a fundamental mistake again. Upon returning to the lounge, Dai Mubai and the others immediately surrounded him, offering their congratulations. "Chen Luo, when you were engaged in a one-on-one soul battle with Xiaowu, those two brothers from the Iron Blood combination were in the audience," Dai Mubai remarked. Ma Hongjun chimed in, "They probably saw how formidable you both were and decided to employ such a tactic, pretending to be defeated by you before unexpectedly using their second soul skill." Chen Luo nodded gently, not surprised. Everything was as he anticipated. "How did your match go?" Chen Luo inquired. Dai Mubai replied with a smile, "Only the chubby one hasn't finished yet, but it will be soon." Ma Hongjun lamented, "It's not that I intend to hold you back, it's just that you all are moving too swiftly. I will certainly strive to conclude my battle more rapidly." Chen Luo, "Do not be hasty. Those who can stand upon that stage are not mere trifles. Haha, rest assured, as long as my opponent is not you, I can conquer all others," Ma Hongjun confidently declared, waving his fist. Before long, Ma Hongjun's match concluded with an effortless victory. Just as everyone prepared to depart, they realized that Dean Flander was nowhere to be found. The Dean must have had matters to attend to. He had instructed us that once the soul battle concluded, we should return directly, Dai Mubai remarked. At that moment, Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected with an exuberant smile, "You all go ahead. The Dean told me before he left to visit his shop after the soul battle. Dai Mubai, would you like to accompany me?" Dai Mubai seemed to have anticipated Ma Hongjun's words. Had his gaze the power to kill, Ma Hongjun would have perished countless times. Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent, glancing at Zhu Xuqing before making a hasty retreat. Zhu Xuqing maintained her usual icy demeanor, her attitude towards Dai Mubai remarkably indifferent. "Do not heed that fat fool's nonsense. I am not a fat fool." Ma Hongjun's voice echoed from around the corner. Dai Mubai shot a glare in that direction, but when he turned back to Zhu Xuqing, his expression instantly subdued, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Zhu Xuqing remained aloof. "What does that have to do with me?" With that, she strode away. Dai Mubai clenched his teeth in frustration, his fist cracking ominously. Chen Luo observed the unfolding scenes with a calm exterior, yet internally, he could hardly suppress a chuckle. "Big brother Dai, you still have some endurance left." When it comes to the emotions of others, Chen Luo preferred to remain uninvolved. As he lacked the energy for such matters, all his thoughts were devoted to Xiaowu. Upon returning to the academy, there were no significant disturbances. According to the narrative within the book, there should have been a segment depicting the witch Ning Rongrong's reckless antics. However, this Ning Rongrong was far from a witch. Hailing from noble lineage akin to a princess, she exhibited neither the ailments of a typical royal nor an inclination to be weak-willed. Brother Chen Luo, aren't you planning to use your martial soul today? Upon entering the dormitory, Xiaowu inquired eagerly, her large, expressive eyes blinking with curiosity. Chen Luo remarked, "When you encounter danger, my sole desire is to ensure your safety. At that moment, nothing else holds significance. If time were not of the essence, I would even employ the technique of immortality." With a playful smile, Xiaowu beamed and inquired, "Is immortality the sole skill you used during your battle with Teacher Zhao?" Chen Luo expressed no reservations towards Xiaowu and nodded affirmatively. Xiaowu chose not to pursue the matter further and smiled gently, saying, "Brother Chen Luo, let us commence our cultivation." Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. "When did you become so enthusiastic? I have always been this positive, you know?" Xiaowu pouted. Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. "It has only been since yesterday. Please do not expose me." A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Chen Luo and his companions finished their breakfast, the bell of the academy chimed. Everyone gathered on the playground, yet there were no teachers in sight. After a considerable wait of nearly 15 minutes, Dean Flanders sauntered over. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Oscar. "Ah, splendid, you've reached level 30. Flanders remarked with satisfaction. The attention of all instantly converged on Oscar, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Just fortunate, really," he replied. Flanders continued. "Luck is indeed a facet of strength. I hope everyone here possesses a measure of that fortune." The crowd regained their composure and stood at attention. Flanders added, "It appears tomorrow's lesson is set. Everyone is to gather here at dawn, under the guidance of Teacher Zhao Wujian, to venture into the Star Doe Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third spirit ring. This will be an excellent experience. Make sure to seize the opportunity." He then announced, "Now, we shall commence today's lesson with sausage. Oscar, conjure some sausages, and the rest of you shall partake, primarily for adaptive training." Although Oscar's incantation was a touch comical, the flavor of his sausages was undeniably delightful. Initially, there was some reluctance among the group, but once Chen Luo took the lead, everyone began to indulge. The session concluded even more smoothly than Flanders had anticipated. Such a tenacious bunch, he mused inwardly before departing. As he left, he reminded Chen Luo and the others once more, "Do not forget tomorrow's lesson." The next morning, the group assembled and set off for the Star Doe Forest. The Star Doe Forest is one of the most renowned habitats for spirit beasts on the Douluo continent, its expanse nearly rivaling that of the Barak Kingdom. On the journey to the forest, Zhao Wujie patiently introduced the wonders of the Star Doe Forest to Chen Luo and his companions, his expression earnest, though his appearance elicited stifled laughter. "What happened to Teacher Zhao yesterday? He looks like a swollen pig today," Ma Hongjun muttered softly. Oscar replied, "What do you mean yesterday? He looked like this the day before as well. Please, let's not bring it up again. I foolishly asked him about it, and he nearly flattened me." Tang San pondered. It is hard to fathom what sort of formidable adversary Zhao encountered to be in such a state. After all, he is a defensive spirit master. Even a sensitive attack spirit master should not be able to inflict such severe damage. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not help but inwardly mutter, "Do not overthink it. It was merely your father's doing." As for Zhao Wuji, his performance during the examination was not excessively harsh. Ultimately, it was Chen Luo who engaged in the final duel. Tang San, at most, was merely affected by the explosive force of the blue-silver grass, resulting in a slight spurt of blood, and his injuries were not grave. Chen Luo had thought that Zhao Wujie would escape punishment, yet he could not evade this calamity. One could only say that Hao Yin Douluo was overly protective. Zhao Wujie, clearly attuned to the murmurs behind him, instinctively touched his swollen face, wincing slightly at the pain. Reflecting on the events of 2 days prior, he felt no anger. Rather, a faint smile graced his lips. How could he harbor resentment? That was a rare opportunity for him. "Mu Bai, lead the team well," Zhao Wujie intoned, sensing that the time for idle chatter had passed. "Understood, Teacher Zhao." Mu Bai immediately nodded in agreement, then proceeded to issue a reminder. "The Star Doe Forest is teeming with soul beasts, and these creatures have never held a favorable view of humanity. We must remain vigilant. The dangers there surpass our imagination. Maintain formation and be prepared for battle at any moment." Before their departure, the formation of the Shrek team had been meticulously arranged. Zhao Wujie stood at the forefront. His role solely to carve a path. Unless confronted with extreme peril, you would refrain from intervening. Chen Luo and Tang San closely followed Zhao Wujie, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar trailing behind them. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked either side, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing brought up the rear, ensuring the safety of the two support members at the core of their formation. The group had initially become somewhat disjointed, but with a reminder from Dai Mubai, they swiftly re-established their formation and entered a state of heightened vigilance. They continued their journey, and were it not for Oscar's sausages providing sustenance, they would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. Ning Rongrong also generously offered speed assistance to the team, not hesitating to expend her soul power. However, one individual stood apart, Chen Luo. Throughout the journey, he refrained from consuming Oscar's sausages, not out of disdain, but simply because he found no necessity for them. His soul power was extraordinarily abundant, and the Death God technique continuously operated, replenishing far more than it consumed. Even when Chen Luo was not in a state of cultivation, the Death God technique would function autonomously, albeit at a slower pace. Yet, upon any depletion, it would immediately engage at full capacity, providing a frenzied supply of energy. Tang San and the others held no particular opinions on Chen Luo's abstention from the sausages. As Ning Rongrong assisted the group, she selectively avoided Chen Luo, recognizing that he was deliberately slowing his pace. Any unusual behavior from others would quickly draw the attention of the group, but when it came to Chen Luo, he seemed to have gained a certain immunity. After all, countless bizarre occurrences had transpired around him, rendering such trivialities inconsequential. It seemed unlikely they would reach the Stardow Forest today. Ahead lay a small town where they could rest for the night and replenish their supplies. In the evening, Zhao Wujie issued the command to halt. After a day of travel, the Shrek team had covered a distance of 400 kilometers, leaving them with less than 100 kilometers to their destination. The town was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located, bustling with activity. Albeit lacking city walls, otherwise, it would resemble a small city. The streets were lined with an assortment of shops, most of which catered to soul masters. They chose a hotel at random, and the Shrek team checked in. Rest for the night. We shall depart in the morning. All expenses here will be borne by you, Zhao Wujie succinctly instructed before securing a single room for himself and heading upstairs. Chen Luo and the others deliberated on where to have dinner. Having indulged in sausages throughout their journey, they were nearly at the point of regurgitating them. Upon entering the quaint town, Ma Hongjuan's exuberance erupted. Waiter, we're ready to order. They settled on a restaurant, and when Dai Mubai announced his intention to treat the group to a sumptuous meal in honor of the newcomers, Chen Luo and the others, Ma Hongjuan's excitement was palpable. Summoning the waiter, he swiftly ordered an array of over 10 dishes, his chubby face quivering with anticipation. Dai boss, I won't hold back. Tonight, I must feast extravagantly. Dai Mubai, exuding generosity, replied, no worries. Order whatever you desire. I can certainly cover this meal. Indeed. Dai boss is affluent. I feel as though I am nearly destitute, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dai Mubai smirked. Where has all your money gone? You know that better than anyone. Higi, if I were as dashing as you, Dai boss, I wouldn't need to spend so much. Perhaps I could even earn some back. Ma Hongjun responded with a mischievous grin. Dai Mubai shot him a warning glare, prompting Ma Hongjun to fall silent. At the table set for 8, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged playful banter, while Chen Luo and Xiao Wu shared whispered secrets, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong meditated in silence. During their travels, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had made considerable contributions. Even though their soul energy had been replenished, they still required rest to recuperate mentally. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her aloof demeanor, opting to remain silent and absorbed in her own thoughts. Tang San gazed at the distant nightscape, lost in contemplation. Chen Luo, I just spotted so many delectable dishes. Shall we indulge in them later? Xiao Wu inquired softly, sitting beside Chen Luo. Chen Luo gently nodded. All right. I wonder if you will still have an appetite after your meal. Xiao Wu replied with excitement. We can just eat a little less later. The restaurant was quite busy, with most of the tables already occupied. Due to the influx of patrons, the pace of service had slowed slightly. During this waiting period, a group of individuals clad in silvery soul master robes entered the establishment, instantly capturing the attention of many. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, all around 20 years of age. Dai, those fellows seem to be from Songhui Academy, Ma Hongjuan's voice suddenly rang out, his round face displaying a hint of excitement. Dai Mubai retorted, it's merely a mediocre academy. Is it really necessary to be so thrilled? There's a girl among them. And she's quite attractive, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, licking his lips in anticipation. Look at you, so pathetic. Daimubai cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the group of soul masters, and he inwardly lamented. What was meant to occur has indeed transpired. Upon arriving in this small town, he had already sensed an ominous premonition. He distinctly recalled that the Shrek Academy had encountered a conflict with a prestigious Soul Master Academy on their way to the Stardow Forest. As he entered the restaurant, he pondered whether it was merely a coincidence. Indeed, it was no coincidence. What was destined to happen had come to pass. And it was none other than the unfortunate Sanghui Academy. Just moments ago, the conversation between Daimubai and Ma Hongjun had not been conducted in hushed tones, resembling an ordinary chat. Particularly, when Daimubai referred to the institution as a garbage academy, Sanghui Academy happened to pass by, making it impossible for them to remain oblivious. The leading middle-aged teacher furrowed his brow, and an expression of displeasure surfaced on the faces of the other students. Let us sit here, they declared. Although there were numerous tables available in the restaurant, Sanghui Academy chose to sit right next to Shrek Academy. The emblem of Sanghui Academy was quite conspicuous. Their soul master robes were adorned with a blue circular insignia, within which the characters for Sanghui were intricately embroidered, in contrast to the simplicity of Chunluo's group. Sanghui Academy's presence was decidedly ostentatious. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, the proprietor promptly approached them, extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome. Chen Luo keenly observed a middle-aged instructor from Sanghui Academy uttering a few words to a nearby youth, who promptly rose and made his way toward Chen and his companions. It appeared he was coming to meet his demise. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun remained engrossed in their idle chatter, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events at Sanghui Academy. Conversely, Oscar, who had just regained his strength, became exhilarated by the spectacle. A server happened to pass by, yet the youth from Sanghui Academy seemed blind to his presence, colliding directly into him. The server, caught off guard, nearly toppled the dish he was carrying onto Daimubai's head. In a swift motion, Tang San intervened, employing his control technique to catch the dish, placing it securely on the table while steadying the server. The youth from Sanghui Academy quickly apologized, saying, "I'm terribly sorry." Afterward, he attempted to leave, but his left foot had already aimed a kick at the chair where Daimubai was seated. Given the force behind it, the chair would surely be wrecked. At that critical moment, Daimubai suddenly stood up, delivering a resounding slap to the youth's face, exclaiming, "Do you really think you can get away with this?" It was evident that Daimubai had been harboring a great deal of frustration, and this youth had unwittingly placed himself in the line of fire. The sharp sound of the slap resonated, accompanied by a crack that suggested a broken bone. As the youth was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing through several tables, the restaurant was instantly thrown into chaos, with patrons hastily retreating to safety, yet they did not leave. Instead, they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Daimubai was even more volatile than Chen Luo had imagined. He mused quietly to himself. Beside him, Xiao was already buzzing with excitement. As a former leader herself, she relished such raucous spectacles. What followed was a cliché scene of conflict. The Shrek 7 monsters engaged in battle with the members of Sanghui Academy, and the outcome was all too predictable. Sanghui Academy faced utter defeat. Chen Luo remained seated quietly, observing the unfolding events. It was not until the teacher from Sanghui Academy, lacking martial ethics, joined the fray that the situation escalated. The manifestation of the Xian turtle, Yi Zhiqiu, eager to salvage the dignity of his academy, did not hesitate to join the battle, unleashing his martial soul. A ring of black ripples emanated from his being, instantly suppressing the momentum of the Shrek crowd. Subsequently, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs retracted by a third, and a massive armor appeared on his back, his entire form shimmering with a dark light. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, showcasing the prowess of a soul king. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of external affairs at Sanghui Academy. You, mere children, lack understanding. Summon your teacher." After releasing his martial soul, Yi Zhiqiu's aura reached its zenith, and his confidence soared correspondingly. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, already intoxicated by the fervor of the conflict, disdainfully shouted, "You old turtle. Do we really need our teacher to handle you? We can easily bring you down ourselves." Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened to an extreme. He detested being referred to as a turtle more than anything. Without further hesitation, he retorted angrily, "Then let me take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." With that declaration, Yi Zhiqiu stepped outside. The restaurant owner, witnessing this, nearly fell to his knees, fearing that if the battle continued within his establishment, it would be utterly destroyed. Dai Mubai and the others gathered, their gazes collectively fixed upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo waved his hand gently, indicating for them to proceed first. If they found themselves at a disadvantage, he would join in later. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for the Shrek 7 monsters to hone their skills. Should he join directly, the battle would lose its significance. Daimubai and the others did not say much, merely nodding in agreement. They were well aware of Chen Luo's capabilities. Should he enter the fray, the old adversary from Tsanghue Academy would stand little chance. After a brief discussion, the Shrek 7 monsters took to the battlefield. Even when faced with opponents of the Soul King level, they remained undaunted. After a few exchanges of taunts, the combat commenced without hesitation. At that moment, Chen Luo had already risen from his seat, holding a cup of tea as he stepped outside, sipping his beverage while observing his teammates engaged in battle. The coordination displayed by Dai Mubai and the others was remarkably adept, exchanging blows with Yujichio in a spirited manner. However, Yujichio was, after all, a formidable Soul King, and the disparity in strength was ever present. It wasn't long before the Shrek 7 devils found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, Chen Luo remained unfazed, even if he refrained from intervening. Tang San among the group wielded formidable hidden weapons not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, the tides of battle shifted unpredictably, and suddenly, Xiaowu found herself in peril. In an instant, Chen Luo's composure vanished, leaving his mind a blank slate as he acted impulsively. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was employing his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, unleashing a terrifying chill that erupted from his being. A torrent of black water surged forth, targeting the members of Shrek Academy, with the forward position Xiao Wu becoming the primary target. Fatty, quickly! Dai Mubai shouted urgently upon witnessing the imminent danger. Ma Hongjun sprang into action, ascending into the air as he expelled violet-red flames from his mouth, successfully intercepting the onslaught of black water. However, the disparity in soul power was significant, and he soon found himself unable to maintain the defense. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had already retreated alongside her companions. Suddenly, a figure surged past them, enveloped in black flames, wielding a colossal scythe. This individual exuded an aura that rivaled that of the Soul King, Yi Zhiqiu, moving with astonishing speed to confront him. The giant scythe descended with lethal intent. The Reaper's scythe struck, and the black flames clinging to its blade erupted violently, engulfing Yi Zhiqiu entirely. The sheer intensity of the heat, coupled with corrosive properties and toxicity, manifested instantaneously. Yi Zhiqiu had been maintaining his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hudi, and his second soul skill, Xian Shui Bingfeng, surrounding himself with swirling black energy that radiated cold. However, the moment the black flames made contact, all his defenses began to dissolve rapidly. Once the black fire dissipated, Yi Zhiqiu's body was mostly charred, with remnants of the flames continuing to corrode his flesh. It is crucial to note that these black flames could even breach the defenses of the Soul Saint, Zhao Wujing. What could a mere Soul King withstand? Even one focused entirely on defense, when Zhao Wujing was a Soul Saint dedicated to the same. A pained hiss escaped Yi Zhiqiu's lips as he instinctively reactivated his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hudi, and second soul skill, Xian Shui Bingfeng, in a desperate attempt to expel the lingering black flames. Subsequently, consumed by rage, Yi Zhiqiu fell into a state of utter frenzy, bellowing at Chen Luo, "You fool! You're courting death. Is it you who seeks death?" A chilling voice interrupted, resonating in his ear just as he finished speaking. Bang! A massive fist, brimming with power, struck Yi Zhiqiu's head with incredible swiftness. He barely had time to react, his face contorting in shock as he was sent flying. Chen Luo's hands were enveloped in a layer of frost, a consequence of Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Shui Eye seal, yet he suffered no substantial harm. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Yi Zhiqiu scarcely comprehended how Chen Luo had moved. He had barely uttered his threats when, in an instant, Chen Luo appeared before him, leaving him utterly incapable of reacting. More than 10 meters away, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to regain his footing, carving deep trenches into the ground as he moved, his feet partially embedded in the earth. The confident demeanor he had so recently exhibited had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. His face was marred by a significant dent, blood oozing from his nose and mouth, and the fury in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. "Are you their teacher?" Yi Zhiqiu instinctively inquired, only to chastise himself internally for his foolishness immediately after voicing the question. Was it conceivable for a teacher to be so young? Yet, The sheer magnitude of the opponent's power was astonishing, judging by his aura. He seemed to possess the strength of a soul sect master, while the two flickering purple soul rings indicated he was merely a great soul master. At around 12 years of age, a great soul master with 2,000-year soul rings, and yet wielding the prowess of a soul sect master? Each revelation struck Yujichio's nerves with relentless intensity. Gradually, he regained his composure, but a profound sense of dread began to take hold. Chen Luo cast a dispassionate glance at Yujichio, casually flicking his right hand to dissolve the frost clinging to it. He then retracted his martial soul and strode directly towards Xiao Wu. It was they who had instigated the trouble. There was no need to escalate the situation further. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Chen Luo approached Xiao Wu with great concern and inquired about her well-being. Xiao Wu smiled gently and reassured him, I'm fine. The gazes of Dai Mubai and the others fell upon Chen Luo, each face reflecting a mixture of astonishment, particularly Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had never witnessed Chen Luo unleashing his martial soul in battle. Oscar had previously been fortunate enough to witness the aftermath of Chen Luo's combat, where teacher Zhao appeared not just defeated but utterly disheveled, a testament to the sheer terror of Chen Luo's strength. Seeing Chen Luo's true prowess today only intensified Oscar's impression of him as an immensely formidable opponent. Ma Hongjun repeatedly swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, Thank goodness I didn't fight him that day, otherwise I would have been finished. During the one-on-one battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena, Chen Luo had refrained from using his martial soul, only revealing it during a 2-on-2 match to protect Xiao Wu, which concluded in an instant, leaving everyone unable to appreciate his true power. Just moments ago, however, Chen Luo had single-handedly overwhelmed the Soul King Yujichio, an opponent that they, as a group of 7, could not contend with, and the vivid images of that encounter continued to stimulate their senses. Among the group, Dai Mubai was the first to regain his composure, teasingly remarking, Chen Luo, your Xiao Wu hasn't even been injured, yet you're already going wild. If you can overpower a Soul King, what would you do if something happened to her? Would you not take down that old turtle? Pretty much. Chen Luo candidly confessed his earlier thoughts. The group paused, then broke into smiles, while a faint blush adorned Xiao Wu's delicate face. Chen Luo Dao, I have been too selfish. You ought to gain some experience. Xiao Wu nodded. Indeed, if I always stand behind you, how can I grow stronger? Chen Luo smiled faintly. I will be more cautious in the future. Although Xiao Wu uttered those words, her delicate hand had already entwined with Chen Luo's arm. The members of Tsanghui Academy were left to themselves, particularly Yujichio, whose feet were still mired in the mud. At that moment, thoughts of eliminating Chen Luo incessantly flashed through Yujichio's mind. Such a prodigy, if allowed to mature, would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Having already established enmity, reconciliation was impossible, and if he could not possess him, he would rather see him destroyed. Yet, these thoughts were fleeting, swiftly quelled by Yujichio. Even if he harbored intentions of vanquishing that young man, he needed the capability to do so. Conversely, if that young man sought to eliminate him, he would already be a corpse. The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine. Suppressing his martial soul, Yujichio disregarded his own disheveled appearance. Acting as though nothing had transpired, and beckoned his students, settle the bill, we shall depart. The Shrek members, in turn, cast no further glances at their Tsanghui counterparts. Yet their faces radiated the countenance of victors. Upon returning to the inn, they indulged in a hearty feast, oblivious to the curious gazes and whispers of the surrounding patrons. When it was time to leave, Dai Mubai insisted on settling the bill, but the innkeeper adamantly refused to accept payment. Ultimately, Dai Mubai tossed 2 gold soul coins onto the counter. The cost of the meal was undeniably covered, with the remainder generously offered as a tip, for they had thoroughly enjoyed their dining experience. After Chen Luo and his companions departed, Zhao Wujie suddenly appeared in the inn, casually ordering a couple of small dishes. His gaze fixed on the empty space outside. He scratched the back of his hand. I thought I could alleviate my restlessness. Yet it seems I didn't even have the opportunity to act. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wu kept blinking her large, watery eyes at Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and inquired, What's the matter? Nothing much. I simply wish to see you. Xiao Wu replied with a gentle smile. Chen Luo suddenly seemed to recall something, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. Wait for me a moment, he said before stepping out. After a brief interval, Chen Luo returned. With a sweep of his large hand over the Death Goddess bracelet, an array of delectable treats appeared on the table. Precisely those that Xiao Wu had mentioned to him earlier. I nearly forgot. I promised you. Chen Luo beamed with delight. Overwhelmed by the sight of the sumptuous spread before her, Xiao Wu embraced Chen Luo tightly. Brother Chen Luo, you are the best. 035. I have Xiao Wu now. Chen Luo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Wu, then quietly tidied up the trash on the table. Whether it was due to an unsated appetite or Xiao Wu's genuine craving for the food, the entire spread had been devoured. After cleaning up, Chen Luo refrained from further cultivation and instead lay beside Xiao Wu, quietly observing her as he reflected on the events of the day. I was overly impulsive and rather selfish. A rare opportunity for growth was squandered because of me. After all, she is Sister Xiao Wu, fiercely strong and inclined to resolve matters with her own fists, while I, with unwarranted arrogance, always placed myself behind her for protection, which may not be a commendable act. I should strive to temper myself in the future, yet how can one truly restrain such impulses? A look of conflicted emotion surfaced on Chen Luo's face. Striving to become stronger was intended to shield her from any harm. Yet if I resolved every issue, how could she possibly grow, given her disposition? She certainly does not relish the idea of being perpetually protected by others. Regardless of the circumstances, there must be a limit to this approach moving forward. Chen Luo longed to reach out and caress Xiao Wu's face, yet he ultimately restrained himself, fearing that he might awaken her. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a proper night's sleep. Chen Luo cast a final glance at Xiao Wu, reclined his body, a faint smile gracing his lips, and gradually closed his eyes. The following morning, the members of Shrek set forth once more, the Stardow forest not far from their destination. Upon exiting the small town, they surged ahead with great speed. In less than 3 hours, they arrived at their destination. Standing atop a small hill, they beheld an endless expanse of verdant sea beneath them, where towering ancient trees dominated the landscape, each reaching heights of over 20 meters, their branches thick with foliage. Even before stepping into the forest, a refreshing sensation enveloped them. The invigorating air, mingled with the scent of damp earth, tantalized their senses, instantly rendering them more comfortable, while the coolness emanating from the forest dispelled the heat accumulated from their journey. Zhao Wujie did not permit Chen Luo and the others to immediately enter the forest. Instead, he instructed them to rest briefly at the edge. The dangers lurking within the Stardow forest need not be elaborated upon. Once inside, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Not even you, Chen Luo. Especially you, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you must remain closely tethered to me. No one is to engage with the soul beasts without my explicit command, Zhao Wujie proclaimed sternly. Yes, after a brief respite, the group revitalized themselves to their utmost potential and, under Zhao Wujie's guidance, ventured into the Stardow forest. As they progressed, the Shrek members encountered numerous soul beasts. In most instances, they opted to circumvent these creatures, even if they were weak. When faced with soul beasts that initiated an attack, they endeavored to avoid taking their lives. Several times, Daimubai nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate the obstructive soul beasts, yet ultimately refrained due to Chen Luo's persuasion. Sustainable development and the desire to avoid unnecessary troubles were Chen Luo's rationale. No one contested his reasoning, and all found his arguments quite compelling. Even Tang San, the esteemed disciple of the master, nodded in silent admiration for Chen Luo, recognizing that soul masters with such profound awareness were indeed a rarity. Chen Luo's decision to become a mediator was not solely motivated by the reasons he articulated. Rather, his primary concern was to spare Xiao Wu from sorrow. After all, this was her home, and given the rarity of her return, it was imperative to avert any instances of violence. Furthermore, there exists a certain interconnectedness among soul beasts. Who would wish to witness their kin fall victim to senseless slaughter? Suddenly, a commotion was heard. Everyone, exercise caution. As midday approached, while the Shrek team rested beneath a grand tree, Zhao Wujie's voice pierced through the air. Instantly, all members entered a heightened state of alert. Without needing to be prompted, Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial spirit and ascended a nearby tree to assess the situation. What she discovered was a flying serpent, seemingly limited to a height of 3 meters. Adorned with a blood-red crest that was disproportionately large compared to its head, and a fan-shaped tail. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice soon resonated from above. Zhao Wujie's eyes brightened. It must be a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a remarkably rare soul beast. Yet, its age remained uncertain. Tang San promptly inquired, "What is its length? And what color are its wings?" Zhu Zhuqing responded, "It measures 6 to 8 meters in length, with pale red wings." Tang San immediately concluded, "This is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake aged between 1300 and 1800 years, perfectly suited for Oscar." He then proceeded to elaborate on how to discern the age of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake along with relevant information about it. One must admit, in the realm of soul masters and soul beasts, Tang San's expertise is truly commendable. Chen Luo smiled gently, then why hesitate? Let us all join forces to capture this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Tang San nodded in agreement. If Oscar manages to absorb the spirit ring of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, it's possible that his third spirit skill could enhance our speed. The speed of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is astonishing, particularly the coxcomb atop its head, which can grant it terrifying velocity in an instant. Who knows? It might even enable us to soar. Chen Luo remarked with a smile. Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps that is indeed a possibility. Oscar, filled with enthusiasm, urged. Let us go. Let us hurry. We mustn't let it escape. Zhao Wujing cast a glance at Chen Luo. I shall refrain from intervening. You may proceed. Chen nodded. All right. Oscar replied. Chen, if you assist me in capturing the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, I shall be entirely yours. Chen Luo offered a gentle smile, declaring, I have Xiao Wu now. Upon hearing this, no one was particularly surprised, except for Xiao Wu, whose cheeks flushed with shyness. And a sweet smile involuntarily danced at the corners of her lips. Before entering the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu had been lively and cheerful, but after their arrival, a weight of concern seemed to settle upon her. This moment marked her first smile since their entrance into the forest, while others were oblivious to Xiao Wu's plight. Chen Luo was keenly aware of it. Having received Zhao Wuji's approval, Chen Luo, feeling a surge of eagerness, promptly set his plan into motion. Facing the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake was not a challenge for the formidable Shrek 7 monsters, yet the creature was notoriously cunning and remarkably swift. Given Dai Mu Bai and the others' current capabilities, capturing the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake would prove difficult. It was imperative to secure such a rare soul beast swiftly, as it could provide Oscar with the ability to fly after absorbing its soul ring. Chen Luo summoned his martial spirit, and a colossal scythe of the Grim Reaper manifested in his grasp. Simultaneously, an invisible shadow, imperceptible to others, melded into his being. As two circles of purple soul rings ascended, causing Chen Luo's aura to surge dramatically. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, instantly enveloped in black flames as he took flight, activating his immortality. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he was determined to give his all. The 036 swiftly approached the location of the Shrek group, and perhaps sensing the presence of humans, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake turned and fled without hesitation. Attempting to escape? It would not be so simple. At this moment, Chen Luo had made ample preparations. There was no way he would allow the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake to escape. He crouched slightly, then launched himself like a cannonball toward the serpent. Despite the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake's remarkable speed, it was still no match for Chen Luo's swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, arriving right before the creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck, swinging the scythe of death through the air toward the serpent's body. The blade clashed against the snake's scales, producing a shower of sparks, and soon, the scales could no longer withstand the force, allowing the blade to penetrate the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake's flesh. In the next instant, a torrent of black flames erupted, engulfing most of the serpent's body. A sickening sound of corrosion and burning filled the air, followed by a nauseating stench of charred flesh. As the black flames subsided, the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake was left marked with dark, charred scars, its scales mostly melted and fused with its flesh, evoking a sense of pain just to behold. Amongst its bloodied remains, remnants of black flames continued to gnaw at the serpent. A howl of excruciating agony escaped the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, its body slowing down as the paralyzing toxins from the black flames took effect. Chen Luo seized the opportunity, raising his formidable black scythe with the intent to obliterate the phoenix-tailed chicken-crested snake. At that moment, the serpent seemed to sense the impending doom. Its fleshy crest atop its head suddenly shimmered with a radiant glow. In an instant, the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crested snake surged dramatically, and it vanished, reappearing over 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo's reaction was remarkably swift, almost immediately after the action of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. He launched into pursuit, his speed equally terrifying. My goodness, is Chen Luo even human? This speed is utterly astonishing. Even Soul Beast's adept at speed can barely keep up. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. Dai Mu Bai chuckled, saying he is indeed a monster among monsters. The day I witnessed him and teacher Zhao engaging in fierce combat, I was already convinced that there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Chen Luo fought bravely in the front, while the members of Shrek observed from a distance. They refrained from offering assistance, fully aware that their intervention would only serve as a hindrance. They understood that Chen Luo possessed the formidable strength necessary to subdue the Fengwei Jigwanch. Zhao Wuji perched upon a sturdy branch, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. However, upon witnessing Chen Luo's prowess, a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. There was simply no opportunity to intervene. Indeed, he was a true monster among monsters. While the others watched with keen interest, a trace of worry etched across Xiaowu's face. Noticing her concern, Tang San offered a reassuring smile, asserting that Chen Luo's current strength had undoubtedly reached the soul ancestor level. With combat capabilities far exceeding that rank, there was nothing to fear. As it turned out, Chen Luo did not disappoint. Even as the speed of the Fengwei Jigwanch surged, he managed to keep pace. Yet, at such an incredible velocity, wielding his giant scythe became challenging. In a remarkable display, he ultimately grasped the serpent's tail with his bare hands, embedding the scythe into the ground. With a resounding crash, the Fengwei Jigwanch dragged Chen Luo forward, but the resistance from the scythe and Chen Luo himself gradually drained its strength. The death goddess scythe carved a deep trench into the earth, stretching several dozen meters, while Chen Luo himself sank half a meter into the ground. Nevertheless, his grip on the serpent's tail remained unyielding, effectively halting its advance. At last, had its strength finally waned? Chen Luo exuded a formidable presence, a victorious smile gracing his lips. With a powerful exertion, the veins on his arm bulged, mirroring the tension in his forehead and neck. Under the watchful gaze of his companions from Shrek, he astonishingly hurled the nearly 7-meter-long phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake into the air, only to bring it crashing down with tremendous force. The impact reverberated through the ground, creating a vast indentation, within which the phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake lay, rendered unconscious. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his martial soul and waved towards the Shrek group, exclaiming, "It's done." The members of Shrek remained momentarily stunned, with only Xiao Wu breaking free from the daze, swiftly approaching Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, are you all right?" she inquired, her face etched with concern. Despite being aware of Chen Luo's formidable strength, the fact remained that he had confronted a 1,000-year soul beast, making it impossible for her to be entirely untroubled. Chen Luo smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, just a slight numbness in my hand." As she spoke, she waved her hand lightly. In her effort to halt the flamboyant crowned snake, she had exerted excessive force. To avoid dealing a fatal blow to the creature, she resorted to the simplest and most direct method, rendering the flamboyant crowned snake unconscious by striking it. Her arm still tingled slightly. Xiao immediately stepped forward to massage Chen Luo's arm, and upon confirming that Chen Luo was truly unscathed, she felt a sense of complete relief. Subsequently, Xiao's gaze fell upon the unconscious flamboyant crowned snake. "Must we truly slay the soul beast?" Chen Luo nodded gently, acknowledging the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest. Xiao pursed her lips, withdrew her gaze, and displayed little emotion on her face. Meanwhile, the others, who had been standing in a daze, snapped back to attention upon seeing Xiao Wu approach. Their minds still lingered on the terrifying display of power exhibited by Chen Luo. The group made their way toward Chen Luo, with Oscar being the swiftest among them, as his third spirit ring was tantalizingly close. It would be peculiar for him not to feel exhilarated and eager. "Chen Luo, your strength is truly astonishing." Upon reaching Chen Luo, Daimu Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Ma Hongjun added, "If it had been teacher Zhao wielding the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I could have accepted it, but it was you. For a moment, I felt as if you had hurled me as well." "That's an exaggeration." "Truly." Oscar then dashed towards Chen Luo and enveloped him in a hearty embrace, his excitement palpable, nearly prompting him to plant a kiss on Chen Luo's cheek. "My dear brother, I am immensely grateful." After expressing his thanks and releasing Chen Luo, he promptly returned to deliver the final blow to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, immediately commencing the absorption of the spirit ring. Situated in the Star Doe forest, where danger lurked at every corner and any unexpected turn could occur, it was imperative to swiftly achieve their objective. As Oscar began to absorb the spirit ring, Chen Luo and the others entered a state of heightened vigilance, ready to protect Oscar. Zhao Wujie remained perched on a branch, his eyes gently closed, seemingly attuned to the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie abruptly opened his eyes. "Come forth," he uttered, his expression impassive, his voice steady. At this moment, Chen Luo and the others seemed to sense something and turned their gaze towards a nearby thicket. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, emerged. She appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, yet despite her age, her spirit was remarkably vigorous, her white hair neatly styled. Though her face bore numerous wrinkles, it was as rosy as that of an infant. What truly captivated the attention of Chen Luo and his companions was not the woman's appearance, but rather the 6 soul rings that gradually ascended beneath her feet. The elderly woman grasped a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane, emanating a formidable aura of soul power, undoubtedly indicating that this cane was her martial spirit. After the elderly woman stepped out from the underbrush, a striking young girl followed her. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, with a bobbed haircut and appearing around 16 or 17 years of age. She wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. In her hand, she held a snake-headed cane, albeit notably shorter than the one wielded by the elderly woman, measuring only 2 meters in length. With 2 yellow 100-year soul rings rising from beneath her feet. As soon as the girl appeared, her large brown eyes immediately fixed upon the phoenix-tailed coxcombed serpent. Upon noticing that the serpent had perished and that someone was absorbing its soul rings, her eyes involuntarily widened in surprise. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had also unleashed his martial spirit, with 7 soul rings shimmering around him, emanating a terrifying soul power that showcased his strength as a soul sage. The gazes of the elderly woman and the girl swiftly shifted to Zhao Wujie, who slowly spoke. "What do you intend to do?" The elderly woman's expression darkened slightly. "We mean no harm. We merely pursued the soul beast to this location." "Pursued the soul beast?" Zhao Wujie frowned. The elderly woman continued, "It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. I left a wound on its abdomen. It is already dead," Zhao Wujie replied coolly, showing no inclination to verify the truth of her words. The elderly woman's face fell to an extreme degree. "You must provide an explanation. This soul beast was ours first, and we even wounded it." "Explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek?" Zhao Wujie shot her a cold glance. In that moment, the elderly woman realized the folly of her previous outburst. Momentarily blinded by anger to utter such meaningless words, sensing Zhao Wujie's murderous intent, she quickly stated, "I am Ko Xiangxiang, and I hold the esteemed title of Snake Matriarch among the Spirit Masters. My husband is Meng Shu, known as Dragon Duke." This was a declaration of her identity. After introducing herself, Ko Xiangxiang forced a strained smile, though it was far from pleasant. "Since the soul beast has already been slain by you, let this matter rest. Further discussion would be futile." With that, Ko Xiangxiang gestured to the young girl beside her. "Iran, let us depart." Daimubai initially wished to articulate a few more words, yet was interrupted by Zhao Wujie. It was only after Ko Xiangxiang and her companion had completely departed that Zhao Wujie finally spoke. The illustrious dragon and serpent had long since made their mark. Long Gong should now possess the strength of a Soul Douluo, and with Shimu present, Long Gong could not be far behind. Confronting either of them individually does not instill fear within me, yet their formidable martial soul fusion technique is exceedingly tyrannical. Unless one possesses the strength of a tidal Douluo, it would be nearly impossible to withstand. Hearing this, Daimubai felt a twinge of apprehension. "I knew it. Given your temperament, Teacher Zhao, it is quite surprising to see you so accommodating. Guard little Ao well. Once he has absorbed the soul ring, we shall depart." Zhao Wujie stated solemnly. The group nodded, resuming their vigilant posture. The recent incident was merely a minor interlude for all, having little significant impact. Even the mighty dragon and serpent could not instill terror in this group of young prodigies. The phoenix-tailed rooster serpent had perished, and its soul ring was in the process of absorption. Events had irrevocably unfolded. Unless the dragon and serpent were exceedingly petty, it was unlikely they would return to seek revenge. As calmness enveloped the others, only Chen Luo's gaze grew increasingly intricate. This occurrence seemed to diverge from the expected course. In Chen Luo's recollection, the Shrek team encountered the phoenix-tailed rooster serpent, which Zhao Wujie subdued before Oscar could intervene. It was during this time that Shimu, accompanied by her granddaughter Meng Yiran, appeared, leading to subsequent conflict that ultimately required Tang San's intervention. However, the events that transpired were in stark contrast to Chen Luo's memories. Chen Luo acted swiftly, efficiently dispatching the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Oscar, exhibiting even greater decisiveness, bypassed the customary expressions of gratitude and immediately began to absorb the soul ring. Could my presence have altered the course of events? The process of Oscar absorbing the soul ring proceeded seamlessly, taking approximately half an hour to complete. True to Chen Luo's recollections, the third soul skill bestowed upon Oscar by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was flight. Duration of flight, 1 minute. Speed of flight, that of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon receiving this information, the group was naturally elated. After a brief moment of exhilaration and cheers, they took a moment to regroup, and Zhao Wujie prepared to lead everyone back. regardless of whether the formidable dragon snake would pursue them again. Remaining within the Douluo forest was perilous, even in its peripheral regions. After all, the Douluo forest was not a domesticated soul beast sanctuary. It was fraught with uncertainties. As they made their way back, Chen Luo deliberately cast a glance at Tang San. Was it due to not battling Meng Yuran that he had not yet broken through to the 30th level? According to the original narrative, during the contention for the phoenix tail coxcomb snake between the Shrek team and the snake mother, the ownership was ultimately determined through a contest. Tang San fought against Meng Yuran, and it was after that battle that he transcended the shackles of the 29th level, achieving the 30th level, while simultaneously acquiring his third soul ring in the Douluo forest, leading to a subsequent series of events. It appears that this butterfly effect is quite significant. After battling the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, I feel that I am not far from reaching the 30th level. Should I remain here to cultivate for a while? Would that allow subsequent events to unfold as they should? A thought flickered through Chen Luo's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed it. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. The journey back was remarkably smooth. Perhaps the commotion caused by Chen Luo and his companions in their confrontation with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had frightened off the weaker spirit beasts. Along the way, they encountered few, if any, of these creatures, indicating that most had likely fled. Zhao Wujie remarked that they would emerge from the Douluo Great Forest in less than half an hour, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Oscar successfully acquired his third spirit ring, which granted him the ability to fly, an achievement that made it difficult for Zhao Wujie not to smile. Daimubai and the others also shared in the joy, genuinely pleased for Oscar. After all, when their brother attained a worthy spirit ring and skill, the ultimate benefit would be theirs as well, naturally leading to their happiness. Yet, among everyone, only Chen Luo and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat subdued. Xiao Wu's emotions seemed to linger in a state of melancholy, reluctant to part from the Douluo Great Forest. Chen Luo appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was tumultuous. He yearned for an unexpected turn of events to facilitate the proceedings that were meant to occur. If he were to return just like this, wouldn't Tang San's 8 spider lances be rendered useless? Just as Chen Luo's emotions grew increasingly intricate, an aged, raspy voice suddenly rang out. Halt! Zhao Wujie immediately activated his martial spirit, and Daimubai, along with the other young warriors, followed suit, their brows slightly furrowed. Only Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, it has arrived. It certainly did not disappoint me. 038, the Supreme Dragon and Serpent. Humans value face, just as trees value their bark. Oftentimes, so-called strong individuals can be more petty than anyone else, as exemplified by the Supreme Dragon and Serpent couple. After Xiangxiang and Mingshu reunited, they informed others of the humiliation suffered by their granddaughter Meng Yuran, whose spirit beast had been taken from her. Undoubtedly embellishing the tale with exaggerations, Mingshu was instantly unsettled, and he, along with Xiangxiang and Meng Yuran, set out to reclaim their so-called honor. Primarily, it stemmed from the couple's inability to find an appropriate spirit beast for Meng Yuran along their journey, which only fueled their frustration. Thus, they pursued the Shrek group, determined to rectify the situation that Xiangxiang had failed to address. What Meng Shu and Gong Sun San did not anticipate was the astonishing speed of the Shrek team. In under 2 hours, they had completed the absorption of the spirit rings and even dealt with the remains of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. At last, after considerable effort, Mingshu and his companions caught up to the Shrek group. Following the command to halt, an overwhelming pressure emanated from behind the Shrek members. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had already activated his martial spirit, and the young warriors of Shrek, unable to withstand the pressure, also unleashed their own martial spirits, their faces pale. Only under Zhao Wujie's protection did they manage to breathe a sigh of relief. Emerging slowly was an elderly man clad in resplendent attire, appearing to be around 70 years of age, wielding a dragon-headed staff over 3 meters long. 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, swirled around him. The source of the immense pressure being the dazzling colors of those soul rings. A soul Douluo. The 8 magnificent soul rings showcased the elder's formidable strength. Upon the elder's appearance, Xiangxiang and Meng Yuran, who had previously crossed paths with the Shrek members, also emerged. Long Gong Mingshu? Zhao Wujie's expression darkened to an extreme, particularly upon witnessing the number of soul rings adorning Meng Shu, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down. Are the Supreme Dragon and Serpent so petty? Confronted solely by the formidable Serpent Mother, Chao Tianxiang, Zhao Wujie was confident in his ability to unleash a devastating blow upon her. Even when faced with the Dragon Lord Meng Shu, whose strength rivaled that of a Soul Douluo. He believed that no advantage could be gained at the hands of the immovable King Zhao Wujie. However, the situation was complicated by the fusion of the dragon and serpent, transcending the limits of Zhao Wujie's prowess. Had he not been burdened with the safety of his companions from Shrek Academy, who embodied the hopes of their future, he would have been assured of a safe retreat. Upon witnessing the appearance of the dragon and serpent, Zhao Wujie internally cursed their ancestors countless times, yet managed to force a semblance of a smile onto his face. Sister Chao, I did not expect to meet you again so soon. I presume this esteemed individual is the Dragon Lord Mengshu? It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Chao Tianxiang's face bore a frigid smirk. You know full well. Zhao Wujie's face twitched slightly. Just moments prior, this elderly woman had spoken to him with civility. Who could have foreseen such a swift reversal of roles? I am the immovable King Zhao Wujie. I assume you both have come regarding the matter of the soul beast? I extend my sincere apologies. The resilience of a true man was on full display as Zhao Wujie, known for his tempestuous nature, restrained his emotions intensely, speaking with unexpected politeness, even offering an apology. We were unaware that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was your target. Otherwise, we would never have contested it with you. However, the matter is settled, as my student has already absorbed the soul ring and cannot alter the situation. Is that how it will be? Dragon Lord Mengshu spoke slowly, his presence commanding respect without a hint of anger. Zhao Wujie quickly offered a smile. Of course not, since we have inadvertently acquired the soul beast that belongs to you. I, Zhao Wujie, shall endeavor to capture another for you both. How does that sound? Only the small creatures behind Zhao Wujie could inspire such humility in him. Without them, his fiery temperament would have led him to confront this so-called dragon and serpent long ago. Even if he could not prevail, he would have made his escape rather than endure such indignity. Dragon Lord Mengshu remained silent, turning to Chao Tianxiang as if seeking her counsel. Chao Tianxiang had already shifted her gaze from Zhao Wujie to the small creatures behind him, and upon noticing her husband's scrutiny, she promptly urged Mengshu to look forward. It was only then that Mengshu noticed the small beings behind Zhao Wujie, his previously calm demeanor suddenly infused with astonishment. In a typical standoff between powerful beings, one seldom pays heed to the lesser minions, which explained Mengshu's oversight of the Shrek Academy students. His attention had been entirely focused on Zhao Wujie, who possessed the strength of a soul sage. Even with their absolute superiority, caution was necessary. To his surprise, there were 2 soul masters among those youngsters, and they appeared to be even younger, having attained the prowess of great soul masters. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Long Gong Mengshu's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as they fell upon Chen Luo. He exclaimed incredulously, 2,000-year soul rings possessed by a soul master. How can this be possible? Instinctively, he glanced at his granddaughter, who he had always regarded with pride, believing her talent to be exceptional. Yet, upon witnessing that group of extraordinary children, he felt a pang of realization regarding her mediocrity. Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, the shock evident on her face, clearly indicating that she had noticed the presence of the Shrek group much earlier. Initially, she had considered the young man who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent's spirit ring to be an anomaly. Such a young soul sovereign was indeed rare, and she had comforted herself with the notion that her own talent was commendable. However, upon encountering this peculiar assembly, her confidence began to wane. There was not merely one soul sovereign present. The slightly older youth was also a soul sovereign, and despite being older than the one who absorbed the serpent's spirit ring, he was undoubtedly younger than herself. The rest, all around 11 or 12 years of age, astonishingly possessed the strength of grand soul masters. Most notably, the young man wielding a massive scythe, whose delicate features belied the fact that he bore 2,000-year soul rings. Her once prized talent seemed trivial in their presence. At this moment, Mengshu had regained his composure, his gaze lingering momentarily on the treasure tower held by Ning Rongrong before turning to Zhao Wujie. Let this matter rest. You shall find a suitable soul beast for Iran, and we shall conclude this discussion. Chao Tianxiang, who had intended to voice further objections, was silenced by Mengshu's piercing glance. There was no need for further confrontation. The formidable Zhao Wujie was not to be trifled with, and the group of young individuals behind him was no ordinary assemblage. The mere existence of the 7 treasures glazed sect posed a significant challenge. Should hostilities arise, it would be difficult to resolve. While those children could be easily crushed, Zhao Wujie himself was not so easily vanquished. Mengshu communicated this sentiment to Chao Tianxiang in a manner inaudible to others. Xiao Tianxiang nodded gently in agreement, replying, I share your thoughts. I was merely caught up in the heat of the moment. Let us consider this matter settled. We shall seek out the soul beast ourselves. Thus, the decision was made. It is quite a coincidence that this is the first time Chen Luo has felt the pressure of a powerhouse of the Contra level. The immense soul power exuded by Long Gong Mingshu left him somewhat breathless. Only by activating his martial soul could he significantly alleviate that discomfort. Strangely enough, even without Zhao Wuji activating his martial soul to share the burden, once Chen Luo awakened his own martial soul, he found himself immune to the discomfort brought on by Mingshu, a sensation he had also experienced when facing Zhao Wuji. Perhaps it was due to his unique constitution or the distinct nature of his martial soul. Regardless of the enemy's strength, they could not impose substantial effects on him. In contrast, Daimubai and the others were greatly affected. Without Zhao Wuji to alleviate the pressure, even with their martial souls activated, they would still be subjected to tremendous strain. In such a state, they would likely only unleash 70 to 80% of their true potential. This exemplifies the oppression brought forth by formidable adversaries. As thoughts of unforeseen events crossed his mind, Chen Luo found himself less than pleased with the current unexpected circumstances. Regardless of what transpired next in the Star Do Great Forest, it bore little significance to him. The one most affected was undoubtedly Tang San. Had there been no unforeseen occurrences, his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, would likely have been rendered useless. Following closely was Xiao Wu, as the Titan giant ape would seek her out, though the impact of this was minimal. Observing the mighty Gaishe Longxi ahead and Zhao Wuji to his left, Chen Luo cast a glance back at Xiao Wu and silently resolved to exert greater effort. He still considered himself too weak. At that moment, they all continued their journey deeper into the Star Do Great Forest, searching for a suitable soul beast for Ming Yiran, with everything around them rapidly retreating. Gaishe Longxi had already retracted his martial soul, as had Zhao Wuji. They needed to hunt for soul beasts, and if they kept their martial souls activated, not even a Millennium Soul Beast would dare approach. Even without their martial souls, their speed remained astonishing, apart from Chen Luo. The Shrek members found it quite challenging to keep pace. Meng Yiran, accompanied by the snake mother Chao Tianxiang, was able to follow effortlessly. In fact, within the Shrek group, Ning Rongrong could provide support, and Oscar could offer his mushroom sausages for everyone to sample, yet they refrained from doing so. No one could predict when an unexpected event might occur. Concealing their strength was the wisest choice, whether due to bad luck or other reasons. Shrek and the Gaishe Longxi couple spent 2 days in the Star Do Great Forest without finding a suitable soul beast for Meng Yiran. On the 3rd day, even Mingshu and his wife felt a tinge of embarrassment. Zhao, why don't you all head back for now? We can manage the soul beast matter ourselves. Long Gong Mingshu rarely spoke, typically letting snake mother Chao Tianxiang communicate with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji chuckled, very well. We've been in the Star Do Great Forest for several days. It's best to avoid worrying the Academy. In truth, the Academy was not overly concerned. The primary worry stemmed from the families of these children. If they were to arrive, it would be unnecessary to fret. The Mingshu couple nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Wuji waved farewell to them, proclaiming, we shall take our leave now. With that, he led the Shrek little monsters back on their path. After traversing a considerable distance and ensuring their safety, Zhao Wuji came to a halt, his expression grim. They paused to catch their breath, all panting heavily. Oscar promptly distributed sausages to replenish their energy. They had sprinted desperately, each yearning to distance themselves from the looming peril. Damn it! Zhao Wuji suddenly unleashed a powerful punch against a nearby grant tree, splintering wood and leaving a considerable dent in the trunk. In all my years, I have never endured such humiliation. Over the past few days, I have contemplated countless means of escape. Zhao Wuji vented the pent-up negativity that had been festering within him. Abruptly, his figure vanished, only to reappear before Chen Luo. I even considered that if you, this little monster, were a tad stronger, we could have taken those 2 ancient relics head-on. Chen Luo wore a solemn expression, remaining silent. It was evident to all that Zhao Wuji had been harboring a great deal of anger over the past few days. Beneath his outwardly obsequious demeanor lay a ferocious beast, restless and eager to break free. The ability to suppress such emotions had proven to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. One could only hope that those 2 old codgers might encounter formidable soul beasts that would bring about their demise. After sufficiently venting his frustrations, Zhao Wuji finally muttered a curse of impossibility. The rationale behind this curse lay in the undeniable strength of the Gaishe Longxi couple, who could traverse the Star Do forest with ease, as long as they refrained from foolish actions such as provoking the powerful soul beast at the heart of the forest. They faced minimal threats to their safety. Moreover, the mightiest soul beasts tended to be more vigilant and were unlikely to instigate conflict with formidable human soul masters. Chen Luo stood before Zhao Wuji. Although Zhao Wuji spoke in a hushed tone, Chen Luo distinctly caught his words, and an odd expression flickered across his face. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Despite the considerable distance, Chen Luo and his companions were affected, their bodies unsteady as they staggered back. The explosive sound assaulted their eardrums, causing great discomfort. Zhao Wuji swiftly summoned his martial spirit and leaped forcefully to the treetops. Moments later, he descended with a look of sheer terror, urgently commanding, regardless of whether you are well-rested, flee at once. Oscar, transform into mushroom sausages, now. Without hesitation, Oscar handed over several pre-prepared mushroom sausages to his teammates and proceeded to change. I have a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. The peculiar incantation no longer evoked any humor, only an overwhelming, invisible pressure. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Chen Luo cast a complex glance into the depths of the forest. However, the dense foliage obstructed his view. Resolute in his decision, he summoned his martial spirit and leaped towards the treetops. Chen Luo, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise at Chen Luo's sudden action. Yet, he quickly fell silent, muttering under his breath, well, you do run swiftly. If you wish to see, then see you shall. Chen Luo swiftly ascended to the treetops, gazing into the distance, where the source of the commotion was easily discernible. In the far-off expanse, two figures hovered mid-air, adorned with resplendent soul rings. Opposite them, a colossal black gorilla, towering at 7 or 8 meters, bellowed furiously. Even without the purple ultimate magic eyes, Chen Luo's physique was inherently distinct from that of ordinary individuals, granting him exceptional vision. Despite the considerable distance, he could discern the details clearly as long as he focused his gaze. Astonishingly, it truly was the Titan Great Ape. After the initial shock, Chen Luo's lips curled into a playful smile. Those two appear to be the legendary Dragon Serpent 040. They are remarkably formidable. The Titan Great Ape, visibly enraged, had cleared a vast expanse of trees around it. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape rose to its feet, towering over 15 meters, embodying the essence of a truly ferocious beast. The Dragon Serpent couple continued to engage with the Titan Great Ape. Yet it was evident that they were no match for its overwhelming strength, even with their martial soul fusion technique. Inflicting substantial damage upon the Titan Great Ape proved exceedingly difficult, as its might was simply unparalleled. In a fleeting moment, the Serpent Matriarch, Tianxiang, was sent flying by the Titan Great Ape, and the Dragon Patriarch, Mengshu, soon followed suit. The two of them collided with over 10 massive trees before finally coming to a halt. Chen Luo was drenched in cold sweat. The title of the King of the Forest was indeed not an empty boast. The combined might of the unparalleled dragon and serpent was at least on par with that of a titled Douluo, yet it paled in comparison to the Titan Giant Ape. If the Titan Giant Ape was already so formidable, how much more terrifying would the Azure Bull Python be? Chen Luo initially intended to observe for a while longer, but the urgent shout of Zhao Wuji resonated from below. Leave, don't look anymore. Just from the sound of his voice, one could discern Zhao Wuji's profound anxiety. Earlier, this immovable king had not shown such alarm even when facing the formidable dragon and serpent. Chen Luo immediately leaped into action, reuniting with his teammates. Although the Titan Ape was still at a considerable distance, it could close the gap in mere moments. Lingering any longer would be akin to courting death. At this point, his teammates had already readied themselves for a hasty retreat. One held 2 sausages, one to restore spiritual energy, and the other, a mushroom sausage, for their escape. After conjuring such a multitude of sausages, Oscar appeared somewhat pale. When he glanced at Chen Luo, an apologetic smile graced his face as he said, Chen Luo, I didn't prepare anything for you. Chen Luo nodded gently, assuring, it's nothing. I can keep up. With no further ado, Oscar had already acclimatized to the discomfort of the significant soul power depletion. The group swiftly set off towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Bolstered by the mushroom sausages, the Shrek little monsters moved with remarkable speed, to the point that Zhao Wuji found it somewhat strenuous to keep up, while Chen Luo remained steadfastly at the rear. During their flight, Chen Luo noticed the restlessness etched on Xiao Wu's face. This was not the first instance she had glanced back. While everyone presumed Xiao Wu was concerned about Chen Luo, he understood that, aside from the initial worried glance, her attention was fixated on the Titan Giant Ape. Despite the towering trees and dense foliage of the forest obscuring her view, Xiao Wu must have still sensed the presence of the Titan giant ape with clarity. Suddenly, Chen Luo perceived a change in Xiao Wu's demeanor. Her expression darkened, and he sensed something amiss. The ground trembled slightly, and the heavy thuds of footsteps resonated from afar, drawing ever closer. The Titan giant ape was in pursuit. The formidable dragon snake had ultimately failed to deter this forest monarch, or perhaps they had realized that the Titan giant ape's target was not them, opting instead to yield. Zhao Wujie, too, sensed the Titan giant ape's approach. He abruptly halted, a look of turmoil crossing his face, but soon resolved himself, bellowing to the little monsters ahead. "You all go on. I will hold it off. Chen Luo, protect them while I am gone." With that, Zhao Wujie resolutely turned, unleashing his martial soul's true form. The great strength diamond bear. Zhao Wujie roared towards the heavens, and the seventh soul ring on him erupted with an exceptionally profound radiance. In an instant, a black light enveloped Zhao Wujie, transforming his already imposing physique. His stature surged dramatically, exceeding 5 meters, as his muscles expanded in an exaggerated manner. And his brownish-yellow fur grew wildly, morphing him into a true giant bear. As Zhao Wujie's form fully shifted into that of a bear, his fur shimmered, radiating a dazzling golden light. At this moment, his aura reached its zenith. The Titan giant ape's speed was astoundingly rapid. If they continued to flee, escape would be utterly futile. Zhao Wujie, recognizing the gravity of the situation, resolved to remain behind as a rear guard. He was acutely aware that, given his strength, he could not hold out for long, yet he would strive to buy time for the little monsters. Upon activating his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujie charged towards the Titan giant ape, embodying the valiant spirit of a warrior venturing forth, prepared to face an uncertain fate. Chen Luo initially believed that the members of Shrek would embody the spirit of reckless bravery depicted in the tale and rush to aid Zhao Wujie in confronting the Titan giant ape. However, he soon realized his assumptions were misplaced. These little creatures were far more rational than he had anticipated, fleeing without a backward glance. Given their current abilities, they would be of no assistance to Zhao Wujie and would only become a burden. Zhao Wujie had resolutely turned back to face the Titan giant ape for their sake. And if they chose to flee again, it would be utterly nonsensical. The spirit of perseverance is indeed commendable, but it must be exercised judiciously. Clearly, this group of little monsters was employing their wits. Oscar's mushroom sausage could sustain its effects for merely a minute, during which Chen Luo and the others had managed to escape a considerable distance. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Once the effects of the mushroom sausage wore off, they resumed their frantic dash towards the forest periphery. The Stardow forest was even vaster than one might imagine. Even its fringes encompassed a substantial expanse. Had it not been for their recent assistance to Meng Yiran, the granddaughter of the formidable Gushi Long Shi, in searching for a suitable soul beast, they would have already made their escape. Zhao Wujie's combat prowess surpassed expectations, yet he could only hold the Titan giant ape at bay for less than a minute. The Titan giant ape was now in pursuit of Chen Luo and his companions, its intentions unmistakably clear. While others might be oblivious to why this forest king had ventured to the edge of the Stardow forest to wreak havoc, Chen Luo understood that the Titan giant ape was seeking Xiao Wu. The ground trembled incessantly, the vibrations growing ever more pronounced, and the thunderous footsteps behind them drew nearer. Ultimately, Chen Luo made a decisive choice. "You all keep running. I will buy us some time." Currently, he was the strongest combat force within the group, and he could not simply stand by and watch as they were pursued by the Titan giant ape. Although the Titan giant ape was in search of Xiao Wu, there was no guarantee that this colossal beast would not inadvertently harm the other Shrek creatures. As long as there remained a chance, he would fight with all his might to distance them from danger. Chen Luo activated his immortality, elevating his combat prowess to its zenith. Confronted by the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, he felt utterly unprepared. Had he not been aware that the Titan Great Ape's primary focus was on Xiao Wu and showed little interest in others, Chen Luo would not have dared to take such a perilous course of action, as it was akin to courting death. If the Titan Great Ape had come to slaughter, given Chen Luo's current strength, it was likely that a mere flick of the creature's finger could spell his demise. Chen Luo wielded the scythe of death as he charged towards the Titan ape, confronted by the colossal creature before him. It would be a lie to claim he felt no fear. The Titan ape, showing no regard for him, unleashed a wave of dark energy that sent Chen Luo flying even before he could close the distance. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his very organs were being shattered, blood erupting uncontrollably. Damn it! Had he known that even a second would be beyond his grasp, he would have refrained from engaging. After crashing into several towering trees, he finally managed to come to a halt. The indomitable state he had summoned was forcibly dispelled. An indescribable pain coursed through his body, as if every bone were on the verge of disintegration, and his innards burned as if consumed by fire, a torment most excruciating. Chen Luo's face was on the verge of contorting into a grotesque expression. Chen Luo vowed silently to never commit such foolishness again. The Titan giant ape had just made its move. He estimated that he was now a lifeless corpse. Perhaps aware that escape was futile, the Shrek small monsters turned back to fight. However, the outcome was devastating. One by one, they were sent flying, perilously close to death. Tang San showcased the secret techniques of the Tang sect, launching countless hidden weapons, but ultimately, he could not inflict any harm on the Titan giant ape. Lacking even the ability to leave a dent on its formidable body, for the disparity in power was insurmountable. In the end, all the Shrek small monsters lost their combat capabilities, and Xiaowu was taken by the Titan giant ape. Although aware that the Titan giant ape bore no ill will towards Xiaowu, Chen Luo gritted his teeth against the pain and pursued. As Xiaowu's elder brother, Tang San could not bear the thought of her being captured by the king of the forest and thus frantically chased after them. Zhaowujia, watching Chen Luo and Tang San disappear into the distance, sighed heavily and, gritting his teeth, commanded, "Move by. Take everyone back to the academy and find the dean. I will chase after those two." Zhao Wujia appeared quite disheveled, covered in bruises. He had already exhausted his martial soul's true form, which, after its use, resulted in a 50% reduction in all attributes, requiring 7 days for recovery. Despite his condition, he was determined to pursue Chen Luo and Tang San. Even if the end result was his demise within the Stardow forest, he was willing to face it. He could not simply stand by and watch the individuals he had brought perish. Daimu Bai, visibly agitated, intended to say more. Zhao Wujia shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Stop displaying your emotions in front of me. Do you wish to accompany me to death?" Daimu Bai nodded vigorously, and the other small monsters followed suit, all displaying a willingness to face death. Zhao Wujia's lips curled into a faint smile, only to be replaced by anger as he shouted, "A bunch of irrational fools. You need to get back to the academy and fetch reinforcements. If you follow me to your doom, the outcome will likely be our collective demise. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated, nor are those two small monsters." Having finished his tirade, Zhao Wujia wasted no more time and directly pursued the direction Chen Luo and Tang San had taken. Daimu Bai stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly, the veins in his arms bulging, but ultimately he released his grip and urged Ma Hongjun and the others, "Let us go. Stay close to me." In the recent tumultuous battle, Daimu Bai and his companions sustained varying degrees of injuries. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, the two young ladies, narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Fortunately, Daimu Bai and Oscar stood guard over them. Otherwise, they might have been reduced to mere pulp. Daimu Bai cradled Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, while Oscar held Ning Rongrong close, with Ma Hongjun leading the way ahead. Together, they hastened towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Ahem! Chen Luo sprinted a considerable distance, ultimately coming to a halt beneath a grand tree. He coughed violently twice, then expelled a copious amount of fresh blood. That accursed Titan ape had fled at an astonishing pace. Initially, Chen Luo could still catch a glimpse of its silhouette, but now it had vanished, eluding any hope of pursuit. At this moment, the Death God technique was fervently at work, tirelessly mending the injuries within Chen Luo's body. The blood he had just coughed up was a manifestation of the internal stagnation, and after its expulsion, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Little Wu should be unscathed. There is no need for excessive worry. Chun continuously reassured himself in his heart, yet a faint unease lingered within him. According to the original narrative of the book, the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, arrived at the fringes of the Stardow forest primarily to seek out Xiaowu. Their bond was exceedingly strong. Xiaowu held a significant position as the leader among the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. However, if events were not to unfold as he recalled, even if there were but a slight deviation, it was likely that Xiaowu would be lost. Chen Luo understood that the likelihood of this possibility was exceedingly low, yet a sense of worry lingered within him. Striving to regulate his breath, Chen Luo set forth once more. Even if the encounter between the Titan great ape and Xiaowu was merely a fleeting one, he felt compelled to witness it for himself, ensuring Xiaowu's safety. After racing through a considerable distance into the Stardow forest, Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of a cave. At that moment, his injuries had completely healed, and he was in peak condition, The relentless pace did not wear him down. Rather, it invigorated him further. It seemed that the more severe his injuries, the more fervently the death goddess technique surged within him. Along this journey, not only had he fully recuperated, but his soul power also appeared to have significantly increased. If all went as anticipated, his soul power had likely ascended to the 30th level. Chen Luo did not hasten to acquire his third spirit ring without finding Xiaowu. His heart remained in a state of profound unease. The reason Chen Luo lingered in this place was that he sensed an exceptionally perilous aura, a spirit beast. Moreover, it was a remarkably powerful spirit beast, at least in relation to Chen Luo's current capabilities. It lay within the cavern ahead, and it had already detected Chen Luo's presence. Chen Luo sensed that he was being targeted by a menacing aura, prompting him to halt and enter a state of heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a massive spear shot forth from the depths of the cave without any warning. Chen Luo had long been prepared. The moment the spear emerged, he instinctively retreated, distancing himself over 100 meters from the pit before finally coming to a halt. It was only then that he discerned that the so-called spear was, in fact, a spider's leg. As one arachnid spear appeared, a colossal spider erupted from the depths of the pit, designated as 042. The cavernous demon spider charged at Chen Luo with the ferocity of a hunter that had long been lying in wait. Now driven to madness by the absence of its prey, Chen Luo swiftly retreated, his gaze sharpening as the movements of the colossal spider appeared to slow before his eyes, granting him a clearer view of its form. The arachnid's spear-like appendage measured nearly 4 to 5 meters in length, its entire body encased in a layer of obsidian armor. Its torso was larger than a dining table, presenting a truly fearsome and grotesque visage. Was it a human-faced demon spider? No, it must be a cavernous demon spider. Chen Luo quickly identified the identity of the giant spider. After all, he had been a brother to Tang San, the author of the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, for many years. And he also had a mentor in the knowledgeable elder, Pu Si, who focused on the intricacies of soul beasts and soul masters. Thus, he possessed a considerable understanding of soul beast lore. The body of the burrowing demon spider is somewhat smaller than that of the faceless demon spider and lacks the facial features characteristic of the latter. Both are among the most formidable of spider-type soul beasts, while the faceless demon spider is renowned for its overwhelming attack power and venom. The burrowing demon spider is infamously cunning, relishing the act of ensnaring its enemies and prey. Had it not been for Chen Luo's heightened perceptive abilities, which alerted him to the impending danger, the consequences could have been dire. If he had recklessly charged forward from above the burrow, or even circumnavigated it, he would have fallen victim to one of the traps meticulously crafted by the burrowing demon spider. Without a doubt, the area surrounding the burrow is likely littered with the ingeniously devised traps of this creature. It appears to have sustained injuries. No wonder this fellow is in such a hurry, lacking even the patience to remain hidden. Chen Luo noticed numerous cracks on the body of the cavernous demon spider, with several of its spider spears nearly broken. It seemed that due to its injuries, the cavernous demon spider had lost its inherent patience and was eager to tear apart its prey. Injured yet still so ferocious? Chen stepped back for a moment before abruptly halting his retreat. Then, instead of withdrawing, he advanced with determination. With a powerful push from his legs, he charged directly toward the cave-dwelling magic spider. If his assessment was accurate, the creature before him was no less than 10,000 years old, though it had only recently crossed that threshold. Had he encountered a fully formed 10,000-year soul beast, he would have had no choice but to flee. However, this one was merely at death's door. Empowered by the state of invincibility, both his first and second spirit rings ignited simultaneously, merging the effects of poison flame and blazing fire into a formidable force. Chen Luo moved with astonishing speed, almost seeming to pass by the cavernous demon spider in the blink of an eye. The scythe of death, enshrouded in black flames, inflicted a ghastly wound upon the demon spider as the dark fire swiftly engulfed its entire form. The sound of corrosive combustion filled the air, and the demon spider emitted a piercing scream, writhing in agony as its body convulsed violently. Chen Luo immediately seized the opportunity, wielding the colossal scythe of death, striking relentlessly upon the abyssal spider. His attacks were executed with remarkable precision, targeting the shattered sections of the creature's ebony armor, inflicting deeper wounds upon the existing ones. Although the black flames were formidable, directly corroding the abyssal spider's armor proved to be a challenge, as it was, after all, a 10,000-year soul beast. However, When applied through the creature's wounds, the effects differed significantly. The sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat filled the air, as the surface of the abyssal spider's armor glowed a fiery red, while the flesh and blood within the cracks of its armor were incessantly scorched and eroded. The abyssal spider emitted anguished cries, attempting to retaliate, yet it could not even graze Chen Luo. His speed was far too swift. The ground around them was riddled with terrifying deep craters left by the spider, its razor-sharp spider spear seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Had Chen Luo not possessed such remarkable speed and reflexes, a mere graze from the spear would have spelled certain death. The abyssal spider was gravely injured. In a dire state, many of its spears had shattered, preventing it from swiftly adjusting its form. With its already severe wounds compounded by continuous assaults, its ability to endure was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Luo, having recognized this truth, dared to boldly challenge the millennia-old soul beast. After encountering the forest king, the titan great ape, he resolved deep within himself to never again engage in such foolish acts that invite death. Without absolute certainty, Chen Luo was unwilling to strike. Approximately half an hour later, the abyssal demon spider completely lost its combat capability. The creature's several spider spears, already on the verge of collapse, were severed entirely by Chen Luo shortly after the battle commenced. Otherwise, the subsequent advantageous conditions for output would not have been possible. The abyssal demon spider's body was riddled with gruesome and terrifying wounds, and Chen Luo himself had lost count of how many times he had struck it. The state of immortality had long been lifted, and despite the risk of exhausting his soul power, Chen Luo continued his relentless assault. The ancient soul beast. The abyssal demon spider persisted in its struggle for life, leaving no room for Chen Luo to relax even for a moment. The colossal scythe of death was once again raised high by Chen Luo, then brought down to plunge into the abyssal demon spider's body, ultimately leading to its demise. A ring of deep, dark millennia-old soul rings slowly ascended from the creature's lifeless carcass. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Luo finally felt a sense of relief within his heart. He gasped for breath, striving to recalibrate his state, ultimately settling cross-legged on the ground to fervently channel the death god's technique, desperately replenishing his soul power. The surrounding dangers were of little concern to him. If he failed to absorb the soul power to restore his nearly depleted body, he feared he would meet his end. A 10,000-year soul beast was indeed no trivial adversary. Even a severely wounded one nearly cost Chen Luo his life. When facing the abyssal demon spider, Chen Luo did not merely engage in relentless attacks. He had to evade the creature's counterattacks and find the precise angles for his strikes, his nerves taut to the utmost. The abyssal demon spider could afford numerous mistakes, but a single misstep on his part could spell disaster. What appeared to be a simple process of harvesting a weakened opponent was, in fact, Chen Luo gambling his life repeatedly. The abyssal demon spider likely relied on its formidable strength, choosing to confront Chen Luo head-on. However, as the battle progressed, it soon realized that it was outmatched. Lacking even the opportunity to flee, one was wagering its life, while the other was overconfident, culminating in the current predicament. Of course, the abyssal demon spider could not be deemed overly confident. It possessed the basis for its self-assurance, even when gravely injured. Dealing with a mere human great soul master should have been a straightforward task. Yet, the abyssal demon spider's misfortune lay in encountering someone as unconventional as Chen Luo. Chen Luo's terrifying speed perfectly restrained the significantly weakened abyssal spider, whose mobility had been severely compromised due to the damage sustained by its spear-like appendages. Chen Luo's attacks were remarkably uncanny, always managing to precisely target the compromised areas of the abyssal spider's black carapace. The corrosive black flames, with their searing heat and venomous properties, further ravaged the creature's body from within. Under the frenzied operation of the death god's art, it wasn't long before Chen Luo had nearly restored his condition. During this period, no imminent dangers emerged. Even if they had, Chen Luo would have been able to respond swiftly. This marked the first time he had completely depleted his soul power, but facing a 10,000-year soul beast, exhausting every ounce of strength was indeed the most favorable outcome. Just as Chen Luo had anticipated, the worse his condition became, the faster the death god's art operated. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recover so swiftly. Chen Luo found himself increasingly enamored with the death god's art, its ability to continuously enhance the body. The terrifying reservoir of soul power, the astonishing training speed, and the remarkable recovery rate all merited the term divine. Standing before the lifeless body of the abyssal spider, he gazed at the profoundly deep 10,000-year soul ring, and his heartbeat began to quicken. He had not received any previous special missions to seek the first soul ring or to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of confidence. Since he was on the quest for the third soul ring anyway, why not claim this 10,000-year soul ring? 043, 10,000-year soul ring. Chen Luo's second spirit ring is a fire lizard nearly 3,000 years old. He originally intended to seek a spirit beast aged between 5,000 and 8,000 years for his third spirit ring. However, he unexpectedly encountered a 10,000-year spirit beast. The Cave Magic Spider. Having successfully vanquished the Cave Magic Spider, a 10,000-year spirit ring lay before him, impossible to resist. Despite the inherent risks associated with absorbing such a venerable spirit ring, Chen Luo felt a certain confidence within himself. He believed that with determination, he could indeed claim this 10,000-year spirit ring. With his continually rising spirit power, his physique had undergone significant transformation, and he was convinced of his capabilities. Such an opportunity is rare. It must be seized. Chen Luo swiftly reached a decision and devised a plan to absorb the soul ring. Absorbing a soul ring is not merely a matter of restoring soul power. It cannot be concluded at will. If one encounters danger during the absorption process, it could lead to dire consequences. Ensuring a safe environment for the absorption of the soul ring is paramount. With Teacher Zhao and the others absent, there was no possibility of returning to seek their assistance. Soul rings do not remain intact indefinitely. Time is of the essence. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo's gaze ultimately rested upon the corpse of the abyssal spider. Here lay a ready-made guardian, perfectly suited for his needs. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet they quickly furrowed in concern. Could it truly be that the awakened Millennium Soul Beast? Would my body be able to endure such a challenge? Chen Luo hesitated. Chen Luo possessed two extraordinary skills, Soul Harvest and Awakening, which he had never utilized. However, this did not imply that he had forgotten them. Soul Harvest allowed him to reap souls and enhance his strength, while Awakening enabled him to resurrect the dead for his own purposes. Now was the opportune moment to employ Awakening, though he needed to ascertain whether he could awaken the target before him. As for Soul Harvest, it seemed impractical. Upon the death of a soul beast, their souls manifested as spirit rings. Should he attempt to use Soul Harvest on the Cave Magic Spider, it would likely devour the spirit ring, leaving him at a loss for such a suitable spirit ring thereafter. Moreover, Soul Harvest had its limitations. Indiscriminately consuming souls could result in backlash or even self-destruction. Without absolute confidence, he could not act recklessly. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo resolved to try awakening the Cave Magic Spider, as he had no better alternatives. Once the spirit ring appeared, every second became exceedingly precious. He had to be decisive, activating his martial soul, the Grim Reaper, and wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe. He focused his intent and forcefully brought the scythe down upon the Cave Magic Spider's corpse. The scythe's blade effortlessly penetrated the spider's body without creating new wounds. Suddenly, a tremendous pulling force emanated from the Grim Reaper's scythe, rapidly siphoning the soul power from Chen Luo. The black spirit ring hovering above the Cave Magic Spider's corpse trembled slightly, and several strands of black aura detached from the spirit ring, all infusing into the spider's body. Awaken, Cave Magic Spider. A gray light blossomed upon the lifeless form of the Cave Magic Spider, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The severed spider spear regrew, and the 8 spider spears plunged into the ground, supporting its body as it rose once more. The awakening was a success. The soul power within Chen Luo vanished entirely, and an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him. The scythe of death retracted on its own, leaving Chen Luo struggling to maintain his balance, nearly toppling to the ground. Enduring the discomfort radiating from his body, he gazed upon the resurrected cave demon spider before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Success is paramount. At this moment, Chen Luo's complexion had turned ghostly pale, his body appearing considerably withered, as the death spell frantically circulated to replenish his soul power. Patrol the surroundings and ensure my protection. Chen Luo commanded the cave demon spider, which promptly complied. The resurrected creature seemed to have grown slightly larger. Its black form now bore faint traces of gray patterns, and an aura of gray energy swirled around it, suggesting an increase in strength. Although the millennium-old cave demon spider was not an exceptionally formidable entity, it was certainly one of the stronger beings in this region, and its vigilance provided a significant sense of security. Goodness, reviving this creature nearly drained me completely. Chen Luo licked his parched lips, then began to meditate in place to restore his own state. Absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring necessitated optimal condition. The pitch black, Profound Millennium Soul Ring remained suspended in the air, yet its original master had departed, now offering protection to its new owner. During the resurrection of the cave demon spider, Chen Luo distinctly observed several wisps of black energy emanating from the soul ring, merging into the spider's lifeless form. However, the essence of the soul ring appeared unaffected. Those wisps of black mist resembling fragments of the cave demon spider's own soul. The speed at which Chen Luo recovered remained astonishing in no time. He had fully regained his state and promptly began to absorb the soul ring. Wisps of black energy continuously detached from the soul ring, merging into Chen Luo's body, filling every part with an immense surge of energy. At that moment, the Death God's technique activated autonomously, operating with remarkable speed, surpassing even the rapid replenishment of his soul power when it was completely depleted. An eerie sensation accompanied this process, not an invasion of the body, but a direct strike to the soul. Chen Luo felt as though his very essence had been momentarily frozen. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him, as he had experienced it once before during his soul awakening at the tender age of 6. However, compared to that instance, the current chill was negligible. It was likely a manifestation of the soul shock emanating from the abyssal spider. Soul shock is a unique ability that occurs when a high-level spirit beast dies, its soul still lingering before dissipating, and only those beasts over 10,000 years old possess such a capability. The transformation from a century to a millennium marks a qualitative change, just as the leap from a millennium to 10,000 years does. A 10,000-year soul ring is not easily absorbed, and the terrifying energy it contains, along with the accompanying soul shock, has caused many spirit masters to recoil in fear, or even meet their demise. Typically, only spirit masters who have reached the 50th level can attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, as by that stage, their abilities and mental fortitude have attained a certain level of maturity. Yet, Chen Luo is an anomaly. This is merely his third soul ring. Perhaps due to the significant extraction of the abyssal spider's soul during its resurrection, the sensation of soul shock, though intense, was fleeting. As for the immense energy within the soul ring, it posed no challenge for Chen Luo. Under the frenzied operation of the Death God's technique, that energy became a substantial boost, propelling him past the threshold of the 30th level. The process of absorbing the soul ring was destined to be lengthy, yet everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. When Chen Luo opened his eyes after completing the absorption, he found it was already deep into the night. Before he could fully appreciate the changes the absorbed soul ring had wrought upon his body, a loud crash nearby captured his attention. Focusing his senses, he discerned that an unsuspecting spirit beast had ventured into the vicinity, prompting a fierce battle between it and the abyssal spider. Chen Luo arrived beneath a grand tree, where he could observe the battle of the burrowing demon spider with remarkable clarity. A mere 10 or so meters ahead lay a clearing, where the burrowing demon spider, enveloped in a grayish aura, was engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal centipede, exceeding 10 meters in length. The nightmare centipede, judging by its size, appeared to be a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, seemingly even older than the burrowing demon spider. The abyssal demon spider is believed to be a little over 10,000 years old, at most around 11,000 years, while the nightmarish centipede has existed for at least 13,000 years. The nightmarish centipede possesses the basic appearance of a centipede, albeit magnified to an extraordinary size, adorned with eerie black patterns on its carapace. Generally speaking, a demon spider of the same level would struggle to confront the nightmarish centipede directly. After all, the demon spider is renowned for its cunning and deceit, excelling in setting traps to ensnare its prey, rather than engaging in straightforward combat. The nightmarish centipede, with its significantly greater age, would typically overpower the demon spider in a conventional battle. If the demon spider dared to challenge the nightmarish centipede head-on, it would have long since become a meal for its formidable foe. One must not entertain the naive notion that spiders can easily defeat centipedes. In the realm of soul beasts, there are no absolute natural enemies, and power speaks for itself. One specializes in cunning ambushes, while the other thrives in direct confrontation, and the disparity in strength renders the outcome evident. Yet, the current battle is utterly bewildering. The abyssal demon spider shows no signs of fear against the nightmarish centipede, engaging it with fierce tenacity. Displaying a reckless fighting style, the demon spider, upon its revival, has grown even more formidable. During combat, it disregards its own injuries, remaining unaffected by its physical wounds, akin to a relentless machine focused solely on offense. The nightmarish centipede must be equally perplexed, encountering such a relentless adversary that it cannot shake off. From the moment the nightmarish centipede entered this territory, it has been fixated upon by the demon spider, leading to a relentless confrontation where escape is not an option. Initially, upon encountering the demon spider, the nightmarish centipede was filled with excitement, believing it had stumbled upon an easy meal, given the apparent disparity in strength. The outcome of the battle seemed all but predetermined. The nightmarish centipede waited cautiously for the demon spider to strike, fearing it might inadvertently fall into one of the demon spider's meticulously laid traps. Upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, soul beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, making the description of them as cunningly shrewd particularly apparent. One cannot achieve the rank of a 10,000-year soul beast without having navigated the treacherous waters of life and death countless times. However, the nightmarish centipede ultimately misjudged the situation. The demon spider not only refrained from employing any underhanded tactics but also chose the most foolish course of direct engagement. At that moment, the nightmarish centipede thought itself fortunate. Believing that prey had willingly presented itself, convinced that in a head-on clash, the demon spider stood no chance of victory. Little did it know. The demon spider was exceedingly fierce and utterly unhinged. The demon spider's venomous stinger proved exceptionally sharp, leaving several gaping wounds on the nightmarish centipede, with its dark brown blood gushing forth uncontrollably, causing its condition to deteriorate rapidly. Nevertheless, the nightmarish centipede was not without its own victories. Its countless razor-sharp legs and formidable fangs inflicted numerous wounds upon the demon spider, even managing to tear off one of its stingers. Under normal circumstances, the demon spider would have long since lost the will to fight or fled. Yet this particular demon spider, seemingly driven mad, remains undeterred by its injuries and continues its relentless assault. At this juncture, the nightmarish centipede begins to sense impending doom. If it does not take decisive action soon, it may very well meet its end today. With a low growl, the nightmarish centipede's distinctive markings suddenly radiate a dark glow, coalescing into a sharp blade, which it then lunges toward the abyssal demon spider. Unfazed and undeterred, the demon spider continues its reckless charge, ignoring the blade entirely. Intent on inflicting another grievous wound upon the nightmarish centipede with its own stinger, the obsidian blade pierced the body of the subterranean demon spider, yet it remained unfazed. Continuing its assault, though its form appeared increasingly battered and precariously poised, the nightmare centipede stood in shock, unable to fathom that its lethal strike had failed to vanquish the wildly relentless subterranean demon spider before it. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, the spider's spear inflicted several gruesome wounds upon the nightmare centipede. For the first time, the subterranean demon spider unleashed its ability, expelling a massive web from its abdomen that swiftly ensnared most of the centipede's body. Although the web was devoid of venom, its remarkable resilience imprisoned the nightmare centipede as if in a cage. The centipede struggled desperately, its claws could slice through the web. Yet escaping its bindings would require a measure of time. Meanwhile, the subterranean demon spider continued its relentless offensive, inflicting a multitude of horrific gashes upon the nightmare centipede until it was utterly bereft of combat capability, clinging to a mere flicker of life. Just as the subterranean demon spider was poised to deliver the final blow, the figure of Chen Luo suddenly materialized. Under Chen Luo's command, the subterranean demon spider ceased its assault, remaining motionless in place. Chen Luo gazed calmly at the dying nightmare centipede before him, momentarily awakening his martial spirit. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rose from beneath his feet. Suddenly, the black soul ring radiated a brilliant light as Chen Luo swung the scythe of death towards the nightmare centipede with great force. The blade of the scythe effortlessly penetrated the wretched body of the nightmare centipede, and in an instant, shadows erupted from the blade, binding a portion of the centipede's body tightly. This was Chen Luo's 3rd soul ring, a 10,000-year soul skill known as Shadow Bind. When attacking a target, it instantaneously unleashes shadows to control the intended victim. Chen Luo retracted the scythe of death, yet the effects of Shadow Bind persisted, albeit for less than 10 seconds. The ability to exert control over such a colossal creature suggests that when faced with a soul master of equal rank, he could potentially dominate them to their demise. However, given that the nightmarish centipede was on the brink of death, the duration of control could only be estimated. Had the nightmarish centipede been in its prime, maintaining control for 3 to 4 seconds would have been quite remarkable. Such a feat would indeed be extraordinary, considering the nightmarish centipede is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. After testing his new soul skill, Chen Luo commanded the abyssal spider to deliver the final blow to the nightmarish centipede. Chen Luo refrained from hunting the soul of the deceased nightmarish centipede. Though self-assured, he was not yet confident enough to consume the souls of a millennium-old spirit beast. as he had no desire for an untimely demise. The concepts of soul hunting and soul ring absorption differ significantly. The former entails the complete devouring of both soul and energy, while the latter is akin to bestowing special powers upon one's martial spirit, with the absorbed energy being merely a fraction. Although the soul hunting step was omitted, awakening was still deemed necessary. The underground magic spider's body was on the brink of collapse. While it could still engage in battle, its combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. Reviving the nightmarish centipede would add another layer of strength. Who could ever disdain a loyal servant from beyond the grave? As the necromantic space opened, Chen Luo was already capable of awakening the underground magic spider even before acquiring his third soul ring. Now, having officially entered the realm of Soul Master, he believed that reviving the nightmarish centipede, despite its greater age compared to the underground magic spider, would pose no difficulty. Upon the nightmarish centipede's demise, a circle of deep, dark, millennium soul rings emerged from its corpse, though regrettably, Chen Luo could not utilize them. Gripping the scythe of death tightly, Chen Luo initiated the awakening of the nightmarish centipede. As the blade of the scythe penetrated its body, the sensations experienced during the awakening of the underground magic spider resurfaced with even greater intensity, perhaps due to the enhancement of his power. Chen Luo managed to endure all discomforts coursing through his body. Moments later, he withdrew the scythe of death. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet he remained relatively vigorous. This was the advantage of increased strength. Prior to obtaining his soul ring, awakening a mere underground magic spider nearly drained him entirely. After acquiring the ring, even reviving a creature more formidable than the underground magic spider left him with residual energy. The awakening was undoubtedly successful. The wounds on the nightmarish centipede rapidly healed, and it rose once more, enveloped in a grayish aura, its size increasing significantly. The black markings on its back had transformed entirely to gray, rendering it even more eerie. The revived nightmarish centipede stood silently before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. The black millennium soul ring continued to hover around it, undispersed, though its color appeared to have dimmed slightly. Chen Luo felt a pang of regret at the thought of such a millennium soul ring going to waste. How splendid it would be if he could harness it. Suddenly, as though sensing something, an idea flashed through his mind. He swiftly retreated a considerable distance and then issued a command to the nightmarish centipede. Its form shifted slightly, the gray markings on its back radiating light. And in an instant, the dark millennium soul ring was entirely absorbed by it. It was as if the soul ring had returned to its rightful owner. With no sense of dissonance, everything transpired smoothly. Upon absorbing its own millennium soul ring, the nightmarish centipede's aura surged dramatically, its size further amplifying. What was once merely a lifeless entity now seemed to possess a hint of vitality. Chen Luo was still admiring the strange spectacle before him when he suddenly received a message from the nightmarish centipede. It inquired whether it could devour the abyssal spider. Chen Luo also sensed a powerful aura of resentment. Goodness, how vengeful. Chen Luo cast a glance at the cavernous demon spider, whose once mighty form now lay in a state of utter decay, seemingly devoid of any remaining worth. Yet, Chen Luo found himself reluctant to abandon the creature, for it had recently served as his protector. Was there a means to restore the cavernous demon spider? By storing the necromancer within the realm of the dead, it might be possible to effect a restoration. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that the system would unexpectedly emerge to respond to his inquiry. His current prowess had indeed seen a significant enhancement, and it was possible that he had already unlocked the necromancer's realm. Otherwise, the system would not have suddenly presented him with such a notification. Upon contemplating this, Chen Luo promptly established a connection with the death god's ring. Before his eyes, two distinctly contrasting realms materialized instantaneously. One was a storage space, now expansive enough to accommodate an entire house. The other was the realm of the undead, which had truly been activated. Unlike the storage space, the undead realm manifested as an ethereal void, resembling an alternate universe. Beneath the realm of the undead, a notification appeared, current stored undead, 02. Chen Luo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the cavernous spider, extending his left hand to rest upon its body. A surge of dark radiance erupted forth, and the cavernous spider vanished from sight. Chen Luo gazed once more into the realm of the undead. The cave-dwelling spider had already entered that void, where it now lay in slumber. Its wounds, which seemed nearly impossible to heal, were gradually mending. I feel as though I am soaring. Chen Luo was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped into the air, his handsome visage illuminated by a radiant smile. Approaching the nightmarish centipede, he placed his hand upon it, drawing the creature into the realm of the undead. The nightmarish centipede appeared somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately, Chen Luo held the reins of destiny, once enveloped by that ethereal world. The nightmarish centipede did not succumb to slumber as the abyssal spider had. Instead, it remained quietly in its designated spot, seemingly enhancing its power at an exceedingly gradual pace. Injured undead could heal within the realm of the undead, while those in prime condition could slowly augment their strength, albeit at a rather sluggish rate. Presumably tied to the nature of the undead themselves. This is astonishingly powerful. Chen Luo felt that after stepping into the Soul Sovereign realm, his strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Chen Luo did not linger in one place for long. In his heart, Xiaowu remained of utmost importance. Once he resolved his own matters, he immediately embarked on the quest to find her. As he progressed, Chen Luo took the opportunity to reflect on the augmentation of his powers since ascending to Soul Master. Currently, his soul power stood at 33 levels. Should he activate his immortal state, he could potentially wield strength akin to that of a Soul King, effectively doubling his combat prowess. His physical constitution had undergone a significant enhancement, rendering him capable of effortlessly overpowering a soul zone. Chen Luo even began to ponder whether the essence of his martial spirit, the god of death, manifested primarily in his physique, bestowing upon him abilities comparable to that of his original martial spirit. In addition to his personal advancements, the necromantic space within the death god's ring had been unlocked, allowing him to harbor two spirits. Chen Luo fortuitously acquired two ancient soul beasts, the abyssal spider and the nightmarish centipede, both of which are securely stored within the necromancer's realm, ready to be summoned at his discretion. These creatures constitute Chen Luo's true trump cards. Upon their demise, the soul beasts can be resurrected using the awakening technique, with all wounds completely healed and their powers enhanced. If their soul rings remain intact, they can absorb them as well, further amplifying their strength. And they seem to possess a degree of sentience. After mentally summarizing and organizing all pertinent matters, Chen Luo accessed the task panel. He had successfully obtained his third soul ring, and the new sign and task had been refreshed. Main quest: proceed to the Tiando Royal Academy to sign in and join the new Shrek Academy. Side quest: achieve 30 consecutive victories at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. To his surprise, a side quest had emerged once more. It appeared prudent to tackle the side quest first. After acquiring his second soul ring, Chen Luo found that the refreshed sign-in tasks only included the main storyline, yet this time he encountered a side quest. The main task consisted of two conditions: to check in at the Tiando Royal Academy and to join the new Shrek Academy. The former was relatively straightforward. Given his current strength, even if he set off immediately for the Tiando Royal Academy, he would be met with a warm reception. However, the latter, joining the new Shrek Academy, required the entire Shrek team to relocate. In Chen Luo's recollections, the new Shrek Academy was restructured from Lu Erlong's Soul Master Academy. It retained the name Shrek Academy, with the addition of new merely for the sake of distinction. Following the conventional narrative, once the Shrek Little Monsters graduated, the entire Shrek group would proceed to the Tiando Royal Academy, only to encounter some unforeseen events before ultimately reuniting with Lu Erlong, leading to the establishment of the new Shrek Academy. It appeared that the main task would not be completed in the immediate future. Yet Chen Luo was not in a rush. His current capabilities were more than sufficient, perhaps even excessively formidable, necessitating a period of adjustment. Moreover, Chen Luo wished to remain by Xiao Wu's side. While his growth had indeed accelerated, she still required time to develop. Accompanying the girl he cherished as she gradually matured and gained strength was a dream shared by countless boys. For the time being, the main task could be set aside, allowing him to focus on completing the side quest, which was merely a matter of time. As he traversed a thicket, Chen Luo emerged into an open area, confronted by numerous paths before him, leaving him momentarily uncertain of his choice. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching his direction. Chen Luo remained stationary, silently awaiting the arrival of a graceful figure who emerged from the thicket and approached him. "Brother Chen Luo, what brings you here?" It was none other than Xiaowu. Chen Luo remained silent as he pulled Xiaowu into his embrace. "At last, I have found you." Under the dappled shadows of the trees, the boy and the girl exchanged glances, a sensation akin to a reunion after death, a feeling that words could scarcely capture. Chen Luo gently tidied up Xiaowu's somewhat disheveled hair, while Xiaowu began to recount her thrilling adventures. Upon hearing the bellowing roar akin to that of a bull, the Titan giant ape released her and fled, simultaneously breaking through to level 30 and acquiring her third spirit ring. Chen Luo was certainly aware that Xiao Wu was speaking nonsense, yet he maintained an appearance of feigned belief, as long as everything was well. At that moment, Xiao Wu also noticed the splotches of blood on Chen Luo's body and the numerous tattered spots on his clothing, immediately expressing her concern. Chen Luo, dear brother, what happened to you later? How did you end up here alone? And you're injured. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, saying, I am fine. At that time, I intended to intercept the Titan ape to buy you a bit of time for escape, but I was sent flying by its sheer force. My ambition exceeded my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at him with concern, gently placing her small hand on Chen Luo's chest in a comforting gesture. Chen smiled broadly, saying, It's nothing serious. Merely a minor injury. Indeed, it was not grave, just a matter of half a life. Were it not for the death god's incantation, he would likely still be lying at the site of his wounds. Chen Luo continued, Later, upon witnessing you being seized by the Titan giant ape, I immediately pursued it. It seems Tang San also took action. I wonder where he is now. Xiao Wu softly replied, Why are you so foolish? Knowing full well the formidable strength of the Titan giant ape, you still chose to chase after it. What if something were to happen? This journey is fraught with peril. As she spoke, her large, watery eyes were filled with remorse. Chen Luo gently caressed Xiao Wu's head, speaking earnestly, I have vowed to protect you. Should anyone wish to harm you, they must first tread over my lifeless body. Without you, my existence holds no meaning. Xiao Wu's large, listening eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she gazed intently at Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled gently and continued, Later, during the pursuit, I ascended beyond the 30th level and consequently acquired my third spirit ring. This experience bears some resemblance to Xiao Wu's, though Chen Luo's tale is genuine, while Xiao Wu's is merely fabricated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she inquired with a smile, What spirit beast did you obtain the spirit ring from? The abyssal demon spider, he replied. Chen Luo recounted his fortuitous encounter with the abyssal spider and the ensuing battle in which he vanquished the creature, omitting details regarding his awakening and the death goddess ring. Upon hearing his tale, Xiao Wu's initially cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of concern and reproach. Brother Chen Luo, she exclaimed, you have been exceedingly reckless. A 10,000-year soul beast is an extraordinarily perilous entity, and yet you dared to hunt it down. What is even more alarming is that you absorbed its 10,000-year soul ring. Any misstep in this endeavor could lead to catastrophic consequences. Please, do not engage in such life-threatening ventures in the future. Chen Luo smiled broadly and said, Look at me, I am perfectly fine. Have you forgotten that I am the one who absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring as my first? A mere 10,000-year soul ring is nothing to me. The abyssal spider was gravely wounded, which allowed me to seize this opportunity. However, the peril involved was known only to Chen Luo himself. Even though the 10,000-year soul beast, the abyssal spider, was injured, he had expended all his strength to achieve the kill. If he had not previously awakened and extracted a portion of the abyssal spider's soul, the process of absorption would not have gone so smoothly. Xiao Wu said nothing, merely holding Chen Luo in silence. Being a soul beast herself, she was well aware of the dangers that soul beasts posed. She understood that Chen Luo spoke so lightly in an effort to spare her from worry. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure, gently caressing Xiao Wu's back. After a prolonged moment, the two finally parted ways. Let us go find Tang San and the others, Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Upon reuniting with Tang San and the group, they found Tang San just having absorbed the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider and acquired the external soul bone, 8 spider lances. Some events that transpired after entering the Star Doe forest diverged slightly from Chen Luo's memories, but the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Tang San also completed his breakthrough while pursuing the Titan giant ape, subsequently encountering the man-faced demon spider and the formidable couple, the dragon snake, which closely mirrored Chen Luo's recollections. Seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu return, the group's anxieties dissipated, including Tang San's. For him, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu held immense significance. Otherwise, he would not have lost his sanity in his fervent pursuit of the Titan giant ape. Now, with everyone safe and sound, joy filled the air. It's time to head home, little monsters, Zhao Wujin proclaimed. Fatigue evident on his face, yet a smile illuminating it as he waved his arms. The group cheered in unison, exchanging glances. Having collectively faced numerous life and death situations, an unspoken understanding had woven itself among them. With all matters resolved, they could finally return and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Zhao Wujin looked upon the scene before him with satisfaction. He was immensely proud of his students. Monsters, after all, were indeed extraordinary. Their talents in both cultivation and combat surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to maintain a calm demeanor, make the most accurate judgments, value emotions, and fearlessly confront life and death. He eagerly anticipated what they would become in the future. Chen Luo, come and pave the way with me, Zhao Wujing beckoned. Chen Luo stepped forward promptly. Everyone was already aware of his acquisition of the third soul ring. Zhao Wujia, having activated his martial soul's true form, remained in a weakened state, capable of exerting no more than 50% of his strength. They were still within the Douluo forest, where peril lingered, and no one could predict what the next moment would bring. Chen Luo has acquired his third spirit ring, which is a 10,000-year spirit ring. His previous strength was evident to all, and now he has undeniably become a formidable asset to the team. With Zhao Wujia and Chen Luo leading the way, they encountered no further troubles on their return journey. This is likely related to the Titan giant ape's presence on the outskirts of the forest. It is reasonable to assume that for a considerable time, the weaker spirit beast would refrain from emerging. Upon exiting the Douluo forest, the Shrek team rested in a small town for 2 days. Dai Mubai, as always, displayed his generosity by covering all expenses, and the group took the opportunity to relax without engaging in any training. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San specifically called Chen Luo and Xiao Wu aside. I have some hidden weapons for you. Take these for now. Rest well today, and tomorrow, when you have time, I will teach you how to use them. Tang San said, producing 2 Zhuge crossbows along with several other concealed weapons. These can prove beneficial during critical moments. Initially, I intended to create stronger hidden weapons to give to you, but after our experience in the Douluo forest, having additional weapons will undoubtedly increase our chances. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu immediately smiled and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, third brother. No need to be so polite. We are family and do not speak as strangers." After handing over the concealed weapons to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, Tang San returned to the dormitory. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing smile before returning to their dormitory. I never expected Sangu to be so generous, Xiao Wu remarked with a chuckle. Chen Luo remarked, when has he ever been stingy? In the future, wherever he may require assistance, we should endeavor to help him as much as we can. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. After lying on the bed for a while, Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu and smiled. Shall we cultivate later, or rest? Xiao Wu pouted. Let's opt for sleep. I am so tired. Chen Luo smiled faintly, gazing at the ceiling, and thought to herself, it is indeed time for a good rest. Calculating the time, the master should have arrived at Shrek Academy by now. After breakfast, the bell rang, summoning everyone to assemble in the academy's playground. Both the principal and vice principal, Flanders and Zhao Wujia, were present, along with all the faculty members, making the atmosphere particularly lively today. As Flanders surveyed all the students, he proceeded to introduce the academy's teachers. Teacher Li Yusong, with the martial spirit of the dragon pattern staff, is a level 63 Soul Emperor. He was the elder previously responsible for the admissions at Shrek Academy. Teacher Lu Qibin, with the martial spirit of Star Chess, is a level 66 Soul Emperor. He was somewhat older than Li Yusong, being in his 70s. Teacher Xiao Xian, with the martial spirit of Jelly Bean, is a level 71 Soul Sage. This teacher was considerably younger, comparable in age to Flanders. Despite their advanced years, both Li Yusong and Lu Qibin retained tall statures. Although time had etched many lines upon their faces, their appearances were far more pleasing than that of an average elder. However, Xiao Xian was somewhat unremarkable. He was not tall, even shorter than Xiao Wu, with small eyes and a prominent nose. Individually, his features were acceptable, but together they imparted a peculiar impression. Yet, outward appearances seldom represent a person's entirety, as long as one's strength is formidable. Even the most unappealing individual radiates an aura of brilliance. Xiao Xian exemplified this notion, had it not been for Flanders' introduction. Who would believe that this seemingly ordinary man possessed the strength of a soul sage, particularly as a rare food system soul master? The adage one cannot judge a book by its cover was particularly apt in Xiao Xian's case. After Flanders' introductions, the 3 teachers nodded towards the students, their gazes lingering a moment longer on Chen Luo. Li Yusong maintained a neutral expression, while Lu Qibin sported a faint smile, and Xiao Xian's eyes were solely focused on Oscar. Lastly, a middle-aged man stood to the side, whom Flanders introduced last. Upon his appearance, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's attention was drawn to him, while Tang San appeared unsurprised, seemingly having met him before. This man was none other than the master himself. He was renowned for his research, establishing the competitive rankings of the top 10 martial spirits. Hailed as the strongest authority on martial spirit theory and the wisest of soul masters. He was also Tang San's mentor, my old companion, Mr. Yu Xiaojiang. Apart from Chunluo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, the others held a sense of curiosity and anticipation towards Yu Xiaojiang. The prowess of Tang San was evident to all, and thus, it was only logical to assume that a teacher capable of nurturing such a student would possess commendable abilities as well. After the introductions, Flinder imparted a few words of advice to the young monsters, and then formally entrusted the teaching responsibilities to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang briefly outlined the forthcoming teaching arrangements and subsequently assigned rankings based on age. The order was as follows: Number 1, Dai Mubai; Number 2, Oscar; Number 3, Tang San; Number 4, Ma Hongjun; Number 5, Xiao Wu; Number 6, Ning Rongrong; Number 7, Zhu Qing. Wait, what about my name? The ranking of the Shrek 7 monsters remained unchanged, yet Chen Luo did not hear his name mentioned. Yu Xiaojiang, seemingly aware of Chen Luo's puzzled gaze, calmly remarked, Chen Luo's strength far surpasses that of the others and will be arranged differently. The others expressed no objections to this decision. Chen Luo himself was merely taken aback, holding no substantial opinions on the matter. Indeed, his prowess far exceeded that of others. Should they train together, it would likely disrupt the equilibrium of the others' trainings, and conventional exercises would scarcely facilitate Chen Luo's development. Assemble here at dawn tomorrow. Do not be absent for breakfast. The consequence of tardiness shall be specialized training. Dispersed. Upon concluding his remarks, Yu Xiaojiang departed with Flinder and his entourage. Oscar and the others gathered around Tang San to discuss the arrival of the master. And soon all eyes turned to Chen Luo. My good brother, it appears you have received special treatment. Oscar remarked with a smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Dai Mubai added with a chuckle, there's no helping it. Your strength is simply unparalleled. However, Ma Hongjun seemed somewhat disheartened. I was hoping Chen Luo could train with us. With his strength, we could afford to slack off a bit. Now, that dream is shattered. Could you withstand the intensity of his training if he were with us? Dai Mubai shot a glance at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun chuckled, indeed. Despite Yu Xiaojiang's arrangements, the bond between Chen Luo and the others remained unbroken. They all understood that Chen Luo was, after all, extraordinarily powerful. At merely 12 years of age, he wielded the strength of a soul master. With 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, he had once single-handedly faced the immovable king, Zhao Wujin. Dai Mubai had experienced Chen Luo's might firsthand. Back then, Chen Luo was merely at the great soul master level, yet he had since ascended to the soul master tier and acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. All impossibilities had been realized through Chen Luo, leaving no one aware of just how formidable he had become. Perhaps, even the 7 of them together would struggle to match his single strength. Indeed, that was the truth. Chen Luo held no strong opinions on this matter. He was destined to be the one who felt out of place. If he were forcibly placed among the Shrek 7 monsters, he would find it rather uncomfortable. Being singled out for special treatment, in fact, had its own merits. Chen Luo came to Shrek Academy primarily to accompany Xiao Wu in her quest for strength. While Shrek Academy may not be the pinnacle of institutions, it is undoubtedly the most suitable choice, at least for Xiao Wu. If he could also gain something valuable at Shrek Academy, it would be the best outcome. After a brief conversation, Ma Hongjun pulled Dai Mubai towards Soto City in search of enjoyment. Dai Mubai, however, chose to decline, having worked hard to establish a positive image before Zhu Qing. He could not afford to tarnish that reputation. To everyone's surprise, Tang San also intended to visit Soto City, albeit for a different purpose than that of the portly Ma Hongjun. Tang San sought reliable blacksmiths to craft concealed weapons. On the journey back from the Stardow Forest, everyone, except Chen Luo, was curious about how Tang San had defeated the man-faced demon spider, prompting Tang San to share details about the concealed weapons. Ning Rongrong, fully aware of the advantages these weapons could bring to their sect, had already placed a substantial order with Tang San on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This aligned closely with Chen Luo's impression. Ning Rongrong was not the stereotypical enchanting sorceress depicted in literature, but rather resembled a formidable businesswoman. Xiao Wu, shall we take a stroll in Soto City together? Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened at the proposal, yet she ultimately shook her head. Perhaps not. Let us return to our training. Since their return from the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu had become even more diligent, her fervent dedication to cultivation eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Chunluo. Let us take a half-day break and explore Soto City. Chen Luo smiled. At last. Xiao nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Luo sensed a shift in Xiao's mindset, but the specifics of this transformation eluded him. Striving for excellence is commendable. Yet it is equally important to embrace moments of relaxation when the occasion calls for it. Chunluo did not wish for Xiao to gradually lose her innocent and vivacious nature. Should the sky fall, he would be there to support her. If Xiao ceased to smile, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. The following morning, the members of Shrek gathered in the dining hall, where the master personally prepared a nutritious breakfast for everyone. After the meal, all assembled on the playground. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Wujie had also arrived. I have come to understand each of your martial spirits and abilities, the master stated with utmost seriousness, his gaze sweeping over the group before finally resting on Chunluo. Chunluo, step forward. Yes. Chunluo stepped forward. The master inquired, please reveal your martial soul and soul power level. Chunluo, martial soul scythe, soul power level 33. A hint of astonishment flickered in the master's gaze, and he promptly said, you may go directly with teacher Zhao Wujie. I have already conveyed your training details to him. Very well. Chunluo did not hesitate for long and directly approached Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie wore a radiant smile, seemingly quite exhilarated, and said, come with me. Chunluo glanced back at Xiao Wu before following Zhao Wujie away. The master's gaze shifted back to the 7 members of Shrek. We shall commence our training officially. Chunluo followed Zhao Wujie to a secluded area within the academy, a place that felt strikingly familiar to him. It appeared to be the very site where he once faced Zhao Wujie during the entrance examination. With a smile, Zhao Wujie remarked, little monster. The master initially intended for you to contend with those youngsters, but who would have anticipated that your soul power would ascend directly to the 33rd level? As such, I must accompany you instead. However, this is quite reasonable, having absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. It would be rather implausible for your soul power to increase by only a single level. You truly are remarkable. To have absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring as your 3rd soul ring, I must admit, I am rather eager to witness the extent of your current prowess. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I too am filled with anticipation. In truth, as early as last night, Chen Luo had already formed a rough idea of what his training would entail today. However, he had not anticipated that the master would hold him in such high regard. Directly pitting him against Zhao Wujie, Chen Luo's initial conjecture was that he was likely to serve as a combatant for the Shrek 7 Devils. Zhao Wujie's recent remarks seemed to corroborate this notion. However, an unforeseen circumstance arose upon discerning the level of Chen Luo's soul power. The master decisively opted for an alternative approach. As for the training regimen of the Shrek 7 Devils, it would presumably mirror the training that Chen Luo recalled, commencing with combat drills followed by physical conditioning. Zhao Wujie remarked, I knew you wouldn't be intimidated, just as I suspected. Ahem, your training will consist of battling me. He proceeded to elaborate on the training specifics. I am well aware of your capabilities, and I shall not hold back. Your objective is to compel me to unleash my true martial spirit. Understood. Let us commence, responded Chen Luo. Zhao Wujie chuckled. Are you that eager, young one? Martial spirit manifestation. With that, Zhao Wujie activated his martial spirit, 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around him, radiating a blinding brilliance. As an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted forth, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down on Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained utterly unfazed by Zhao Wujie's imposing presence. Calmly unleashing his martial soul, a colossal scythe manifested in his grasp, its ethereal shadow, visible only to him, intertwined with his form. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rose gradually from beneath his feet, and an overwhelming transformation enveloped Chen Luo, signifying his indomitable spirit. Indestructible. With a low growl, Chen Luo summoned black flames that erupted from the scythe of death, swiftly engulfing his entire being. His 3 soul rings suddenly glimmered, and his aura surged once more. Truly, he was a recognized prodigy, already exuding the presence of a soul king. Yet, one could only ponder how long he could maintain such a state in battle. Zhao Wujie smiled with excitement and charged directly at Chen Luo. There was no need for excessive banter. The training was set to commence. Upon activating his indomitable state, Chen Luo found himself enveloped in an extraordinarily unique condition, an exhilarating sensation of immense power that seemed capable of conquering all. This formidable feeling instilled within him an unwavering confidence, yet due to his inherent temperament, he remained in a state of profound calmness. As he gazed at the approaching soul sage Zhao Wujie, there was no hint of panic. In fact, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curved into a subtle smile. Not utilizing your martial soul true form? Oh, Teacher Zhao, you may be overly confident in your own prowess. Chen Luo charged directly towards Zhao Wuji, his speed surpassing that of Zhao Wuji. Clash. In an instant, Chen Luo collided with Zhao Wuji, his scythe of death descending upon Zhao Wuji's arms. Immovable king body. Zhao Wuji's first spirit ring shimmered, anticipating Chen Luo's attack. A brilliant golden light erupted around Zhao Wuji, a tremendous force catapulting Chen Luo away. Yet, Chen Luo adeptly manipulated the timing, invoking the scythe of death only after Zhao Wuji unleashed his immovable king body, unleashing an incredibly potent black flame. Boom. The black flames enveloped Zhao Wuji entirely, infused with the effects of venom and fierce fire, and with the enhancement of Chen Luo's strength. The damage of these two skills seemed to escalate significantly. Much of Zhao Wuji's hair was singed away, and his flesh bore multiple charred wounds, with black flames writhing in some of the gory injuries, evoking a sense of pain in the onlooker. Zhao Wuji's face contorted in agony as he could not suppress a pained howl. He quickly summoned his soul power to dispel the black flames clinging to his body. Yet, rather than feeling anger at his injuries, a flicker of excitement danced upon his face. Very impressive. As your strength increases, your soul skills have also grown considerably stronger, inflicting greater harm upon me, and that damned black flame is much more difficult to extinguish. Your timing in battle was impeccable. I had anticipated you would employ that special soul skill, intending to counter with my first soul skill. I did not expect you to be so cunning, delaying your strike until after my first soul skill was activated. Remarkable. You truly are a little monster. Zhao Wuji gazed at Chen Luo, who had been sent flying over 10 meters, a self-deprecating smile emerging on his excited face. Goodness. It appears my first soul skill failed to inflict any substantial damage upon you. Your original strategy was to attack and then swiftly create distance. And it seems that your wish has been granted. Chen Luo stabilized his stance. Indeed, he had not sustained significant harm, merely retreating in accordance with the explosive force of the golden light. The words of Zhao Wuji resonated perfectly with his experience. Truly, the unmoving king, Zhao Wuji, demonstrated remarkable insight, discerning numerous details from just a fleeting encounter. The warm-up had concluded. It was time to commence the true battle, and he felt an eager anticipation. Allow me to witness your eternal soul skill, Zhao Wuji proclaimed, as the second and third soul rings upon him radiated simultaneously. Zhao Wuji's second soul skill. The mighty Vajra palm transformed his hands into those of a bear, significantly amplifying his strength and offensive capability. His third soul skill, gravity enhancement, had already been encountered by Chen Luo during the entrance examination. At that time, it was Zhao Wuji's gravity enhancement that severely restricted Chen Luo's speed, compelling him to forfeit the fight. Without an absolute advantage in speed, Chen Luo would merely become a slow-moving target before Zhao Wuji. Once Zhao Wuji activated gravity enhancement, Chen Luo distinctly felt an overwhelming increase in pressure surrounding him, akin to being burdened with numerous heavy weights, which greatly impeded his speed. The challenge was not insurmountable. It merely required a period of adjustment to this newfound state. Chen Luoping calmly gazed at the approaching Zhao Wuji and immediately took action, albeit retreating rather than launching an attack. Simultaneously, he activated two soul skills, indicating that Zhao Wuji had also become serious, necessitating an adjustment to his optimal state to confront this challenge. After all, Zhao Wuji was a formidable soul sage, whose combat experience far surpassed his own. Zhao Wuji could afford numerous mistakes, while Chen Luoping could not afford even a single opportunity. Any flaw exposed would signify the end of their battle. Indeed, little monster. After the enhancement of your strength, you exhibit such a remarkable immunity to my gravitational force. Truly, you are a student whom even I, Zhao Wuji, cannot help but admire. Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile. Chen Luo's speed had diminished considerably, yet Zhao Wuji's velocity surged unexpectedly. He had unleashed all his soul power, fully immersing himself in the throes of battle. The distance between the two narrowed swiftly, and Zhao Wuji once again accelerated, leaping fiercely and striking out with his bare paw towards Chen Luo. However, the result was a complete miss. Has he adapted so swiftly? A look of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wuji's face as he swiftly pivoted, swinging his bare paw to strike behind him. Chen Luo happened to appear behind Zhao Wuji, wielding the scythe of death with a swift motion. Clash. The scythe was parried by Zhao Wuji's bear-like paw, yet the dark flames surged forth without restraint, erupting once more. Boom. Unfazed by the onslaught of the black flames, Zhao Wuji's soul power surged violently, striving to shield himself. Simultaneously, his first black soul ring radiated a profound darkness as his fifth soul skill, gravity compression, was unleashed. An immense pressure bore down from all directions, causing Chen Luo's body to uncontrollably draw nearer to Zhao Wujie. Chen Luo's expression suddenly shifted, his hands gripping the scythe of death with great force, while the dark 10,000-year soul ring upon him radiated an ominous black light. Shadow binding. Countless shadows surged forth from the scythe of death, swiftly ensnaring Zhao Wujie, enveloping him completely in an unyielding grip. As Chen Luo approached Zhao Wujie, merely half a meter apart, the oppressive force of gravity finally dissipated. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wujie's chest, swiftly creating distance between them. For a brief instant, Zhao Wujie struggled against the shadowy bindings. Yet these peculiar restraints could not contain him for long. Almost simultaneously with Chen Luo's retreat, all the shadows were shattered by Zhao Wujie, dissolving into nothingness. Is this your fabled soul technique, capable of ensnaring even me? A glimmer of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wujie's face as he continued his assault on Chen Luo. Be wary. Next time, I shall not grant you such an advantageous opportunity to escape. Zhao Wujie closed the gap once more, but Chen Luo remained unperturbed, responding with composure. With each inch gained, strength increased. The scythe of death was ultimately a weapon, and when faced with Zhao Wujie's dual fists, it retained certain advantages and ample room for maneuver. Chen Luo denied Zhao Wujie the opportunity to close in, carefully calculating the maximum attack range of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The moment Zhao Wujie stepped within that boundary, he swiftly wielded the scythe to launch his assault. Clash! The blade of the scythe collided once more with the bear's paw, and black flames roared forth once again. Zhao Wujie's face twitched slightly. Does this little monster ever exhaust its soul power? Moreover, the speed of its soul skill is astonishingly swift. Having withstood the onslaught of the black flames twice, his body was marred with burn injuries, each one continually throbbing and aggravating his nerves. At the instant of the black flames' eruption, Zhao Wujie decisively chose to retreat. Attempting to flee? A faint smile blossomed on Chen Luo's face, radiating an aura of sunshine. However, to Zhao Wujie, it appeared rather terrifying. Shadow binding. In an instant, as the black flames surged forth, the shadows surged ahead, ensnaring Zhao Wujie once more. Caught off guard as he attempted to retreat, Zhao Wujie stumbled and fell, becoming once again engulfed by the black flames. During this tumultuous moment, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to deliver another strike, his enormous scythe carving a grotesque wound into Zhao Wujie's waist. With his output maximized, Chen Luo promptly withdrew, having perfectly timed his retreat. Just as he established a safe distance, Zhao Wujie broke free from the shadowy restraints. Goodness, is this never-ending? Zhao Wujie's face was etched with frustration, his gaze directed at Chen Luo filled with astonishment. Does your soul technique have no cooldown? And it requires no charge time, just a direct release. How can you be so overpowered? Chen Luo wore a faint smile on his face. I exerted all my strength just to barely withstand a few moves from Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujie shot a glance at Chen Luo. Stop being modest and trying to change the subject. Just because you don't speak doesn't mean I'm unaware. Your unique flame soul technique also requires preparation. Otherwise, with your ferocity, you wouldn't have released it just once. However, that scythe of yours is indeed sharp. Zhao Wujie wiped the wound on his waist, blood staining his palm. But with the infusion of his soul power, the bleeding ceased instantaneously and began to heal slowly. Clearly, such a mundane attack had little effect on Zhao Wujie. His physique was exceptionally robust, with formidable defenses and a terrifying recovery ability. Only an extraordinary soul technique could inflict genuine harm on him. Zhao Wujie's assertion was accurate. Once Chen Luo activated his indomitable black flames, he could not maintain the release indefinitely and required a certain amount of time to prepare. He could unleash it a maximum of 3 times in succession, after which he needed to wait approximately 10 seconds before releasing it again. Though 10 seconds may seem brief in the heat of battle, it could be sufficient time to accomplish a great deal. Nonetheless, this could not overshadow the undeniable power of the black flames. Zhao Wujie had already suffered because of it. Being a soul sage, if Chen Luo faced an opponent of equal rank, a single wave of black flames could potentially render them incapacitated or even lead to their demise. As for the shadow bind, it could be released consecutively only twice, followed by a 30-second preparation period. The control offered by this millennium-old soul technique was formidable. Even Zhao Wujie found himself unable to break free immediately. Against an opponent of similar strength, it could effectively lead to their death. On the playground, the Shrek 7 monsters had completed their combat training, and the master had provided feedback for each of them. Every individual flaw was pointed out by the master without mercy. Now it was time for the admonition. The master glanced in the direction of Zhao Wuji and Chen Luo before turning to the Shrek 7 monsters, stating solemnly, "You are not yet worthy of being called monsters. True monsters reside over there. Your performance today has left me deeply disappointed. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors, and now you shall all face punishment." Suddenly, a golden giant bear struck the ground with its paw, leaving an enormous paw print while causing the earth to tremble. A figure swiftly retreated to avoid the powerful shockwave emanating from the bear's strike, finally halting 20 meters away. In a flash of golden light, the golden giant bear vanished, revealing Zhao Wuji, covered in various wounds and appearing somewhat disheveled. "You've grown stronger. This time, you forced my martial soul true form in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Wuji's face beamed with joy. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "It is all due to Teacher Zhao's adept training. Spare me the unnecessary pleasantries. Your progress is the fruit of your own diligence." Zhao Wuji chuckled. "Yet I bear the brunt of the hardship." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the wounds adorning his body, then shook his head with a smile. "But it is of little consequence. As long as you can assist in your own ascension, everything is worthwhile. By the way, why is your soul power enhancement so astonishing? You must be at least at the 35th level now, am I correct?" Zhao Wuji could not discern Chen Luo's true strength, only sensing the fluctuations of his aura when Chen Luo employed the immortal technique. After each battle, Zhao Wuji could distinctly feel Chen Luo's growth. Today, it was evident that Chen Luo had achieved a qualitative leap in strength, indicating a rise in soul power level. "Is it fast?" Chen Luo blurted out instinctively. Zhao Wuji immediately furrowed his brow. "Do you truly consider it slow? You must understand that as a soul master's level rises, the advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Reaching the soul grandmaster stage is a pivotal milestone. Once a soul master attains that rank, the rate of soul power enhancement is no longer solely determined by effort. It primarily relies on innate talent. In just 3 months, you have ascended 2 levels. Not even I, let alone Dean Flender and the Master, have witnessed such a feat." Chen Luo remarked, "It might be the soul power bestowed by the 10,000-year soul ring. After absorbing the essence of the ring, there remains a substantial amount of energy within me that has yet to be fully assimilated. These past 3 months of combat training with you, Teacher Zhao, have enabled me to complete the absorption of that energy, and thus, my soul power level has risen by 2 ranks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji chuckled heartily. "Indeed, that is quite plausible. However, you, my young lad, are truly remarkable. You are the most exceptional little prodigy I have ever encountered." Zhao Wuji never hesitated to offer praise to Chen Luo. "Well then, I must take my leave to rest. While manifesting my martial spirit is exhilarating, the aftermath brings discomfort, necessitating 7 days for recovery." Zhao Wuji continued, "Your training has been thoroughly accomplished, and my mission has been flawlessly completed. You should visit the master. Perhaps he has further plans for you." "Understood. I sincerely appreciate all your guidance during this time, Teacher Zhao." Chen nodded, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively as he walked, saying, "There's no need for such formality." Chen Luo gazed at the departing silhouette of Zhao Wuji, his heart brimming with gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had slipped away. Throughout this time, Zhao Wuji tirelessly accompanied Chen Luo in his arduous training, enduring injuries with each session, yet never uttering a complaint. The more severe his wounds became, the more joy Zhao Wuji seemed to derive from the experience. His delight was genuine and heartfelt. Even when he entered a state of weakness after manifesting his martial spirit, he remained steadfast by Chen Luo's side, never once expressing a word of grievance. To have such a remarkable teacher, Chen Luo felt an authentic sense of appreciation from the depths of his being. Chen Luo's prowess is indeed monstrous among his peers. However, when confronted with the soul sage Zhao Wuji, he lacks the capability to subdue him unless he unleashes the 2 undead soul beasts from the realm of the dead. It is precisely due to Zhao Wuji's formidable strength that Chen Luo is able to continually challenge his limits during each practical training session, breaking through barriers time and again. In addition to enhancing his combat abilities, Chen Luo has also elevated his soul power by 2 levels. This advancement is not merely a consequence of the benefits derived from a 10,000-year soul ring, but rather a testament to his diligent cultivation, significantly influenced by his daily endeavors to push his limits. When in a state of extremity, the Death God's technique operates with fervor, exponentially increasing Chen Luo's training speed. Having already exhibited an extraordinary rate of progress upon breaking through each level's bottleneck, He finds the pace of advancing 2 levels in 3 months somewhat sluggish when training at his peak. This training session has been immensely fruitful, and he eagerly anticipates the forthcoming sessions. Chun felt a profound sense of satisfaction within his heart, and then mused silently, "It is a pity that the frenzied method of challenging limits to elevate my levels cannot be employed frequently. Otherwise, my soul power would ascend at an astonishing pace. While this method indeed allows for rapid advancement, it lacks stability. In the forthcoming period, I shall diligently consolidate the gains I have achieved. After all, the journey must be traversed step by step. Achieving it all at once would be counterproductive. To progress further, one must lay a solid foundation." Chen Luo has always been an exceptionally composed individual, never allowing the immediate results before him to cloud his judgment or lead him to pursue potentially destructive shortcuts for his future. The current consumption of his soul power is manageable. There is no need for deliberate cultivation at this moment. He shall directly visit Xiaowu to assess the situation. Curious about the progress of their training. After 3 months, their training should be nearing its conclusion. Chen Luo brushed off the dust from his clothes and proceeded towards the training ground where Xiao Wu and the others had been practicing. "The first phase of your training has concluded successfully. You have not disappointed me. I grant you 7 days to rest well, in preparation for the subsequent phase of training." Upon arriving at the training area, Chen Luo heard the master delivering his final remarks. After finishing, the master prepared to depart. As he passed by Chen Luo, the master cast a surprised glance at him and inquired, "Is it over?" "Yes, it is over." "Excellent. Master, Teacher Zhao mentioned that my current training has concluded. What about my training thereafter?" "We shall discuss it in 7 days." "Understood." With this brief exchange, the master took his leave. Chen Luo approached Xiao Wu and her companions, and at that moment, Xiao Wu noticed his arrival and promptly stepped forward. "Let me see. Are you injured today?" she inquired with great concern as she examined Chen Luo's condition. After 3 months of rigorous training, there was no visible change in Xiao Wu's appearance. Her delicate face remained rosy and showed no signs of tanning, retaining her lively demeanor. Chen Luo smiled gently, saying, "I am fine, merely some minor injuries. And everyone is watching." It was only then that Xiao Wu approached Chen Luo, her delicate face slightly flushed. Observing the other members of Shrek Academy, it was evident that the 3-month duration had brought about various transformations among them. The most notable change was in Ma Hongjun, who had lost considerable weight. Although he still bore a plump appearance, he exuded a sense of strength that contrasted sharply with his previous bulkiness. The others had also undergone significant alterations. Dai Mubai had become even more robust, radiating a sense of explosive power, with a glimmer of menace in his piercing gaze. Oscar appeared considerably more fit. Judging by his appearance, few would assume he was a support-type soul master. Tang San looked much sturdier, seeming to have grown taller, and he emanated a greater sense of composure, his eyes reflecting determination. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the 2 young women, had also changed dramatically, having slimmed down considerably and developed more toned physiques. Both girls possessed an indomitable spirit, and beneath their exquisite beauty lay an even more captivating aura of tenacity. Chen Luo occasionally visits this place, but due to the intensity of his own training, his visits are ultimately limited. The last time he came was already half a month ago. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Dai Mubai and the others approached him with warm greetings, each displaying great enthusiasm. "Chen Luo, you seem to have finished earlier today than last time. You are truly impressive," Dai Mubai remarked with a smile. "Just fortunate," Chen Luo humbly replied. Ma Hongjun stepped forward, mimicking Xiao Wu's concerned demeanor, and asked, "Let me see, have you sustained any injuries today?" Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Ma Hongjun, exclaiming, "You fatso, try that again." Ma Hongjun pouted, "Look at your brash demeanor. It's not fatso, it should be fourth brother." Throughout the playful banter with Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo, genuinely checking for any injuries. "Goodness, just a few scrapes. And you're nearly healed already. Chen Luo, are you even human? Or has our teacher Zhao grown weaker?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, Zhao Wujia's deep voice resonated. "Fatso, who are you calling weak?" Startled, Ma Hongjun replied, "When did you arrive, Teacher Zhao?" "Just now," Zhao Wujia stated. As he approached Oscar, without needing to be prompted, Oscar produced the sausages he had prepared in advance and handed them to Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, you owe me 10 gold soul coins. When will you settle up?" Oscar chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Zhao Wujia shot him a displeased glance. "Look at your pitiful self. It's just 10 gold soul coins. I'll pay you next time." With that, Zhao Wujie departed. Oscar shrugged. It seems my 10 gold soul coins are gone. Tang San remarked. Teacher Zhao's injuries are worsening day by day. Oscar playfully embraced Tang San's shoulder, pointing at Chen Luo with a smile, all thanks to Chen Luo's handiwork. In contrast to the vivacity of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang San appeared considerably more mature and spoke less, though he also cared for Chen Luo. He was the first to notice Chen Luo's arrival. As soon as Chen Luo appeared, he immediately employed his purple extreme demon eye to assess Chen Luo's injuries. Seeing that Chen Luo was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong approached Chen Luo with a smile, greeting him. Chen Luo, I just overheard your conversation with the master. Has your training concluded as well? Chen Luo nodded gently. Indeed, we also have a 7-day holiday. Ning Rongrong smiled as she glanced at Xiao Wu. We can finally rest together. Let us take Xiao Wu to explore Soto City. She has been mentioning you incessantly, wondering if you might get hurt, or if you are doing this or that. Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, Xiao Wu stepped forward and tickled her, exclaiming, Stop saying such nonsense. Ma Hongjun unexpectedly chimed in. Rongrong, why are you worrying so much? Chen Luo and Xiao Wu sleep together every day. You glutton, are you looking for a fight? All right, I won't provoke you. I'm leaving now. And Xiao Wu, don't call me glutton, refer to me as fourth brother, understood? You're being so disrespectful. After saying this, Ma Hongjun made a hasty retreat towards Soto City. As he left, he cheekily called out to Dai Mubai, Hey Dai, want to join me? Get lost. All right then. After 3 consecutive months of intense training, everyone felt quite fatigued. Oscar and Tang San returned to their dormitory to rest, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing also headed back. Dai Mubai followed closely behind Zhu Shuqing, likely planning to return to the dormitory after escorting her home. It seemed improbable that he would venture to Soto City, as he had been unusually well-behaved lately. Since it's just the 2 of us left, shall we take a stroll in Soto City? Chen Luo suggested to Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu pouted and replied, Don't listen to Rongrong's nonsense. I never said I wanted to go to Soto City. Let us just head back and sleep. I'm truly exhausted. You've worked hard. Xiao Wu linked her arm with Chen Luo's, saying, In fact, you are the one who has worked the hardest, enduring battles with teacher Zhao Wujie every day. He is a formidable soul saint at level 76. Even without his martial spirit, he is immensely powerful. Feeling sympathetic? Yes, seeing you come back injured every day truly pains my heart. Chen Luo conversed with Xiao Wu as they made their way towards the dormitory. Although they shared a room, their schedules had diverged over the past 3 months, with Chen Luo frequently returning the latest. In the initial days, he was covered in injuries, but gradually he began to heal. Chen Luo never holds back against Zhao Wujie, always striking with full force, resulting in Zhao Wujie departing each day with numerous injuries. Conversely, Zhao Wujie also does not show mercy to Chen Luo. Otherwise, Chen Luo would be unable to push himself to his limits. On the first day of the holiday, Xiao Wu slept until noon. Chen Luo had been immersed in a state of cultivation, requiring a considerable amount of time to solidify his strength. After enduring intense practical training, he found himself thrust into the rigors of daily practice. Though he wished to exert less effort, the sight of Xiao Wu ignited a spark of motivation within him. He understood that only by becoming sufficiently strong could he safeguard her. When Xiao Wu awoke at noon, Chen Luo accompanied her to lunch. Upon their return, they fortuitously encountered Tang San. Tang San had come specifically to instruct Chen Luo and Xiao Wu in the usage and techniques of concealed weapons, while also taking the opportunity to engage in conversation among the 3 of them. From the city of Nodding to Soto City, and from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy, the trio had grown up together, and sometimes companionship is the most exquisite of blessings. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Although Tang San was often reticent, he manifested his care for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu through his actions, embodying the role of a stern older brother in their presence. When instructing them on the usage of concealed weapons, Tang San adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness, akin to that of a diligent teacher. His expectations were high, and only upon meeting his standards would he relent. As the day swiftly passed, the lesson on concealed weapons concluded by evening. The 3 of them enjoyed dinner together before returning to their respective dormitories. While Tang San planned to work late assembling concealed weapons, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu prepared for their own cultivation. However, shortly after Chen Luo and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside their door. Before Chen Luo could open it, Oscar's voice rang out urgently. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, Fatty has been beaten. Let us go seek justice for him. The door swung open, and the Shrek 7 monsters had nearly gathered, with Ma Hongjun, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, standing out conspicuously among them. 052, do something. What happened? I just heard that Fatty was attacked. Chen Luo opened the door, and Little Wu tiptoed from behind him, peering outside with curiosity. Who was that pig-headed fellow? Could it possibly be the chubby one? A hint of bewilderment flickered in her large, watery eyes. What on earth has transpired? Chen Luo inquired. Dai Mubai remarked. Did you refer to the chubby one, or shall I? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, feeling too embarrassed to bring up his own misfortune. Dai Mubai cast a casual glance at Ma Hongjun. Look at you, so lacking in dignity. The situation unfolded as follows. The chubby one ventured to Soto City to resolve his issues with lust and encountered a lecherous uncle. They both became enamored with the same woman, which led to a confrontation. The adversary, a member of the Soul sect, whose name seemed to be something like Douluo, proved to be formidable, and the chubby one was soundly defeated, ending up in his current disheveled state. Dai Mubai succinctly recounted the events. Instantly, the chubby one interjected. That scoundrel insulted me, claiming that I am lacking in size. Any man would be incensed. Sister Wu, brother-in-law Wu, you must advocate for me. If I hadn't been practicing recently, I might not have returned at all. Who are you calling brother-in-law Wu? Little Wu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening as her cheeks flushed slightly. Ma Hongjun interjected, forget those trivial details. The crux is that your fourth brother was bullied and beaten. What do you propose we do? Furthermore, I overheard the brothel keeper mention that this fellow frequently engages in nefarious deeds, ensnaring countless innocent maidens in his vile grasp, only to cruelly slay them afterward. Such scum should not be permitted to exist in this world. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. To dare strike my brother is unforgivable. We must ensure he is rendered incapable of further mischief. If he truly is such a wretch, we shall rid the world of him today. Little Wu, who had been subdued for quite some time, suddenly radiated an aura of commanding confidence. A subtle curve graced the corners of Chen Luo's lips, eliciting an instinctive, faint smile from Tang San. The Shrek 7, namely Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, were absent, primarily due to their ignorance of the situation. Ma Hongjun, a man concerned with his pride, wished to keep his affairs discreet. Their purpose in seeking out Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was unmistakably clear. Everyone recognized Chen Luo's formidable prowess. They felt confident in confronting an enemy of Soul Master rank. But with Chen Luo's involvement, their assurance would be greatly amplified. Let us proceed, Chen Luo spoke, prompting the group to set off with remarkable swiftness. Reaching Soto City in less than half an hour. Under Ma Hongjun's guidance, they navigated through winding streets until arriving at a rather secluded corner of Soto City. Before them stood a row of modest houses, showing signs of age. Several pink lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, beneath which stood a few heavily made-up women, enticing passers-by with their sales pitches. Unsurprisingly, Ma Hongjun was met with a disdainful remark from Dai Mubai. Fatty, you come to such a place to resolve your issues? Dai. I'd prefer not to, but it's affordable here, Ma Hongjun retorted. Oscar chimed in. Those women could be your mothers. How could you possibly entertain such thoughts? With a sigh, Ma Hongjun replied, enough of your teasing. Let us focus on the task at hand. You all wait here while I inquire if that scoundrel has departed. In the meantime, Oscar began preparing, conjuring a series of sausages. Better to be prepared, he said. Before long, Ma Hongjun returned, his face alight with excitement. That fellow is settling his bill and will be out shortly. The group then retreated to a shadowy corner across from the modest houses, silently awaiting the emergence of the target. Soon enough, a middle-aged man in his 40s exited the dwelling. His dark complexion and slightly above-average height, coupled with a lewd grin, were unmistakable. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, and he donned a pair of tattered shorts, completing his ensemble with flip-flops. Today, I'm in a splendid mood. Just out for a stroll, he hummed cheerfully as he ambled down the street. Fatty, barely able to contain his impatience, clenched his fists tightly. When do we strike? Now, came the calm voice of Chen Luo. Before anyone could react, Chen Luo surged forward with incredible speed, his martial spirit yet to be summoned. Unleashed from the revelry of his previous moments, the man was taken aback as a shadow darted past him, followed by a tremendous force striking his jaw, flipping him over completely. As Chen Luo engaged, Dai Mubai and the others wasted no time, joining the fray without hesitation. With a single punch, Chen Luo dislocated Buli's jaw. The sheer force rendered Bulu dizzy and disoriented. He was deprived of any opportunity to unleash his martial soul, and instead found himself subjected to a relentless onslaught from the crowd. After enduring the beating for over 10 minutes, they finally relented, leaving Douluo in a state of near death. Chen Luo merely initiated the proceedings, thereafter standing to the side, silently observing. Had he truly intervened, Douluo would have already succumbed to his fate. Once he had vented the animosity within, Ma Hongjun felt significantly rejuvenated, his spirits lifted as he beamed with joy, urging everyone to dine together. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Luo refrained from taking a seat and, with a smile, greeted the group. You all enjoy your meal first. I have a few matters to attend to. What matters? I shall accompany you. Xiao Wu immediately responded. Chen Luo remarked, it's just a minor matter. I shall return shortly. You should patiently await my return. Ma Hongjun immediately chuckled. Sister Wu, you seem to have little faith in Chen Luo. I possess a keen sense of judgment. He is certainly not engaging in any nefarious activities. Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare, prompting him to fall silent as he quietly perused the menu. Make haste and return safely, Xiao Wu advised. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. There is no need for such concern. Do you not know Chen Luo's capabilities? Xiao Ao. Please pass me a sausage. Chen Luo directed his gaze towards Oscar. Oscar looked at Chen Luo with a hint of confusion. Yet he handed over the sausage he had previously prepared but not utilized, inquiring, would you like anything else? No, this will suffice. With the sausage in hand, Chen Luo departed the restaurant and proceeded to the humble abode where Ma Hongjun sought to alleviate his fiery affliction. Oh heavens, Yanji, what has happened to you? Someone. Quickly, Yanji is in dire straits. In a small room of the modest dwelling, a woman in her 20s lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Her clothes were tattered, and her body bore numerous wounds, bloodstains scattered across the sheets. It appeared she was beyond saving. Beside the bed stood a slightly older woman, her expression frantic as she called out, and soon several other women rushed into the room, all wearing expressions of deep concern and rising dread. Just as they were at a loss, a boy entered, holding a sausage. Crush this and feed it to her. There may still be hope. The older woman hesitated for a moment before accepting the sausage and promptly preparing it for the woman on the bed. At that moment, the boy inquired, by the way, have there been frequent reports of girls meeting such tragic fates lately? The older woman paused, then, in a fit of rage, shouted. It must be the work of Douluo, that soulless scoundrel. When they turned back, the boy had vanished without a trace. As the meal was laid out, Ma Hongjun expressed his confusion. Where is Chen Luo? Why hasn't he returned yet? He glanced towards the entrance of the restaurant, but saw no sign of Chen Luo. Let us eat without waiting for him, Xiao Wu suggested. The table was adorned with delectable dishes that emitted a tantalizing aroma, still steaming with warmth. Dai Mubai insisted. That cannot be. Chen Luo should be back soon. Let us wait a little longer. Xiao Wu, with her large, glistening eyes, remained calm and paid no heed to the other's words, directly picking up her chopsticks to begin her meal. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, sensing Xiao Wu's discontent, exchanged awkward smiles. Particularly Ma Hongjun, who appeared somewhat remorseful. Oscar then interjected, rest assured, Xiao Wu, Chen Luo is certainly not up to anything ill-intentioned. He requested a sausage from me. He is likely off to a brawl, perhaps even to the soul-fighting arena. Ma Hongjun immediately responded, it is highly probable. During the 3 months of our training, I witnessed Chen Luo visiting the Soto Great Spirit Arena on several occasions. Dai Mubai, taken aback, glanced at Ma Hongjun and remarked, you truly possess remarkable energy. During such a tiring period, you still found the time to seek amusement in Soto City? Ma Hongjun shrugged nonchalantly. As everyone knows, my circumstances are quite different. I wasn't there for entertainment, I was there to prolong my life. He then turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu, emphasizing, I am speaking the truth. I saw Chen Luo at the Soto Great Spirit Arena multiple times. At that moment, Tang San, who had been quietly sitting nearby, suddenly interjected, Chen Luo has returned. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their attention towards the entrance. From the shadows not far away, a figure emerged. It was indeed Chen Luo. Apologies for the delay. I encountered a minor mishap that caused me to return a bit late. Chen Luo entered the restaurant and greeted everyone, saying, please feel free to start without me. That won't do, come on, come on. The dishes are still warm, let us all enjoy together. Dai Mubai chuckled. Ma Hongjun, with a beaming smile, added, Chen Luo, I truly appreciate it today. Let's have a good drink later. All right. Chen Luo settled beside Xiao Wu. Humph. Xiao Wu let out a cold huff, deliberately shifting her body to maintain a distance from Chen Luo. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. When he glanced at the others, they were all making exaggerated mouth shapes, indicating that Xiao Wu was angry. In truth, it was unnecessary to voice it. The situation was already quite apparent. Chen Luo smiled faintly and then whispered in Xiao Wu's ear, "Who has upset my sister, Xiao Wu?" "Humph. What is the matter? Why are you back? Do you wish for me not to return?" Xiao Wu pouted. "What were you doing just now?" Chen Luo understood that Xiao Wu was upset for this reason and mysteriously replied, "I'll tell you when we get back." That seemed more acceptable. The thoughts of girls are always so elusive, yet Chen Luo had a fair understanding of Xiao Wu. After all, they had been together for so many years. The primary reason for Xiao Wu's anger was that Chen Luo had failed to inform her about his intentions and whether he had included her in his plans. Stop whispering to each other. Whatever you have to say can wait until you're under the covers. For now, let us eat. The food will get cold. Dai Mubai remarked with a teasing smile. Chen nodded and began to use his chopsticks. Xiao Wu's little face instantly flushed crimson, and she ceased her petty tantrums. Moving closer to Chen, the group commenced their feast, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, it was already the late hours of the night. Once they arrived at the dormitory, Xiao Wu kept her gaze fixed intently upon Chen. Chen Luo let out a helpless smile and began to explain. At that time, I primarily had 3 matters to attend to. What 3 matters? Xiao Wu feigned seriousness as she looked at Chen Luo, resembling a little wife inquiring about her husband's whereabouts. To save a life, to take a life, and incidentally to visit the Soto Great Soul Arena to complete a soul fighting competition. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Wu had already furrowed her brows. Save a life? Take a life? What on earth is going on? Can you not clarify everything at once? Chen Luo remarked, if I were to speak all at once, how could my dear sister Xiao Wu maintain her curiosity? Enough of the trivialities, let us proceed. Xiao Wu gazed intently at Chen Luo. There is a girl in the bungalow who is on the brink of death. I want to save her. That endeavor was entirely devoid of joy, for I took the life of Douluo. Chen Luo succinctly recounted the events. Xiao Wu, momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information, found herself disinclined to ponder further and promptly requested, elaborate. Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. Gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, I knew your little head wouldn't be that quick-witted. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo. Just speak. While we were in a state of discontent, I caught a whiff of a metallic scent, which reminded me of what the fatty had said. Douluo is a complete psychopath. A sadistic killer who revels in torturing young girls. The bloodied aroma wafted directly from the bungalow, prompting my decision to investigate further. Additionally, I sought to ascertain whether Douluo truly was the monster he was rumored to be. As it turned out, he was indeed. A girl was on the brink of death from his torment. According to others, this was not Douluo's first offense, but as a soul master. He was beyond the reach of us mere civilians. So, you took it upon yourself to rid the world of such filth? Absolutely. Well done. Scum like him deserves death. In fact, I did not stop at Douluo alone. I also dealt with his 2 accomplices, who were just as vile, and dispatched them all in one fell swoop. How infuriating that you didn't include me. That was rather inconsiderate. I simply did not want you to witness such a gruesome scene. My dear Xiao Wu, what scene have I not encountered? Chen Luo gently brushed Xiao Wu's nose, saying, leave those matters to me. Surely, we cannot burden Sister Xiao Wu with them. Have all the issues been resolved? Indeed. And you also happened to visit the Soto Great Spirit Arena to partake in a spirit fighting match? At last, Xiao Wu brought up this nearly overlooked 3rd matter. Chen nodded. Another victory, making it 30 consecutive wins. Your pace is indeed quite impressive, managing to accomplish so much. That individual, what was his name? Douluo, is a soul master of the Soul Clan level, and I presume his 2 companions possess considerable strength as well. Oh. They truly pose no challenge for you. As for the battles in the Soul Arena, it would be more surprising if you were to lose. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't there someone who thinks my replies are too late, even questioning why I returned? Who could it be? I have no idea. Certainly not me. Xiao Wu feigned ignorance, then yawned. I need to sleep. I've been utterly exhausted lately. I'll rest in a bit. What's the matter? I have something to give you. Hurry and show me. The once fatigued Xiao Wu instantly became invigorated, her sparkling, doe-like eyes seemingly radiating light. Chen Luo wiped the surface of the death ring, and a pitch-black ring materialized in his hand. The design of the ring was rather ordinary, resembling a commonly seen circular band. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous intricate and profound patterns etched into its surface. This is for you. This ring is rather unsightly. Your taste is quite lacking. Despite her words, Xiao Wu's hand moved with surprising swiftness, swiftly claiming the ring for herself. As she examined it intently, A delightful smile unconsciously graced her delicate face. After a moment of contemplation, her fondness for the ring deepened, and she adorned her right middle finger with it. The black ring appeared to adapt to the size of her finger, fitting perfectly no matter how it was worn. At the instant she slipped the ring on, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Wu's face. At this moment, Chen Luo spoke up. This ring is extraordinary. It likely possesses numerous functions. So far, I have discovered that it can conceal one's aura. Do you like it? The look of surprise on Xiao Wu's face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of sheer delight. I love it. As Xiao Wu drifted into slumber, Chen Luo lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling while reflecting on the events of the evening. Initially, he harbored no intentions of harming Douluo. To him, it seemed merely a case of two men vying for a woman's affection, leading to a brawl. As friends and classmates, assisting the chubby one in venting his frustrations was acceptable, but there was no need to escalate matters to the point of life and death. It was only upon arriving in Soto City and reaching the modest dwelling that Chen Luo realized the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Before their departure, the chubby one had warned that Douluo was a scoundrel who took pleasure in torturing young girls. At that time, Chen Luo had dismissed it as mere exaggeration, thinking his friend was merely seeking sympathy. Yet, it turned out that Douluo was indeed a vile individual. Due to the influence of his martial soul and the death goddess technique, Chen Luo possessed heightened sensitivity compared to ordinary individuals. Thus, upon arriving at the small house, he immediately detected the scent of blood, recalling the chubby one's words, which led to the subsequent events. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the status of soul masters far surpasses that of ordinary people. Because Douluo was a soul master of considerable strength, he dared to treat human lives with utter disregard. Fortunately, in this world that honors the strong, Chen Luo found it relatively easy to rid society of such malevolence. Indeed, among soul masters, there exist corresponding regulations. They are not permitted to use their formidable powers against civilians. However, Douluo was exceedingly cunning, always targeting the most vulnerable among the populace, leaving no one to resist and few to intervene. Chen Luo generally refrains from meddling in trivial matters. Beneath the light, shadows inevitably lurk. The brighter the illumination, the more sordid the darkness that resides within it. However, since he has encountered such circumstances, he cannot turn a blind eye. His motivations are not solely rooted in the pursuit of justice. Rather, they are intertwined with personal sentiments. Their animosity towards Douluo is palpable, and Douluo is certain to harbor resentment. Moreover, Douluo is accompanied by two equally formidable companions, and Chen Luo is reluctant to allow such a persistent threat to linger. It is imperative to eradicate the root of the problem. Armed with sufficient justification, he is determined to eliminate all potential dangers. The ensuing confrontation was devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Chen Luo activated his indomitable spirit and dispatched Douluo and his two associates in under a minute. Chen Luo's prowess is inherently formidable. How could he possibly be weak when capable of contending with a soul saint-level powerhouse like the immovable King Xiao Wuji? Even with one among their trio being a Soul King-level soul master, it did not afford them even a moment's reprieve. Especially considering that Douluo was in a state of incapacitation. Chen Luo faced two adversaries with unwavering confidence, eliminating the trio without any hint of suspense. After dispatching Douluo and his companions, he employed the soul hunter technique to completely obliterate their souls. By sifting through fragments of their memories and remnants they left behind, he confirmed their undeniable nature as true scoundrels. As for their corpses, Chen Luo chose to disregard them, even feeling too apathetic to utilize toxic flames to erase any traces. The demise of lowly commoners would attract no interest, nor would the passing of a few despicable soul masters. Their defeat merely underscored the superiority of the assailant, further discouraging any potential challengers. Moreover, they had indeed met their deserved end. This marked Chen Luo's inaugural use of the Soul Hunter against a Soul Master, and the experience was uniquely profound. Through the essence of their souls, he could selectively glimpse certain memories and absorb fragments of their power. While completely devouring all their strength was impractical, the power he could assimilate, including their souls, was still substantial. Among the three Soul Masters, one was a Soul King, and even now, Chen Luo had yet to thoroughly digest the power they had imparted, a process that would undoubtedly require time. Absorbing power was relatively straightforward. The paramount challenge lay in meticulously purging the negative energies embedded within their tainted souls. A careless misstep could lead to detrimental consequences. It was far more advantageous to absorb the souls of beasts or spirit beasts, as their negative energies were far less convoluted than those of humans. While the purest of souls may not originate from humanity, the most tainted undoubtedly do. After dealing with Douluo and his cohorts, Chen Luo proceeded to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to engage in spirit battles. During the preceding 3 months of training, unless utterly exhausted, he consistently allocated time each evening to participate in these contests. His motivation transcended mere vanity regarding victory. He sought solely to fulfill the system's side quests. Within those 3 months, Chen Luo participated in over 20 spirit battles, with the evening marking his 30th match, which, as anticipated, culminated in yet another victory. Among peers of equal standing, none could rival Chen Luo, and only a scant few could provoke the activation of his martial spirit. Following 30 consecutive victories, he received a notification of task completion from the system, along with the reward, the Ring of Death. At first glance, the Ring of Death resembled a smaller version of the Death God's bracelet, distinguished solely by the unique patterns adorning each. The intricate, arcane designs, akin to formations, constituted their true value. The Death God's bracelet likely possessed its storied space and necromantic realm due to these formations. Upon acquiring the Ring of Death, Chen Luo quickly discerned its function, yet the ring itself remained shrouded in mystery, with only the knowledge of its ability to conceal one's aura, and no further guidance provided by the system. Due to the unique nature of his martial soul and the Death God art, Chen Luo possesses an inherent distinctiveness that renders his true strength imperceptible to others unless he chooses to reveal it entirely. Even a titled Douluo standing before him would likely be unable to discern his power. Furthermore, Chen Luo does not require the Death God ring to conceal other aspects of himself, as it is particularly beneficial for Xiaowu, who is in dire need of its protection. Xiaowu, having transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, is still in her juvenile phase. Any being with a soul power exceeding that of a soul Douluo can detect her soul beast aura, and a sufficiently powerful title Douluo could easily unveil her true identity. Thus, it can be said that Xiaowu treads perilously close to danger. The Death God ring is perfectly suited to her needs, as it can help obscure her soul beast presence. Unless she discloses her identity, no one would recognize her as a 10,000-year soul beast, nor would they believe such a claim from an ordinary individual. It is prudent to focus on cultivation and absorb the energy gained from hunting souls as swiftly as possible. Once fully assimilated, my soul power level is bound to rise. Should I disregard future prospects? Relentlessly pursuing the souls of soul masters would undoubtedly allow me to enhance my strength rapidly in a short span. However, such an endeavor would clearly jeopardize my future, and it is best to avoid even contemplating it. Occasionally absorbing a soul may be acceptable, but if the thought of relying on this method for empowerment solidifies in my mind, my soul will have already succumbed to corruption, and my fate would be irrevocably sealed. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiaowu, Chen Luo swiftly dispelled his distracting thoughts, rising to settle into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. The little monsters of Shrek are about to embark on their classes once more, as they prepare for the second stage of their training. In the span of these 7 days, Chen Luo has successfully absorbed all the powers acquired through soul hunting, resulting in a remarkable elevation of his soul force level to 36. This astonishing rate of progress in soul force has left even Chen Luo himself astounded. Had it not been for his unwavering composure, one might have expected another individual to resort to hunting soul masters or soul beasts, seeking to enhance their strength through the extraction of others' souls. After partaking in breakfast, before the familiar chime of the class bell could resonate, the Shrek little monsters dutifully gathered on the playground, with Chen Luo among them. Chen Luo was acutely aware that his second phase of training would undoubtedly differ from that of the Shrek 7 monsters. He remained curious about the arrangements the master would devise for him. Shortly thereafter, the master arrived at the training ground, appearing significantly more invigorated than before, likely influenced by the spirited presence of the little monsters, which had altered his mindset considerably. After delivering a brief address, the master swiftly transitioned to the core of the matter. The second phase of instruction for the Shrek 7 monsters would, as expected, take place at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. There would be no time constraints on the training. It would conclude only when they acquired their silver spirit badges. Accommodations and sustenance for the group would be arranged at nearby lodgings, with all expenses to be borne by themselves. Once the arrangements for the Shrek 7 monsters were set, the master's gaze finally settled on Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you shall also participate. Engage in the spirit battles at your discretion. Should you wish to further your combat skills, you may continue to seek practical training with Master Zhao Wujie. Your path differs from theirs, and a self-directed approach will serve you best. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly comprehended the situation. There was no so-called second phase of training. Everything that followed would depend solely on him. With his current strength, manifesting the true form of Zhao Wujie's martial spirit would be effortless. However, engaging in combat with Zhao Wujie's true martial spirit activated would yield less favorable results, as the disparity in strength was vast. A soul master who had activated their true martial spirit was entirely different from one who had not. Moreover, activating the true martial spirit was not a trivial matter. Once it was unleashed, a period of vulnerability would ensue, making it unnecessary to subject Zhao Wujie to such strain. There were other instructors at the academy, such as Li Yusong and others, but their training efficacy paled in comparison to Zhao Wujie's. They could not fully unleash their capabilities, and Chen Luo felt it inappropriate to exert excessive force upon the elder instructors. Thus, he decided to accompany the Shrek team to Soto City, to enjoy some time at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Should he find it uninteresting, he could return to Shrek to train with Zhao Wujie's. In his heart, Chen Luo acknowledged that he also required a transitional period, as his recent surge in soul power levels had been remarkably rapid, necessitating a period of solid practice to stabilize his strength. After arranging for Chen Luo, the Master S-Gaze returned to the Shrek 7, addressing the essential points regarding their participation in the spirit battle competitions. There were several stipulations to observe during the matches. Firstly, no one was to reveal their appearance or disclose their names. All would battle under code names. Secondly, including Tang San himself, the use of hidden weapons was strictly prohibited. Thirdly, each individual was required to participate in at least 2 matches per day, regardless of the outcome. In a modest hotel near the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the Shrek group had taken residence, and at this moment, all members, including Chen Luo, gathered in Tang San's room to discuss the details of the upcoming spirit battle competition. The first order of business was to establish each person's code name, which aligned perfectly with Chen Luo's recollections: the Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai; the Sausage Specialist, Oscar; the Thousand Hand Azura, Tang San; the Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun; the Soft-Boned Enchantress, Xiao Wu; the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong; and the Ghostly Spirit Cat, Zhu Qing. Chen Luo chose the side of death for himself. Subsequently, he lost interest in the upcoming match arrangements. Since Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had already formed a dance duo, they could not be separated, and thus, he could only compete alongside her. The master imposed a restriction. Chen Luo was not permitted to unleash his martial soul during the battle. Nevertheless, even without activating his martial soul, Chen Luo would still dominate battles against soul masters of the same rank. However, he understood that this was ultimately a training opportunity for Xiao Wu, and he would exercise restraint, ensuring he did not become an obstacle in her path to becoming stronger. The soul battle competition commenced swiftly, with Chen Luo's solo match beginning first. As usual, Chen Luo effortlessly defeated his opponent without even activating his martial spirit. Feeling no pressure in this arena, he was merely here to accumulate points and earn money. Subsequently, he observed the matches of the Shrek team, engaging in discussions with the master to analyze the battle scenarios and predict the outcomes. Already privy to the results, Chen Luo articulated his insights with remarkable clarity, his unique understanding of combat impressing the master, who nodded in silent approval. Before long, all the individual soul battles concluded, with everyone celebrating their first victory of the day. Leading into the subsequent team duels, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's dance duo faced off against the cat and mouse combination. Throughout the entire battle, Chen Luo restrained his strength to afford Xiao Wu ample opportunity to showcase her abilities. Nevertheless, they effortlessly secured victory. In terms of both practical experience and sheer power comparison, the cat and mouse duo suffered a complete defeat. Chen Luo had always been attentive to Xiao Wu's efforts, and it was evident that she had grown significantly during this period. This soul fighting competition was rather effortless, wasn't it? I feel as though you hardly even had to strike. After the match, Xiao Wu stretched her body in great contentment and then turned her head to look at Chen Luo. Chen nodded, acknowledging, primarily, "It's due to our sister Xiao Wu's exceptional prowess. I hardly had a chance to intervene." Humph. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your deliberate attempts to create opportunities for me. Although Xiao Wu had been completely immersed in the battle moments ago, she was still able to reflect on certain details after its conclusion. Chen had indeed crafted numerous favorable chances for her. Otherwise, she could not have fought so effortlessly and comfortably. Well done, Xiao Wu offered the most candid assessment. Chen Luo smiled gently. Is there a reward? I shall treat you to a delightful meal later. Very well. Your expression of surprise is rather exaggerated. I shall be more mindful next time. Xiao Wu could not help but laugh, embracing Chen Luo's arm, as they both returned to the lounge. The 2-on-2 soul battle competition among the other little monsters of Shrek soon commenced, resulting in a flawless victory for them. On this first day, they had made an excellent start. Just as everyone reveled in their triumph, the master maintained a serious demeanor, declaring, "It is time for the team soul battle." The Shrek 7 had also registered for the team competition, and since 3 of them were at level 30, their opponents were all soul masters of level 30 and above. Chen Luo naturally found himself unable to participate in the team competition. Although he wished to experience it, he was decisively turned down by the master, who asserted that his presence would disrupt the balance. Thus, Chen Luo had no choice but to relent. Before long, the team battle was about to commence. Chen Luo could previously only witness the captivating duels of soul masters within the realms of novels or anime. Yet now he finds himself with the extraordinary opportunity to observe such a spectacle in person, undoubtedly filled with intrigue. 056, well fought, Shrek. In the open space, a lone figure and a bear were locked in a standoff. A young man clad in a sleek black outfit wielded a colossal scythe, his entire being engulfed in black flames. He appeared to have just endured a severe blow, his posture slightly hunched as he clutched his chest, gasping for breath, with a hint of agony etched upon his handsome features. The ground was a desolate sight, marred by the aftermath of their confrontation with 2 deep trenches, over half a meter in depth, lying before the young man, whose feet were firmly embedded in the earth. Before him, a magnificent golden bear emitted a low growl. And then a voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, resonated. No more fighting, no more. It's unbearable. I truly cannot contend with you. The golden bear waved its immense paw, and in an instant, its form rapidly diminished. As the golden light faded, a battered middle-aged man stood in its place, his hands resting on his knees, appearing exceedingly weakened. Teacher Zhao, you have gained a significant advantage. Are you truly giving up now? Chen Luo instantly retracted his indomitable state, withdrawing his martial soul as a faint smile graced his lips. Emerging from the earth, he ambled towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji waved his hand slightly, saying, "Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your little fishing tricks. Do you truly believe I, your teacher Zhao, would be fooled? You leave such a glaring weakness. I'm not blind. I sense that with every level you ascend in soul power, your strength undergoes a tremendous enhancement. Could it be that you are indeed a creature of extraordinary nature? At times, I even contemplate that should you grow even stronger, I would stand no chance against you." Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Zhao, your exaggerations are becoming more and more outlandish." Zhao Wujin furrowed his brow. "I speak only the truth." "Well, it's about time. Let us proceed to Soto City. The team competition for those little monsters is likely to commence soon." As he spoke, Zhao Wujin pulled out several sausages and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously as the various injuries on his body began to heal gradually. "All right," Chen Luo nodded. Thus, the two set off for Soto City, Soto Great Soul Arena, now welcoming the Imperial Fighting Team and the Shrek 7 monsters to the stage. A melodious voice resonated from above the central battle arena, where a graceful young girl, around 18 or 19, donned an elegant white gown, presiding over the only team soul battle of the evening. The bright golden lights, professional sound amplification devices, and the renowned host Douluo of Soto Great Soul Arena all underscored the significance of tonight's team battle. In preparation for this event, Soto Great Soul Arena had gone to great lengths, canceling all other team battles to exclusively feature this one during prime time. Simultaneously, 2 doors opened silently on either side of the battle platform, and the teams entered, striding towards the center. Prior to the contestants taking the stage, the beautiful host Douluo had been tirelessly introducing them, and as both teams emerged, the crowd erupted in cheers. On the left, the Imperial Fighting Team, led by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, Yu Tianheng, stepped forward. On the right, the Shrek 7 monsters, headed by Dai Mubai, followed suit. As soon as they took the stage, an intense gaze-off occurred between the captains, Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai. The soul battle had yet to officially begin, yet the unspoken tension between the teams was palpable. Attention, soul masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. You may attack only once I declare the start. The battle continues until one side concedes, falls entirely, or is knocked off the platform. Douluo floated in midair, flapping her snow-white dove wings, her enchanting voice addressing the competitors. Thankfully, They had arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would have missed this incredibly thrilling competition. Chen Luo stood at the entrance of the arena where the Soul Fighting team had made their appearance. This was the designated spot for the leaders of both sides. Beside Chen Luo stood Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wuji. Of course, it was Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wuji who were the true leaders. Chen Luo was merely a bystander, there to enjoy the spectacle of the competition. At that moment, on the Soul Fighting stage, all the spirit masters from both teams had unleashed their martial spirits, and a formidable aura of soul power pervaded the arena, causing the host, Douluo, to inadvertently ascend a short distance into the air. Since we had all agreed to observe the match, why insist on dragging me into practical training? Zhao Wuji remarked, patting Chen Luo on the shoulder with mild irritation. The master then spoke. How is the training going? This kid is growing increasingly formidable. I fear that before long, I shall not be able to contend with him. Zhao Wuji shrugged in response. Teacher Zhao simply enjoys jesting. It is hardly as exaggerated as he claims. Chen Luo spoke, his gaze fixated on the Soul Fighting platform, where two teams had already commenced their battle. Both Master and Flandra exchanged a surprised glance with Chen Luo before shifting their attention to the ongoing contest. They had witnessed Chen Luo's growth firsthand. If the group of youngsters on the stage were the proud little monsters of Shrek, then Chen Luo was the monster among monsters. Even when faced with formidable opponents like the Royal Fighting Team, the outcome was never in doubt. As long as Chen Luo took the stage, the disparity was simply that vast. Zhao Wuji's words undoubtedly contained an element of exaggeration, yet Chen Luo's strength remained beyond question. While Dai Mubai and Tang San still grappled with their peers, Chen Luo had already demonstrated the ability to contend with Zhao Wuji, a rank 76 soul sage, showcasing his prowess. The soul fighting match on the platform quickly escalated to a fever pitch. After an intense confrontation between the captains, Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng, the Shrek 7 utilized their pre-prepared tactics to encircle Yu Tianheng. Sensing the peril, Yu Tianheng attempted to break free, but alas, he charged in solo, outnumbered and overwhelmed. Following a relentless barrage of attacks from the Shrek team, he sustained severe injuries, blood gushing from numerous wounds, and his mouth spewing forth crimson. Ultimately, after enduring a powerful blow from Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng was sent flying, crashing against the shell of the Xuanwu Turtle Soul Master, barely clinging to consciousness. This exemplified the consequences of rushing into battle blindly. His teammates, akin to fools, failed to unite and support him until it was far too late. As Chen Luo watched the soul fighting competition, he couldn't help but voice his criticism. Dai Mubai, too. How could he gift away a guaranteed kill? Has he forgotten that there is a healer on the opposing team? If only he had played it more cautiously just now. He could have certainly taken down Yu Tianheng first. What are you rambling about all by yourself? Zhao Wuji glanced at Chen Luo with a hint of confusion. Chen Luo Dao remarked, I must say, Tang San and the others performed exceptionally well in their battle. Despite the banter, the Shrek 7 monsters executed a remarkable maneuver. Swiftly exploiting Yu Tianheng's overly aggressive positioning, they rendered him defenseless, warranting a substantial reward for their commanding leader. However, one must acknowledge that those who play with tactics often harbor a certain darkness in their hearts. 057, simply charge ahead, and I'll eliminate all of you. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's injury, Dugu Yan lost her composure, unleashing a furious roar. Her third spirit ring radiated brilliantly, transforming her once emerald eyes into a deep violet, with even the green scales on her serpentine tail enveloped in a layer of pale purple luminescence. A dense, toxic purple mist spewed forth from Dugu Yan's mouth, rapidly spreading through the air towards the Shrek 7 monsters. In her frenzied state, driven by Yu Tianheng's injury, she completely disregarded Qin Ming's instructions, intent solely on annihilating the Shrek group. Tang San, having anticipated this, swiftly retrieved 2 large water pouches from the 24 bridges by moonlight and hurled them forward. Die. Unleash the White Tiger's radiant light wave. Fatty, ignite the Phoenix fire line. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sprang into action. In an instant, Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's radiant light wave, detonating the water pouches, and a mist enveloped the area. Following closely, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire line ignited, and a unique fragrance wafted throughout the battlefield, engulfing the purple mist entirely. Soon, the purple haze caught fire, spreading rapidly, and as the flames danced, tranquility returned. The remnants of the shattered water pouches fell to the ground, bearing witness to the fierce confrontation that had just transpired. To engage in a contest of toxins with Tang San is, indeed, a folly. Chen Luo inhaled the faint scent of wine in the air, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The scenes unfolding before him were ones Chen Luo had previously envisioned, even having witnessed them through more vivid anime representations, yet experiencing it live was a wholly different sensation, far more exhilarating. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to step onto the fighting stage. The battle on the Duhan platform was relentless. As Dugu Yin launched her assault on the Shrek group, Yi Lang, positioned at the rear of the Imperial fighting team, was already attending to Yu Tianhing's injuries. The healing prowess of the Nine Hearts begonia was formidable. Floral fragrances wafted through the air, and white light emanated from the petals, enveloping Yu Tianhing before swiftly merging into his body. The once critically weakened Yu Tianhing felt revitalized, his wounds beginning to heal at an astonishing rate, including the dragon arm that had been broken by Daimubai, which gradually returned to its former state. In a matter of moments, all of Yu Tianhing's injuries were entirely mended. Reinvigorated, Yu Tianhing charged once more towards the 7 members of Shrek, albeit with greater caution this time. Having learned from his previous misstep, while Osro, with his Black Panther martial spirit, provided cover. Quickly resolve this. Dai, you and Zhu Qing should utilize your martial spirit fusion technique. Focus on eliminating Yu Tianheng and Osro. Fatty, unleash your full power to create an opportunity for Xiao Wu to flank and eliminate their support spirit masters. Tang San was acutely aware that prolonging the battle would lead to inevitable defeat. It was better to fight with everything they had, to stake everything on this decisive moment. The other members of Shrek understood the gravity of the situation. As soon as Tang San assigned their roles, they executed them without hesitation. Daimubai and Zhu Shuqing activated their martial spirit fusion technique, the spectral white tiger, charging directly at the formidable Yu Tianhing and Osro. Meanwhile, Fatty Ma Hongjun unleashed a barrage of attacks, striving to carve a path for Xiao Wu. Tang San, no longer concealing his abilities, activated the 8 spider lances and joined the fray against the Imperial fighting team. In the rear, the 2 support members, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, were equally diligent. Oscar tirelessly provided supplies to the other members of Shrek, while Ning Rongrong seized the opportune moments to bolster her comrades engaged in battle. The entire team exhibited remarkable discipline. Their synergy impeccable, each member adeptly identifying their roles and maximizing their contributions. This was precisely how it should be. When the chance to secure victory in a team battle arose, one should not hesitate but rather act decisively. Chen Luo was initially apprehensive about the potential mishap during the forthcoming battle involving his companion, Xiao Wu. According to the narrative, Xiao Wu was destined to be besieged and ultimately gravely injured by the formidable turtle shell dance of the Shijia brothers. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene before him, Chen Luo's concerns dissipated. As long as the Shrek 7 devils dared to engage, they would undoubtedly vanquish the members of the royal fighting team in a single decisive strike. The Tang San before him was markedly more resolute than the one depicted in the book. He would not hesitate to act when the opportunity arose. Battle did not necessitate waiting until all allies were incapacitated to reap the rewards. If circumstances allowed for a shift in the tide, risking the safety of teammates was unwarranted. With the activation of their martial soul fusion technique, Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly subdued Yu Tianheng and Aosalu, though they too succumbed to exhaustion and lost their combat effectiveness. This exchange, clearly advantageous, provided a rare opportunity to eliminate both Yu Tianheng and Aosalu, the 2 powerhouses of the royal fighting team. In desperate times, any exchange was a gain. Meanwhile, the rotund Ma Hongjun utilized Phoenix Fire Line to stall the Shijia brothers for Xiao Wu, while Tang San carved a path on the flank. As Tang San unleashed the 8 spider lances, he simultaneously prepared the spider web binding, seizing the moment when all eyes were drawn to the lances behind him to ensnare the airborne wind chime bird soul master with a swift motion. Tang San's 8 spider lances proved formidable. Although the Shijia brothers' Chunluo turtle martial soul boasted robust defense, it was no match for the toxicity of his lances. Under the cover of the rotund one's fiery assault, Tang San forged a bloody path for Xiao Wu with relentless determination. Xiao Wu successfully breached the rear of the royal fighting team, and facing the auxiliary soul master, she encountered no resistance, swiftly securing her victory. In a mere moment, only Dugu Yin remained of the royal fighting team. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu consumed the small sausages that Oscar had prepared earlier and advanced menacingly towards Dugu Yin. The subsequent battle unfolded without suspense. Dugu Yin stood no chance against the trio and was quickly subdued. Once the Shrek 7 devils resolved to strike decisively, The remainder of the battle was executed with remarkable efficiency, providing the audience with a series of exhilarating combat scenes. Upon the conclusion of the confrontation, Tang San promptly attended to the royal fighting team members, neutralizing the poison of the 8 spider lances, while Oscar generously offered his sausages. Acknowledging the goodwill of the Shrek 7 Devils, the auxiliary healer Yu Lang Lang from the royal fighting team employed her 9-heart Si Tang to heal everyone. After all, it was a competition, and there was no need for animosity. During the contest, they were adversaries, but afterward, they could become friends. The Shrek 7 Devils held great respect for the capabilities of the royal fighting team, and conversely, the royal fighting team was duly impressed by the Shrek 7 Devils. While they were not yet soulmates, it was certainly acceptable to extend a helping hand to alleviate each other's troubles. Chen Luo observed everything keenly. The battle had concluded. Yet he still felt a lingering exhilaration. Unexpectedly, the one who enjoyed tactical play resolved the conflict in the most reckless manner, which, in its own way, was quite splendid. The formidable 058 did not even take to the field, yet they emerged victorious in the soul fighting competition. The members of Shrek's 7 monsters were overjoyed, their faces glowing with sheer excitement. After the victory, Xiaowu immediately turned her gaze towards the passage, and upon seeing Chen Luo, her radiant smile grew even more brilliant. At this moment, Tang San had already sheathed his 8 spider lance, letting out a long sigh of relief. At last, they had triumphed. Though he did suffer the loss of a garment and a silver soul coin, Ma Hongjuan's excitement made the flesh on his face quiver. And he rushed over to give Tang San a bear hug. We won. We won. Meanwhile, Oscar was busily crafting sausages, his hands trembling uncontrollably while his smile widened with delight. Brothers, let's celebrate with some sausages. Daimubai chimed in cheerfully. Hurry, bring me 2. I feel utterly drained. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had awakened. After Daimubai retrieved 2 sausages from Oscar, he immediately offered one to Zhu Zhuqing. Still dazed upon waking, she surveyed her surroundings and soon realized their victory. Her typically cold and beautiful face melted like ice, revealing a stunning smile. Daimubai gazed at her silently, momentarily entranced. However, upon noticing Daimubai's stare, Zhu Zhuqing's smile vanished, and she took the sausage to approach Ning Rongrong. We won, she beamed at Ning Rongrong, her smile blossoming anew. Ning Rongrong reciprocated with an excited grin. Indeed, we won. We did it. After savoring the fleeting joy of victory atop the soul-fighting platform, Shrek's 7 monsters finally departed, with Xiaowu being the first to dash towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, who had been waiting at the passage for Shrek's 7 monsters, wore a broad smile, genuinely elated for these little monsters. Xiaowu initially intended to embrace Chen Luo, but seeing so many eyes upon them, she settled for linking her arm with his. Chen Luo, we won. Well done. Is there a reward? Let us go eat something delicious later. Higi, sounds great. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, her lovely face flushed slightly. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Chen Luo initially intended to tidy up Xiao Wu's somewhat disheveled hair due to the recent battle when suddenly a series of increasingly loud coughs echoed around them. The first to cough was Daimubai, followed closely by Ma Hongjun, with Oscar eventually joining in as well. Chen Luo's gaze immediately fell upon them, and with a smile, he remarked, "You are truly remarkable. This is the most exhilarating competition I have ever witnessed. Congratulations on your victory." Ma Hongjun approached Chen Luo, mimicking the mannerisms of Xiao Wu as he wrapped his arm around Chen Luo's other arm, adopting the most effeminate tone he could muster, and said, "What a pity that you cannot participate, Chen Luo. If you were here, we would have secured victory in no time." Chen Luo was momentarily stunned. The other members of Shrek nearly lost their composure due to Ma Hongjuan's antics, while Xiao Wu promptly interjected, "You fatso, get away." Ma Hongjun seemed to have anticipated Xiao Wu's reaction, releasing Chun Luo's arm and leaping aside, returning to his usual self, chuckling, "Sister Wu, this is where you are mistaken. Chen Luo belongs to all of us. Why should you be the only one to embrace him? That's rather excessive." Laughter erupted among the group as Xiao Wu immediately let go of Chun Luo's arm, ready to confront the rotund individual. "You glutton, are you tired of living?" "Sister Xiao Wu, I apologize." Ma Hongjun quickly retorted, recognizing the need to concede gracefully. "Haha, what Fatty just said holds truth. If Chen Luo had been on the field, we wouldn't have had to endure such a thrilling match." Daimubai remarked, "The outcome hinged on that final offensive wave. Truth be told, we were uncertain. But with Tang San leading us, we charged forth resolutely." At that moment, Daimubai placed an arm around Tang San's shoulder, adding, "Indeed, it was quite perilous." Tang San was remarkably audacious. Without his guidance, we might not have acted so decisively. Ma Hongjun then chimed in, I owe a debt of gratitude to Brother San. If it weren't for your intervention in that last offensive, I might have fallen victim to those two turtle soul masters. Even if I survived, I would have been gravely injured. Tang San responded, my primary concern was for Xiaowu's safety. Ma Hongjun replied, yet, I must still thank you, Brother San. Without your assistance, I might not have made it. We are family, no need for such formality. Tang San exchanged knowing smiles with his companions before turning to Chen Luo, declaring, I have succeeded. Chen nodded and gave Tang San a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. As the Shrek little monsters cheered for their recent victory, Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and the master watched quietly from the side, their faces unconsciously adorned with smiles of satisfaction. At that moment, a tall and handsome figure approached. And before he arrived, his voice resonated. Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, how have you been? I am your disciple, Qin Ming. Qin Ming's entrance immediately captured the attention of the Shrek little monsters. Upon learning that Qin Ming was their senior, astonishment spread across their faces, with only Qin maintaining his composure. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Flander and the others, another significant revelation emerged from Flander's lips during introductions with the master. It was disclosed that the captain of the royal fighting team, Yu Tianhing, the possessor of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, was, in fact, the master's nephew. Having been privy to this information long before, Chen remained unfazed, silently relishing the expressions of surprise from those around him. I have long severed all ties with the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. With that statement, the master departed, presumably to have a heart-to-heart with his nephew, Yu Tianheng. Following this, Flander formally introduced the Shrek little monsters to Qin Ming. When Chun was mentioned, Flander, who already bore a proud smile, became even prouder. Qin Ming, you may find this hard to believe, but this fellow is our academy's most outstanding student, Chen Luo. Oh? Qin Ming seemed taken aback. What a pity. I did not get to see this junior in action. Zhao Wuji interjected with a laugh. Of course, he cannot take the field. It would disrupt the balance. If he were to participate, your students would have no chance to compete. At these words, Qin Ming was further astonished. Is this junior truly that formidable? Zhao Wuji nodded vigorously, and the 7 members of Shrek echoed his sentiment with nods of agreement, culminating in Flander's approving nod. Only Chen appeared somewhat bewildered, feeling a sense of perplexity at how the conversation had shifted to revolve around him. Senior, do not heed teacher Zhao's exaggerations, Chen humbly remarked. Zhao Wuji chuckled, refraining from mentioning Chun's battle prowess, yet calmly stated Chun's age and rank. He is merely 12 years old, and already a soul master of level 36. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, his gaze towards Chen transforming from astonishment to sheer disbelief. 12 years old, level 36, this is indeed a prodigy. 059. Depart for the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming swiftly regained his composure. Although Chen's age and soul power rank had shocked him, he adapted quickly, particularly noting Zhao Wuji's earlier comment. If Chen were to take the field, my students would have no chance to play. Even though Chen Luo possesses extraordinary talent and has achieved an impressive level of soul power at such a tender age, it should not be the case that his singular prowess alters the course of events significantly. Qin Ming could discern that Zhao Wuji was not being dishonest. Yet he found it hard to believe that Chen Luo's strength could indeed sway the entire battle. No matter how formidable Chen Luo might be, could he truly stand against 7 foes alone? Zhao Wuji had intended to elaborate further, but he was swiftly silenced by a glance from Chen Luo. Even if Qin Ming was a former student of your academy, it would be unwise to divulge all of one's secrets, especially when you are inadvertently revealing mine. Let us save any further discussions for the hotel. Young prodigies, please proceed to settle your points and return promptly. With that directive, Flander departed alongside Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming. The young prodigies of Shrek immediately made their way to the working area of the Soul Arena to tally their points. Before long, all points were accounted for. Except for Tang San, every participant received a silver badge, including Chunluo. Tang San, on the other hand, was awarded a gold badge, having maintained an unblemished record in both individual and paired contests, as well as in team competitions, earning him sufficient points for the gold distinction. The others, however, had either suffered losses in individual matchups or in paired competitions. Their silver badges were secured through victories in team battles. Of course, Chunluo was an exception, having triumphed in all his matches, yet he did not partake in team competitions, which accounted for his insufficient points for the gold badge. Moreover, Chunluo did not hold much interest in such accolades, Had it not been for the monetary rewards and the opportunity to accompany Xiao Wu in paired matches, he would have cared little for the so-called Soul Arena contests. Should Chen Luo choose to, he could easily attain not just a gold badge, but even the highest tier diamond badge. However, such honors held little significance for him. He preferred, rather, to challenge opponents of substantial strength than to trample the weak. In addition to the rewards from their victorious team battles, the Shrek 7 also received a generous bonus from the Soul Arena, 10,000 gold soul coins. Once all matters were settled, they returned to the hotel. Flinder and the others were engaged in lively conversation over drinks, though their ordered dishes remained untouched. As soon as Ma Hongjun arrived at the table, he boldly seized the menu and began to order, exclaiming with a grin, "Teacher, we won the match today. You must treat us to a sumptuous meal." Flinder fixed a penetrating gaze upon Ma Hongjun, and upon noticing that the latter had ordered only a few inexpensive dishes, a hint of satisfaction crept onto his otherwise stern face. However, Ma Hongjun's subsequent words nearly drove Flinder to despair at the folly of his only disciple. "Forget all the dishes I checked. Just bring out the others quickly. And 2 bottles of fine wine." Flinder fixed a steely gaze upon Ma Hongjun. His complexion dark as thunder, yet Ma Hongjun chose to disregard him entirely. The other little monsters, witnessing this scene, could not help but erupt in laughter. Zhao Wujia, unable to contain himself, bellowed with mirth, "It's a rare occasion for our dean to treat us. Well done, fatty, you must thoroughly enjoy this." Qiming, too, wore a slight smile, evidently aware of the dean's notoriously frugal nature, having already graduated. After this brief interlude, the conversation resumed, with Qiming reminiscing with Flinder and the others before shifting the focus onto the Shrek little monsters. He expressed immense admiration for their innate talents, stating that had they not joined Shrek, he would have gone to great lengths to recruit them into the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do. It was at this moment that the master returned. "Even though they are from Shrek Academy, you could still bring them to the Royal Academy. Brother Chen Luo, I am completely full and cannot eat another bite." Chen Luo was accompanying Xiao Wu on a shopping excursion. Although Xiao Wu was intrigued by the various delicacies lining the streets, she found herself utterly devoid of appetite. "Let us purchase some exquisite garments or perhaps seek out some amusing trinkets," suggested Chen Luo. However, Xiao Wu shook her head in response. "Let's postpone that for another time. I believe we should return. The soul fighting competition this evening has truly drained my energy, and I long to retire for the night." "Very well." Chen Luo acquiesced with a nod. After their dinner, Chen Luo honored his promise to Xiao Wu, yet after traversing but a single street, her enthusiasm waned and she expressed her desire to head back. The other members of Shrek Academy were already on their way home, although they had only participated in a single soul fighting match that day. The exertion in terms of both energy and soul power felt akin to a full day of competition. Everyone was fatigued and yearned for a restful reprieve. "Brother Chen Luo, must we truly visit that Tian-Do Royal Academy?" Xiao inquired softly while resting on Chen Luo's back during their return journey. Her voice revealed the genuine weariness she felt after the day's events. Chen Luo was swiftly advancing, smiling as he responded, "That should be the case." During our meal, Master discussed it with Senior Qiming, and Dean Flanders had no objections either. However, I suddenly find myself reluctant to part with Shrek Academy. I recall someone once expressing disdain for Shrek Academy's dilapidated state, but it certainly wasn't me. Let's not overthink it. We should let things unfold naturally. After all, our academy's resources are limited, and the opportunity to progress to a better institution is undoubtedly a positive development. Chen Luo comforted. Moreover, the teachers from our academy will all be present. We are merely transitioning to a different environment to continue our studies. We will forever be members of Shrek Academy. Indeed, there exists another possibility. Upon our arrival in Heaven-Do City, we could establish our own Shrek Academy. Chen Luo's voice grew increasingly faint as Xiao Wu drifted into slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo gently placed Xiao Wu on the bed and then lay down himself. After yet another exhilarating battle with Zhao Wujia today, the thrill of combat was indeed invigorating, yet it left him quite fatigued. Gazing at the ceiling, Chen Luo contemplated the path ahead. If all went as expected, in 2 months' time, the Shrek team would set forth for the Royal Academy of Tian-Do, where unforeseen events would unfold, leading them to Lu Erlong's academy and subsequently establishing Shrek Academy. Everything would unfold naturally, and the sign-in task would soon be completed. 2 months later, today marked the day when all members of Shrek Academy would depart for the Royal Academy of Tian-Do. Dean Flinder lingered at the entrance for a considerable time before waving his hand, signaling the Shrek team to commence their journey. Ahead lay the Royal Academy of Tian-Do, encompassing the mountain before them, and behind it, a forest along with a serene lake at the foot of the left hillside, all part of the Academy's domain. Ning Rongrong smiled as she guided the group, serving as their tour guide upon reaching the vicinity of Tiando City. The surroundings appear splendid, nestled between mountains and water. Perhaps we shall retire here in the future. Dean Flender nodded in satisfaction, and the other teachers from Shrek exchanged knowing smiles. Hearing this from the back, Chen Luo couldn't help but smirk, soon to be subjected to trials, yet pondering retirement? One must admit, the environment of the Royal Academy of Tiando was indeed quite exquisite, towering mountains, flowing waters, a veritable paradise. Even before entering, the refreshing air enveloped him, invigorating and uplifting. This locale was undoubtedly suitable for retirement. According to Ning Rongrong, it was merely 20 miles from Tiando City, providing an option to explore the bustling capital of the Tiando Empire whenever one felt weary of academy life. It was a pity, however, that such a remarkable academy was overseen by a rather incompetent administrator, though it had been a long time since his last visit to the Royal Academy of Tiando. The path up the mountain remained etched in his memory. Under the guidance of Ning Rongrong, the members of Shrek began their ascent up the mountain. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a group of unruly students blocking their path, among whom was the future king of the Heavenly Do Empire, Shui Peng. It was uncertain whether Shui Peng's acting was genuinely commendable or if he was simply embodying his role with remarkable authenticity as he reveled in his arrogant and brainless demeanor, almost provoking Chen Luo to intervene and deliver a couple of slaps. Naturally, Chen Luo had no opportunity to act, for Dai Mubai single-handedly dispatched those foolish students, leaving them searching for their teeth. Subsequently, teacher Sun Buyu from the Royal Academy of Heavenly Do made his appearance. Upon learning of Shrek's identity, he exchanged pleasantries and promptly escorted them further up the mountain. The academy was situated halfway up, and Sun Buyu led the Shrek contingent directly to a reception room, where they were offered a modest hospitality before he hurried off to find Qin Ming. Qin Ming soon arrived, extending a warm welcome to the Shrek members. After partaking in a lavish dinner, he guided them to their pre-arranged accommodations. During this time, Qin Ming shared insights about the Royal Academy of Heavenly Do, including the treatment of Shrek's instructors. However, Chunluo found little interest in such matters, as they were set to depart the following day. On the next morning, after a sumptuous breakfast with Qin Ming, the Shrek group proceeded to the Academy's Education Committee, where all arrangements had been finalized. This was merely a final formality. The more they observed the environment of the Royal Academy of Heavenly Do, the more Shrek Academy appeared akin to a destitute school in a remote village. The disparity was indeed striking. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the grand and imposing structures of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, ultimately arriving at the tallest edifice before him. Although it was a single-story building, its apex soared to at least 10 meters. At first glance, Chen Luo mistakenly believed he had arrived at the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the building, the members of Shrek Academy were greeted by the esteemed Dream Machine, by Baoshan and Jeline, 3 venerable elders of the Academic Council, with whom Flander engaged in lively conversation. Encountering formidable individuals of the Soul Delour rank stirred a slight tumult within Chen Luo, yet he felt no overwhelming excitement. The trio of elders exuded a warm and amiable demeanor, leaving a pleasant impression. Due to Tang San's outstanding performance in the previous Soul Battle competition, Dream Machine and the others specifically summoned him for further assessment. The subsequent events unfolded in a manner consistent with Chen Luo's memories. Tang San withstood the pressure admirably and seemed to reap substantial rewards, particularly when the elders beheld his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which elicited their astonished admiration. Who could have anticipated such a prodigy emerging from our realm of soul masters? I am truly grateful to witness this gathering today. Dream Machine's heartfelt exclamations resonated closely with Chen Luo's recollections. Observing others praise his academy's students brought a sense of joy and exhilaration to Flander, the academy's principal, whose gaze frequently lingered on Chen Luo, seemingly eager to unveil further surprises for Dream Machine and the others. Fortunately, Flander ultimately restrained himself. Chen Luo undoubtedly noticed Flander's gaze, yet he chose to ignore it, as he was inherently a person of modest demeanor, preferring to avoid ostentation. Flander then engaged in conversation with Dream Machine and others for a brief while. Their exchange was exceedingly pleasant, culminating in a successful resolution of matters at hand. Just as the members of Shrek Academy were preparing to take their leave and return to their own quarters, the unexpected appearance of the clown unfolded. Avalanche made his entrance alongside his esteemed uncle, Prince Xuesheng, Yet the attention of the crowd was captivated by the elderly figure beside them. The old man was tall and slender, his hair and beard a deep shade of green, and his eyes gleamed like emeralds, radiating an otherworldly light. He exuded an ethereal aura, resembling a mere apparition. His expression was completely rigid, his cheeks sunken, and his unruly green hair framed his face. Clad in a simple gray robe, was this the legendary Douluo? The elderly man before Chen Luo matched the image of Douluo that lingered in his mind perfectly. Upon encountering Douluo, Chen Luo felt a surge of exhilaration, for he was, after all, one of the classic characters from Douluo. Yet, alongside this excitement, there was a tinge of trepidation. He could distinctly sense an immensely dangerous aura emanating from Douluo, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even in the presence of formidable soul Douluos like Dream Machine. Was this the oppressive presence of a titled Douluo? It felt as though, should Douluo choose to act, none present would survive. Chen Luo noticed that Xiao Wu was exceedingly anxious, so he took the initiative to move closer to her and grasped her hand. Upon feeling the warmth radiating from Chen Luo's palm, Xiao Wu finally found solace. Following the appearance of the clown, a personal performance ensued. Prince Xuexing, emboldened by the backing of Douluo, forcefully drove away the Shrek group. Chen Luo, who had anticipated such an outcome, felt no surprise or strong emotions. However, the others from Shrek were markedly frustrated. Originally, the trio of Dream God Machine intended to stand up for their companions, but their goodwill was ultimately rebuffed by the master, who, alongside Flinder, led the Shrek group away. At last, they departed. The pressure emanating from the title Douluo was overwhelmingly intense. Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he had contemplated various possibilities and prepared himself mentally prior to arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon meeting Douluo, a singular thought consumed him. Do not let anything unexpected occur, or it could lead to dire consequences. Brother Chen Luo, I find the Blue Tyrant Academy quite pleasant. Its environment is not inferior to that of the Tiando Royal Academy. In the dim and tranquil forest, Chen Luo walked alongside Xiao Wu, who curiously surveyed their surroundings and spoke with a smile. I share the same sentiment. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. To him, the environment held little significance. Even if a simulated training environment existed, it was unlikely any academy could provide a suitable setting for him. After all, his martial spirit was not merely a simple scythe, but rather the embodiment of death itself. If he were to seek a fitting simulated training ground, perhaps a graveyard or a burial site would be most appropriate. Though the Blue Tyrant Academy lacked the grandeur of the Tiando Royal Academy, and its environment was several tiers below, it was still quite satisfactory for Chen Luo. As for Xiao Wu's assertion that the Blue Tyrant Academy offered a better environment, it was merely a form of self-comfort. After departing from the Tiando Royal Academy, the Shrek group arrived in Tiando City, where Qin Ming also left the academy. It must be noted that Qin Ming, the senior, was genuinely commendable, placing great importance on relationships. He forsook the advantageous conditions of the Tiando Royal Academy to accompany the Shrek group, feeling a deep sense of guilt in doing so. At the entrance of Tiando City, Flander and his companions spotted a recruitment flyer for the Blue Tyrant Academy and promptly led the Shrek group there. Given Flander's group's prowess, they would receive a warm welcome at any academy. During the entrance examination, when Qin Ming summoned his martial spirit, he frightened the testing instructor into a cold sweat, while Flander and his group caused the instructors to tremble with fear. Naturally, they passed the assessment with flying colors, exceeding all expectations. The Blue Tyrant Academy had initially intended to recruit only a few Soul Master-level instructors, but was unexpectedly graced with the presence of several esteemed individuals. An instructor named Inshu promptly took the Shrek group to meet the dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, leading to heartfelt reunions among siblings and lovers. At that moment, the master was likely taking a leisurely stroll with Lu Erlong. Reflecting on the events of the morning, a smile unconsciously crept across Chen Luo's lips. The Tiando Royal Academy was now a thing of the past, and it wouldn't be long before the Blue Tyrant Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy. The mission was nearing completion, Chen Luo mused. Xiao Wu, at that moment, seemed to recall the happenings of the morning. Unlike Chen Luo's subtle smile, her expression was one of indignation. That prince is utterly despicable. Unable to contain her rage, Xiao Wu exclaimed, I just want to give him a good beating. Perhaps others have their own grievances, Chen Luo replied with a smile. Xiao Wu retorted immediately, what grievances could he possibly have to treat us so? Indeed, there exists a profound predicament. The Dream Machine members are all affiliated with Xuexing. the elder brother of Avalanche. Should the Shrek group join the Tiando Royal Academy, Xueqing's power will significantly increase. Prince Xueqing is deliberately playing the villain. All of this is orchestrated for the sake of Avalanche. Chen Luo was cognizant of all matters. Yet the mere thought of the repugnant visage of Prince Xueqing caused him to involuntarily furrow his brows. Upon encountering the furious expression of Xiao Wu, he readily concurred, exclaiming, "I too wish to deliver him a good thrashing." After a considerable interval, Xiao Wu gradually calmed down, and they subsequently transitioned to a different topic. "Is it truly impossible for siblings to be together?" Xiao Wu inquired. Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course not. That would be against ethics." "You just heard about the Master and Dean Lu Erlong's situation, didn't you?" Xiao Wu replied, nodding, her expression somewhat intricate. Upon seeing Xiao Wu's troubled expression, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "We are not biological siblings, so why overthink it? Besides, I have never claimed I wanted to be your brother." Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes instantly sparkled with realization as she glanced at Chen Luo, only to immediately lower her head, her charming face flushing a vivid crimson. Chen Luo initially intended to seize the delightful atmosphere to take Xiao Wu's hand, but he suddenly sensed something amiss. He promptly said to Xiao Wu, "I just remembered I have some matters to discuss with Tang San. You should go and meet with the dean and the others. I will join you shortly." Xiao Wu appeared somewhat bewildered but nodded and complied. Once Xiao Wu had departed, Chen Luo finally exhaled in relief, yet his nerves quickly tensed once more. The presence had been fixated upon him, unmistakably approaching with intent. "Come forth." Chen Luo spoke, maintaining a facade of calmness while his heart was already tumultuous. "You are indeed remarkable," a raspy voice suddenly echoed, followed by the quiet emergence of a figure clad in emerald, none other than Douluo. Chen Luo watched Douluo with vigilance and inquired, "What are your intentions?" "To capture you," came the exceedingly straightforward response, devoid of any superfluous words. Chen Luo was utterly bewildered, wanting to exclaim, "What on earth are you apprehending me for?" "Tang San is over there. It was Tang San who assaulted your granddaughter, which has nothing to do with me." However, it was evident that this was not the moment for emotional outbursts. He could only strive to maintain his composure. Even though remaining calm was ultimately futile in this situation, Chen Luo began to mobilize the entirety of his soul power, preparing to awaken his martial soul. Even though he understood that escape before a titled Douluo was an impossibility, he felt compelled to make the attempt. He had once believed that he was unique, but it turned out he was rather ordinary. Perhaps his martial soul was simply extraordinary, which concealed his true strength. Douluo gazed calmly at Chen Luo, his figure gradually dissipating, seemingly relinquishing his pursuit of Chen Luo as a target. Chen Luo exhaled in relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Was that old fellow intrigued by me simply because he could not discern my true strength? How absurd. At his advanced age, he still behaves like a curious child, nearly sending me away without a second thought. Although Douluo's murmured words were barely audible as he departed, Chen Luo's hearing surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to comprehend every syllable with clarity. In an instant, he grasped the reason for Douluo's appearance. Thankfully, he had not activated his martial soul. Had he done so and seen my soul ring configuration, he would likely have whisked me away without hesitation. Chen Luo felt an unsettling chill creep over him, instinctively swallowing hard. What that old fellow was truly thinking was beyond comprehension. Who could possibly fathom the intentions of the titled Douluo? As long as he himself remained safe and sound, that was all that truly mattered. Chen Luo endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, resolutely determining within himself that he must exert every ounce of effort. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness was simply too unbearable. Chen Luo had yet to regain his composure when faint sounds suddenly emanated from the other side of the forest. It appeared that Tang San had encountered misfortune. Chen Luo did not rush over immediately. Instead, he waited for a considerable time until he heard the hurried footsteps of the master and the others, before he finally took action. As anticipated, Tang San had been captured by Douluo. However, rather than facing peril, Tang San would likely gain much from this ordeal. Yet, if Chen Luo acted too hastily, there was a risk that Douluo might change his mind and take him along as well, which would spell disaster. He sprinted in the direction of the master and the others, and before they could inquire about Tang San's whereabouts, Chen Luo declared, "I just saw Douluo." The master paused momentarily and then responded, "It must be him. He is the one who captured Tang San. That cold, sinister aura is unmistakable." 062, The Armor of Death. A month later, Chunluo stood at the entrance of the academy, silently observing as the sign was replaced with that of Shrek Academy. At long last, the day had arrived. The system task had finally been accomplished. Chen Luo walked slowly into the academy, awaiting the arrival of the system's notification. Upon successfully signing in at the Heaven Do Royal Academy and joining the new Shrek Academy, the current main quest was completed, and the reward was obtained, the armor of the Grim Reaper. Chen Luo could distinctly sense the presence of an additional item within the storage space of the Death God's ring. He immediately made his way to his dormitory. Upon returning, he promptly opened the storage compartment of the Death God's ring. To his astonishment, a remarkably exquisite black armor floated within the confines of the space. Chen Luo swiftly retrieved it. As the Death God's armor settled into his grasp, he barely had the opportunity to admire its craftsmanship before it transformed into a flurry of black specks, darting towards his chest. In the next moment, the armor re-emerged, now adorning Chen Luo's form. It fit him perfectly and felt remarkably light, almost weightless, even through his clothing. He could sense a chilling aura emanating from the Death God's armor, while simultaneously perceiving subtle signals from the Death God's ring on his wrist. The armor nearly enveloped his upper body, its entirely black surface exuding a uniquely metallic texture. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate runes etched upon its surface, also in black, so finely detailed that they were nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Before Chen Luo had the opportunity to delve into a thorough examination, a series of prompts echoed in his mind. The Death God's armor, artifact, one of the components of the Death God set. It bestows unparalleled defensive capabilities, rendering it immune to all mental and spiritual assaults, with its strength proportionate to the host's prowess. The Death God's bracelet, artifact, another element of the Death God set. It provides a storage space and a realm for the undead. The Death God's ring, artifact, a part of the Death God set. It conceals one's presence, while its other functionalities remain dormant. Effect of the Death God set. Artifact, when all three pieces are assembled, their effects are magnified twofold. As the prompts resonated, Chen Luo observed the Death God's armor and bracelet emanating a faint black glow, seemingly establishing a unique connection. There was also the Death God's ring. Even though the ring was in Xiaowu's possession, its absolute claim belonged to Chen Luo, allowing him to sense its presence and the distinctive resonance it radiated due to the set's effects. It remained uncertain whether Xiaowu could perceive the ring's extraordinary transformation. Chen Luo glanced at the armor of death, and with a mere thought, it vanished from sight. Such is the power of divine artifacts. Not only do they possess formidable effects, but they also offer remarkable convenience in their summoning and dismissal. Chen Luo was acutely aware that these divine artifacts had yet to be fully activated. Nevertheless, their current efficacy was already formidable and would continue to unlock as his prowess increased. With the Death God's armor, his ability to preserve his life had significantly improved. He now had the opportunity to spar with Zhao Wujin and test the defensive capabilities of the Death God's armor. The Death God set also offered additional enhancements, with all effects being doubled. While the defense of the Death God's armor remained uncertain for the time being, he could examine the Death God's ring. Would the doubling of effects imply that the storage capacity of the Death God's ring was also doubled, and that the quantity of souls stored in the Nether Realm was consequently increased? Chen Luo promptly activated the Death God's ring, and as he had anticipated, both the storage space and the necromantic space had undergone a significant enhancement. The storage space, originally capable of accommodating the contents of an entire room, had now doubled in capacity. Although Chen Luo seldom utilized, or even required, such an expansive area, the distinction between what is needed and what is available is a noteworthy one. In contrast to the storage space, the necromantic space was evidently of greater importance to Chen Luo. With the amplification of the set effect, the necromantic space could now harbor 4 undead beings: the ancient cave spider and the nightmarish centipede, which had awakened in the Stardow forest, remained quietly in their respective positions. The cave spider had fully recovered from its injuries, its aura having strengthened somewhat, now reflecting a prowess equivalent to approximately 11,500 years. The nightmarish centipede, having not undergone a recovery period, exhibited an even more pronounced increase in strength, now possessing at least 13,500 years of power. While it may appear that both the cave spider and the nightmarish centipede had gained 500 years of strength, the two are not to be compared on the same scale. The ascension of a Soul Master's soul power becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, a phenomenon mirrored in the enhancement of soul beasts, which is even more challenging in comparison. If this trajectory continues, could it be possible for them both to reach the 10,000-year threshold, provided I remain alive? Chunluo found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Since acquiring the third soul ring and awakening the cave spider and the nightmarish centipede, it had only been about a year. In such a brief span, the remarkable growth of the cave spider and the nightmarish centipede is truly astonishing. With 2 additional slots for undead beings now available, it would be prudent to fill them at the earliest opportunity. The more absolutely loyal death servants, the better. However, one must also pursue quality. They should at the very least not be inferior to these 2, striving to locate the most formidable configurations currently attainable, with future replacements considered only when greater strength is achieved. Chen Luo resolved in his thoughts. As for the Death Goddess ring, being one of the Death Gods said, it undoubtedly possesses extraordinary effects, far exceeding mere concealment of aura. The system had also indicated that other functionalities remained to be unlocked. This is likely related to my own strength. As I grow more powerful, the additional abilities of the Death Goddess ring will naturally unveil themselves. This characteristic is consistent with the other Death God equipment, where the strength of the effects is influenced by my own capabilities. Even though the Death Goddess ring is not currently on Chunluo's person, a special connection had already been established. Otherwise, he would not be able to receive the system notifications or benefit from the effects of the Death God set. Remarkably, the Death Goddess ring can be entrusted to others. In contrast, other Death God equipment, such as the Death Goddess ring and the recently acquired Death God armor, cannot be relinquished to anyone else. They automatically equip upon appearance, becoming an intrinsic part of Chen Luo's being. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed, followed by the voice of the master from outside the door. "Are you in your dormitory?" "Yes," came the reply. Chen Luo opened the door, and the master stood at the threshold with a solemn expression. "I have found the simulated training ground you desire. Please, follow me," the master spoke. Chen Luo nodded immediately, affirming his understanding. The academy's simulated training ground had been completed, yet it lacked a suitable environment for Chen Luo's cultivation. Naturally, if Chen Luo did not express his preferences, none would discern the optimal setting for his training. Under the guidance of his master, Chen Luo proceeded to the academy's rear mountain. Surprisingly, the Blue Ba Academy, now known as Shrek Academy, was quite expansive. The rear mountain was not particularly high, rising just over 50 meters. It resembled a modest hill, sparsely adorned with trees, giving it a somewhat barren appearance. From a distance, it resembled a colossal grave. Although the academy was situated in a somewhat secluded area, it was still within the city of Tiando, the capital of the Tiando Empire, where every inch of land was precious. It seemed rather wasteful that such a tract of land remained undeveloped. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the master spoke slowly. "This place undoubtedly meets your requirements for a simulated training environment." According to Erlong, it was originally a mass grave. Chen Luo cast a glance, nodding slightly, for he had sensed the presence of something extraordinary. The graveyard of chaos, it suited his taste perfectly. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Focus on your cultivation. If this place does not suffice, seek another." He reassured, "It matters not if you wish to skip class. I have already communicated with the appropriate parties. Concentrate solely on your training. As for acquiring theoretical knowledge concerning soul masters, I shall procure a few books for Xiao to bring back to the dormitory." After a brief yet profound exchange, the master departed. In recent times, the master appeared significantly haggard, evidently troubled by the fate of Tang San. Since Tang San's abduction by Douluo a month ago, the master had grown increasingly gaunt. During this interval, the Golden Iron Triangle had ventured into the forest where Douluo resided, seemingly having engaged in battle with him. It can be inferred that an agreement had been reached, for otherwise, the master and his companions would not have returned. Nevertheless, as Tang San's mentor, the master harbored deep concerns for his safety. While he outwardly maintained a facade of calmness and offered solace to Flinder and Lu Erlong, internally, he was in torment. Only the Golden Iron Triangle and Chen Luo were privy to the truth of Tang San's abduction. The master had chosen to keep this matter confidential, informing the other members of Shrek that Tang San was undergoing secret cultivation. Subsequently, over the course of the past month, the master assisted Flinder and Lu Erlong in transitioning the academy, with Lamba Academy officially renamed Shrek Academy. Chen Luo gazed at the hill ahead, then set forth towards its summit. In truth, even without the master's guidance, Chen Luo had sensed something extraordinary upon his arrival, an instinct that this place was undeniably unique. As expected, it turned out to be a mass grave. The master's efficiency in locating a suitable venue for his metamorphic training was commendable. When it came to discussing this matter, Chen Luo refrained from revealing the true nature of his martial soul, the Grim Reaper. Instead, he merely mentioned that the Scythe of Death possessed peculiarities that allowed for accelerated training in graveyards or mass burial sites. The master, though intrigued by this revelation, chose not to probe further. He merely noted down information regarding Chen Luo's martial soul in a thick notebook, yet he had never inquired about the specifics of its nature. It seemed the master was content with a cursory record, which suited Chen Luo just fine, as he was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Upon reaching the summit, Chen Luo beheld a panoramic view of the entire academy. On the opposite side of the hill lay a vast pit, nearly encompassing half the size of the academy itself. With a depth of at least 2 meters, it was evident that this pit had been filled at some point, rendering its true depth indeterminable. Such a vast expanse of land lay abandoned, seemingly in this state for many years. Within the pit, no weeds thrived, only a few trees, towering over 10 meters, stood resolutely, yet they appeared long dead. The surrounding area mirrored this desolation, with only a hint of greenery visible at a distance of approximately 10 meters. It was no wonder this area remained undeveloped. The atmosphere was thick with deathly energy. Chen Luo cast a glance around, and a subtle smile graced his face. Yet this place, to me, is a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. The more souls that had perished here, the more he cherished it. In mere moments, Chen Luo found himself in the depths of the pit, deliberately positioning himself towards the center. Despite the sweltering summer outside, the pit exuded an eerie chill, sending a shiver down his spine. While others might have felt discomfort in such an environment, Chen Luo felt as though he had returned home, invigorated and refreshed. He hastened to cultivate, striving to grow stronger. Chen Luo immediately sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. It was proven that cultivating in an environment that corresponds to the martial soul significantly accelerates the enhancement of soul power and facilitates a deeper immersion into the practice. As Chen Luo began to activate the Death God technique, the surrounding energies commenced a frenzied convergence towards him, particularly the unique energies emanating from beneath the ground. Who could fathom the number of corpses buried below? Even though many years had elapsed, a plethora of soul energy still lingered. Chen Luo was uncertain how long he had been cultivating until he sensed a gradual decline in his efficiency, prompting him to conclude his practice. He had come even closer to the 37th level. If he could maintain this pace, it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Chen Luo rose, revealing a satisfied smile. After stretching his body, he departed from the deep pit and returned to the academy. Solely relying on cultivation would never lead to a swift enhancement of strength. It is essential to employ supplementary methods, such as engaging in a good fight with someone. Long before he commenced his mimetic training, Chen Luo had already devised a plan for his cultivation in the upcoming period. Training within a simulated environment is indispensable, just as regular combat training is equally vital. Combat training not only enhances one's practical ability, but also serves to challenge personal limits, further stimulating latent potential. Solely immersing oneself in diligent practice is insufficient, just as concentrating solely on combat training proves inadequate. Only by integrating both approaches and discovering an appropriate balance can one achieve optimal strength enhancement. Furthermore, Chen Luo possesses another, swifter method for augmenting his power, utilizing soul hunting to harvest souls for strength enhancement. However, this method is dangerously addictive. Few can resist the allure of such a cheat like rapid power increase, even if it comes at the cost of a more distant future. Chen Luo's self-restraint is indeed commendable, as he is able to consistently govern his impulses. Were it another individual, discussions of the future would likely be deemed irrelevant. One would first seek immediate gratification before contemplating what lies ahead. Nevertheless, it must be said that the soul hunting technique is not entirely unusable. Rather, its application should be judiciously limited. When the opportune moment presents itself, it is essential to utilize it, following which diligent practice can reinforce one's abilities, all while maintaining control over one's innermost desires. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Luo took a shower and changed into fresh attire before heading to the academy's office building. Typically, Zhao Wujie could be found there. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had yet to engage in a proper sparring session with Zhao Wujie. It remains uncertain whether this esteemed teacher yearns for the days spent training at Shrek Academy. The new sign-in task necessitates obtaining the 4th soul ring for refreshment. But progress is imminent. With a little more effort, it won't be long before he breaks through to level 40. As Chen Luo made his way to the administrative building of the academy, he casually glanced at the new sign-in task. As was customary, the task refresh required obtaining a new soul ring. This time, the reward for the task was the armor of death. One couldn't help but wonder if the next task would yield the death's boots or something similar. Ideally, I should be able to collect the entire death set through the completion of tasks. Acquiring just 3 pieces of equipment would trigger the set effect, and gathering them all would undoubtedly enhance the effect even further. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the foot of the Shrek Academy's office building, where he fortuitously encountered the master who was heading out. "Ah, Chen Luo, have you finished your training?" the master inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes," Chen Luo nodded, thinking to himself that it was quite impossible for him to be here if he had not completed his training. The master continued, "I had anticipated that you would be in seclusion for at least a month, so I am quite surprised to see you out so soon. How effective was your training?" "Very well," Chen Luo replied with a smile. "Good, keep up the hard work," the master said, gently patting Chen Luo on the shoulder before passing by and reminding him, "Zhao Wujia is in the office. If you wish to train with him, you may find him at the academy's playground." "All right." Chen Luo smiled helplessly. "Was my purpose for coming here so apparent?" Upon entering the office building, I noticed that the college leaders were on the 2nd floor. Before Chen Luo could ascend the stairs, a teacher suddenly called out to him, "Hey, which class are you from? If you have something to discuss, go directly to your homeroom, teacher." The one who stopped Chen Luo was a female teacher, around 30 years of age, dressed in a flowing green dress. She was reasonably attractive, though her figure was rather unremarkable. Chen Luo smiled politely, greeting the teacher. "Hello, I am looking for teacher Zhao Wuji." The female teacher furrowed her brow, seemingly about to respond, when a sudden, aged voice interrupted. "Let him go up." The speaker was a tall, venerable man. Though advanced in years, he exuded vitality. It was Li Yusong. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Li Yusong rarely offered a smile. "Little monster, it has been some time since we last met. I heard from the master that you have been in seclusion for your training." "Indeed, teacher Li," Chen Luo replied. "Zhao Wuji is above. You have come seeking him for practical training, I presume?" "Precisely. Is it that obvious?" Li Yusong remarked. "Go ahead, and in the future, I would also like the opportunity to practice with you." "You are always welcome." Chen Luo smiled politely before ascending the staircase. "Teacher Li, how come I've never encountered that student? He seldom appears in the academy, so it is quite normal not to have seen him. Is he Tang San from the Shrek 7 Monsters?" "No, he is Chen Luo." "Chen Luo? Well, it is understandable that you do not recognize him. He has always maintained a very low profile. The Shrek 7 Monsters are a group of peculiar individuals, and he is truly the most extraordinary among them. Is he more formidable than Tang San?" "Certainly. When we were in Soto City, he was already capable of competing with Zhao Wuji, and he must be even stronger now." "Ah? Knock, knock." Chen Luo knocked on the door. "Come in," responded a feminine voice from within, belonging to Lu Erlong. The office door swung open to reveal an exceedingly simplistic workspace, furnished with several desks and chairs that exuded an aura of stark economy, undoubtedly the handiwork of Flander. Lu Erlong was engrossed in managing some documents for the academy, while Zhao Wuji lay sprawled across his desk, sound asleep, leaving the office occupied solely by the two of them. "Chen Luo, are you here to see the master?" "He just stepped out to check on Dai Mubai and the others' training," Lu Erlong said with a warm smile. One could not help but marvel at Lu Erlong's stunning beauty. Her exquisite face bore no traces of time, radiating the alluring charm of a mature woman. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, nearly flawless, though her judgment appeared somewhat lacking. "No, I am here to find teacher Zhao," Chen Luo replied. "Finally, someone who does not perceive my intentions." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong called out loudly, "Zhao Wuji." Zhao Wuji jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, still somewhat dazed. He instinctively turned his head towards Lu Erlong and asked, "What's the matter?" "Chen Luo is looking for you." As Zhao Wuji's gaze fell upon Chen Luo, he gradually regained his composure, wiping the remnants of drool from the corner of his mouth. With a grin, he said, "Little monster, what brings you to seek out your teacher Zhao all of a sudden? I heard from the master that you were in seclusion for cultivation. My cultivation has concluded, and I came to engage in practical training with you. Is that optional?" "I've been busy with academy affairs lately. It's been exhausting." At this moment, Lu Erlong interjected, "Chen Luo, don't listen to his nonsense. He spends his days napping here, only occasionally roused by Flander to lend a hand." Chen Luo gazed calmly at Zhao Wuji, who smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, let us go." He then turned to Lu Erlong and asked, "Are you interested in joining us?" "This fellow is quite formidable." Lu Erlong replied, "You go ahead. I'll join you shortly. I just need to wrap up a few matters." The academy's playground was still under construction. Much of it remained barren land. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, it served perfectly for combat training. Flandra had personally overseen the procurement process, remaining as frugal as ever, wary of anyone extracting even a fraction of a coin from him. He had mentioned refurbishing the playground half a month ago, yet no progress had been made. Zhao Wuji scoffed dismissively. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Dean Flandra is merely being frugal for the sake of the academy. He is quite stingy, indeed. Zhao Wuji stretched his limbs slightly. All right, enough about him. Let us commence our practical training. It has been far too long since we last engaged in a proper match. Oh, by the way, have you improved your strength? What is your current soul power level? Share it with Teacher Zhao, so he can be adequately prepared. Zhao Wuji appeared quite cautious. Ever since he had faced a setback on one occasion, he had adopted this careful demeanor. Chen Luo Dao remarked, still at level 36, unchanged. Oh, I see. Zhao Wuji nodded in response. It seems you are not far from reaching level 37. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out so suddenly. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. Indeed. Zhao Wujin replied. Then let us proceed. Mighty Golden Bear, manifest. True spirit of martial soul. Upon activating his martial soul, Zhao Wujin promptly unveiled his true martial soul form, and after a dazzling flash of golden light, a colossal golden bear emerged. Chen Luo's facial muscles twitched slightly as he questioned, Teacher Zhao, is it truly necessary? Are we to reveal our martial spirits immediately? Regardless, we must unveil them eventually. It would be preferable to do so sooner to endure less hardship. With that, Zhao Wujie surveyed his surroundings and, with a booming voice, called out, Students on the playground and those nearby, heed my words. Quickly move aside to avoid any unintended injuries. If you wish to observe, please maintain a safe distance. Interestingly, the playground had been devoid of any spectators, yet upon Zhao Wujie's declaration, a crowd swiftly gathered, consisting of both students and teachers drawn to the commotion. Chen Luo furrowed his brows slightly. This is intentional, isn't it? 065, terrifying. Seemingly noticing Chen Luo's helpless expression, Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. Little monster. If you seek me for training, you must be prepared to pay a price. As newcomers to Shrek, we must demonstrate our prowess to the teachers and students here. In matters of official duty, Zhao Wujie's abilities may indeed be lacking, which is why he often slumbers away in the office. However, during certain pivotal moments, this teacher Zhao promptly steps forward, seizing every opportunity to contribute his strength. Chen Luo glanced at the ever-increasing crowd around the playground and let out a gentle sigh before unleashing his martial spirit. The embodiment of death, a spectral figure, visible only to Chen Luo, materialized before him and seamlessly merged with his being. The scythe of the Grim Reaper silently manifested, firmly grasped in his hand. Two violet soul rings ascended one after the other from beneath his feet, culminating in a profound black soul ring that emerged, instantly elevating Chen Luo's presence to its zenith. Outside the playground, the previously boisterous teachers and students fell into an abrupt silence, their eyes widening in astonishment. When Zhao Wujie activated his martial spirit and unveiled his true form, it had already elicited gasps of awe, yet everyone was familiar with Zhao Wujie, aware of the formidable instructor within the academy. Beyond their surprise, there was a palpable sense of yearning and reverence. Chen Luo was distinctly different. His appearance easily revealed that he, too, was a student of the academy, albeit one rarely seen. In contrast to the formidable teachers, the identity of a student was evidently closer to everyone. It was not until Chen Luo awakened his martial soul, showcasing the terrifying combination of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, that they felt the overwhelming aura he exuded. Goodness! 2,000-year soul rings and 1 10,000-year soul ring. Is this even human? A soul master so young? Are you seriously still focusing on his rank? Just look at his soul rings. The black one. That soul ring is black, a 10,000-year soul ring. My heavens, a 10,000-year soul ring. After the initial silence, a cacophony of exclamations erupted. Many were rubbing their eyes vigorously, fearful of misinterpreting what they saw, while others pinched themselves, concerned they might be dreaming or experiencing some illusion. The other little monsters from Shrek Academy had also arrived. The commotion created by Zhao Wujie revealing his martial soul was considerable. The immense fluctuations of soul power, while not affecting the entire academy, still covered a significant area. As soon as the other little monsters sensed such soul power, they hurried over. What the heck? A great strength titan bear. Has Teacher Zhao lost his mind? Why is he activating his martial soul? Ma Hongjuan's chubby face was filled with confusion. Oscar interjected. Fatty, first take a look at who is standing opposite Teacher Zhao. Chen Luo? Isn't he supposed to be training? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, suddenly noticing Chen Luo. Primarily because the great strength titan bear was so conspicuous that it drew everyone's attention first. Surely he has finished his training. Did you not feel his aura grow stronger? Dai Mubai chuckled. What is so surprising about this? Is this your first time witnessing such a scenario? When I sensed this commotion, I had already guessed it was highly likely. Ning Rongrong turned to the nearby Xiao Wu, puzzled. Did you just find out too? Xiao Wu nodded gently. Yes. We need to teach him a lesson when we get back. How could he finish training without coming to find you first? Ning Rongrong laughed. Xiao Wu replied. He must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Another breakthrough. Ning Rongrong's brows knitted in concern, and then she humorously remarked. Can't your esteemed one take it a bit slower? I feel like the gap between us is growing wider. Zhu Zhuqing stood coldly to the side. Typically the quietest among the Shrek 7, yet the slight expression of surprise on her icy visage reflected the consensus among the other little monsters. On the playground, Chen Luo and Zhao Wuji had already commenced their first bout. Chen Luo's speed soared to its zenith, yet Zhao Wujin had long been prepared for this eventuality. The third soul skill, gravity enhancement, was immediately activated, causing Chen Luo's velocity to diminish significantly. Indomitable! Chen Luo immediately activated his indomitable state, and black flames enveloped his entire body, elevating his aura once more. Concurrently, the Black Death God armor silently manifested upon him. This marked the first time Chen Luo had donned the Death God armor while in his indomitable state, and it was also the second occasion he had activated the armor. The black flames appeared to coexist seamlessly with the Death God armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities while imbuing it with the unique effects of the black flames. Beyond its defensive properties, the Death God armor voraciously consumed the surrounding energy, replenishing Chen Luo's soul power at an accelerated rate. Should he acquire additional pieces of Death God equipment, all capable of restoring soul power, the constraints of time during his indomitable state would likely become a trivial concern. With a distinct advantage in speed, Chen Luo launched the initial attack, swiftly appearing before Zhao Wuji. The black flame-enveloped Death God scythe descended, striking Zhao Wuji's head with fervor. The black flame surged violently, delivering a devastating conflagration. Almost simultaneously with the dissipation of the flames, Chen Luo unleashed his third soul skill, Shadowbind. The black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated brilliantly, and countless shadows erupted from the Death God's scythe, instantaneously ensnaring the colossal Titan bear. Chen Luo immediately launched a second assault. The immense scythe of death descending once more, revealing the charred remains of the bear's head. After being engulfed by the black flames consecutively, even Zhao Wujia, in his formidable martial spirit form, found it somewhat overwhelming. The colossal bear head was singed to a deep black, with many golden hairs scorched beyond recognition. Most alarming was the corrosive power of the black flames. Numerous grotesque wounds had already marred the bear's head. You little monster. How ruthless you are to strike with such lethal intent right from the start. Zhao Wujia channeled his soul energy to dispel the lingering black flames from his head, and promptly retaliated against Chen Luo. The shadow binding possessed an absolute restraining ability against opponents of equal rank. However, facing an adversary whose strength vastly eclipsed his own, merely securing an opportunity to counterattack was already a considerable feat. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated Zhao Wujia's assault well in advance. After the second strike, he had already distanced himself from Zhao Wujia. However, Zhao Wujia was not one to relinquish his hold on Chen Luo so easily. He unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravity compression, causing Chen Luo to be uncontrollably drawn back towards him. Having engaged in numerous battles, Zhao Wujia swiftly followed up with his fourth soul skill, target tracking, leaving Chen Luo no chance to escape. A striking scene unfolded as Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring shot forth, ensnaring Chen Luo in its grasp. Yet, an astonishing turn of events occurred. The black armor adorning Chen Luo suddenly radiated a brilliant light, shattering Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring with a forceful impact. With a cough, Zhao Wujia spat out a mouthful of blood, reconstituting his fourth soul ring, but it was evident that the recent occurrence had inflicted significant damage upon him. How could this be? Zhao Wujia's face was a portrait of shock, yet his actions did not falter as he swung his massive paw towards Chen Luo. This was the initiation of his second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, an attack of extraordinary power. Chen Luo was no stranger to such predicaments. He found himself besieged by overwhelming force, unable to direct the course of his body, yet he wielded the scythe of death with fervor. The blade of the scythe clashed with Zhao Wuji's colossal paw, igniting a conflagration of black flames as shadows surged forth, striving to diminish Zhao Wuji's might as much as possible. However, even as Zhao Wuji's paw was seared in an instant by the black flames and countless shadows bound him, the strength emanating from his hand remained largely undiminished. Chen Luo was abruptly hurled into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth was indented, creating a massive crater. Once the dust settled, Chen Luo emerged once more. 066, filled with trepidation. Observed that nearly everyone held their breath upon witnessing Chen Luo's violent ejection. Zhao Wuji, a formidable soul saint at level 76, posed a significant threat. Despite Chen Luo's terrifying soul ring configuration, such an attack from Zhao Wuji would likely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Particularly, Xiao Wu was on the verge of rushing to his aid, but thankfully, Ning Rongrong restrained her. You're not unfamiliar with Chen Luo's capabilities. While others may underestimate him, you should know better. Back in Soto City, he often engaged in combat training with teacher Zhao, and he has only grown stronger since then. He'll be fine. Ning Rongrong reassured Xiao Wu, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a flicker of concern was evident in her eyes, mirrored by the other Shrek students. My goodness, Teacher Zhao's strikes are excessively ruthless, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, evidently immersing himself in the battle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he nervously swallowed. Dai Mubai reflected. If I were to face a blow from Teacher Zhao, I doubt I would still be standing. Oscar remarked, I'll prepare some sausages for Chen Luo. He's all right. He's already out. Zhu Shiqing, appearing indifferent and aloof, had a momentary flash of shock and worry in her gaze just moments prior. As the dust cleared, a figure surged forth from the depths of the crater, Chen Luo. On the surface, he appeared unscathed, albeit with a slightly flushed face. And his black flames blazed even more fiercely. Chen Luo seems to be fine. If he were injured, he would likely still be lying in that pit, Dai Mubai noted. Oscar exhaled in relief before glancing at the sausages in his hand, stating, I'll leave these for Teacher Zhao. At the moment Chen Luo emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. While the Shrek students felt a wave of relief, the other students and teachers were taken aback by Chen Luo's strength. A soul master enduring a soul saint's assault unscathed was indeed remarkable. However, it should be noted that while he appeared unharmed on the outside, it did not necessarily mean he had sustained no injuries at all. Chen Luo felt as if his internal organs were on the verge of displacement. Had it not been for the immense protective power of the Death God armor at a critical moment, which alleviated much of the force, he would likely have been rendered incapable of continuing the battle. At present, he experienced intermittent, excruciating pain within his body, a sensation that was somewhat unbearable. However, Chen Luo had long since acclimated to such discomfort. During his past confrontations with Zhao Wuji, he had certainly endured injuries. If Zhao Wuji had merely stood there as a target for Chen Luo to unleash his power upon, their training sessions would have lost all significance. Yet, Zhao Wuji's strikes today were exceptionally severe. Fortunately, with the aid of the Death God armor, otherwise, he would have been incapacitated for at least 3 days. Even if he were to be used as a teaching tool, such a brutal beating was quite unnecessary. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly as the Death God technique fervently operated, mending his injuries. Upon glancing at Zhao Wuji's disheveled appearance, he suddenly felt that everything became acceptable. Zhao Wuji's bear-like head was shrouded in an inky darkness, marred by a myriad of burn wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. His enormous paws bore similar scars, albeit slightly less severe than his head. Goodness, how can you still stand? Zhao Wuji paused, his dark bear head moving as his mouth opened and closed, emitting incredulous sounds. He was acutely aware of the immense force he had just employed, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Initially, his intent in fighting Chen Luo was merely to showcase the school's strength and the prowess of its talented students. But he was unprepared for the ferocity of Chen Luo's attacks, which seemed even more formidable than before. If the fight were to persist, victory would undoubtedly be his. Yet the spectacle would render him exceedingly disheveled. Zhao Wuji was a man who valued his reputation. Intentionally amplifying his strength, he sought to expedite the conclusion of the confrontation. The previous exchanges had already left the students and faculty in awe for quite a while. To his astonishment, Chen Luo had not only risen once more, but appeared utterly unfazed. At that moment, Zhao Wuji also noticed the black armor adorning Chen Luo, and his eyes brightened with realization. It was no wonder he had acquired such a remarkable item. Chen Luo was rapidly recuperating from his injuries, while Zhao Wuji paused for but a fleeting moment before resuming his assault. In the heat of genuine combat, adversaries seldom afford one a moment's respite, unless one intends to utterly crush the opponent's skull. Zhao Wuji approached Chen Luo's practical combat training with utmost seriousness and intensity, striving to align the experience with authentic warfare, thereby unleashing one's potential and perpetually transcending limits. Naturally, Zhao Wuji was aware of the necessity to hold back. Otherwise, It would be implausible for a soul saint of his caliber to struggle against a mere soul sovereign, even though Chen Luo was no ordinary soul sovereign. Had Zhao Wuji truly intended to eliminate him, it would have been a matter of mere seconds. Ultimately, behind the essence of combat lay the principle of training. It was impossible for there to be a genuine life-and-death confrontation. Chunluo's prowess is undoubtedly beyond question. The mere fact that he can compel a soul saint to manifest their true martial spirit for combat speaks volumes, even if Zhao Wuji were to show leniency. Considering the current intensity of the battle, it is likely that even an average soul king would find themselves overwhelmed and have retreated long ago. After Chen Luo activated his indomitable state, his power approached that of a soul king, and his combat prowess only intensified, which served as his true asset in contending with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji launched his assault without hesitation, and Chen Luo could no longer withstand it head-on. He had to rely on his superior speed to evade, striving to buy himself time for recovery. The atmosphere of the battle remained exceedingly tense. While Zhao Wuji could afford countless missteps, Chen Luo had but a single opportunity. Should he endure another heavy blow from Zhao Wuji? Even with the assistance of the Death Goddess armor to mitigate damage, it was unlikely that Chen Luo could continue fighting. As his injuries rapidly healed, Chen Luo soon regained his combat capabilities, and the roles of attacker and defender shifted. He unleashed a tempestuous barrage of strikes. Although Zhao Wuji managed to counter each blow, his appearance grew increasingly disheveled. The threats he faced were not limited to the razor-sharp scythe of the Death God. He also had to contend with the terrifying black flames that clung to its blade. Those flames were insurmountable. Upon contact, they would engulf instantly. While activating the unmoved King's body provided a tenuous defense, matching Chen Luo's cunning and timing in battle proved exceedingly challenging. Logically, given Chen Luo's age and strength, he should not have experienced an abundance of combat, a fact corroborated by Tang San. Chen Luo commenced his practical combat training only upon arriving at Shrek Academy, with none other than Zhao Wuji as his opponent. Remarkably, despite being a novice with limited combat experience, this little fellow exhibited an extraordinary mastery over the timing of his strikes, as if honed through countless battles. At times, even Zhao Wuji found himself in awe. Truly, he is a little prodigy. Zhao Wuji could not help but marvel. The skirmish lasted just over 5 minutes, during which Chen Luo seized an opportunity presented by Zhao Wuji, ultimately bringing the encounter to a close. Though 5 minutes may seem fleeting, it is essential to recognize that Chen Luo was contending with a soul sage who had unleashed his martial spirit's true form. Merely enduring for 5 minutes was an impressive feat. Surviving a single round would have been remarkable in itself. Onlookers, both students and teachers, were left in a state of shock. The late-arriving Lu Erlong was taken aback by Zhao Wuji's disheveled appearance. Among the crowd stood a tall youth, drenched in cold sweat, who glanced nervously at the agile Xiao Wu before turning his gaze back to Chen Luo, his eyes filled with trepidation. He is astonishingly strong. The young man begrudgingly acknowledged this undeniable truth. Once the battle concluded, Zhao Wuji reverted from his martial spirit's true form, appearing quite disheveled, his body marred by various burns. The crowd gradually dispersed. Although they yearned to linger, Lu Erlong issued a command, instructing everyone to return to their respective duties. Those who needed to cultivate should do so, and those with classes should attend. Apart from Zhao Wuji and Chen Luo, several other exceptional students remained, with Lu Erlong observing quietly from the sidelines. Oscar, ever considerate, presented the sausages he had prepared earlier, while reminding Zhao Wuji, "Teacher Zhao, you owe me at least 1,000 gold soul coins. I'll just round it up to a neat 1,000. When will you settle the debt?" Zhao Wuji shot Oscar a glance, prompting him to fall silent. Nevertheless, once he distanced himself from Zhao Wuji, Oscar remained tenacious, asserting, "I keep a little ledger, Teacher Zhao, so you can't evade repayment." Zhao Wuji merely curled his lip. Dismissing Oscar and turning his focus to Chen Luo, little prodigy, "I believe we must establish some rules for our future training sessions." Rules? What rules? Chen Luo still feels an intense pain in his chest, yet the Death God technique is swiftly in operation, suggesting that it will not be long before all his injuries are healed. Zhao Wuji remarked, "For instance, refrain from using your unique flames in the future. Let us focus solely on training in strength and speed." Chen Luo, "If we do not unleash the unquenchable flames, even your defenses, Teacher Zhao, would be exceedingly difficult to breach. How then shall we engage in battle?" Zhao Wuji, seemingly aware of this, let out a hearty laugh. "Nonsense. We shall fight however we please. Nevertheless, I must say, you have grown stronger. haven't you? As he spoke, Zhao Wuji cast a knowing glance towards Chen Luo, his gaze intentionally settling upon the area of Chen Luo's chest. Chen Luo smiled faintly and said, "What changes are there?" "It remains the same as before." Zhao Wuji chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. "All right, I must return to sleep. Every time I spar with you, it feels as though I could slumber for several days." With a casual wave of his hand, Zhao Wuji departed. This was primarily due to the lingering after-effects of his martial soul's true form, regardless of the outcome of the battle. He would inevitably succumb to a period of weakness lasting several days. Chen Luo watched as Zhao Wuji departed, then engaged in conversation with the Shrek little monsters. Lu Erlong had been silently observing until Chen Luo had nearly finished his chat with the little monsters. At which point he spoke up. "I didn't expect you to be the strongest. Perhaps we could have a sparring session next time." "You flatter me, Director." Chen Luo replied with a humble smile. Lu Erlong chuckled, saying, "There's no need for such modesty. I have just witnessed your prowess. Zhao Wuji has performed admirably this time, deliberately placing you in a leading role. I believe that for a considerable period ahead, you shall serve as a role model within the academy." "Indeed. Teacher Zhao has done an exceptional job. I am truly grateful to him." After exchanging a few brief remarks, Lu Erlong turned her attention to the Shrek little monsters, inquiring about their training progress. Chen Luo listened silently from the side, primarily waiting for Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong was not one to indulge in lengthy conversations. After briefly inquiring about the situation, he departed, seemingly to arrange for repairs on the playground. The other little monsters from Shrek exchanged greetings with Chen Luo before retreating to their training. Not wishing to intrude upon the precious time Xiao Wu and Chen Luo shared together. "Why didn't you confine me after your training?" Xiao Wu inquired, knowing the reason yet still feeling a pang of unease. "I was concerned that it might disrupt your training," Chen Luo replied candidly. "Humph. Are you about to make another breakthrough?" "Indeed. How swift. If I do not advance quickly enough, I will not be able to protect you as you deserve." Chen Luo and Xiao Wu walked side by side along the path of the academy. After strolling for a while, Chen Luo took the initiative to grasp Xiao Wu's delicate hand. Her hand was soft and slightly cool, providing a delightful sensation in his grasp. Due to their close proximity, he could also catch a whiff of the faint fragrance that emanated from her, which left Chen Luo somewhat enchanted. "In the days you were absent, an inconsiderate fellow has been pestering me daily," Xiao Wu remarked. Chen Luo's expression instantly turned cold. "Who?" Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. "I believe you won't dare to seek me out again." "It seems I should attend a few classes," Chen Luo said earnestly. Xiao Wu laughed lightly. "It's not that serious. Focus on your cultivation. You need not worry about me. I can handle my own affairs." Chen Luo nodded gently. "Indeed. I trust Sister Xiao Wu's strength." Xiao Wu playfully tapped Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Humph. After today's battle, you shall become a renowned figure in our academy. What are your thoughts on that?" She gazed at Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Surely, many junior and senior students will admire you. It seems I must attend a few classes myself." Chen Luo responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu revealed a satisfied smile before bringing up another matter. "This black ring suddenly emitted light a few days ago," she said, gently stroking the death god's ring on her finger. Chen Luo nodded gently, not surprised. "It's quite normal." As he spoke, he directly showcased his death god armor before Xiao Wu. "Isn't it handsome?" "How ugly?" Xiao Wu replied with a laugh. "Actually, it's not that bad." She pointed at Chen Luo's death god armor, then shifted her gaze to the death god bracelet on his wrist, finally resting her eyes on the death god ring adorning her own hand. Before Xiao Wu could inquire, Chen Luo took the initiative to explain. "They are part of a set, interconnected in a unique way. The method of acquiring them is rather special, and it would take some time to elaborate." With that, Chen Luo retracted his death god armor, grinning as he added, "It's a pity I can't give these to you. Otherwise, I would gladly offer them all. I absolutely don't want them. They're so ugly." She retorted, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of the ring." The communication between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu has always been strikingly straightforward. They do not require an abundance of superfluous words. When matters arise, they address them with clarity and brevity. There has never been a situation where they relentlessly probe each other for answers, as they are both aware that certain secrets exist between them. When the time is right to unveil these secrets, they shall do so without haste. After accompanying Xiao Wu on a stroll around the academy, Chen Luo escorted her to her training location before making his way to the back mountain of the academy. Following his battle with Zhao Wujia, he felt that he was on the cusp of reaching the 37th level. If all went smoothly, he could achieve a breakthrough today. Zhao Wujia's fierce onslaught had indeed been relentless, and there were several instances when Chen Luo struggled to recover swiftly. The more severe his injuries, the more frantically the death god's technique surged within him, propelling him closer to his breakthrough. Upon reaching the back mountain, he entered the deep pit and returned to his familiar spot, where he resumed his training. The process of cultivation is destined to be long and monotonous. Chen Luo lost track of time until he finally sensed his soul power ascending to the 37th level, marking the successful completion of his training endeavor. Chen Luo's breakthroughs at lower levels have been remarkably smooth, encountering no significant challenges along the way. Everything has unfolded effortlessly. However, when it comes to transcending into higher tiers, he must pause for an extended period. Upon successfully reaching the 37th level, Chen Luo did not immediately cease his cultivation. Instead, he sought to harness the momentum and continue his practice for a while longer. Unfortunately, this state of cultivation did not persist for long, as he was abruptly interrupted by a peculiar sensation. He opened his eyes and immediately gazed downwards. The source of this sensation emanated from beneath the ground. "Is there something below?" Chen Luo instinctively exclaimed, only to chastise himself for his foolishness afterward. There were undoubtedly numerous entities below. If there were none, could he have cultivated here? During the day he was alone, but at night, this place might very well be teeming with people. Yet, he had never experienced such an extraordinary sensation before. Could it be that his perceptive abilities had intensified upon reaching the 37th level? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to investigate what lay beneath. Chen Luo activated his martial spirit, gripping the scythe of death as he began to excavate. As the soil was incessantly turned over, he gradually uncovered a number of bones, the majority belonging to humans, with a few originating from peculiar animals. Indeed, this was a mass grave. Who could fathom how many corpses lay buried here? The entity still resided beneath, necessitating greater effort. In a short span, Chen Luo found himself standing in a pit approximately 7 or 8 meters deep. To prevent any potential collapses, he deliberately enlarged the excavation, ensuring he could respond swiftly to any unforeseen circumstances. Just a little more. Chen Luo once again raised the scythe of death, bringing it down with force, cleaving a vast expanse of earth, which subsequently transformed into loose soil. With remarkable ease, he flung the soil aside. Although the scythe was not particularly effective for digging, it sufficed for the task at hand. Supported by formidable spiritual energy, even excavating by hand posed no challenge. As he unearthed nearly half a meter of soil, Chen Luo finally glimpsed a fragment of what he had sensed. It was a human hand, mostly buried beneath the earth, adorned with considerable dust, yet still easily discernible, an intact hand, not merely a skeletal remnant. During his excavation, Chen Luo encountered an array of bones. Upon seeing the hand, he could identify it with clarity, his brow furrowing in concern. He continued to dig, and soon, the outline of a corpse emerged. With a vigorous tug, he revealed the body of a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man's visage was obliterated, as if his face had been violently torn away, leaving only a vague semblance of features. Undoubtedly, this was a corpse, devoid of any signs of life. Uncovering a body in a mass grave seemed unremarkable. Yet the key detail was that this burial site had evidently been abandoned for a considerable duration, as evidenced by the diverse assortment of bones. This large pit had not retained its original form. It appeared to have been refilled at some point, as indicated by the soil's texture, but even after such a refill, a substantial amount of time had elapsed. As Chen Luo excavated the corpse, the earth beneath him imparted an impression of even greater antiquity. It was evident that this mass grave harbored a tale, and the story of the corpse before him was likely even more intricate. This body had probably been interred long ago, yet it had not succumbed to decay, its black robe appearing remarkably distinctive. It was this corpse that elicited a unique sensation within Chen Luo. Prior to its excavation, the sensation was faint, merely hinting at the presence of the body. However, once the corpse was unearthed, Chen Luo's awareness of its essence became markedly clearer. He could potentially engage in soul hunting, or even awaken it. This was the peculiar resonance he felt towards this body. Not all corpses could facilitate soul hunting, nor could every corpse be awakened. When such possibilities arose, Chen Luo would receive corresponding, distinct signals. There was no need to pursue soul hunting, as the residual spirit within this body was but a mere wisp. Even if completely absorbed, it would likely amount to less than the formidable serpent he had vanquished in Caogo village. Chen Luo placed his hand directly upon the head of the corpse, seeking a more immediate connection to discern its condition. The body was peculiar, revealing little. Yet the lingering remnants of the soul were distinctly perceivable to Chen Luo. There was no need to hunt for souls. He would attempt to awaken it directly. Perhaps upon its revival, he would uncover the events that had transpired here in the past. Chen Luo made a resolute decision in his heart. Yet he did not act rashly. Instead, he meticulously examined the condition of the corpse once more. To his surprise, he discovered that using the awakening on this body would entail a considerable expenditure of energy. This was merely an instinctual feeling. The exact outcome could only be discerned through the act of awakening. Curiosity, as the saying goes, killed the cat. Should he reconsider? A moment of hesitation flickered within Chen Luo's mind. However, this uncertainty lasted but a brief moment. He was confident that nothing severe would occur, at worst. It would demand a significant amount of energy. When a unique entity presents itself before you and you possess the means to study it, how could one possibly resist the temptation to explore? Most crucially, Chen Luo had received a task prompt, awakening. Chen Luo is not the type to dither. After a moment of contemplation, he took decisive action. The scythe of death plunged into the corpse, instantly awakening a unique power, causing Chen Luo's soul force to be frantically siphoned away. This state of affairs lasted only a brief period, approximately 1 minute. Chen Luo retracted the scythe of death, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Although merely a minute had passed, it had drained nearly all of his soul power, far exceeding his expectations. Stop feigning death and rise at once. Chen Luo gazed calmly at the man before him, speaking with an air of indifference. The man remained motionless, lying there like a lifeless corpse. Chen Luo spoke again, this time with a firmer tone, akin to a command. The man, most unwillingly, rose to his feet, emitting a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Esteemed master, Gong Zhongyang is willing to serve you. Do not feign ignorance before me. I can perceive your thoughts as clearly as if they were inscribed on a blank page. Even the faintest ink mark would be evident to me. In an instant, Gong Zhongyang became hysterical, unleashing a primal growl. Who are you? What have you done to me? You know very well, perhaps even better than I do. Gong Zhongyang swiftly regained his composure. Your manner of speaking is quite tedious. Speak, for I wish to know. Are you not already aware of everything about me? Why must I reiterate it? I cannot be bothered to sift through the chaos of your memories. You may articulate it yourself. Very well, you are indeed formidable. Gong Zhongyang conceded. I am a soul master, capable of enhancing my power by devouring the souls of others, and I can resurrect the deceased, turning them into my puppets. In the moment of my resurrection, I believed it to be my descendant awakening me, only to discover it was you. You are not one of our kind. You possess greater strength than we do. Many years ago, I was slain by a tidal Douluo and imprisoned here, mingling with countless corpses, which granted me the opportunity for rebirth. Those bones are of my kin. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chen Luo's mind. Task completed. Resurrection of Gong Zhongyang successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the standard reward, the Death God emblem. As Gong Zhongyang spoke, Chen Luo received the task completion alert. Hesitantly contemplating the risk of resurrecting Gong Zhongyang, he was met with the notification of task completion. It was a special task, the objective being to resurrect Gong Zhongyang. Given the rarity of such special tasks, Chen Luo could not afford to let this opportunity slip by, decisively opting for action. Fortunately, everything transpired smoothly. Gong Zhongyang was successfully revived, and Chen Luo completed the special task as well. However, this time, the reward for the special task was not extraordinary, merely standard. Special tasks carry a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards, and it seemed fortune was not in his favor this time, which was, of course, proportional to the task's difficulty. The more perilous the special task, the more lucrative the rewards, thus increasing the likelihood of extraordinary outcomes. In contrast, tasks of lesser difficulty, such as this one, yielded commendable rewards. In truth, prior to the completion of a special task, the peril involved is unpredictable. One can only approach it with a mindset of chance. Chen Luo remained uncertain whether he could awaken Gong Zhongyang. The consequences of failure could be dire. Nonetheless, the special mission for Chen Luo served as a unique prompt, suggesting that he might dare to take a gamble. Much like slaying a giant python in the dark woods of Tsaogo village or forcibly absorbing soul rings in the soul-hunting forest, one must engage in the endeavor to truly understand the outcome. Gong Zhongyang continued to divulge everything Chen Luo yearned to know, including his origins, entwined with the remnants of a bygone era. Long ago, within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, a cadre of evil soul masters emerged, capable of devouring souls to rapidly enhance their prowess. while employing sinister methods to resurrect the deceased as their puppets. This bore a resemblance to Chen Luo's soul-hunting and awakening abilities, yet the disparity was vast, elucidating why Gong Zhongyang asserted that Chen Luo surpassed them in strength. The methods employed by these evil soul masters exacted exorbitant costs. The act of consuming souls often led to a loss of self, rendering them savage and bloodthirsty, effectively transforming them into malevolent entities. The resurrection of the dead could ensnare them in peril as well, even if they achieved their goals of soul consumption or resurrection. The potential for backlash loomed large. One day, the souls they had devoured might retaliate, leading to their demise, or the revived corpses could strike when they least expected it. In contrast, Chen Luo need not fret over such dilemmas. As long as he could wield soul hunting, his only concern would be whether he could assimilate the souls. The same applied to awakening. His sole worry would be whether he could sate their hunger. With the existence of unpredictable elements, he could sense them in advance and thus evade danger when he felt assured no unforeseen incidents would occur. Upon completing a soul hunt, he would directly enhance his strength, with the only apprehension being the potential influence of the original soul's memories, a minor issue, as he need not worry about soul backlash. Upon completing an awakening, the deceased would be wholly at his command, devoid of any possibility of rebellion. Should the undead entertain any aberrant thoughts, Chen Luo would immediately perceive it, and without needing to take further action, their unique bond would obliterate the undead's consciousness, rendering them true undead once more. To put it plainly, it meant allowing them to die again, more thoroughly this time. Creating sentient undead was a straightforward task. Chen Luo had already discerned the method. By reserving some souls for awakening, he could ensure that the resurrected undead retained consciousness. This was evident in the case of the resurrected 10,000-year nightmare centipede, and it applied equally to the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang. These constituted Chen Luo's inherent advantages. Although on the surface his abilities appeared akin to those of the evil soul masters, they were fundamentally distinct. Chen Luo's soul hunting and awakening seemed to possess an exquisitely flawless artistry, while the peculiar abilities held by the evil soul masters appear as mere counterfeit imitations, formidable yet burdened with severe repercussions. I am one such evil soul master. Fortuitously, the powers I wield seldom recoil upon me, perhaps a testament to the unwavering strength of my convictions. I have never laid my hands upon the weak and pitiable. Those I have dispatched were all deserving of their fate, each one steeped in malevolence. Thus I have never lost my way. However, this does not furnish me with a justification to alter my identity. Once branded as an evil soul master, we are condemned to carry this epithet for eternity. Akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, subject to the scorn of all upon our mere appearance. I can scarcely recall the year it transpired, when I executed a depraved nobleman who had slaughtered countless innocent children in pursuit of his own dream of immortality. He was the true embodiment of a devil. Yet, due to his noble status, retribution swiftly ensued. My comrades and I were all captured. The strength of that man was formidable, capable of shattering all with a single sword stroke. We engaged him in battle, yet despite our combined might, we were no match for him, ultimately succumbing to his annihilation and interred here. Nevertheless, I reiterate, I am fortunate. Perhaps it is due to my uniquely resilient constitution, or perhaps my comrades wish to preserve the last glimmer of hope that is me, but I was able to absorb their vitality to maintain the integrity of my form. Even in death, I do not know how many years I lay in slumber until you roused me just now. I initially presumed you to be our descendant, for such abilities are exclusive to us, the evil soul masters. But you are not, I am certain of that. I have conveyed all that is necessary in plain words. Gong Zhongyang's faceless visage appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying. His voice was unpleasantly grating, so hoarse that it left one feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Chen Luo need not worry about Gong Zhongyang's deceit, for he possesses the uncanny ability to discern lies instantaneously. Their connection is unequivocally direct, and he holds absolute dominion over it. What about your face? Chen Luo finally inquired. Gong Zhongyang chuckled. I tore it off myself. Once, I was nearly consumed by a vengeful soul and almost lost myself, so I removed my face. I do not require it to ascertain my identity. Do you wish for that face? Chen Luo asked. Gong Zhongyang paused. Even if I desired it, it is no longer possible. It is possible, Chen Luo stated calmly. With that, Chen Luo extended his left hand towards Gong Zhongyang, a flicker of dark radiance illuminating the air, and Gong Zhongyang was promptly ensnared within the realm of the undead. His physique is indeed extraordinary. The gray essence that enveloped him upon awakening was absorbed entirely. And although his face did not restore immediately, it could gradually regain its form within the realm of the undead. Were I to frequently behold his faceless visage, I fear I might develop a psychological scar. Gong Zhongyang's strength is neither exceptionally robust nor entirely feeble. It is likely infinitesimally close to that of a soul sage, merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Perhaps a prolonged stay within the realm of the undead would allow him to achieve that elusive breakthrough. Chen Luo never anticipated that while cultivating in this place, he would stumble upon a death spirit, particularly one belonging to a malevolent soul master. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Moreover, there were also rewards to be gained from the task at hand. With a sweeping motion, Chen Luo revealed a pitch-black badge in his palm, intricately engraved with fine patterns and resembling a vague depiction of a creature with 3 heads. Could it possibly resemble a 3-headed canine? 070. Evolution, the Death God Badge, Hellhound, an evolutionary badge designed for use against target undead entities, facilitating their evolution in accordance with their inherent nature, while imparting certain traits of the Hellhound. There exists a possibility of failure during the evolution process, valid for use within 1 hour. A Hellhound? Chunluo curled her lips in disdain, remarking that the depiction was rather hasty, barely resembling a dog with 3 heads. However, after her moment of critique, a faint smile graced her face. The item that could facilitate the evolution of the undead was undoubtedly a treasure of great worth. If only it had no expiration, it could be preserved for the future, to be utilized when she acquired formidable undead beings. Yet, as it stands, she must swiftly arrive at a decision. Chen Luo promptly engaged in communication with the 3 spirits residing in the realm of the dead. He exhibited a remarkable sense of humanity, refraining from coercively compelling his spirits to evolve, for he understood that evolution carried a certain risk of failure. Ultimately, the decision to evolve rested in their hands. Before long, Chen Luo received responses from the 3 spirits. The first to reply was Gong Zhongyang, whose resolve as a necromancer was unwavering. I do not wish to rely on external forces to enhance myself. Having been granted the opportunity of rebirth, even if it means becoming your spirit, I desire to elevate myself through my own strength. Chen Luo, in your previous endeavors to capture souls, why did you not possess such heightened awareness? Gong Zhongyang, those were individuals deserving of death. You could have eliminated them directly. Why resort to capturing their souls? Since Gong Zhongyang expressed his dissent, Chen Luo did not press the matter further. Gong Zhongyang was the first human soul master Chen Luo acquired, possessing a semblance of human thought, thus responding the quickest. Following him was the nightmarish centipede, a soul beast nearly 14,000 years old, which shared a similar resolve with the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang. It too aspired to enhance itself through its own efforts. Apart from Gong Zhongyang, the nightmarish centipede exhibited a certain degree of consciousness, though its awareness was quite feeble. And even with its intelligence, it paled in comparison to that of a human. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the nightmarish centipede from making a decision, as Chen Luo could distinctly sense its intentions. Having perished once already, it was reluctant to face death again. This apprehension stemmed from the explicit warnings within the Death God's insignia, which indicated a tangible risk of evolutionary failure. The ramifications of such failure were dire, leading to absolute annihilation. The final entity to respond was the abyssal demon spider, a soul beast nearing 12,000 years of age, devoid of any semblance of thought. Its essence had been entirely obliterated by Chen Luo. In contrast to the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang and the nightmarish centipede, the abyssal demon spider represented the epitome of a pure undead. Its sole purpose was to obey Chen Luo's commands, and its delayed response was simply due to its inability to comprehend Chen Luo's inquiry. Had Chen Luo issued a direct command, the abyssal demon spider would have undoubtedly been the first to respond. Its reply was unequivocal. It was willing to undergo evolution, even in processing the most rudimentary information. The abyssal demon spider took considerable time, yet this did not diminish its unwavering loyalty to Chen Luo. The abyssal demon spider sought evolution not for its own sake, but to serve its master, Chen Luo, with greater strength and fidelity. Upon perceiving this information, Chen Luo felt an inexplicable wave of emotion stir within him. It appears that in the future, the acquisition of undead beings necessitates careful consideration regarding the complete eradication of their souls. At times, endowing the undead with consciousness may not be a favorable outcome, even if they are unlikely to ever betray him. Should Chen Luo compel the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang or the nightmarish centipede to evolve, they would have no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, Chen Luo chose to honor their wishes. This marks the first and final occasion. Henceforth, he shall dictate the terms. Such a precious entity, and yet you failed to cherish it. Truly, you deserve to remain ineffectual for all eternity. Chen Luo grasped the death god badge and promptly cast it into the realm of the undead. Under Chen Luo's command, the death god badge approached the abyssal spider and seamlessly merged with its form. Thus, the process of evolution commenced. At the moment the badge penetrated the abyssal spider's body, it began to tremble uncontrollably, followed by a dramatic expansion. The creature's form deepened into an even darker shade, as crimson veins gradually emerged against the obsidian backdrop, sprawling across its physique. Notably, the area around its spider spear became predominantly stained in blood red, exuding an uncanny allure. The evolution unfolded far more swiftly than anticipated, and the abyssal spider exhibited no signs of distress, having long lost the capacity to feel pain. Its body continued to swell, taking on an increasingly darker hue, until the crimson patterns fully manifested, marking the conclusion of its transformation. Chen Luo received a notification from the system. The cave demon spider successfully evolved using the death god badge and the hellhound, and its current identity is the hell demon spider. The evolved hell demon spider has more than doubled in size, with a pitch-black body adorned with numerous crimson patterns. The majority of its 8 spider legs are also blood red, and the gray aura that once surrounded it has transformed into a deep crimson. It appears to be a creature summoned from the depths of hell. Everything proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Chen Luo gazed with immense satisfaction at the hell spider for over 10 seconds before finally diverting his attention towards Gong Zhongyang and the nightmare centipede. At this moment, both of these undead beings were enveloped in a profound sense of envy. Within the realm of the undead, despite their distinct positions and general indifference towards each other, they were still attuned to each other's presence and transformations. Witnessing the successful evolution of the burrow spider into the hell spider, how could Gong Zhongyang and the nightmare centipede, who had forfeited their own chance at evolution, not feel envious? You chose this path for yourselves. Lamenting now serves no purpose. Opportunities are fleeting and will not be bestowed upon those who fear death, Chen Luo stated nonchalantly. Instantly, the nightmare centipede became markedly subdued, shedding its previous emotional turmoil and entering a state of enhancement. Gong Zhongyang, however, was different. Being human allowed him to articulate his thoughts. Master, those who have tasted death once are naturally more fearful of it. That great spider possesses no intellect, and thus knows no fear. Yet, its loyalty to me remains unwavering. And we too are bound by compulsion. Whether it was by coercion or not, it had become irrelevant. It was the nightmare centipede and Gong Zhongyang, awakened by Chen Luo, who would forever be destined to pledge their allegiance to him. Should even the slightest rebellious thought arise, their unique bond would swiftly extinguish the last flicker of their souls, rendering them devoid of intelligence and transforming them entirely into mere undead beings. The current strength of the hell spider had ascended to at least the level of a 30,000-year-old beast, representing a remarkable qualitative leap. Its form had undergone significant transformation, suggesting it would venture further in the future. If Chen Luo ever contemplated acquiring more undead, the nightmare centipede and Gong Zhongyang would be prime candidates to consider. Gong Zhongyang, nightmare centipede, 071, doubt. Chen Luo meticulously dealt with the death god badge and witnessed the evolution of the abyssal spider into the hell spider. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell excessively on the realm of the undead. Within this space, the hell spider, the nightmarish centipede, and Gong Zhongyang were all capable of enhancement, and they could progress independently. After casting a final glance at his death god ring, Chen Luo's gaze settled upon the disarray before him. It was time to tidy up, lest he find himself unable to cultivate in the future. Chen Luo drew forth his scythe of death and began to refill the earth with the various bones he had unearthed. However, after merely 10 seconds of toil, he abruptly halted. Do I truly need to undertake such a trivial task myself? What purpose do all my subordinates serve? Chen Luo promptly summoned Gong Zhongyang, instructing him to fill in the pit. Gong Zhongyang immediately sprang into action, displaying a diligent and conscientious demeanor. Chen Luo stood quietly to the side, observing Gong Zhongyang at work. This is how it should be. I have painstakingly brought you forth, and it is only fitting that you manage the subsequent tasks yourself. You are now a mature spirit, and it is essential that you learn to handle matters independently. Gong Zhongyang did not resort to his martial soul, but instead used his own hands to fill the pit. His speed was commendable. In no time, the hole was filled, albeit with a slight depression remaining. That indentation marked the spot where Gong Zhongyang had originally stood. Master, the task has been accomplished, Gong Zhongyang exclaimed with a beaming smile as he stood before Chen Luo. His face had returned to its normal state, resembling that of an utterly ordinary middle-aged man. Somewhat simple-minded. Yet, it is often those who appear the most unassuming who harbor the most cunning and ruthless hearts within. Chen Luo, through glimpsing fragments of Gong Zhongyang's memories, was able to ascertain this point with greater certainty. There still existed a visage that was pleasing to the eye. However, the faceless appearance was indeed distressing to behold. "May I return to the realm of the dead?" Gong Zhongyang inquired. Chen Luo Dao asked, "Do you not find it dull to remain in there?" Two undead soul beasts. One is utterly devoid of intelligence and emotions, while the other possesses only a modicum of awareness. They could exist in the realm of the undead for an eternity without issue. However, Gong Zhongyang is different. Despite having become an undead, he is still a human, endowed with his own thoughts. Can he truly acclimate to the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang replied with a smile, "Master, you need not worry. Once we enter the realm of the undead, unless you actively reach out to us, we will enter a state of dormancy. It is in this peculiar state that we can continuously enhance our strength." "Master, may I return now?" Chen Luo could discern that Gong Zhongyang genuinely yearned to return to the realm of the undead. It seemed he aspired to surpass the limitations he encountered in his previous life within that space. This development was quite favorable, as it would soon result in the addition of another soul saint to their ranks. Chen Luo retrieved Gong Zhongyang, gazing at the environment within the deep pit, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Upon arriving here, his soul power level successfully ascended, achieving a higher tier. Subsequently, he acquired the necromancer Gong Zhongyang. Furthermore, he obtained the Death God badge, Hellhound, which aided the abyssal spider in evolving into the Hell Spider. What a bountiful harvest! Yet, the smoothness and beauty of it all imbued Chen Luo with a sense of unreality. Gong Zhongyang possesses a soul power level of 69, merely a step away from the 70th level soul saint, and it is anticipated that he will soon ascend to that echelon. Chen Luo is somewhat curious whether, having become a necromancer, Gong Zhongyang still needs to acquire soul rings. It seems unlikely. His other soul rings have turned gray, suggesting that upon reaching level 70, he will automatically obtain a gray soul ring. Indeed, Gong Zhongyang's martial soul is a longsword. In life, he was slain by a title Douluo whose martial soul was also a sword. A sword-wielding title Douluo? Could it be the sword Douluo? It is improbable, as they do not belong to the same era. Chen Luo searched through his mind for information regarding Gong Zhongyang, but merely cast a cursory glance, feeling no inclination to delve deeper into his memories, deeming it unnecessary. Subsequently, he sensed the transformations of the Hell Spider. Beyond its increased size and strength, the creature possessed a unique ability, the power of duplication. This duplication was not a mere act of spontaneous creation. Rather, it required a portion of the Hell Spider's own body as a medium to manifest. It would be more accurate to describe this phenomenon as division. For instance, should one of the Hell Spider's spines break, that very spine could immediately give rise to a new Hell Spider. Such is the nature of this ability. The specifics could only be grasped through first-hand observation. Furthermore, the Hell Spider's attacks were imbued with a terrifying corrosive taint, akin to a curse. These attributes were likely linked to the characteristics of the Hellhound, from which the Hell Spider had successfully inherited certain traits. This evolution could only be described as flawless. Clearing his thoughts, Chen Luo prepared to engage in further cultivation. Just then, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching the vicinity of the deep pit. Was it Master Yu Xiaojing? What could bring him here? This sacred cultivation site was indeed introduced to him by Yu Xiaojing. Perhaps he possessed prior knowledge of this place's history. Could it be that he had orchestrated Chen Luo's arrival here with some ulterior motive in mind? Chen Luo continued to maintain his state of cultivation, eager to discern the tricks that Yu Xiaojing was up to. Before long, Yu Xiaojing arrived above the deep pit. He extended his soul power, seemingly attuned to some subtle perception. His cultivation state appeared commendable, confirming that Chen Luo possessed a unique martial soul. Perhaps the direction for acquiring future soul rings could lean towards spiritual development. Though Yu Xiaojing's voice was faint, Chen Luo's perceptive abilities allowed him to hear it clearly. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Yu Xiaojing merely glanced into the pit, seemingly only assessing his own cultivation progress, before departing without further ado. Perhaps I truly am overthinking this. Chen Luo pondered silently. Regardless of whether it concerns hunting souls or awakening them, one must exercise caution in their use, bearing in mind the lessons of the past. The cautionary tale is embodied in the figure of the malevolent soul master, Gong Zhongyang, and his ilk. In truth, notions of pure evil and righteousness are mere constructs defined by humanity. Possessing extraordinary abilities does not inherently lead one down a path of wickedness. Conversely, those who appear virtuous, the powerful soul masters, may be tainted more foully than the mire of a stagnant drain. Chen Luo discerned this truth from the memories of Gong Zhongyang. Indeed, many malevolent soul masters have deviated onto dark paths, yet there exists a subset akin to Gong Zhongyang who do not exploit their unique powers for heinous deeds. They harvest souls, but only those of the irredeemably wicked. The harsh reality remains, regardless of one's past actions, once branded with the mark of evil, one is destined to carry that label for a lifetime. Chen Luo has always been acutely aware of these matters, which is why he has never wavered in his steadfast resolve. Had he resorted to soul hunting to enhance his strength, he would likely have achieved at least the rank of soul saint, if not greater. However, he refrains from such actions. He will not jeopardize his future for the sake of immediate accomplishments, nor can he bring himself to casually extinguish the souls of others. To grow stronger through the act of killing and hunting souls is a path he is unwilling to tread, even if circumstances may one day compel him to do so. No one can guarantee they will always walk the righteous path, but he can assure that his current choices are just. 072. Tang San has returned. Tang San has returned. Chen Luo had just concluded his state of cultivation when he sensed two familiar auras approaching the entrance of Shrek Academy. It was Tang San and Douluo. Chen Luo's sensitivity has grown increasingly potent. Even from a considerable distance, he can still sense certain energies, particularly those that are familiar to him. Unbeknownst to him, half a year has slipped by, and he wonders how Tang San is faring. If all goes as expected, he must have accumulated a wealth of experiences and should be returning with ample treasures. The other members of Shrek Academy likely possess their share. Yet the situation concerning himself and Xiaowu remains quite uncertain. In Chen Luo's recollection, Xiaowu had obtained a plant known as the Heartbreak Red, and now she is entirely his. Unless Tang San has lost his senses, it would be improbable for him to gift her the Heartbreak Red, unless he truly embodies a spirit of boundless generosity. As for Chen Luo himself, he is an anomaly. The absence of treasures leaves much in question. Yet one can never be certain. Given the plethora of resources at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, it is conceivable that Tang San has prepared some remarkable materials for Chen Luo as well. Nevertheless, it matters little. He feels that the treasures he possesses are already ample. Should there be more, it would be a delightful bonus, and if not, it is of little consequence. What he truly hopes for is that Tang San can procure some exceptional herbs for Xiaowu, aiding her in her growth. Chen Luo rose from the deep pit and hurried towards the school gate. Upon his arrival, he found the scene bustling with activity. As Chen Luo had sensed, Tang San and Douluo had arrived at Shrek Academy, greeted by the Academy's most formidable lineup. Flender, the Master, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujin, Lu Qibin, Xiao Xian, and Li Yusong were all present, each displaying a demeanor of solemnity and caution. Some might wonder why the Master, Yu Xiaojiang, was included in Shrek Academy's strongest contingent, considering him a mere filler. However, it is essential to remember that Yu Xiaojiang, Flender, and Lu Erlong form the Golden Iron Triangle, capable of executing remarkably powerful martial soul fusion techniques. Although Yu Xiaojiang may be the least formidable among the trio, he is an indispensable element. The last time they ventured into the Sunset Forest to find Tang San, they relied upon the martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle. Otherwise, they would have met with disaster, and Douluo would not have entertained their lengthy discourse. Observing the grand spectacle before him, Chen Luo understood that Flender and the others were primarily there to welcome Douluo. Should they fail to extend the highest level of hospitality, this esteemed poisoned Douluo would be somewhat displeased, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for Shrek Academy. Douluo appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that Tang San had performed admirably at the Eye of Ice and Fire, everything proceeding smoothly. Chen Luo mused. Chen Luo did not step forward. He merely observed silently from behind. At the Shrek Academy, led by Dean Flender, a brief exchange took place with Douluo. The sight of Tang San unharmed brought joy to everyone, especially upon learning that Douluo would become an advisor to the Academy, which further elevated their spirits. With the title Douluo presiding over the Academy, the advancement it could achieve was immeasurable. It was evident that Douluo held Flender and the others in contempt. Should he truly decide to engage, it was likely that even the combined efforts of Flender and his companions would prove insufficient against him. Everything unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated. After a few casual remarks, their group proceeded into the academy. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo took a step back and left in advance. He merely wished to ascertain whether everything aligned with his memories. while also bearing witness to the illustrious moment of Shrek Academy. After all, from this day forth, Shrek Academy would also proudly hold the title of an academy with the title Douluo. Shortly thereafter, Chen Luo arrived at the forest behind the academy, ultimately pausing before a thicket that towered nearly to his height, appearing quite dense. Before Chen Luo could utter a word, a graceful figure burst forth from the bushes, leaping directly into his embrace. "Brother Chen Luo, you've come to find me on your own," she exclaimed. "You finished your training for today, right? Come, take me to enjoy some delicious food." "Not today," he replied, "but perhaps another time." Chen Luo gently patted Xiao Wu's back and smiled. Xiao Wu looked up. Her lips slightly pursed. "Chen Luo, you've changed." I never used to say another day. Today is truly special." "What's so special about it?" "Tang San has returned." Tang San has returned?" Xiao Wu expressed a hint of surprise. "Wasn't he captured by that poison Douluo?" "Indeed, he has come back," Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. "That's good to hear. As long as he's safe, let's go see him." Xiao Wu did not exhibit excessive excitement, merely displaying a slight fluctuation of emotions. The incident of Tang San being captured by Douluo was known only to Yu Xiaojiang and a few others. Chen Luo had confided in Xiao Wu alone, while the other Shrek little monsters remained oblivious to the matter. Chen Luo initially believed that Xiao Wu would be quite excited upon learning about this matter. However, Xiao Wu displayed an unexpected calmness, showing only a hint of surprise and a touch of concern, merely the kind one would feel for an ordinary friend. Chen Luo was assured that Tang San was undoubtedly safe, thus he felt little concern. However, the same could not be said for Xiao Wu, who, despite their many years of camaraderie, appeared remarkably composed. Were I to be taken away, I could only surmise that Xiao Wu would weep inconsolably. Chen Luo held Xiao Wu's hand as they made their way to join the other Shrek little monsters at Lu Erlong's former residence. Upon their arrival, they found the rest of the Shrek little monsters gathered together. Oscar chuckled. "I was just about to call for both of you," the master remarked. Chen Luo must have sensed Tang San's return. His perception has always been exceptionally keen. "Indeed," Oscar nodded with a smile. During this period, everyone had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating, and the improvements were quite significant. Chen Luo glanced around, exchanging smiles with everyone, clearly sensing their heightened auras. "What a fortunate coincidence. Third brother is just about to share something wonderful with us," Ma Hongjun said, rubbing his hands together. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon Tang San. Although Tang San's appearance had not changed significantly, his strength had seen a remarkable enhancement. He had now reached at least level 37. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Tang San remarked, "I have prepared a herb for you as well. It should prove beneficial." "That sounds great," Chen Luo replied, somewhat surprised. Although he did not find himself in dire need of it, having such treasures of heaven and earth was undoubtedly advantageous. Indeed, the more, the better. After a pleasant exchange of memories, Tang San began distributing the precious herbs, ensuring that each person received a share. To Dai Mubai, he presented the Qirong Tongtian Ju. To Oscar, the 8-petal celestial orchid. The herbs everyone received were quite similar to those Chen Luo recalled, and soon they arrived at Zhujuqing. Tang San produced the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong and narrated its tale. To pluck its petals, one must think of their beloved with utmost sincerity at the moment of gathering, spilling a drop of blood upon the petals. If the heart is pure enough, the petals may be obtained. However, if any distracting thoughts linger, even the sacrifice of one's life would not yield the flower. At Tang San's urging, Zhu Zhuqing expelled a mouthful of blood. But her endeavor was met with rejection by the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. The same fate befell Master Yu Xiaojiang, who also failed in his attempt. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Xiaojiang, it seemed, harbored lingering doubts concerning their affections. Chen Luo gazed intently at the heartbreak red, seeking to ascertain the sincerity of his feelings for Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu was a step ahead. With a soft sound, her blood cascaded onto the heartbreak red. Before anyone could react, the heartbreak red gracefully departed from the Wujua stone, undisturbed, ultimately cradled in Xiao Wu's delicate hand. This one is mine." She cheerfully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and flashed a smile at the crowd, turning her gaze towards Chen Luo. She gently swayed the heartbreak red before him, seemingly reveling in her triumph. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. "You actually got ahead of me. So you wanted this as well. Had I known, I would have gladly let you have it." Chen Luo approached Xiao Wu, gently wiping the bloodstains from the corners of her mouth, and smiled. "Silly girl. You are the one who's foolish," Xiao Wu retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Chen Luo. A series of coughs erupted, followed by the voice of Dai Mubai. "Enough. You too." Are we to be left to suffocate from your incessant antics? Oscar chimed in. Could you perhaps show some consideration for us? Suddenly, Ma Hongjun interjected, but you have wrong. Oscar's face flushed crimson, nearly compelled to retaliate against Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by their exchange. Tang San proceeded to distribute treasures among them. Since Zhu Zhuqing had been unable to claim the Heartbreak Red, while Xiao Wu had successfully acquired it, Tang San subsequently presented the water nymph Jade Skin Bone intended for Xiao Wu. Soon, every treasure was allocated, including the Master's 9-petal purple mushroom and Tang San's own autumn water dew, leaving only Chen Luo's gift. Tang San had previously mentioned that Chen Luo would also receive a share. Chen Luo, it is your turn. Tang San produced a jade box containing a herb resembling ginseng. This is the primordial ginseng monarch. Consuming it will significantly enhance your physique. I understand your constitution is rather unique. Yet this ginseng will undoubtedly aid you in furthering your development. Chen Luo straightforwardly reached out and took it without any pretense. Thank you, my brother. Tang San nodded gently. I have just consumed the autumn water elixir, and now I must also devote myself to cultivation. Once you finish taking the primordial ginseng, you should enter a state of cultivation as well. This is the only way to fully harness its potential. Understood. I will do just that. Chen nodded. Yet he did not immediately consume the primordial ginseng king. You continue your cultivation. I will oversee your progress, Chen stated. Subsequently, he watched as Tang San departed to practice, his gaze then resting upon Xiao Wu beside him. Why do you not take the Heartbreak Red? Chen inquired. Xiao Wu immediately shook her head. I wouldn't dare. I cannot bear to part with it. This is for you, Chen said, handing the primordial ginseng king to Xiao Wu. I possess great confidence in my own constitution. Take this. Everyone should have something beneficial to replenish themselves with. You must not be without. Xiao Wu shook her head again. I do not want it. I already have Heartbreak Red. If I consume yours, what will you do? Just take it, Chen insisted, pressing the primordial ginseng king directly into her hands. Since it alters one's constitution, it would be beneficial for you as well. You will surely gain some advantages. Chunluo Dao remarked. The enhancement I experience is rather minimal. Yet for you, it might yield substantial improvements. Only then can the true potential of this treasure be fully realized. She huffed. Are you implying that my constitution is lacking? That is indeed the implication, he retorted. So, do hasten to consume it, and join them in cultivation. I shall oversee your progress. After much persuasion, Xiao Wu finally acquiesced. She ingested the primordial ginseng royal and entered a state of cultivation. Chen Luo finally revealed a satisfied smile. He was unwilling to see his dear Xiao Wu lag behind others. Had he been familiar with those rare treasures of heaven and earth, he would have certainly procured some to aid her. Although he was dedicated to tirelessly cultivating himself to become strong enough to protect Xiao Wu, it was essential for her to grow formidable as well. He believed she shared this sentiment. For this lively and playful girl could endure the tedium of cultivation and persistently strive for improvement. The Shrek's 7 monsters, having consumed the treasures of heaven and earth, experienced gradual transformations in their physiques as their training progressed. The changes in others aligned closely with Chen Luo's recollections, the enhancement of their physical constitutions, the evolution of their martial souls. Dai Mubai's physique further augmented, and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower evolving into the 9 treasures glazed tower, all consistent with Chen Luo's memories. Chen Luo's gaze predominantly rested upon Tang San and Xiao Wu. The surface of Xiao Wu's body was already marred by numerous impurities, remnants of her internal turmoil. Once these impurities were expelled, her constitution would experience a remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of golden light. And Chen Luo understood that Tang San's purple extreme demon eye was on the verge of evolution. Subsequently, Chen Luo's attention remained fixed on Tang San until he finally opened his eyes. Chen Luo had been keenly observing Tang San's expressions, and upon noticing that there was no shift in his emotions, he finally averted his gaze. In Chen Luo's mind, Tang San had gained a profound understanding of Xiao Wu's true identity only after consuming the autumn water elixir. However, it appeared that Tang San remained oblivious. Likely due to the influence of the Death Goddess ring, this was perhaps for the best. As Xiao Wu's identity was indeed exceptional, fewer individuals privy to it meant an added layer of security. Shortly thereafter, the Shrek 7 monsters gradually emerged from their meditative states, each having reaped the corresponding benefits from the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Chen Luo was, after all, an extraneous addition. Even though he had been bestowed the primordial ginseng emperor by Tang San, he willingly entrusted it to Xiao Wu. In this regard, Chen Luo felt no sense of regret. The mere fact that Xiao Wu could accept the primordial ginseng emperor brought him immense joy. His only concern was that this naive girl might refuse it. Thanks to the nourishing effects of the celestial herbs, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters have experienced a remarkable enhancement in their soul power levels. The Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai, stands at level 40, the Sausage Specialist, Oscar, at 38, the Thousand Hand Azura, Tang San, at 37, the Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, at 36, the Softbone Charm Rabbit, Xiao Wu, at 38, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong, at 37, and the Nether Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, at 38. Naturally, Chen Luo, as an auxiliary member, also holds his own. Despite not consuming any celestial herbs, his level remains steadfastly higher than that of the others. The Scythe of Death, Chen Luo, is at level 40. The choice of the Scythe of Death was to better align with the titles of the Shrek 7 monsters. And only Chen Luo himself is aware of his martial soul being that of the Grim Reaper. Throughout the past 6 months, Chen Luo had been diligently cultivating within the deep pit, where he had nearly absorbed all of the unique energies. During this period, he had engaged in combat training with Zhao Wujie on several occasions, and even Lu Erlong joined in the practical exercises. Lu Erlong's strength far surpassed that of Zhao Wujie, and it was under Lu Erlong's pressure that Chen Luo could advance his own abilities at such a rapid pace. In truth, the primary reason for Chen Luo's swift progression after surpassing the 30th level was that he seemingly transcended the typical bottleneck phase. Previously, whenever he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level, he would linger at that rank for an extended period. For instance, he spent a considerable amount of time stuck between levels 19 and 20, as well as 29 and 30, to the extent that he occasionally questioned his own existence. However, after breaking through the 30th level, this stagnation appeared to vanish, allowing him to smoothly advance to level 40. Now, he was perfectly poised to acquire a new soul ring. Chen Luo Wang gazed at the Shrek 7 monsters, a smile gracing his lips as he mused inwardly. The number 074 had become a mere numbness. With Tang San's exquisite medicinal herbs aiding them, every individual's soul power level had seen a significant enhancement. Even the master, Yu Xiaojiang, who had remained at the 29th level for an extended period, finally achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 30th level. At the master's behest, all would embark together in 7 days to the Soul Beast Forest to assist those in need of soul rings in acquiring them. During these 7 days, everyone would have ample opportunity to rest and further cultivate their skills. Chen Luo was not in a hurry, so he chose to wait until the main group had finished their rest before proceeding together. Chen Luo, I have grown stronger, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her face radiating excitement and joy as she rushed to Chen Luo after completing her training. It is good to see you progress, Chen Luo nodded, gently wiping the dirt from her face. Xiao Wu's skin, already exquisite, appeared even more refined after expelling impurities from her body. It glistened like jade, with a hint of rosy hue that made one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. The Hunyuan Ginseng Emperor was originally meant for you, Tang San. What is mine is yours, Chen Luo replied tenderly. Xiao Wu beamed. You are truly wonderful. Coughing sounds echoed once more, as Ma Hongjun and Oscar could no longer bear to watch. Strangely, this time, Dai Mubai did not join in. Everyone turned to see that Dai Mubai was embracing Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly too absorbed to care about the antics nearby. Oscar remarked, could you refrain from being so mushy? Ma Hongjun added, indeed, you teased us before training and now again afterward. Who have we offended? Oscar sighed, even Dai Mubai has coldly abandoned us. Ma Hongjun approached Oscar, draping an arm over his shoulder. How about we pair up instead? He winked at Oscar, who promptly kicked back. Get lost. After the playful banter, everyone's gaze fell upon Chen Luo. Ma Hongjun asked with a grin, by the way, Chen Luo, what level are you at now? You haven't consumed any rare treasures this time? Surely we should be catching up to you? Oscar shot a glance at Ma Hongjun. Even if Chen Luo let you train for half a year and then fed you 2 rare treasures, you still wouldn't catch up to him. He could easily pin you to the ground with one hand. Ma Hongjun chuckled. When did I say I would surpass Chen Luo in strength? I doubt I could ever best him in my lifetime. I was referring to the level of soul power. The members of the Shrek 7 were unaware of Chen Luo's soul power level, not even Xiao Wu, as they trained in different locations. Chen Luo's training sessions were notably lengthy, and not only the Shrek monsters, but even the teachers at Shrek Academy, including Master Yu Xiaojiang, were in the dark. They only knew that during Chen Luo's last battle training with Lu Erlong, his soul power was at level 38. Once Ma Hongjun spoke, nearly everyone's attention shifted back to Chen Luo. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing had separated, with Zhu Qing reverting to her aloof and unapproachable demeanor. While Dai Mubai, having enjoyed the moment, did not press further, displaying remarkable understanding. 40, Chen Luo stated. Chen Luo spoke calmly. Just moments ago. He had made a brief summary of the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters, including himself in the mix. It was then that Chen Luo anticipated that inquiries regarding his own soul power level would arise, and indeed, it was the chubby Ma Hongjun who could no longer contain his curiosity and asked first. Upon hearing Chen Luo's soul power level, the group was not particularly surprised. Had his level been any lower, they would have found it astonishing. I knew Chen Luo's level would surpass ours. He truly is a remarkable being. I feel as if I shall never catch up to his soul power level in this lifetime. He is simply terrifying, Ma Hongjun remarked with a laugh. Oscar chimed in. I suspect that Chen Luo must have consumed some rare treasures, for how else could his soul power level have risen so swiftly? It has only been half a year, Dai Mubai added. I recall that he was merely at level 36 6 months ago, and now he is at level 40. I can only express my admiration. Just luck. Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Ma Hongjun immediately leaned closer, wishing to embrace Chen Luo, but a sharp glare from Xiao Wu made him behave. Luck? Chen Luo, I implore you, tell me if there is still a chance for luck. I too wish to experience it. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Honestly, every time I consider myself a genius. The moment I think of you, I feel like a complete failure. I feel the same way. Oscar echoed. Chen Luo had nearly grown accustomed to the reactions of these little creatures. Almost every encounter was accompanied by their heartfelt expressions, while only a few girls remained notably quiet. Unsure of how to respond to these companions, Chen Luo ultimately settled for a faint smile. Once everyone had shared their sentiments, Tang San approached Chen Luo with a slight smile and remarked, You have grown stronger. So have you, Chen Luo replied with a grin. Their bond required no excessive words. A mere exchange of smiles conveyed a multitude of unspoken sentiments. After all these years together, even in the absence of romantic feelings, a brotherly affection had undoubtedly flourished. Chen Luo's heart was solely devoted to Xiao Wu, and his inclinations had always remained perfectly normal. As long as everything is well, Chen Luo stated. Indeed, Tang San nodded. Not only is everything well, but there have also been significant gains. This was, without a doubt, the most favorable outcome. Indeed, Chen Luo and Tang San exchanged a few brief words, yet before they could continue their conversation, Flender approached. Upon sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere among the group, Flender's expression changed slightly. What has transpired here? Why is everyone's soul power increasing at such a remarkable pace? He inquired with a hint of astonishment. However, before Tang San and the others could respond, Flender swiftly transitioned to the purpose of his visit. Tang San, Senior Dugu is looking for you. He has brought Dugu Yin along as well. There seems to be a matter at hand. I advise you to exercise caution, after all. The title of poison Douluo is perilously dangerous. The most toxic element is always the human heart, so do not place too much trust in him. Tang San smiled and nodded, reassuringly saying, Rest assured, Dean, there will be no issues. The old poison master is not as malevolent as you perceive. Subsequently, Tang San followed Flender to meet Dugubo. Meanwhile, the little monsters of Shrek dispersed. They did not return to their dormitory for rest. Despite possessing extraordinarily formidable talents, they were more diligent than any other student of Shrek Academy, each returning to their respective training grounds to continue their cultivation. Chen Luo returned with Xiao Wu, who was in dire need of a bath. After they arrived at the dormitory and Xiao Wu refreshed herself, Chen Luo accompanied her to her training grounds. With a significant enhancement in her soul power, Xiao Wu was no longer inclined to indulge in leisure activities. Instead, her sole focus was on diligently honing her skills and solidifying her strength. The Xiao Wu of today was no longer the carefree girl from Nodding City. While she still cherished moments of fun, she had learned to temper her desires, prioritizing her training above all else. Although the temptation of food and revelry remained considerable, it paled in comparison to her dedication to cultivation. After her bath, Xiao Wu donned a flowing pink gown. With the consumption of the primordial ginseng queen, her physique underwent remarkable improvement. Her form, once graceful, could now only be described as exquisite. Coupled with her strikingly delicate features, she could easily be likened to a celestial being. What are you staring at? Xiao Wu noticed Chen Luo's gaze lingering on her, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of shyness as she couldn't help but inquire. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I simply wish to see. You seem to have become much more attractive. Was I not beautiful before? Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes blinked. Chen Luo smiled and remarked, "Of course, she is beautiful. She is even more enchanting now, captivating the gaze of onlookers. However, there is no need to fixate upon her." Xiao Wu's delicate face had already flushed with a hint of crimson. Chen Luo said, "You are about to embark on your cultivation once more. I too shall return to my own practices shortly. Who knows when we shall meet again? Of course, I wish to steal a few more glances at you. It's not as if we will never see each other again, is it?" Xiao Wu pouted slightly. Chen Luo gently pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace and bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, whispering, "If it were possible, I would like to gaze upon you like this forever." Instantly, Xiao Wu's charming face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Yet, her words remained unyielding. "Confess honestly, have you been influenced by Dai Lao Da and the others lately?" "Not at all." "Then why have your words become so excessively sweet?" "Where's the excess? These are words from the depths of my heart." "Humph, I don't believe you. Have you perhaps uttered such sentiments to other girls as well?" "How could that be? We have always been together. Are you implying that when I am not around, you seek the company of other girls?" "No. That's not what I meant." "Humph, that's precisely what you mean." Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged words as they walked side by side, their hands intertwined. While the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed unable to bear the sight, curling its leaves in discontent. After escorting Xiao Wu back for her cultivation, Chen Luo chose not to return to the deep pit for his training, but instead made his way back to the dormitory. The unique energy of the deep pit had been nearly exhausted by Chen Luo, and continuing his cultivation there would yield lesser results than in the dormitory. The place had indeed become a desolate wasteland. Tang San returned, and everything aligned with his memories. He brought back a plethora of celestial herbs, significantly enhancing the little monsters. The only notable difference was that Xiao Wu had also acquired a celestial herb, elevating her spirit power level, which had originally been intended for Chen Luo by Tang San. As Chen Luo reflected on these matters, a faint smile involuntarily graced his face. A vivid scene flashed through his mind. Xiao Wu, ahead of him, had plucked the heart-wrenching red flower with her own blood, turning to him with a smile. That smile would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Now, his soul power had reached level 40, and in 7 days, he would venture into the Soul Beast Forest alongside the Shrek little monsters to hunt for soul beasts and acquire new soul rings, each of which must be no less than 20,000 years old. Recalling the events following Tang San's return, Chen Luo immediately contemplated the forthcoming arrangements. He would obtain a new soul ring and then embark on new sign-in tasks to continually grow stronger. He was determined to strive relentlessly, amassing sufficient strength to protect her from harm, ensuring that no one could bring her any injury. 7 days later, at dawn, the gates of Shrek Academy stood open. The Shreks 7 gathered there, and Chen Luo arrived punctually. Before them stood Flander, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujin, and the Master. The current mightiest forces of Shrek Academy were these individuals. And today marked the day they would lead the little monsters into the hunt for soul beasts to acquire soul rings, necessitating thorough preparations. The Master was also set to obtain his 3rd soul ring, a significant advancement for the Golden Iron Triangle. "Hey, Tang San, where's your little follower?" Xiao Wu teased softly. Tang San wore a look of helplessness. "Don't mention it. I finally convinced Tai Long not to come along." In the past 7 days, Tang San had not missed any of the experiences he was meant to undergo, albeit with slight variations in the process. He had encountered Tai Long on the road, who, for reasons unknown, had taken the initiative to confront Tang San, seemingly seeking an outlet for his emotions. The outcome was predictable. Tai Long stood no chance against the 1,000-handed Shura, Tang San, and was promptly bested. This was followed by the classic scenario of a son bested by his father and even grandfather, with similar situations unfolding. Tang San's background was gradually unveiled, and he gained a loyal little follower in Tai Long throughout these days. Although Chen Luo spent most of his time in cultivation, he was well aware of the events Tang San had experienced. Even without witnessing them firsthand, he could vividly imagine them when Xiao Wu recounted them. Xiao Wu, being inherently drawn to lively gatherings, naturally sought out the excitement after her training, which is how she came to know such news. After Xiao Wu spoke, Dai Mubai and the others joined in teasing Tang San until Flander interjected. "Our destination this time is the Sunset Forest. There are a few things you need to pay attention to. First, the hunting of soul beasts must be accomplished by your own efforts, unless absolutely necessary. We will not intervene. This is the first phase of your graduation examination, followed by the subsequent Advanced Soul Master competition. Secondly, within the Sunset Forest, all must rely on your own capabilities. We shall not provide any form of protection for you. and you must also safeguard us, which serves as a trial for you. Thirdly, Chen Luo, you are an exceptionally unique presence. If possible, I would prefer that you hunt the soul beast using your own prowess, forming a team solely by yourself. For in your presence, others may inevitably depend on you. All the little monsters nodded in unison, and Chen Luo also acknowledged this with a nod. The ability to act independently is precisely what Chen Luo yearned to witness. Fland remarked further, Chen Luo, you need not worry about your safety. Simply remain within a 500-meter radius, and should you encounter any situation beyond your capability, we will be ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Chen nodded, though internally he mused, in truth, you need not concern yourselves with me, I can manage on my own. Should one individual prove insufficient, then two will suffice. If two are inadequate, I can summon two ancient soul beasts. Even if I cannot dominate the Sunset Forest, I can at least ensure my own safety. As for Flandra's arrangements, the little monsters of Shrek expressed no dissent, and naturally, Chen had no objections either. The conditions were agreeable to all. Yet Flandra had not clearly articulated their shared objective. Ma Hongjun boldly inquired, Teacher, what is our goal for the graduation examination? Flandra replied, in the first phase, you may rely on your collective strength to hunt soul beasts suited to you. As long as the four of us do not intervene, you shall pass. The second phase, well, if you can secure any championship in the Soul Master competition, you will have done just enough to graduate. Upon concluding, Flandra's gaze fell upon Chen. His expression tinged with contemplation, clearly indicating that he had not made provisions for Chen. All along, Chen had been a unique presence among the Shrek monsters, often receiving special considerations in any arrangement. As for Chen, let us say his goal is, at the very least, to break through to the Soul King before your graduation. Flandra stated, this being evidently a spur-of-the-moment decision. Understood, Dean. Chen Luo held no significant objections to the notion of breaking through to the Soul King realm before the Shrek Academy's little monsters graduated. While the endeavor presented certain challenges, it was not insurmountable, it merely required relentless effort. However, the little monsters were far less composed, unable to restrain their complaints. Dean, we can assure a flawless completion of the first phase, but the second phase seems exceedingly daunting, Daimubai remarked. Indeed, although our talents may be somewhat commendable, our youth is a considerable hindrance. In the Soul Master competition, we encounter elites all under the age of 25. Merely reaching the finals would be an impressive feat, let alone securing the championship. That seems almost impossible unless you permit Chen Luo to join our team. Ma Hongjun added. Flanders shot a disapproving glare at Ma Hongjun, who promptly fell silent. If they were to include Chen Luo, what would be the purpose of their participation in the Soul Master competition? It was not an exaggeration to assert that Chen Luo could effortlessly claim victory even if he participated alone, but what significance would that hold? The strong disdain to engage in battles with the weak, as such encounters are devoid of meaning, Flanders stated solemnly. Nonetheless, despite his words, his internal calculations diverged. In a critical moment, he would still allow Chen Luo to take the stage, even if it were merely to dominate the competition. The rewards of the Soul Master competition were too bountiful, enticing enough to compel one to pursue them at all costs. If circumstances permitted, Flanders, too, would wish to revert to a student's stature to partake in the competition. Naturally, Chen Luo remained Shrek Academy's ultimate trump card, to be reserved for dire circumstances. Upon hearing Flanders' remarks, the little monsters, who had initially harbored some grievances, fell into a hushed silence. They understood that Flanders' words rang true. Chen Luo was indeed extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing them. At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, Dean, I have no objections to your arrangements for us. But your expectations for Chen Luo seem excessively harsh. We have merely 1 or 2 years to participate in the Soul Master competition, and he has only just broken through to the Soul Master level. How could he possibly ascend to the Soul King level so swiftly? While everyone fretted over their own tasks, only Xiaoyu consistently considered Chen Luo's well-being. Flanders, upon hearing her, hesitated, seemingly questioning the validity of his previous thoughts. Indeed, to achieve a breakthrough within 1 or 2 years was an arduous task. Even if Chen Luo were an exceptional prodigy, it would likely be a daunting challenge. After all, as a Soul Master's strength increases, the difficulty escalates exponentially, with an exceedingly high demand for innate talent. Those lacking sufficient talent may remain stagnant at a certain level for a lifetime. There was no doubt regarding Chen Luo's talent. Given adequate time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a renowned title Douluo. Yet, even geniuses require time to mature. Just as Flanders was about to speak, the master interjected. I believe he can achieve his goals. Upon hearing this, Flanders nodded with a smile, gazing at Xiao Wu. Have a bit more confidence in your Chen Luo. We all believe he is capable. As even Dean Flanders began to jest about your family, Xiao Wu's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. At this moment, the other little monsters joined in with laughter. We too believe in Chen Luo's prowess. After all, he has accomplished numerous feats deemed impossible. While discussing their objectives, they did not pause in their steps. The Sunset Forest, situated in close proximity to Heaven Do City, serves as a primary hunting ground for soul masters seeking soul beasts, which is precisely why Shrek Academy chose this locale. It wasn't long before the Shrek group arrived at their destination. Upon entering the forest, Flanders issued the command to split up. Chen Luo, you may act independently. As long as you don't stray too far, there should be no issues. We trust in your abilities, and it is likely that you will acquire your soul ring without our assistance. After obtaining it, come find us. Flanders held unwavering confidence in Chen Luo's strength, never even suggesting that they should seek him out after obtaining their own soul rings, as he believed Chen Luo would accomplish this ahead of them. Understood, Dean, Chen Luo replied with a nod before parting ways with the group. They all smiled and watched him depart, though a hint of concern lingered in Xiao Wu's gaze. Chen Luo, please be careful, she urged. Chen nodded and waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall soon reunite with you. In comparison to the Starry Forest, the area of the Sunset Forest is considerably smaller, and the temperature here is notably lower. This region is adorned with numerous temperate plants, though the density of vegetation is not particularly high, facilitating ease of movement. However, it is worth noting that the soul beast resources here are vastly inferior to those found in the Starry Forest. Chen Luo strolled along the narrow path in the forest, attuned to the myriad wonders surrounding him. He found himself at the forest's edge, where it was unlikely to encounter a suitable spirit beast, yet he remained vigilant. As he advanced, he meticulously organized his thoughts. There were merely 2 weeks remaining until the commencement of the Soul Master Academy's elite competition. During this interval, the Shrek little monsters would strive to enhance their abilities, acquiring spirit rings whenever possible. Tang San had managed to break through to the 40th level during this phase and obtained his first 10,000-year spirit ring. Regrettably, as the more thrilling segments of Douluo approached, he would be relegated to the role of an observer, unable to partake in the action. However, Dean Flanders' words resonated. Merely bullying weaker opponents lacked any real excitement, making the prospect of spectating more appealing. In truth, during the competition among the Shrek little monsters, he could embark on his own journey of self-improvement, rather than trailing behind them, which seemed rather futile, except for staying close to Xiao Wu. Yet, remaining by Xiao Wu's side would not facilitate his rapid ascent to power. Time was of the essence, and he needed to enhance himself as much as possible. He resolved to set aside these contemplations for the moment, focusing on the present, securing the 4th spirit ring. Once he attained the 4th spirit ring, he could unlock new tasks and plan accordingly based on the sign and assignments. He also had system points yet to be utilized. Perhaps after acquiring the 4th spirit ring, he could indulge in a rewarding draw. 077. Locate the target. Chunluo had never forgotten about the lottery system. However, he had been restraining himself from participating, hoping to accumulate more points for a consecutive draw, believing that perhaps fortune would favor him more in such an endeavor. Chen Luo's current plan is to acquire the 4th soul ring and then examine the new signing tasks. If they are easily achievable, he will complete the tasks first before proceeding to draw for rewards. However, if they prove to be too difficult to accomplish in a short time, he will prioritize the lottery instead. Time is truly of the essence for him. The outskirts of the Sunset Forest are indeed devoid of significant soul beasts. While there are numerous weak ones, they do not align with Chen Luo's aspirations. Chen Luo has consistently adhered to the philosophy of sustainable development, refraining from harming the weaker spirit beasts. Even when faced with ferocious spirit beasts that sought to provoke him, he merely unleashed a formidable aura to intimidate them, without resorting to lethal measures. The growth rate of spirit beasts is exceedingly slow. If indiscriminate slaughter were to continue, it would not be long before they became mere legends in the world of Douluo. This is a truth understood by all. Thus, any soul master possessing a modicum of intellect would refrain from recklessly attacking spirit beasts. Unfortunately, I am unaware of the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Were I to know, I would venture there, provided that the eccentric Du Gubo is not present. That individual is rather peculiar, and should he take an interest in me again, it would pose considerable trouble. Chen Luo arrived at a grand tree, gazing into the distance. His mind drifting to the Eye of Ice and Fire, only to be swiftly reminded of Douluo presently. Chen Luo no longer harbored the same dread towards Douluo. Although he was certain he could not defeat him, he at least felt he had a chance to preserve his life. The last time Douluo sought to capture him, Chen Luo had already prepared to unleash the man-faced demon spider and the nightmare centipede. Even though these ancient soul beasts could not delay Douluo for long, they could buy him enough time for Flinder and the others to arrive. A tidal Douluo could easily wreak havoc against 10,000-year soul beasts, but even such slaughter required a modicum of time. Now, Chen Luo had also gained a formidable ally, the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang, who was on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sage. Although Gong Zhongyang would merely serve as cannon fodder in the face of Douluo, he nonetheless provided Chen Luo with an additional opportunity. Why do I always envision the worst outcomes? I hold no enmity with Douluo. It is highly unlikely we would engage in a fierce confrontation. After his previous disappointment with me, he would probably not take much interest in me again, especially with Tang San around, as they are the true bosom friends. Chen Luo mused to himself. Leaping down from the tree, he continued his journey through the forest, while also remaining acutely aware of the positions of Flinder and the others. After all, Flinder had instructed him to maintain a certain distance from them. Chen Luo is certainly not seeking the protection of the Golden Triangle. He merely wishes to spare them any concern. It is likely that Tang San will soon employ the enchanting fragrance of the exquisite fairy product to attract soul beasts. If a suitable target is not found before then, it would be more efficient to simply lie in wait on their side. Chen Luo made his plans in his heart, swiftly traversing the forest. Half a day's time soon elapsed. Chen Luo could perceive that a battle was underway among the Shrek little monsters, likely having encountered a suitable soul beast. Yet, he himself had not come across any fitting entity. The primary reason was their location, still on the periphery of the Sunset Forest, where encountering formidable soul beasts proved exceedingly challenging. Although soul beasts of the 10,000-year rank had become as common as cannon fodder in the later stages of Douluo, with soul masters frequently adorned with 10,000-year soul rings, the truth remained that the number of soul beasts exceeding that rank was still quite scarce. Should he fail to locate one soon, he contemplated joining Dean Flander and the others, either informing Dean Flander of his intention to venture deeper into the forest or patiently waiting for Tang San to employ the fragrant, enchanting celestial treasures to attract soul beasts. Remaining on standby. Prolonging this situation was not a viable option. While Flander's arrangements undoubtedly enhanced his safety, they simultaneously confined his range of activity. Reflecting on this, he thought that had he initially heeded Dean Flander's advice and delved deeper into the Sunset Forest, perhaps he would have already found a suitable soul beast. As another half-day passed, Chen Luo still had not identified an appropriate target. The strongest soul beast he encountered was merely a 10,000-year-old cave spider, which he surmised would soon become Tang San's target, contributing to Tang San's fourth soul ring. Chen Luo no longer hesitated and promptly joined the members of Shrek. In no time, he found them and straightforwardly explained the situation to Flinder. To Chen Luo's surprise, Flinder readily acquiesced to his request, reiterating the sentiment. "We have faith in your abilities." This was indeed advantageous, as it spared them from unnecessary complications and explanations. However, Xiao harbored some concerns and insisted on accompanying Chen Luo in his endeavors. Chen Luo was indeed willing to bring Xiao along, but Flinder and the others disagreed. Their refusal was not without reason. The distinction between acting alone and taking someone along is significant. It is not that Xiao Wu lacks strength, but rather that, in comparison to Chen Luo's prowess, she would serve more as a burden. Should Chen Luo encounter danger, he could swiftly escape on his own. But with Xiao Wu in tow, the difficulty of fleeing would increase exponentially. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Chen Luo departed under Xiao Wu's anxious gaze. After receiving permission from Dean Flinder, Chen Luo began to make his way toward the heart of the Sunset Forest, confident that he would find a suitable spirit beast awaiting him there. Is he truly fine on his own? Flinder murmured to the master beside him. The master nodded assuredly. Rest easy. Even if he encounters peril, he is capable of extricating himself. Do not underestimate his combat abilities. Even against 2 dragons, he could hold his ground for several rounds. I understand, yet Flinder still appeared somewhat apprehensive. His immediate agreement to Chen Luo's request was, in truth, a suggestion from the master. The master added, however, the spirit beast forest is fraught with danger. It is possible that Chen Luo might encounter an exceptionally powerful spirit beast by mere misfortune. Do not overthink it. Although the Sunset Forest is the largest spirit beast forest near Tiando City, it does not harbor many formidable spirit beasts. Do you think this is the Stardew Forest, where one can casually stumble upon a 100,000-year-old forest king, the Titan giant ape? Upon hearing this, Flinder finally nodded in agreement. Once distanced from the Shrek group, Chen Luo summoned his two undead spirit beast companions. He had also wished to call forth Gong Zhongyang for some fresh air. But that fellow was engrossed in a seclusion to break through to the spirit saint level, leaving Chen Luo with no choice but to abandon that thought. Having arrived at the heart of the Sunset Forest, caution was paramount. Although he felt confident in his abilities, it was always prudent to err on the side of safety. Here, Chen Luo sensed several powerful auras as he began to select a spirit beast suitable for himself. Enough deliberation. You shall do, he declared. King of the Earth. 078. King of the Earth. Deep Blue. At this moment, Chen Luo found himself in the heart of the Sunset Forest, an area where the soul beasts boasted lifespans exceeding 10,000 years, albeit in limited numbers and devoid of exceptionally powerful entities. Standing atop the body of the hellish demon spider, Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings and swiftly identified his target, a colossal earth king, approximately 20,000 years old. He commanded both the hellish demon spider and the nightmare centipede to advance, and before long, they arrived at a clearing. Ahead of them, flames soared skyward as an enormous scorpion indulged in its feast, having just severed the neck of a wolf-like soul beast. The gigantic scorpion was tearing at the hind leg of the fallen creature, surrounded by a circle of black soul rings hovering above the wolf's carcass. This massive scorpion was nearly as large as the hellish demon spider, if not slightly larger. Its appearance was exceptionally striking. Adorned in deep blue with a palpable aura of menace emanating from its bony protrusions. A tail, composed of 4 segmented bones, arched high, culminating in a ghostly blue stinger. Chen Luo possesses the ability to sense the formidable strength of the colossal scorpion, and its outward appearance offers a more visceral insight into its identity and age. The Earth King, a fiercely domineering spirit beast, is notorious for its bloodthirsty nature. While it may not instill the same level of fear in spirit beasts as the venomous human-faced demon spider, few of equal rank dare to provoke it. This creature is undoubtedly a superior fire-type spirit beast. When the Earth King's cultivation reaches the 10,000-year mark, its body transforms to a deep azure hue, with each segment of its tail representing 5,000 years of cultivation. 4 tail segments signify an age exceeding 20,000 years. It is worth noting that Chen Luo has also studied a considerable amount of knowledge regarding spirit beasts, though not as specialized as Tang San. He is still adept at recognizing them with ease. The Earth King before him perfectly fulfills Chen Luo's requirement for a spirit ring, boasting an age of over 20,000 years, along with the added bonus of possessing a unique elemental fire. Although Chen Luo had already imbued the Scythe of Death with the attribute of fire at the second soul ring, the King of Earth remained a viable target. By absorbing its soul ring, the fiery essence of the Scythe of Death would be significantly enhanced. With no inclination to continue selecting, and with no other options available, it was decided, the King of Earth it shall be. Chen Luo had already determined his objective. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his 2 spectral soul beast companions to take action. He leaped down from the body of the hell spider, activating his martial soul and entering an indomitable state. The Earth King, being a soul beast of 20,000 years, was no trivial adversary. While his spectral soul beasts, the hell spider and the nightmare centipede, might have the capability to vanquish it, they would undoubtedly incur some cost, which he deemed unnecessary. Why stand idly by when he could engage in the fray? If not for the fact that Gong Zhongyang was currently immersed in his training to ascend to the Soul Sage level, he would have summoned him to join the fight against the 2-decade-old Earth King, ensuring a swift resolution. Nevertheless, Chen Luo was confident that even in Gong Zhongyang's absence, they could still subdue the Earth King. It is important to remember that the Hell Spider had reached the strength of 30,000 years, thus, dealing with the 20,000-year-old soul beast would be well within its grasp. Chen Luo aimed to minimize losses, or more precisely, reduce consumption. Otherwise, the Hell Spider, a spectral soul beast, could easily subdue the Earth King. However, the Earth King was indeed a soul beast of 20,000 years. If it were to inflict harm upon the Hell Spider, the latter would require a certain amount of time to recuperate in the realm of the dead, making it somewhat impractical. As Chen Luo and his 2 spectral soul beast companions approached, the Earth King had already taken note of their presence, but made no immediate move, continuing to savor its meal. It was only when Chen Luo and the Hell Spider drew closer, while the nightmare centipede circled around, that the Earth King began to take action. Soul beasts possess keen senses. The higher their cultivation, the more acute their awareness, particularly for those over 10,000 years old. They have developed a certain level of intelligence. As Chen Luo, the hell demon spider, and the nightmarish centipede encroached upon the sensory domain of the Earth King, a flicker of bewilderment crossed its mind. How could humans coexist with spirit beasts? Yet, when Chen Luo commenced his actions, the Earth King immediately sensed a looming peril. However, the Earth King harbored great confidence in its own might, perceiving Chen Luo and his two undead spirit beast companions merely as a delectable dessert, nay, more accurately, as the main course. Upon their arrival, the Earth King suddenly found the wolf-shaped spirit beast in its jaws to be far less appetizing. Chen Luo, accompanied by the faceless demon spider, drew ever closer to the Earth King. Meanwhile, the nightmarish centipede had circled around to the rear of the Earth King, heralding the imminent onset of a monumental battle. The Earth King maintained an air of calmness, and as Chen Luo and his companions approached within a certain radius, a blinding blue light erupted from its form. Instantly, the air within a radius of several dozen square meters warped dramatically around it, the ground beneath it fracturing in an instant. With a powerful slam of its colossal pincers against the earth, a potent shockwave rippled through the distorted air. Chen Luo, along with the hell demon spider and the nightmare centipede, found themselves momentarily immobilized, their bodies frozen in place by the shockwave. At that very moment, the ground beneath the Earth King cracked with a thunderous roar, and a pillar of ethereal blue flames surged skyward. This pillar, measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter, engulfed Chen Luo and his two spectral companions in an instant. This was none other than the Earth King's innate ability, the Magma Rift Strike, capable of generating air tremors within a certain radius that induced disorientation in foes. The duration of this disorientation is contingent upon the disparity between the Earth King and his adversaries. Once an opponent is rendered immobile, the next moment, a scorching pillar of flame, akin to molten lava, delivers a fatal blow. As the ethereal blue flames gradually dissipated, Chen Luo and his two spectral minions were nowhere to be seen. However, they had not been reduced to ashes by the blue flames, vanishing from existence. This fact was evident from the Earth King's display of vigilance and surprise. The colossal blue tail hook behind him was poised for an imminent attack, while his massive pincers remained open, ready to shred anything in their path. The surroundings returned to tranquility. Had it not been for the sunken earth around the Earth King and the charred remnants on the surface, one might have thought that nothing had transpired at all. The figures of Chen Luo, the hell demon spider, and the nightmarish centipede re-emerged, remaining still and maintaining a cautious distance from the Earth King. The nightmarish centipede positioned itself slightly ahead, yet undeniably secure. Very well, the Earth King's skills have been provoked. It is time for the hunt to commence. Chen Luo gently waved his hand, prompting the hell demon spider and the nightmare centipede to simultaneously advance toward the Earth King. He followed closely behind the two spectral beasts, awaiting the opportune moment for a final harvest. Should the opportunity arise, he too would step forward to unleash a surge of power. As they progressed, the obsidian form of the hell demon spider gradually revealed an array of blood-red patterns, with the majority of its 8 spider spears adorned in crimson. The gray aura that had enveloped it transformed into a vivid scarlet. Having completed its evolution, the hell demon spider possessed the ability to conceal its presence and alter its appearance. At Chen Luo's behest, it maintained its form and aura at the level it had held a millennium ago. Were it not for this, the Earth King would not have been so brazen as to confront multiple foes with confidence. At that moment, the hell demon spider's power surged forth, causing the Earth King to tremble in fear, instinctively contemplating escape. However, its retreat was obstructed by the nightmare centipede. Previously, the Earth King had unleashed a skill that struck nothing but air, primarily due to the special ability of the nightmare centipede, which conjured exceptionally realistic illusions. Even though the Earth King's strength far surpassed that of the nightmare centipede, it fell prey to the illusion, undoubtedly compounded by the Earth King's own carelessness. Nevertheless, the outcome was exceedingly gratifying to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was acquainted with the King of the Earth and was well aware of the latter's innate abilities. From the outset, he intended to compel the King of the Earth to reveal its skills, and the nightmarish centipede possessed exceptional illusionary techniques. In Chen Luo's recollection, during his hunt of the nightmarish centipede in the starry forest, the creature had employed its nightmare skill against the cavernous demon spider. However, the demon spider, being purely undead, had completely disregarded the nightmare. It now appeared that the nightmare skill of the nightmarish centipede was indeed formidable. The King of the Earth had relinquished its crucial skill and was momentarily unable to unleash it again, although its enormous physique and immense strength could not be overlooked. They paled in comparison to the significance of its abilities. As the Hell Demon Spider revealed its true prowess, the King of the Earth's evident trepidation foretold the battle's outcome. The King of the Earth, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, immediately charged towards the nightmarish centipede, which was significantly weaker, a final opportunity for escape. Yet, how could the nightmarish centipede yield passage? Being undead, it was oblivious to the concept of pain, resolutely blocking the King of the Earth with its own body. Endeavoring to inflict damage with its sharp claws and formidable jaws, the King of the Earth raged in a frenzied assault against the nightmarish centipede, yet could only advance incrementally. Its colossal scorpion pincers inflicted horrifying wounds upon the centipede, while its azure tail stinger repeatedly pierced the creature's form, all in vain, failing to alter its fate. The Hell Demon Spider moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching the rear of the King of the Earth in mere moments, denying it any further opportunity to retaliate against the nightmarish centipede. With a sudden thrust, its sharp, venom-laden spider spear pierced the King of the Earth's body, ensnaring it in a blood-red web almost instantaneously. At this juncture, the battle was nearly declared over. The King of the Earth could not withstand the Hell Demon Spider's potent venom, its vitality swiftly waning. Chen Luo finally seized his opportunity to strike. But this strike was aimed at claiming the life of the King of the Earth. The immense scythe of death descended, enveloping the King of the Earth in black flames, snuffing out its final vestiges of life. A ring of black soul rings slowly ascended from the feet of the King of the Earth, unequivocally signaling the end of its existence. Had this truly been achieved? Chen Luo felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. The battle had concluded far too swiftly, exceeding his expectations. This was primarily due to the formidable strength of the Hell Spider, which had utterly dominated the Earth King. Of course, this was significantly influenced by the Earth King's trepidation. Had the Earth King chosen to confront the Hell Spider in a desperate fight rather than fleeing, it might have been able to leave some mark on the Hell Spider. Alas, fear ultimately dictated its actions. Chen Luo approached the lifeless body of the Earth King, but his gaze was drawn to the gravely injured nightmare centipede nearby. The nightmare centipede stared intently at the Hell Demon Spider, its expression brimming with envy, and Chen Luo sensed a wave of resentment emanating from it. What? Do you still believe that the Hell Demon Spider has intentionally betrayed you? It possesses the strength to command the battlefield entirely. Upon discerning the thoughts of the nightmarish centipede, Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. The prowess of the Hell Demon Spider is indeed beyond question. However, to suggest that it would sell you is somewhat excessive. The Hell Demon Spider possesses no consciousness whatsoever. Its combat is purely instinctual, rendering the notion of selling you utterly unfounded. There is no need for envy. The choice was yours to make initially, and it was your fear that hindered you. The opportunity was singular, and it was you who failed to seize it properly. Chen Luo smiled lightly before promptly placing the nightmarish centipede into the realm of the undead. The nightmarish centipede was gravely injured, suffering the final struggles of the Earth King, and it would likely remain in the realm of the undead for quite some time to recuperate. This was not a significant issue, as the hellish demon spider was the only one that truly mattered in Chen Luo's current focus of cultivation, with the Earth King successfully dealt with in the presence of the hellish demon spider ensuring safety. The severely wounded nightmarish centipede could not contribute much and would be better off recovering in the realm of the undead. Another subordinate had arrived, and it was essential to accept it. After retrieving the nightmarish centipede, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the Earth King. Upon seeing this colossal creature, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Luo's face. Awaken. Without further hesitation, Chen Luo directly invoked the awakening on the Earth King. The opportunity to obtain a new undead soul beast should not be squandered, and awakening it would also ease the difficulty of absorbing the soul ring. This was a necessary arrangement. The awakening process was swift. Even though the Earth King was a soul beast of 20,000 years, Chen Luo's current strength had reached level 40, enabling him to sustain the energy expenditure of the awakening. In less than a minute, the Earth King revived, its wounds completely healed. Like Chen Luo's other undead soul beasts, the Earth King's physique expanded once more, enveloped in a grayish aura, and its power significantly increased. All set, it was time to absorb the soul ring. Chen Luo commanded the Earth King and the Hell Spider to guard him closely as he began the process of absorbing the soul ring. The absorption proceeded smoothly, as the resentment that once belonged to the Earth King had dissipated during its awakening, merging with its essence and significantly easing the difficulty of the process. The moment the Earth King regained consciousness, all traces of its lingering resentment vanished, sealing its unwavering loyalty to Chen Luo for eternity. The black soul ring that hovered above the ground vanished, marking the completion of Chen Luo's absorption of the Earth King's soul ring. He slowly rose, activating his martial spirit. And a new, profoundly dark soul ring appeared alongside his existing 2 purple and 1 black rings. The entire endeavor searching for soul beasts, defeating them, and absorbing their soul rings, unfolded with remarkable ease, all under Chen Luo's adept control, with no unforeseen incidents. The only unexpected occurrence was the unfortunate fate of the nightmarish centipede, which would likely require several days to fully recover from its injuries. Who could have predicted that the Earth King would exhibit such fear of the Hell Spider unleashing its full power? The disparity in strength between the soul beasts was starkly evident. Currently, Chen Luo's strength stood at approximately level 42, having absorbed a soul ring over 20,000 years old. Yet the increase in his soul power seemed disappointingly minimal. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of contentment. Previously, absorbing soul rings yielded little to no enhancement. Perhaps, after breaking through level 30, he had truly shattered his limitations, paving a smoother path for future advancements. If this were indeed the case, then the efforts and stagnation he experienced prior to level 30 would have been worthwhile. Since achieving level 30 and acquiring a new soul ring, Chen Luo had noticed a dramatic acceleration in the rate at which his soul power increased, far surpassing the pace he experienced before level 30. While others typically found their growth slowing as they progressed, his trajectory had taken a remarkable turn. As he retracted his martial spirit, he turned his gaze to his loyal, undead soul beast companions. The Hell Spider and Earth King remained steadfastly by his side, ever ready to heed his commands. Perhaps sensing that Chen Luo had completed his tasks, both the Hell Spider and Earth King harbored newfound thoughts. The Hell Spider's intent was straightforward. It fixated on the carcass of the wolf-like soul beast that the Earth King had previously deemed as prey, yearning to consume it. Chen Luo, taken aback yet pleasantly surprised, graciously acquiesced, gesturing for the Hell Demon Spider to proceed. The Hell Demon Spider swiftly darted towards the corpse of the wolf-shaped soul beast, devouring it with astonishing speed, causing the once vibrant black soul ring that belonged to the wolf-shaped soul beast to dim significantly. Chen Luo could distinctly sense that the strength of the Hell Demon Spider had seemingly increased once more, an involuntary look of astonishment gracing his face. My soul hunter can augment its power by harvesting souls, while the Hell Demon Spider appears to enhance its might by devouring corpses. Perhaps consuming living beings would yield even greater results. Could this be a trait inherited from the Hellhound? After the Hell Demon Spider finished devouring the wolf-type soul beast, it promptly returned to Chen Luo's side. Lacking sentience, it possessed only the most rudimentary instincts. The recent act of consumption seemed merely instinctual, and having fulfilled that instinct, it now sought only to remain by Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo gently caressed the immense body of the hellish demon spider. From its metallic, hard shell, Chen Luo could feel a subtle chill. In the future, if given the opportunity, I shall allow you to continue your consumption. Perhaps you will grow to an unforeseen magnitude. Chen Luo's figure vanished, only to reappear upon the body of the Hell Spider. The soul ring had been absorbed, the objective accomplished. He decided to first depart from the heart of the forest, then proceed to reunite with the Shrek little monsters, uncertain of their circumstances. Chen commanded the Hell Demon Spider to advance, while simultaneously seeking to reclaim the Earth King into the realm of the undead. With the Hell Demon Spider forging the path, it was more than sufficient, rendering the need for any grand spectacle unnecessary. Chen Luo looked at the King of Earth with a hint of surprise. Do you not wish to return? Just moments ago, when he commanded the King of Earth to return to the realm of the undead, he was unexpectedly met with refusal. Of course, Chen Luo could have forcibly summoned the King of Earth into the realm of the dead, yet he chose not to do so. Generally speaking, the undead are exceedingly obedient, with scarcely any defiance against commands. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Luo has never issued compulsory orders to his undead subordinates. They typically execute his wishes immediately after informing him of their intentions, making the King of Earth an exceptional case. There must be a reason for this, and indeed, the reality supports this notion. Chen Luo has already sensed the thoughts of the Earth King. Do you wish to visit another place? The tail hook of the Earth King gently descended, and then its body shifted slightly in a particular direction. Very well, let us proceed. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. After all, there is no rush to reunite with the Shrek crew. It would be prudent to first investigate the matters concerning his newly acquired undead soul beast. Chen Luo certainly possesses the ability to delve into the memories of the Earth King due to their unique bond, yet he refrains from doing so. He seldom examines the memories of his prey or those he awakens, for an overwhelming influx of recollections can disturb his mental state. The Earth King guided the way, with Chen Luo perched atop the Hell Spider, and soon they arrived at a cavern. Even from a distance, Chen Luo was assailed by the putrid stench of decay, a scent so pungent and overwhelming it was nearly unbearable. Within the cave lay the corpse of a soul beast, which had evidently been there for some time. Chen Luo contemplated this in silence. As they entered the cavern alongside the Earth King, he indeed beheld a massive soul beast's carcass. Based on its general appearance, he could vaguely discern that it was a pink lady, or more accurately, a pink queen. The pink queen bore a resemblance to the Earth King, sharing a scorpion-like form, yet her entire body was a vivid pink, adorned with a delicate layer of scales. This pink queen had existed for no less than 18,000 years, though she had long since perished, a horrific wound marring her abdomen, presumably the cause of her demise. Few pink ladies attain such a level of maturity. Typically, those of 1,000 years are referred to as pink maidens, and it is entirely fitting to designate this ancient being as a pink queen. She may have encountered a formidable soul master or a more powerful soul beast, sustaining grievous injuries or succumbing on the spot, only to be retrieved by the Earth King. Chen Luo analyzed this in his mind. Even in the face of his mate's death, the Earth King remains unwilling to accept reality, steadfastly guarding her presence. It is uncertain how long the Earth King has maintained this state. It must have been quite a while, for the Pink Queen's body had begun to decay significantly. The Earth King's refusal to return to the realm of the dead stems from a desire to gaze upon the Pink Queen one last time. Despite the absolute bond established between the Earth King and Chen Luo, which ensures unwavering loyalty, the Earth King still defied one of Chen Luo's commands. Yearning for just one final glimpse of the Pink Queen, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Even spirit beasts can be so infatuated. Love truly is the most exquisite of emotions. Alas, many have twisted this term into a mockery. The King of the Earth approached the lifeless form of the Pink Queen, gazing intently for an extended period. He gently prodded her head with his tail hook, as if bidding a final farewell. Chen Luo took a deep breath, then leaped from the Hell Demon Spider, landing directly before the corpse of the Pink Queen. I am uncertain if success is attainable, for she has been deceased for quite some time, yet I yearn to attempt it nonetheless. Chen Luo seemed to be conversing with the King of the Earth. Yet it also resembled a soliloquy. The specter of death loomed. Chen Luo awakened his martial spirit, and a shadow only he could perceive materialized before him, subsequently merging with his being. In an instant, a colossal scythe manifested in his grasp, while 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, floated ethereally around him. Awakening, Chen Luo swung the scythe of death, aiming for the corpse of the Pink Queen. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that the Earth King intended to intervene and thwart his strike on behalf of the Pink Queen, a notion both foolish and amusingly romantic. Due to their unique connection, the Earth King could not genuinely enact such a gesture. Ultimately, the scythe of death struck the Pink Queen's lifeless form, sinking deeply within. Soon after, Chen Luo's body began to tremble slightly as his soul energy rapidly detached from him, absorbed by the corpse of the Pink Queen. However, this process lasted only a few breaths before it ceased. It was evident that the awakening had failed. Chen Luo had never experienced failure in his awakening, yet this time, he embarked on a path he knew would lead to such an outcome. As anticipated, it was futile. Chen Luo let out a soft sigh and subsequently retracted his martial soul. The recent awakening had exerted an almost negligible toll on him. If given the chance, he would willingly allow his soul power to be fervently consumed, believing it might grant the Pink Queen a chance at resurrection. However, it now appeared that all of this was merely an unrealistic dream. The Pink Queen had been gone for far too long, and the conditions for her awakening could no longer be met. The soul-hunting and awakening abilities of Chen Luo are indeed contingent upon certain conditions. Not all deceased entities can be subjected to these unique skills at will. Clearly, targets that have long since perished cannot be subjected to such extraordinary techniques. Everything unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated, leaving him with a modicum of disappointment, though not entirely unexpected. In truth, even if the Pink Queen were to be resurrected, what would it signify? He could never forsake his other necromantic minions for the sake of the so-called love of the Earth King. Even now, reduced to the most pitiful form of a nightmare centipede, they still serve a purpose and have not yet reached the point of necessitating a replacement. Thus, it is time to depart. Having observed enough, it is time to return to the realm of the undead, Chen Luo remarked, gazing at the Earth King. The Earth King's tail hook drooped slightly, poised to enter the realm of the undead. However, at that moment, the Hell Spider surged forward, racing to the corpse of the Pink Queen, and began to voraciously consume her remains. Astonished, Chunluo exclaimed, "How can it possibly feast upon this body? It has only been a few months since her demise." The Earth King, alarmed, prepared to confront the Hell Spider in a desperate battle. Fully aware that it was no match for the formidable creature. Wait. Chen Luo issued a command for the King of the Earth to cease its actions. Despite its profound fury, the King of the Earth could only remain stationary, watching as its beloved Pink Queen was devoured by the hellish demon spider. The process of consumption was swift, completed in mere seconds, a speed that was truly astonishing. Fortunately, the brevity of the ordeal spared the King of the Earth from descending into madness. Witnessing the annihilation of its Pink Queen was an excruciating torment, akin to unbearable agony. Even though it had transformed into an undead being, a vestige of intelligence lingered within, regardless of the erasure of all memories. The King of the Earth would never forget its cherished Pink Queen. Do not be hasty. The hellish demon spider's consumption of your beloved wife bears no advantages, but rather detrimental consequences. It must have ulterior motives. Chen Luo spoke calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. He could sense that after the hellish demon spider devoured the corpse of the Pink Queen, its strength had not increased in the slightest. Rather, it seemed to be on a downward trajectory. The 10,000-year-old wolf-type soul beast it had previously consumed appeared to have been wasted. Once the hellish demon spider completed its feast, it remained stationary while Chen Luo watched in silence. The Earth King grew increasingly furious, even contemplating defying Chen Luo's orders to attack the hellish demon spider. Before long, the hellish demon spider made its move. Its body trembled violently, and the crimson mist surrounding it thickened, the red patterns on its form becoming more pronounced. Suddenly, a bulge the size of a fist emerged from its torso, quickly covered in cracks before bursting open. A pink lady, about the size of a fist, emerged from within and swiftly charged toward the Earth King, who was seething with rage on the opposite side. Upon seeing the pink lady, the Earth King was momentarily stunned, all traces of anger dissipating, replaced by an indescribable surge of emotion. Chen Luo severed his emotional connection with the Earth King, determined to shield himself from its influence. He refrained from gazing at that scene, instead directing his attention solely to the Hell Demon Spider. The small pouch upon the Hell Demon Spider burst open and vanished in an instant, as though nothing had transpired. However, it was undeniable that the strength of the Hell Demon Spider had indeed diminished, and the contribution from the Millennium Wolf-type soul beast had merely evaporated into thin air. Chen Luo gazed in astonishment at the Hell Demon Spider, swiftly turning his head to glance at the pink lady perched upon the body of the Earth King. "How did you accomplish this?" The Hell Demon Spider promptly conveyed the most straightforward message to Chen Luo. "Execute your command." "Command?" Chen Luo wore a perplexed expression. "When did I issue a command? Could it be that the Hell Demon Spider mistook my desire to resurrect the Pink Queen as an order? Was the ability it just displayed somehow related to the Hellhound? It appears that I have truly stumbled upon a treasure, or perhaps I have simply placed my bet wisely. The evolution of the Hell Demon Spider is undoubtedly a miracle. The most exquisite of miracles. Not only has its strength undergone a tremendous enhancement, but it has also acquired certain traits and abilities of the Hellhound. From devouring to the recent act of resurrection, though it is more akin to duplication, these powers are exceptionally formidable, so much so that one might describe them as monstrous." Chen Luo gently caressed the body of the Hell Demon Spider, then turned his gaze back to the Earth King. One could sense a profound connection between the Pink Lady and the Pink Queen. Perhaps she was the very embodiment of the Pink Queen herself. Otherwise, the Earth King would not exhibit such familiarity with her. However, it remained uncertain whether this little creature could be brought into the necromancer's realm. If not, it seemed that yet another poignant farewell might be in store. Chen Luo made an attempt, and this time, the King of the Earth offered no resistance. Immediately being absorbed into the realm of the undead, accompanied by the half-fist-sized Pink Queen. Task 082. What is this situation? How is it possible to enter the realm of the undead together? Chen witnessed the Pink Queen and the Earth King entering the realm of the dead, and he distinctly sensed their presence within that space. Wasn't there only room for four? The Hell Demon Spider, the Nightmare Centipede, Gong Zhongyang, and the newly acquired Earth King have already filled all available slots. Why then could the Pink Queen still enter? Chen Luo possessed a profound understanding of the spatial definition of the necromancer's realm. Within this extraordinary expanse, the concept of volume seemed to vanish, allowing even the grandest entities to be contained within its bounds. In the necromancer's realm, existence was solely quantified by numbers. The number of unlocked slots dictated the quantity of souls that could be housed. Until recently, Chunluo had but 2 vacant slots, occupied by the hellish demon spider and the previous burrowing demon spider, as well as the nightmarish centipede. It was only after completing a sign-in task from the system that he acquired the Death Goddess armor, thereby activating the Death God set function and increasing his available slots by 2 once more. Chen Luo had indeed endeavored to store more undead within the realm of the dead, yet all his attempts had ended in failure. Presently, the Pink Queen had successfully entered the realm of the dead, which certainly explained Chen Luo's astonishment. Could it be that the Pink Queen was a replication of the hellish demon spider, thus considered a part of it, and not occupying space in the realm of the dead? Chen silently mused. It seems that this is the only explanation that makes sense. Chen Luo refrained from further validating this notion. It was hardly sensible to compel the hell demon spider to replicate additional entities for experimentation. Such an endeavor bore no significance, as expending vast reserves of energy for the meager return of insignificant undead would undoubtedly result in a grievous loss, a folly only entertained under extraordinary circumstances or sheer folly. In the face of quality, quantity often pales in comparison. Perhaps the hell demon spider could indeed conjure numerous undead. Yet the cost would be the diminishment of its own strength, a clearly inadvisable choice. After securing the Earth King and the Pink Queen within the realm of the undead, Chen Luo briefly attuned himself to their conditions. Like other undead, they could gradually augment their power within this domain. The Pink Queen, however, harbored little hope. By the time she matured into a formidable force, it was likely that the Hell Demon Spider would have reached a level of 10,000 years. The Pink Queen's existence served merely to fulfill the Earth King's lingering aspirations. Indeed, this proved true. With the Pink Queen by his side, the Earth King displayed remarkable enthusiasm. Immediately upon entering the realm of the undead, silently absorbing the unique energies therein to enhance his strength, it was time to regroup with the Shrek little monsters. Having squandered so much time, while the matter was not dire, having witnessed a poignant tale of love between soul beasts, prolonging the delay could lead to complications. Should they have already completed their hunt for soul beasts and come seeking him, encountering the Hell Demon Spider would undoubtedly be a rather awkward situation. Chen Luo once again approached the Hell Demon Spider, urging it to proceed towards the outskirts of the forest. Simultaneously, he attentively sensed everything in his surroundings. He was not particularly concerned about impending dangers. Rather, his worry stemmed from the possibility of Dean Flanders and the others coming to seek him out. Should he detect their approach in advance, he could swiftly retract the Hell Demon Spider, thereby circumventing a multitude of troubles. The 4th soul ring had been acquired, and a new task had been unveiled. Before Chen Luo, a blue holographic panel materialized, displaying a series of information, indeed, the system's new tasks. Main quest, sign in at the City of Slaughter. Quest details, survive for 30 days and obtain the title of God of Killing within 100 days. Side quest, participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Quest details, complete the registration and ensure that your team secures the championship in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. After acquiring the 4th soul ring, Chen Luo had been preoccupied with matters concerning the King of the Earth and had not found the opportunity to examine the new tasks. At last, he had some time to check them, and upon seeing the 2 newly refreshed tasks, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Chen Luo Ben had initially contemplated honing his skills in a suitable locale during the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, with the City of Slaughter being a prime choice. Now that the new sign-in task conveniently directed him to the City of Slaughter, he resolved without hesitation to embark on this journey. As for the side quests, they were clearly a means of bestowing rewards, were they not? A simple word to Dean Flandra would suffice for him to secure his registration for the elite tournament. Regarding the team's pursuit of the championship, was that not merely a matter of time? Should any unforeseen circumstances arise that impede the Shrek 7 monsters, he could readily shoulder the burden with his prowess. Defeating those Soul Master Academy students would be akin to besting mere children. Even the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall would pose no challenge. Should he choose to intervene, they too would find themselves beneath his feet, as they were simply not on the same level. At the 29th rank, Chen Luo was already capable of overwhelming the Soul King, Yi Zhiqiu. Even though Yi Zhiqiu, a teacher at Songhui Academy, could be considered a rather lackluster Soul King, he was nevertheless a genuine one. After reaching the 30th rank, Chen Luo directly engaged in an arm wrestling match with the Soul Sage, Zhao Wujin, who was quite serious about the contest, yet yet Chen Luo managed to hold his ground. Frankly, those so-called geniuses paled in comparison to Chen Luo. While they might have been somewhat comparable in terms of soul power levels, in terms of combat prowess, Chen Luo could easily play with them even without relying on his martial spirit. Upon returning from the Sunset Forest, he discussed with Dean Flinder his intention to enroll in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. And then he would have a conversation with Xiao Wu about embarking on a journey to the City of Slaughter for further training. Chen Luo had firmly resolved to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. He believed that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect all that he cherished. In truth, Chen Luo's current strength was already quite formidable. He naturally possessed great abilities, augmented by 4 powerful undead companions, one of whom, the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang, was nearing the rank of soul sage. Yet, Chen Luo still felt it was insufficient. He believed that unless he had at his side an undead soul beast comparable to a title Douluo or an undead soul master of the title Douluo level, he would always feel lacking. Alternatively, he needed to elevate his own strength to a level where he could contend with title Douluo-ranked individuals. In the early stages of Douluo, even a moderately powerful soul master or soul beast could be terrifying, but as one progressed to the later stages, those below the title Do rank were essentially cannon fodder, and even 10,000-year soul beasts would become prey. There was no room for complacency. Time waits for no one. Neglecting effort now would surely lead to future regrets. After Chen Luo had the Hell Demon Spider take him away from the central area of the Setting Sun Forest, he promptly stored the creature away. Proceeding alone on his journey, the region no longer posed any significant danger, rendering the protection of his skeletal companions unnecessary. Amidst the towering trees, a figure moved swiftly, leaving ephemeral shadows in its wake. Some weaker soul beasts, upon catching sight of this figure, instinctively scattered in fear, while others, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed to the ground. Before long, the figure came to a halt on a branch of a grand tree, clad in a sleek black outfit. His tall and robust physique exuded an air of striking handsomeness. Although he appeared youthful, he emanated a profound sense of composure. This individual was none other than Chen Luo. Chen Luo had arrived at the periphery of the Sunset Forest, yet he had encountered no trace of the Shrek group along his journey. This was not indicative of any misfortune befalling them, nor did it suggest they had returned. Even in the event of an incident, one would expect to find some remnants. And should they have departed, there would similarly be signs left behind. The absence of any such indications implied that the likelihood of either scenario was quite low. It appeared that I had embarked on a path entirely divergent from theirs, leading to our disconnection. However, this was of little concern, having reached the edge of the area. It would not be long before I would reunite with them. Chen Luo paused for a moment, attentively sensing the surroundings, before continuing his journey. After traversing the thicket for approximately a quarter of an hour, he arrived before the remains of several soul beasts. There lay a deceased Earth King, accompanied by a few pink ladies, and not far away was the Pink Goddess. At last, he had discovered the traces left by the members of Shrek Academy. Both the Earth King and the Pink Goddess were soul beasts coveted by the Shrek little monsters. It was no surprise that Ma Hongjun absorbed the soul ring of the Earth King, while Oscar claimed the soul ring of the Pink Goddess. Everything aligned perfectly with the narrative etched in his memory. Chen Luo remained in place for a moment longer, confirming that the members of Shrek were not in the vicinity before summoning the Hell Demon Spider. Though the soul beasts, aged 4,000 to 5,000 years, would likely provide little enhancement to the Hell Demon Spider, even the smallest morsel holds value. Thus, resources should not be squandered. There was no need for Chen Luo to direct it deliberately, as the Hell Demon Spider immediately set about clearing the battlefield, consuming every soul beast carcass it encountered, resulting in a slight increase in its strength, albeit a mere increment. The limited age of the soul beasts offered minimal enhancement to the Hell Demon Spider. After retracting the Hell Demon Spider back into the necromantic space, Chen Luo continued on his journey. Whenever he stumbled upon the remains of soul beasts and sensed that the Shrek members were absent, he would promptly release the Hell Demon Spider to cleanse the area once more. Eventually, he detected the presence of numerous soul beasts, alongside the unmistakable aura of the Shrek members. They had finally arrived, but regrettably, the opportunity to continue clearing the battlefield would be lost, marking a slight waste of resources. Chen Luo perched upon a tree branch, gradually discerning the scene ahead. Numerous spirit beasts were congregating in that direction, among them several 10,000-year-old entities. It seemed that this area, being somewhat on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, did not harbor particularly formidable spirit beasts. Clearly, The current situation indicated that Tang San was employing the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite immortal product to draw in the spirit beasts. It would be prudent to wait a while before advancing. Given the abundance of spirit beasts at present, a direct approach would necessitate carving a bloody path, which seemed unnecessary. Chen Luo settled himself upon a tree branch, silently awaiting the conclusion of the hunt for the soul beasts ahead. However, to his surprise, he had scarcely taken his seat when a familiar aura swiftly approached him, emanating from the very heart of the encirclement of soul beasts. It was Flanders. Evidently, Flanders had sensed Chen Luo's presence and had come specifically to seek him out. Alas, even this brief moment of repose was not to be. He must proceed to witness the unfolding spectacle firsthand. Chen Luo let out a soft sigh before rising to his feet. Before long, Flanders' figure indeed appeared. "Have you successfully acquired the appropriate soul ring?" Flanders inquired. Chen nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I shall lead you there." With that, Flanders guided Chen to the location where the members of Shrek were gathered. The little monsters of Shrek were primarily engaged in absorbing their soul rings. Upon Chen's arrival, Zhu Zhuqin and Ning Rongrong had just completed their absorption, further enhancing their powers. Even Xiao Wu had acquired her fourth soul ring. Everything was proceeding remarkably smoothly. Chen had long harbored a query regarding the time span in which the Shrek little monsters had experienced their power enhancements. Following the assistance of Tang San's extraordinary medicinal herbs, all the little monsters had seen a swift elevation in strength. Logically, it should have taken them at least 6 months to reach level 40. Yet this duration had been astonishingly reduced to merely 7 days. In just 7 days, they had all attained level 40, with Xiao Wu among them. This rapid advancement was indeed astonishing, evoking a sense of overexertion, yet there appeared to be no significant adverse effects. It was likely that they would need to devote a considerable amount of time to consolidating their newfound strength, Chen mused inwardly. As soon as Xiao Wu spotted Chen, she rushed over, her concern for him evident. "Chen, are you all right? Have you obtained your fourth soul ring?" "Yes," Chen replied. Upon hearing his response, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief, although her worry lingered as she examined him closely, ensuring he bore no injuries before she felt truly at ease. "Chen, what color is your fourth soul ring?" "I bet it's black again," Dai Mubai chimed in with a grin. Ma Hongjun immediately concurred, "Of course." Chen's third soul ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring. This fourth one must be at least 20,000 years. "Isn't that right, Chen?" "Indeed," Chen confirmed. "Goodness, is it truly a 20,000-year soul ring?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Chen's affirmation, his expression swiftly shifting to one of incredulity. "My dear brother, could you enlighten me on how you single-handedly hunted a 20,000-year soul beast?" Ma Hongjun inquired eagerly, leaning in closer. Chen Luo declared, a one-on-one challenge. Indeed, the king of the earth was set to confront him alongside 2 lesser soul beasts. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and gave Chen Luo a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly extraordinary. I feel as though the gap between us has widened. It seems I shall never be able to surpass you." Oscar and the others wore expressions of astonishment. And even Flinder's countenance shifted slightly. They were not surprised that Chen Luo could absorb a soul ring of 20,000 years, considering that his third soul ring was already of a millennium-class caliber. When the seemingly impossible has occurred once, it loses its shock value upon subsequent occurrences. Thus, their attention shifted to how Chen Luo would eliminate the 2,000-year-old soul beast. "Last time, you were fortunate enough to encounter a dying millennium soul beast and defeated it to absorb its soul ring. Surely, this time, you cannot be so lucky as to stumble upon another nearly deceased 2,000-year soul beast?" In this realm, there were no titanic primordial apes. It was exceedingly rare for a 2,000-year soul beast to sustain critical injuries. The odds of such an event were alarmingly low. In an environment like the Stardow Forest, perhaps the chances would be higher. Yet, in a setting like the Sunset Forest, it was far more plausible to believe that the 2,000-year soul beast was on the brink of death due to external forces rather than being severely injured. "Do not be so astonished," Chen Luo replied with a slight smile, then deftly shifted the conversation. "What of Tang San?" Chen Luo was undoubtedly aware of Tang San's whereabouts. At this moment, Tang San should have already commenced the absorption of the soul ring from the 10,000-year-old Earth attribute magic spider near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Meanwhile, Gong Zhongyang has achieved a breakthrough. Chen Luo and the members of Shrek waited in place for an extended period. During this time, Xiao Wu recounted their experiences in hunting for soul rings, while Chen Luo briefly shared his own encounters with soul beasts, omitting much of the detail. The hellish magic spider and its legion of undead minions were, Of course, matters that could not be openly discussed. Possessing a cadre of undead followers was undeniably impressive. Yet it also invited a plethora of complications that one would prefer to evade. Xiaowu's fourth soul ring was of a purple hue, a rarity among soul masters, as not all could absorb soul rings of a higher tier. Individuals like Chen Luo and Tang San, who defied the norm, were exceedingly rare. Even a 1,000-year purple soul ring represented the uppermost limit a soul master could endure. As for the soul skill, it was none other than the invincible golden body. Although many circumstances had shifted due to Chen Luo's presence, in numerous respects, the course of events would invariably revert to its original trajectory. After several hours of waiting, Chen Luo and the members of Shrek were finally graced with Tang San's return. As anticipated, Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring of the 10,000-year-old abyssal spider, acquiring the formidable soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. At that moment, a crescent moon hung in the sky, its silvery light cascading gracefully upon the earth. With everyone gathered, they promptly departed from the Sunset Forest. During their expedition in the Sunset Forest, each of the minor creatures had successfully obtained their own soul rings, resulting in a significant enhancement of their strength, elevating their soul power levels to an impressive 41. Chen Luo's soul power level stands at an impressive 42, still surpassing his peers. With over 6 months remaining until the prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the primary objective for all the young prodigies during this period will be to solidify their strengths. After all, the rapid advancements they have made during this time are quite astonishing. Neglecting to consolidate their gains could potentially hinder their future development. Chen Luo need not worry about this. He has always been steadfast and methodical. Were it not for his diligent and pragmatic approach, he would likely be at least at the 50-level threshold of soul power by now. Shrek Academy, Office Building. Chen Luo arrived at the dean's office, where Dean Flanders was engrossed in filling out some documents. Speak up. What brings you here? Have I not granted you the utmost privileges? In this academy, you are the most liberated among us. Flanders adjusted his glasses, not lifting his gaze from his work, instead placing the documents aside and picking up a book to obscure his view. Chen Luo candidly expressed his intentions. Dean, I wish to enroll in the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Primarily, it is for the reward associated with the side quest. Were it not for this task, I would not have come here. In truth, Chen Luo was not particularly invested in the competition. If he were to participate, it would be merely for sentimental reasons. Upon hearing this, Flander furrowed his brow. Did I not expressly state that you are not permitted to participate? I do not intend to compete. I merely wish to lend my name to the cause. Should exceptional circumstances arise, I could still contribute to the academy, Chen Luo replied. Oh, I did not realize you possessed such a sense of collective honor, Flander remarked, somewhat surprised. Very well, Dean, I accept your terms, Flander nodded, his gaze remaining fixed on Chen Luo. Now, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Flander was skeptical that Chen Luo's visit was solely for the purpose of registration. As expected, Chen Luo smiled faintly. Dean, I also wish to venture out for some practical experience. For how long? Flander did not inquire about Chen Luo's intended destination. Approximately 6 months, though if all goes well, perhaps 3. Chen Luo Dao, I shall return before the conclusion of the prestigious Soul Master Academy tournament. Very well. I grant you permission, but do take care of yourself. Indeed, I am aware. Now, you may take your leave. Flander began to issue a dismissal. Chen Luo nodded and then departed. Flander adjusted his glasses and glanced out of the window, moving aside a book that covered a document on the desk. That document was the registration form for the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition, which had already been filled out with the names of the participants from Shrek Academy. Naturally, the names of the Shrek 7 were indispensable, along with several other distinguished students as substitutes, such as Talon. At the very bottom of the list, Chen Luo's name was also prominently featured. After leaving the office, Chen Luo returned directly to his dormitory. He did not engage in training. Instead, he lay down on his bed. The side quest was already half accomplished, and completion was merely a matter of time. Now, he needed to devise a plan for their journey to the City of Slaughter. Dean Flander had already given his approval, though negotiations with Xiaowuo might prove to be more challenging. Chen Luo organized his thoughts within, realizing that everything had progressed rather smoothly. Initially, he had anticipated that he would squander considerable time with Dean Flanders to complete his registration and secure approval for his expedition. To his surprise, Flanders was exceedingly accommodating and readily consented. Now, the most pressing dilemma lay in discussing his plans for the journey with Xiaowuo. Given Xiaowuo's disposition, it was likely she would insist on accompanying him. while Chen Luo would have no objections to taking her to other destinations. The crux of the matter was that he intended to venture into the City of Slaughter. In the City of Slaughter, there existed powerful limit Douluos. Even though the Death Goddess ring would assist in concealing Xiao Wu's presence, should that formidable figure detect any anomaly in her aura, the consequences could be catastrophic. Even the slightest possibility warranted avoiding such a perilous risk. Chen Luo still harbors concerns regarding his safety. Venturing into the City of Slaughter poses no challenges for him. Achieving 100 victories is merely a matter of time. His apprehension lies in the possibility that the King of Slaughter may not wish for him to continue his winning streak. Unlike Tang San or Hulaina, he lacks any significant background. If the King of Slaughter desires to eliminate a potential contender for the title of God of Slaughter, it would be a trivial matter. Despite his worries, Chen Luo is not afraid and has made a resolute decision. He refuses to believe that he is so unfortunate as to attract the King of Slaughter's attention. If the King of Slaughter intends to prevent the emergence of the God of Slaughter, then one must ponder the origins of the gods of slaughter that have previously graced the city. Venturing forth alone should pose no significant threat. Once Xiao completes her training today, he intends to have a heartfelt conversation with her, hoping she will understand and accept that his journey to distant lands is solely to grow stronger, enabling him to better protect her. Chen made up his mind and then sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate for a while. The environment near the deep pit no longer provided any supportive benefits, and suitable locations for mimicry cultivation were not easily found. Although there were numerous mass graves and cemeteries, not all were appropriate for cultivation. In fact, the dormitory emerged as the optimal choice. After all, with departure imminent in just a few days, there was no need to seek other venues. The City of Slaughter, to which Chunluo is bound, serves as an unparalleled arena for cultivation, where death greets its visitors daily. And perhaps even those desperate souls at the title Douluo level may be encountered. Master, I have successfully achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the Soul Sage rank. As Chen Luo embarked on his cultivation journey, he was suddenly greeted by the fervent voice of Gong Zhongyang resonating in his mind. 085, we shall depart tomorrow. Typically, Chen Luo found it challenging to receive direct communication from the spirits, as they would either succumb to slumber in the realm of the dead to recuperate from their injuries or remain in a state of cultivation to enhance their strength. Moreover, the spirits he had previously encountered were primarily soul beasts, and even those possessing a modicum of intelligence could not communicate as humans do. Gong Zhongyang, however, was distinct. Being human himself, he exhibited a far superior capacity for communication compared to the hellish demon spider and the nightmare centipede, among other soul beasts. Upon hearing the voice of Gong Zhongyang, Chen Luo promptly ceased his state of cultivation and swiftly established contact with him. He chose not to release Gong Zhongyang, as it was unnecessary. Should it inadvertently attract the attention of the Academy's instructors, it would result in considerable complications. Communicating within the realm of the undead was no different. Chen Luo gently closed his eyes, and his consciousness drifted into the realm of the undead. There, he saw Gong Zhongyang idle in his designated spot, a broad smile illuminating his face as he eagerly sought to share his elation with Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo's attention was captivated by the 7 soul rings that encircled Gong Zhongyang. Indeed, there were 7 soul rings. Gong Zhongyang had truly made a breakthrough, now attaining the esteemed rank of Soul Sage. Among the 7 soul rings, 6 exhibited a spectrum of colors, yellow, purple, and black, forming an ideal combination, though they bore a veil of gray. In stark contrast, Gong Zhongyang's 7th soul ring was entirely gray, devoid of any other hue. Suspended before him was a black longsword, adorned with a blood groove, its surface etched with grotesque patterns resembling hideous creatures. This was Gong Zhongyang's martial soul, the Demon Slayer sword. In truth, Gong Zhongyang could be considered a prodigy. At merely 30 years of age, few attain such proximity to the Soul Sage level, had he not met his demise. It is conservatively estimated that he would now be a title Douluo level powerhouse, perhaps even surpassing the 95th rank. After all, his martial soul was exceptionally unique. Furthermore, Gong Zhongyang possessed the abilities of an evil soul master, capable of devouring souls to augment his strength. Of course, should he have strayed down a darker path, the outcome would have been entirely different. Master, I have reached the level of Soul Sage. Gong Zhongyang exclaimed with uncontainable joy. I have seen it, Chen Luo replied. Master, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I inadvertently disturbed your cultivation. I truly apologize. It is of no consequence. Every soul master experiences an exuberance upon their breakthrough. yearning to share their joy with another. Chen Luo fully understood this sentiment. Gong Zhongyang continued, I never imagined I could return to life and achieve the rank of Soul Sage. This was once a significant regret of mine when I perished. I lamented not striving harder to break through the bottleneck to reach the Soul Sage level. To think I have now accomplished it. I am deeply grateful to you, Master, for granting me this opportunity for rebirth, allowing me to fulfill my past regret. Did you not mention that your descendants could resurrect you? That was merely a jest to console myself. During my lifetime, evil soul masters were nearly eradicated, and having been dead for so many years, I suspect that the world has long since forgotten about them. As for descendants, I doubt anyone even remembers the existence of evil soul masters. Gong Zhongyang chuckled. Perhaps evil soul masters still exist? At this, Gong Zhongyang paused momentarily, then chuckled again. That is impossible. Very well, Master. I appreciate your willingness to indulge me in my joy. Please continue with your endeavors. I shall not intrude any further. I too must continue my cultivation. Within this extraordinary realm, I perceive that the pace at which my spiritual energy is ascending surpasses even the speed attained through the malevolent soul techniques of your. Having spoken thus, Gong Zhongyang promptly entered a state of meditation. Chunluo smiled faintly, then turned her gaze towards her other undead minions. The Hell Spider, the Earth King, and the Pink Queen adorning the Earth King's form were diligently enhancing their powers, while the Nightmare Centipede had succumbed to slumber. When capturing the Earth King in the Twilight Forest, the Nightmare Centipede had sustained grave injuries. However, it was now rapidly recuperating, though it would require several more days to fully mend. Chen Luo refrained from disturbing his undead minions, seeing them toil so diligently. He found no justification for his own idleness. Withdrawing his consciousness from the realm of the undead, Chen Luo resumed his cultivation. As dusk approached, Xiaowu returned from her training. Chen Luo and Xiaowu dined together for dinner and then strolled through the academy. Xiaowu, there is something I must share with you. After a long period of contemplation, Chen Luo finally spoke up. What is it? Xiaowu inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking curiously. Chen Luo said, I'm determined to venture outside for some experience. That is indeed a commendable endeavor, Xiaowu replied, but alas, I cannot accompany you, as we are soon to participate in the prestigious Senior Soul Master Elite competition. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiaowu would become so understanding in such a short time. Xiaowu continued, rest assured, I will also put forth my utmost effort. Participating in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition is the finest training for me. Unfortunately, it may not be of much assistance to you. When you return, you shall see me proudly holding the championship title of the elite competition. Indeed, Chen Luo replied with a firm nod. The two continued their journey, engaging in light conversation, though it was evident that both harbored unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, Xiaowu turned to Chen Luo and said, Brother Chen Luo, you have never styled my hair before. That is true, he acknowledged. Chen Luo gently caressed Xiaowu's silky hair and remarked, let us return to the dormitory. I shall style your hair. It is indeed a positive development that Chen Luo is eager to venture out into the world, for it serves as the most splendid stage for his growth. Remaining within the confines of the academy holds little significance for him. Flander and Zhao Wuji reclined comfortably in their chairs, enjoying the gentle breeze as they engaged in a leisurely conversation. I share your sentiments. That lad is exceptionally formidable, and it is likely that he will soon reach a remarkably fearsome level of prowess, Zhao Wuji acknowledged with a nod of agreement. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Zhao Wuji inquired, Dean, did you have a conversation with Xiaowu this afternoon? If she learns that Chen Luo intends to leave, she will undoubtedly be the first to object, or perhaps she will insist on accompanying him. Indeed, I have spoken with Xiaowu, but it was not I who initiated the discussion. It was Erlong who took the lead. Flander confirmed with a nod. Ah, her involvement is indeed more appropriate. She seems quite fond of Xiaowu, Zhao Wuji replied. Indeed, it is rare to witness Erlong so enamored with a young girl, at times. I perceive a certain resemblance in their personalities. Is Chen Luo departing tomorrow? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, that should be the case. What a pity. I should have sought another opportunity to spar with him. Are you feeling restless, or is there something else afoot? Would you like me to accompany you in practice? Perhaps it is best to forego that. 086, arrival in the early morning. While Xiaowu remained in a deep slumber, Chen Luo had already awakened. Lying beside her and gazing at her peacefully, he yearned to reach out and caress her face, yet ultimately restrained himself. It was time for him to depart. Chen Luo rose cautiously, with no belongings to gather, as everything he needed resided within the death god's bracelet. Standing beside the bed, he cast a final glance at Xiaowu, his gaze lingering on her somewhat disheveled scorpion tail braid, a creation of his own. And he felt a sense of satisfaction at having braided the girl's hair for the first time. After pausing for a moment, Chen Luo finally departed. Shortly after his departure, Xiaowu slowly opened her eyes, filled with sorrow and reluctance. She sat up and gazed at the door for a long while, the complex hues in her eyes gradually fading away. I must strive to become stronger, Xiaowu murmured softly, then settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of cultivation. Chen Luo walked down the street, disregarding the chill emanating from those around him, and resolutely proceeded in a singular direction, ultimately arriving before a tavern. At last, he had arrived. Chen Luo pushed open the door and was immediately greeted by an exceedingly murky atmosphere. Inside, he beheld an overwhelming predominance of black decor. Even though it was the light of day outside, stepping into this space imparted an unsettling chill and darkness. This marked a month since Chen Luo had departed from Shrek Academy. Throughout this month, he had devoted nearly half of his time to seeking the location of the City of Slaughter, followed by an unrelenting and frenzied journey, ultimately arriving at this place. To be frank, without a guide, locating this destination proved to be quite challenging. Chen Luo was indeed fortunate, as he happened upon someone in the know. Otherwise, he might still be in the midst of searching for the location of the City of Carnage. Inside the tavern, patrons were sparse, and an air of silence enveloped the room. Each individual occupied their own space, quietly sipping their drinks, with the majority cradling a goblet of deep crimson wine. Chen Luo recognized her as Bloody Mary. Upon entering the tavern, he did not seek a place to sit, but instead strode directly to the counter. The bartender, stationed at the counter, naturally noticed Chen Luo's presence and promptly inquired, "What can I get for you?" The bartender, in his 30s, donned in black attire, possessed an unremarkable appearance. His eyes were bloodshot, suggesting a prolonged period of sleeplessness, yet his voice held a certain magnetism, rendering it quite pleasant to the ear. Chen Luo gently shook her head, expressing that she desired nothing. The waiter, taken aback for a moment, quickly masked his surprise, as if he had grasped Chen Luo's intentions. "Here, you will find what you seek," the waiter remarked. Chen Luo no longer beat around the bush and spoke directly. "I intend to journey to the City of Carnage." The attendant, devoid of any surprise, calmly replied, "You do not possess the requisite qualifications." "What constitutes sufficient qualification? Must I eliminate you?" Chen Luo spoke calmly, and then added, "Should we eliminate everyone here?" The waiter chuckled, and the patrons in the tavern joined in laughter, including a diminutive man who laughed heartily. However, the mirth of the small man was short-lived, for moments later, his head was forcibly pressed into the table. No one could discern how Chen Luo had swiftly positioned himself behind the small man. They were caught off guard as they witnessed the man's head being driven into the table, creating a massive indentation in the granite surface, surrounded by cracks. Blood soon began to seep from the wound, pooling into the fissures. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, rendering the tavern's atmosphere increasingly suffocating. The laughter abruptly ceased, plunging the establishment into an eerie silence. Some faces still bore traces of smiles, yet they appeared rigid, as if the individuals had instantaneously transformed into lifeless statues. Was this sufficient? Chen Luo approached the counter with measured steps, his gaze fixed calmly upon the attendant. The attendant, drenched in cold sweat, trembled slightly as he stammered, "Enough. Enough, open the entrance." Chen Luo replied with an air of indifference. The attendant sprang into action, moving to the side of the counter, seemingly attempting to activate a switch. However, his hand shook uncontrollably, and despite several attempts, he was unable to succeed. At last, the attendant managed to engage the switch, and the counter slowly lifted, revealing a gaping black void. Finally opened, the attendant exhaled in relief, his garments now thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Chen Luo stood before the entrance of the cave, gazing for a brief moment. A chilling wind swept up from the depths of the cavern, hinting at the existence of another realm, one solely belonging to darkness, where all light would be devoured. Chen Luo plunged directly into the depths below. Once he confirmed Chen Luo's descent, the attendant promptly switched off the mechanism, and the counter descended once more, restoring an air of tranquility to the surroundings. The attendant repeatedly patted his chest, gasping for breath, while the other patrons in the tavern continued to drink, refraining from mocking the attendant for his cowardice. Their hands trembled slightly around their glasses. The slight man's head remained buried in the table, ignored by all, as if no one dared to intervene. That fellow was surprisingly formidable. Zhao Laosi was a member of the Soul sect. After a lengthy silence, Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. One person spoke, igniting a wave of excitement among the others. He appeared relatively young, and I had initially considered extracting some advantage from him, but thankfully, I refrained from such folly. That said, Zhao Laosi deserved his fate. That scoundrel had committed countless heinous acts, and it was rumored he had slaughtered his entire family. What decent individuals could be found among those who frequented such establishments? Everyone present was of a similar ilk. There was no need for such bluntness, ha ha ha. They all erupted into laughter once more, yet this time, the attendant remained silent. As he descended into the darkness, Chen Luo fell only a few meters before firmly planting his feet on solid ground. Illumination was unnecessary, for his perceptive faculties were exceptionally keen. Visions of the path ahead materialized in his mind. However, his insight was limited to the immediate surroundings, unable to extend beyond a certain range. As if a peculiar force shrouded the further reaches from his understanding. Before him lay a lengthy corridor, sloping downward, an eerie chill wafting through the air. Chen Luo paid no heed to these matters and strode forward. Everything aligned perfectly with his memories. His sole purpose now was to persist in his advance until he reached the City of Carnage. Welcome to the City of Carnage, the infernal capital. A realm steeped in bloodshed, where one can attain anything desired, the price being one's very life. A chilling voice echoed from all directions, yet Chen Luo remained utterly unfazed. Continuing onward, as he rounded a bend, he beheld a glimmer of light. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a grand portal. Before the entrance stood a cadre of soldiers clad in black armor, with one individual mounted on a towering warhorse. 087. Everything is falling into place. Chen Luo paid no heed to the black-armored knights and strode forward with purpose. He had already caught sight of the silhouette of the City of Carnage. A city shrouded in darkness, with its imposing black walls stretching wide. Gazing upward, he beheld a violet moon suspended in midair. Everything aligned once more with the memories he harbored. He had not erred in his path. However, after merely a few steps, he found himself obstructed by the black-armored knight. Welcome to the City of Carnage. As you have transgressed the rules, you must first defeat me to gain entry. The knight's voice was chillingly cold, sounding almost inhuman. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. I have not committed anyone in acts of violence. So how could I be in violation of the rules? Is it because that attendant deemed me unworthy? If that is the case, must I then prove my worth? And is this also considered a breach of the rules? What exactly are these rules based upon? Had I known it would come to this, I would have spared no pleasantries, eliminating everyone like Tang San did in the City of Slaughter, for they are all deserving of their fate. It matters not. For I have already arrived here, I shall let things unfold as they may. Since this individual before me seeks his own demise, I shall grant him that wish. Chen Luo engaged without uttering a single word, springing into action with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the warhorse of the black-armored knight. With no flourish, he unleashed a single, devastating punch that obliterated the horse's head, causing the massive beast to collapse violently to the ground. Before the knight could react, Chen Luo seized him by the throat, forcefully dragging his entire form downward with tremendous force. The impact resonated as the earth yielded beneath them, creating a deep crater. The black-armored knight was rendered utterly incapacitated, his bones shattered beyond reckoning, while blood poured incessantly from his mouth. The battle, it seemed, had concluded before it had even begun. Chen Luo retrieved an identification badge from the fallen black-armored knight and proceeded towards the City of Carnage, clutching the badge firmly. A black-armored soldier approached the knight, displaying no hesitation as he plunged his long sword into the knight's chest, decisively ending his life. The imposing ebony gates exuded a suffocating aura, with the word City of Carnage emblazoned prominently above. As Chen Luo arrived at the gates, they swung open automatically, allowing him to stride confidently within. Upon entering, a woman draped in black veils appeared at his side. Chen Luo was not surprised. Rather, he would have found it astonishing had the woman in black not appeared. Everything seemed to align perfectly, bringing him a sense of reassurance. The presence of the woman in black resembled that of a guiding spirit in a game. As she provided Chen Luo with a brief introduction to the City of Carnage, which he listened to intently. It was not until she spoke of the hellish arena of slaughter that his attention was fully captured. Chen Luo spoke directly, "Take me to the hell arena." "Are you certain?" The woman in black veil was taken aback, and then she made a point to introduce Chen Luo to the hell arena. Chen Luo, feeling a tinge of impatience, urged, "Lead the way swiftly." He was not a villain, nor had he sought refuge in the City of Carnage. While he possessed the strength to revel in such a place, that was not his intention. He had come here driven by the system's tasks and the realm of the god of slaughter. To be candid, he was somewhat pressed for time. Accompanied by the woman in the black veil, he arrived at the inner city of the City of Carnage, a place that could truly be deemed the heart of slaughter. Chen Luo felt no inclination to appreciate the chaotic scene around him. He requested the woman in black veils to lead the way, and they soon arrived at the hellish arena of slaughter. Along the journey, the woman provided an elaborate explanation of the arena's rules. Although Chen Luo had a recollection of those regulations, a reaffirmation was certainly beneficial. All right, you may leave now. Chen Luo did not require any protection from the woman in the black veil. Her sole purpose for him was to serve as a guide. Now that her task was complete, her existence seemed unnecessary. Are you certain? Once again, those 3 words echoed. As the woman in the black veil appeared unable to comprehend Chen Luo's actions, Chen Luo chose to disregard the veiled woman and proceeded directly towards the Hell's Arena. Many others were also making their way into the arena, and without hesitation, Chen Luo seized the Bloody Mary from the hands of a random individual, which served as the ticket to enter. With the Bloody Mary in hand, he smoothly gained access to the arena. Upon his arrival, the Hell's Arena appeared to him as an exceptionally unique structure. Just as he remembered, it took the form of an irregular cone, tapering as it ascended. The entire edifice was shrouded in black, imparting a sense of oppression. However, once inside, the conditions were far more rudimentary than they appeared from the outside. There were no partitions. A series of ascending stands encircled the arena, which encompassed a vast expanse of over 100 square meters. In terms of area, the Hell's Arena was comparable to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, yet in terms of interior decor, it was hardly superior to that of the Soto Arena's restrooms. Nonetheless, this did not deter countless individuals from unleashing their madness within these confines. The spectators were numerous, each more frenzied than the last. Some shouted with exuberance while others hurled curses in anger. The atmosphere was saturated with a myriad of negative emotions, making madness and violence the hallmark of this place. Below, a fierce battle among 10 participants was underway, with 8 having already fallen permanently, leaving only 2 to contend for the final triumph. Before long, one of the remaining combatants succumbed, leaving the last standing victor, albeit in a dire state. His body was marred by grotesque wounds, severely injured and likely requiring at least 10 days to recover. Despite his condition, a triumphant smile illuminated his face, one that radiated an increasingly deranged joy, as if he glimpsed a promising future ahead. This place was truly repugnant. It was time to hasten the end and depart swiftly. Chen Luo harbors a profound disdain for the environment of the City of Carnage, which intensifies upon his arrival at the hellish arena. This place resembles a colossal coliseum, where the combatants are not beasts, but rather human beings. It also bears a striking resemblance to a slaughterhouse, where the victims are, regrettably, also human. Chen Luo swiftly completed his registration. In pursuit of his aspirations, he reluctantly assumed the role of an executioner. Those present here were deserving of their fate. There was little sympathy to be found, for only the most nefarious souls would find themselves in such a place. Save for individuals like him who specifically sought the realm of the killing god. The inaugural battle of Chen Luo commenced swiftly, with his 9 adversaries towering and formidable, making him appear somewhat out of place among them. Each opponent bore the marks of previous encounters, their bodies stained with traces of blood, exuding an aura of menace. While Chen Luo remained pristine, his attire unblemished and his demeanor untainted. The clash erupted rapidly, and mere seconds later, it concluded. Chen launched an indiscriminate assault, eliminating all adversaries without exception. It was not merely a defeat, but an outright annihilation. 088, brother, in the dead of night. Chen Luo had just concluded his 5th match, emerging from the infernal arena of slaughter. In truth, he possessed ample stamina to continue fighting, yet in this perilous realm, one must ensure absolute safety before daring to engage further. Numerous treacherous individuals lurked outside the arena, waiting to ambush the weary victors, mercilessly slaying them once they emerged, drained from their battles. Danger was ever present. When one's fists lacked sufficient strength, it was the moment one found themselves trampled beneath others' feet. As he traversed the streets of the City of Slaughter, Chen Luo sought a place to rest. This city was more opulent than he had anticipated. Yet behind the garish lights and intoxicating allure lay a revelry of lawless villains who disregarded all rules. Reflecting on his 5 encounters within the infernal arena, Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction with his prowess. Even devoid of his soul weapon, his physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary person. with formidable strength and unparalleled speed serving as his ticket to victory. Thus far, he had not encountered any formidable adversaries, perhaps due to his limited participation in the competitions. Among the 5 battles, the strongest opponent he faced was likely of the Soul King tier, even against a Soul King wielding soul power. Chen Luo had managed to subdue him with ease, let alone those who could not utilize such powers. As he continued on his path, a sudden commotion caught his attention. At least several dozen individuals had gathered ahead, amidst the air of chaos and the echoes of anguished screams. Chen Luo's gaze was instantly captivated, albeit briefly. Such occurrences were all too common in the City of Carnage. Judging by the scene, it was likely that a few unfortunate souls would depart from this beautiful world by nightfall. However, just as Chen Luo prepared to take a detour, a dark figure emerged from the crowd, rushing directly towards him. Help me. If you save me, my life will belong to you." The man was in his 50s. Slender and of similar height to Chen Luo, his body marred by grotesque wounds, while his face was a canvas of terrifying scars, seemingly aged by time. The scarred man was like a drowning soul, desperately seeking anything to cling to for survival, and as the crowd parted, Chen Luo found himself standing directly in the path of this frantic plea. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to involve himself in such trivial matters. The fates of others were of no concern to him, nor did he wish them to be. Those who ventured to this place were far from virtuous. Yet few shared his singular purpose of journeying to the City of Slaughter to confront the Hell Road and attain the domain of the God of Killers. Most were desperate fugitives seeking refuge. Naturally, Chen Luo would not intervene in the conflicts among these outlaws. They were, after all, individuals deserving of their grim fate. Chen Luo, like those around him, quietly stepped aside to clear the path. However, the scar-faced man appeared resolute in his determination, kneeling before Chen Luo and attempting to grasp his leg in an embrace. Chen Luo swiftly evaded, casting a disdainful glance at the scar-faced man, contemplating whether to take decisive action against him. At that moment, several imposing figures surged forth from the crowd, each one towering and exuding an extraordinary presence, starkly contrasting with the scrawny demeanor of the scar-faced man. Without uttering a word, upon spotting Chen Luo, they merely regarded him with indifference before resuming their advance towards the scar-faced man. Yet, at that instant, Chen Luo took the initiative. He stepped forward and deftly kicked one of the burly men to the ground, then followed with a punch that sent another towering figure sprawling. Witnessing Chen Luo's formidable prowess, the remaining individuals retreated, their expressions a blend of confusion and ire. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. He is far from a good man," one of the brawny men cautioned. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "Those who arrive here are seldom virtuous. You may leave. I have already taken enough lives today and have no desire to claim another." The burly man glared with intensity, yet he refrained from engaging further. Instead, he gestured for his companions to depart, uttering no threats in return. Thus, the conflict came to a close. No need for pretense. Speak plainly. What brings you to seek me? Chen Luo turned around, gazing indifferently at the scarred man on the ground. The man's condition appeared grim. Blood continuously oozed from his wounds, and his breath grew increasingly feeble, as if he might depart this world at any moment. However, upon Chen Luo speaking, the man's injuries instantaneously began to heal, his vitality gradually surging, and an eerie smile crept across his scarred visage. "Had I known you were this clever, I would have spared myself such suffering," he declared, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust. "Damn it, that hurt like hell. I initially thought this would yield some effect for you, but it turns out I was the fool. My name is Gong Zhongfei, and I sense the aura of my brother, Gong Zhongyang, upon you." After venting his frustrations, Gong Zhongfei introduced himself and disclosed the reason for seeking Chen Luo. "Oh, Gong Zhongfei?" Chen Luo smiled. "Evil Soul Master? Do not speak carelessly, my brother is." "But I am not," Gong Zhongfei replied with indifference. "Chen Luo, I am aware that your brother has passed away. I witnessed his demise, which makes me even more curious as to why I can sense my brother's essence emanating from you." Gong Zhongfei wore a faint smile, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. A smile is typically a beautiful expression, yet when it graced Gong Zhongfei's scarred visage, it took on a somewhat terrifying quality. Gong Zhongfei communicated with remarkable directness, devoid of any circumlocution. Chen Luo felt the same way. "I awakened him." "Awakened?" Gong Zhongfei scoffed. "Would it not be more appropriate to say resurrected? Is that not the exclusive trick of the evil soul masters?" "I am not an evil soul master," Chen Luo replied calmly. Gong Zhongfei nodded slightly. "I am aware of that. You do not bear the aura of an evil soul master. Even after decades of absence from those repugnant individuals, I still remember their presence, just as I have never forgotten the essence of my foolish brother. I initially intended to cultivate a rapport with you gradually, extracting information little by little, but it appears you are quite astute, which is commendable. Gong Zhongfei licked his parched lips and absent-mindedly traced the scar on his face, seemingly relishing the sensation, before he spoke. May I meet him? That would require his consent. Chen Luo replied. As the elder brother, I make the decisions, no need to consult him. Gong Zhongfei chuckled. That lad has always heeded my words since childhood. Only to suddenly associate with evil soul masters in his 20s. He deserved to be killed and buried. Gong Zhongfei's smile was truly unsettling, as he grinned. The scars on his face contorted grotesquely, provoking an involuntary shiver in those who beheld him, leaving one to wonder how such marks had come to be. Chen Luo said. He agreed. Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongfei's body stiffened for a moment. Then he immediately inquired, "Where are the others?" Despite the brevity of the 3 words, Chen Luo could still discern the tremor and excitement in Gong Zhongfei's voice. Chen Luo inquired, "Do you know of any relatively safe places around here?" Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongfei immediately grasped Chen Luo's intention and responded, "Follow me." Without delay, Gong Zhongfei set off at a swift pace, perhaps concerned that Chen Luo might struggle to keep up, as he glanced back at him. Chen Luo was indeed able to closely follow Gong Zhongfei, and ultimately, under Gong Zhongfei's guidance, the two arrived at a secluded corner of the inner city of the City of Slaughter. Here stood a seemingly dilapidated 2-story building. Its exterior indistinguishable from an ordinary structure, albeit worn and bearing evident signs of habitation, it could hardly be deemed a dangerous edifice. Gong Zhongfei led Chen Luo into the building, ascending directly to the 2nd floor. Both the 1st and 2nd floors were adorned with exceedingly simple decor, the scant furnishings rendering the space rather sparse and vacant. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Gong Zhongfei unleashed his full aura. In an instant, a blood-red long sword materialized in his hand, strikingly similar in design to Gong Zhongyang's martial soul long sword, featuring a blood groove along the blade, encircled by numerous grotesque patterns resembling hideously monstrous forms. From beneath Gong Zhongfei's feet, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, began to rise slowly. Their subtle glow captivating Chunluo's attention far more than the striking crimson blade in Gong Zhongfei's grasp. A title Douluo. As Chunluo made his way, he had already formed a rough estimation of Gong Zhongfei's prowess, yet upon their meeting, he was still somewhat taken aback. When Gong Zhongfei awakened his martial soul, the formidable aura emanating from him, reminiscent of a title Douluo, surged forth. However, it appeared that Gong Zhongfei deliberately restrained his presence, ensuring that the pressure on Chen Luo remained manageable. "I am about to activate the domain of the God of Death. Prepare yourself, for I fear you may not withstand it," Gong Zhongfei cautioned. Chen Luo nodded slightly. She was not surprised by Gong Zhongfei's possession of the God of Death domain. Aside from those chosen by the King of Slaughter, only those who have attained the title of God of Death and possess the God of Death domain can unleash their martial spirits and utilize soul power in the City of Slaughter. Chen Luo could distinctly perceive the emergence of intricate white patterns on the blood-red sword wielded by Gong Zhongfei, followed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying murderous intent. A chilling sensation, emanating from the very depths of his soul, enveloped him instantaneously, and the oppressive dread rendered Chen Luo momentarily breathless. The Death God armor automatically manifested, alleviating the discomfort brought on by the domain of the God of Death. "You are indeed extraordinary," Gong Zhongfei remarked, his gaze fixed upon the Death God armor adorning Chen Luo, a faint smile gracing his features. Upon activating the domain of the God of Death, a radiant white barrier emanated from Gong Zhongfei, enveloping Chen Luo within its protective embrace, as if the entire structure had been ensconced within. That should suffice for safety. "Let me behold him." Gong Zhongfei seemed to be brimming with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with eager expectation. Chen Luo nodded gently, affirming his agreement. As his voice faded, a dark radiance erupted from his side, revealing the figure of Gong Zhongyang. The moment Gong Zhongyang appeared, he rushed towards Gong Zhongfei, and the two brothers embraced tightly. "Brother, it's been so long. You foolish boy, you've truly come back to life." Both Gong Zhongfei and Gong Zhongyang were overcome with tears, their emotions running high. "Brother, have you avenged me?" Gong Zhongyang inquired. Gong Zhongfei smiled and nodded, "Of course. In the 2nd year after your death, I ascended to the rank of title Douluo and slew the one responsible. I then sought refuge here. You've been living here all this time? Gong Zhongyang asked. Sensing something amiss, Gong Zhongfei grinned. Indeed, I traversed a path through hell, earning the title of God of Killing and mastering the domain of the God of Killing. And I have lived here ever since. So many years have passed. You could have ventured into the outside world. Gong Zhongyang looked pained. Gong Zhongfei chuckled softly. You have died. It matters little where I reside. Brother, I have broken through to the Soul Saint level, Gong Zhongyang proclaimed. Gong Zhongfei's expression shifted to one of surprise and joy. Oh, is that true? Show me. With that, Gong Zhongyang activated his martial spirit, and a black longsword materialized in his grasp. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 gray, rose from beneath his feet. Upon seeing this, Gong Zhongfei narrowed his eyes but immediately broke into a smile. Impressive, truly worthy of being my brother. Brother, this is my master, Chen Luo, Gong Zhongyang introduced after reminiscing. Master? Gong Zhongfei raised an eyebrow but soon relaxed, nodding lightly. Gong Zhongyang continued. Brother, he is not an evil soul master. His abilities far surpass those of any evil soul master. It is because of him that I was resurrected and able to surpass my limits, reaching the Soul Saint level. As long as he lives, I too shall live. Thanks to him, I can continue to grow stronger and be reborn. The benefits are abundant. Gong Zhongfei smiled lightly. I understand your intentions. There is no need for flattery. If I wish to kill him, you wouldn't need to intervene. My life here comes with conditions. I cannot act recklessly. Gong Zhongyang quickly replied, you cannot act even after we leave, unless you step over my corpse first. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Gong Zhongfei shot a glare at Gong Zhongyang. I never said I would kill him. Afterward, he turned his gaze to Chen Luo. Young brother, you need not remain here. You may go explore. I am rather easygoing, and my home is quite messy, unsuitable for your stay. Step outside and see. There are many fine places to reside, which you could easily acquire given your strength. I firmly believe that my brother, even in your absence, will continue to maintain this state. Of course, I do not intend for you to directly hand over Gong Zhongyang to me. Even if you were to agree, this fellow would not consent. I merely wish to reminisce with him. Chen Luo nodded gently, acknowledging the unspoken understanding. In truth, there was no need for excessive words, after all. The two brothers had not seen each other for decades and surely yearned for a heartfelt conversation. Chen Luo recognized that, as an outsider, his presence here was unwarranted, and he patiently awaited the moment when Gong Zhongfei would issue the polite dismissal. Once he departed from Gong Zhongfei's residence, Chen Luo re-entered the bustling streets of the city of slaughter, embarking on a serendipitous search that soon led him to a rather agreeable place of lodging. It appeared that this journey had proven quite fruitful, and he had not anticipated the unexpected encounter with Gong Zhongfei. I have faith in Gong Zhongyang's persuasive abilities. By the time I leave the city of slaughter, I might find myself accompanied by a formidable soul